18 years ago, a tower suddenly appeared. Not far from the tower, a spatial portal opened up. From this portal, monsters began to appear in huge numbers. A small group of people with superhuman abilities have also emerged. These people became the hope of humanity and acted as a new force. In the realities of the new world, players have become a symbol of wealth and an object of envy. It was different for our hero. The young man showed up at the guild office with boxes in his hands. The office staff member noticed that the young man had already arrived and asked him to put food on the table. The guy smiled, apologized for being late, set down the boxes, and wished me a pleasant appetite. On the way, he saw a huge billboard with a picture of the player, another hero with unique abilities. This player seemed to have cheater advantages. He was out of reach of the others. This was the most outstanding of all superhumans who had been compared to a monster. The driver of the car behind honked and told the young man to pass. The light was already green. The boy apologized. Late one night after work, the young man drove up to his house. There was a stack of letters sticking out of the mailbox. He hoped they weren't notices about loans and medical bills. The young man went home and announced his return. His sister rejoiced and asked, "You must have done a good job?" The boy wondered why the sister was still awake. She replied that she was doing her homework. The young man looked into his mother's room and made sure she was asleep. His sister said that his mother had just fallen asleep and was sleeping better than usual. The young man turned around and saw his smiling sister with a cake in her hands. Candles in the shape of the number 18 were burning on the cake. The sister wished her brother a happy birthday. The young man asked where his sister got the money for the cake. Had she spent the money he had given her on clothes? The girl replied that she had her own money too. If her brother wouldn't eat, she would eat the whole cake herself. She added that she loved chocolate cake. The hero realized that the cake was bought in a famous store. The young man thought that thanks to his sister, he would at least be able to eat cake on his birthday. The girl told him to read the letter first. The boy agreed and picked up the envelope. His eyes rounded when he saw the contents. It was a letter from the Players Association. Our hero couldn't believe he was recognized as a player. What a gift. The sister explained that she wanted to surprise him, and so she took the letter out of the mailbox. The guy was accepting congratulations and thought it had all worked out. Now he could make a difference in his family's life. The young man looked into his sleeping mother's room again and thought he needed to find that very thing. The next morning he was standing in front of the entrance to the Players Association building. The young man decided that now was not the time to give in to his emotions. This was just the beginning. At the entrance, player Kim Giku was greeted and congratulated. The girl explained that if he said information window, information about the player would appear. Kim Giku repeated it, and the window did appear. She congratulated the hero and said he had unique abilities, though not yet revealed. Kim Giku, upon hearing this, began to tremble with excitement, and the girl continued to congratulate him loudly. The manager told the young man to calm down. His coach would be here soon to explain everything. Looking around, the girl saw the player. Was it really Yu Seok-woo? Yu Seok-woo stated that he would like to guide the newcomer. He added that he overheard the conversation by accident. It's amazing, a rookie with unique abilities. The manager responded that the rules say you can't escort without a coach, but her authority is enough to make sure there is no problem. Our hero and Yu Seok-woo approached the spatial portal. Kim Giku couldn't stop being amazed. Yu Seok-woo motioned for him to come in and assured him that there was no need to worry. Once on the other side of the portal, Kim Giku wondered, are there always so many monsters on the first floor? Yu Seok-woo said that sometimes there is a glitch in time and monsters accumulate. It's the first time he's seen it himself. Kim Giku asked fearfully, "Isn't that a big problem?" Yu Seok-woo replied that it was even better because it would be easier to explain. He asked if Kim Giku knew about the 100 Goblins test. The results of the test were considered reliable, but it was banned because of its danger. The test was meant for players below level 10 to reveal their abilities. The point is to destroy 100 goblins without using skills in a limited time. If a player manages in 5 hours, he is considered advanced. If the task is completed in 3 hours, it is a rank level player. And if you can handle it in an hour, it's safe to say that the player has high-ranking abilities. Finally, the time limit for the unique ability holder is 10 minutes. Yu Seok-woo acted decisively and professionally, leaving the goblins no chance. Kim Giku thought that Yu Seok-woo was simply amazing. He managed it in 47 seconds. Kim Giku wondered if a high-ranked player needed an hour and was only given 10 minutes. Yu Seok-woo said that what ordinary players take years to achieve, those with unique abilities can master in a few months. So high is their growth rate that their potential is beyond imagination. Yu Seok-woo asked our hero if he knew Angela's guild. Kim Giku replied that he did. There was a very young rancher in that guild. Most of the guild members passed the goblin test in less than 3 hours. But he plans to create a guild far superior to Angel's Guild. Yu Seok-woo remarked that he needed capable players for this endeavor, especially those with unique abilities. He expressed his hope that Kim Giku will go beyond himself more than once, and one day they will meet again in the tower. Yu Seok-woo said that he had talked a lot, but now he was offering his companion to start the first hunt. Our hero went one-on-one with the armed goblin. The goblin roared loudly. Yu Seok-woo advised Kim Giku to tense his legs and back. He should try to pull out the goblin's axe with his gaze. Kim Giku was dead serious. He decided that he would try to change his life. 5 years had passed. The young man approached the man with his back to him. The warrior turned around and apologized for being late. The man said that thanks to the young man he had seen something funny. The young man, tired after the sword battle, dropped to one knee. A young man who was late noticed that this guy was quite out of breath. Was this really the same Challenge the Return that had become popular again? It would be hard to destroy 100 goblins. The man agreed. He thought so too. The tired boy activated the information window. He received an invitation from the tower at the age of 18. Plus, he turns out to be the chosen one with unique abilities. But even after 5 years, he spends an hour to destroy at least 1 goblin. Who knew there were players like that? And he's still level 1. The instructor said, "Well done, everyone." Well done, including the guide. Everyone present had increased their level. Goblins were now no longer a challenge for them. The young men agreed to go up to the 2nd floor the next day and meet in the morning at the entrance. Seeing off our hero with a look, the young man asked, "Is this guy really so famous?" A colleague confirmed, "It's famous. A lot of people have heard about it. There are various rumors about his fame. They say he has unique abilities, although it's probably just a rumor. If that were true, he definitely wouldn't be here. They also say that he is the first from the bottom among all players." My colleague was surprised. Is there really a ranking at the bottom too? This guy isn't even a ranker. He has a nickname among players, the player who can't level up. In a remote corner of the 1st floor where other players rarely look in, Kim Giku spends the most time. It's his secret place. Only 1 goblin shows up here every day. Even if you give him a quick strike before he notices anyone, it's still not going to be an easy hunt. Kim Giku drew his sword, as he often does, and began to slowly approach the goblin from behind. The goblin sensed the approach and turned around to block the attack. A clash ensued. Kim Giku thought that the battle would still be hard. Players Association. A young man walked out of the guide department. "If we sell the extracted crystal, we'll make 20,000. But if you deduct the cost of the potion, there would be no profit." Kim Giku met Theo and asked if he had finished his work. Our hero noticed that Theo was working late. Theo apologized, turned around and left. Kim Giku approached the general manager of the guide department, Oh Daishik, and asked what happened to Theo. Oh Daishik said hello to the young man. The manager said that the guests he worked with today would be practicing with Theo starting tomorrow. Kim Giku wondered what was wrong. Everything was fine. Oh Daishik suggested that they had heard a rumor. Kim Giku was upset. Did it have anything to do with his job as a guide? He wondered if Angela's guild had reached the 75th floor. Oh Daishik confirmed they had declared that they would conquer this floor, which had remained untouched until now. Tomorrow morning at the gates of the capital city, a ceremony is planned to send the squad off. Kim Giku was surprised that they would be ordinary people who had never gone near the tower. However, people everywhere were talking about the players. Oh Daishik said that the players were a kind of idol. Kim Giku thought that the gate could open anywhere and anyone could become a player. The following news has surfaced. A rank S gate has opened in the United States. The American government plans to ask for help from a friendly country, promising participants a decent reward. Kim Giku felt like a real player, but this world was still far away from him. He picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Daishik wondered why the young man did it. After all, he was watching. The manager gave the young man a bag of money and said that he had done a good job today. That was his payment. He added that Theo looked cold, but he really felt guilty, so he shouldn't be offended. Kim Giku said it wasn't his fault, and there was no need to apologize for it. Daishik told Kim Giku to come in early tomorrow to take a shift. Department head Provodnikov added that there has been one request for Kim Giku. The young men said hello. The young man introduced himself. His name was Kim Sung-pil. Kim Giku's guide also introduced himself. Kim Sung-pil said that he had already heard about him from Seok-woo. He added that he was that player's cousin. Kim Giku introduced the team members. The young people were happy to meet each other. The guide reminded the team that they needed to get to the training floor in 5 days, starting today. Kim Giku expressed his confidence that everyone present had already spent enough time preparing. He will explain the rest along the way. Toward the end of the training day, Kim Giku told the participants that he would prepare a halt. One of the participants wanted to help, but the guide replied that he could do it himself. Kim Giku was preparing a delicious dinner for the team. Yoon Jae-won came closer and asked if it was true that the guide's level didn't increase. Kim Giku nodded and confirmed that it was true. He added that he was willing to answer other questions as well. The guide asked the crew what they could tell us about today's hunt. The young men admitted that it was difficult. Some got minor wounds and scratches, but everything is cured with potions. Kim Giku explained that the goblins on the first floor had weak weapons, and their movements were too noticeable. It can be considered a warm-up before the real battles. You need to keep going, always be alert and level up, then everything will work out. The guide added that the most important thing was not to meet the Guardian. The Guardian is a patron spirit present on every floor. It is a boss monster that is usually hunted by guilds or large squads. In other words, the Guardian is a powerful monster guarding the gate. Kim Giku added that you can get a lot of experience and valuable items for defeating him, but he is very dangerous. Low-level players can't handle it alone. The guide smiled and said not to be too afraid. They were under surveillance, and there were guilds that specialized in hunting guardians. The guardians of the lower floors can be quickly eliminated. Sometimes they are even hard to encounter. Fourth floor of the tower, forest border zone. A lone monster ran through the forest, looking around fearfully. Stumbling, the monster fell down and turned around to see another monster. The huge monster easily dispatched him and ate him. Training. Day 2. The second floor of the tower. The orc was already waiting for the squad. The guide was even a little afraid. However, the orc moved slower than the goblins, and it was not so difficult to deal with him. Day 3, third floor. A crowd of goblins and orcs appeared. They couldn't be allies, but the guide's idea to make them fight over a stone was brilliant. It was a safe way to level up. Now I can see why Seok Woo is so insistent on recommending Kim Giku. Kim Giku approached one of the participants and asked what he was doing. The young man replied that he was writing a diary. He had been writing every day since he received the invitation. He added that if one day he became a ranker, he could write an autobiography. In the evening, the young men sat around the fire, each doing his own thing. We had one more day to go, and the next test would be the 5th floor. Everyone was eager to get to know their class. Guide Kim Giku looked up at the night sky and thought of the 5th floor as well. There are also orcs and goblins on the 4th floor. They are a little faster and stronger. The guide suggested using the same trick as the day before. Suddenly, one of the participants cried out in fear. The squad was attacked by monsters. All the members began to repel the attack. Kim Giku stood a little to the side and watched the group's actions. He had to assess everyone. The guide noticed that the wind had picked up with dust. Is today the day of the Guardian's appearance? He thought. This was a bad sign. Kim Giku shouted for everyone to head for cover immediately. We need to finish off the monsters quickly. During his years as a guide, he realized one truth. Real learning is not a game. One of the contestants, Jae-won, had no way of dealing with his opponent. The slightest mistake could turn into a tragedy, up to the death of the entire team. And my misgivings were correct. The Guardian had indeed appeared. Kim Giku shouted for everyone to prepare to retreat. There was no time to think. The wounded had to be evacuated to a safe area immediately. The guide activated the smokescreen and decided to seize the moment. He needed to get away from the Guardian. He told the participants to keep up and follow him strictly. He knew a place to hide. There was a cave along the squad's route. Once inside, Kim Giku decided to set up a halt. The squad needed to rest. When questioned by the startled participants, he replied that it was the Guardian of the 4th floor. Why he appeared so early is unknown. We'll have to keep an eye on the situation. Thankfully, there were plenty of supplies. One of the participants told the guide that Hanyul was not coming around. The girl was wounded and poisoned with goblin poison. Kim Giku rummaged through his backpack and said that there was no need to worry. With the antidote, she would recover quickly. Unfortunately, there was no antidote in his backpack. The young man remembered how he had packed in a hurry. As much as he was in a hurry, how could he make such an elementary mistake? The important thing now was to calm down. The guide told the participants that he would ask for help and would be back soon, and that everyone should stay where they were. Those present were frightened and began to say that it could be dangerous. Kim Giku replied that there was no need to worry. He had been to this training floor many times and knew everything about it. All he had to do was climb the hill and signal that they needed help. Kim Giku was the world's first among the first-level players. These were the words he said to the group members. After climbing out of the cave, he watched the monster from behind a rock. Because of the Keeper, the direction of the monster's movement has changed, and it is now impossible to predict their location. Kim Giku, in the shelter, thought he should try another way. There was no room for error. There was only one smoke shell left. The protagonist expected to reach the hill in 3 minutes at his current speed. We need to fire the flash quickly and return to the cave. Kim Giku moved towards the hill and hoped not to encounter the Keeper. However, the Guardian was already in close proximity to the hero. The huge monster struck a sudden blow, and the protagonist flew far to the side. The hero managed to apply a smokescreen, but was in a state of disorientation. The monster was advancing towards the man through the smoke. Kim Giku rose to his feet, stretched his arm up, and prepared for the signal shot. He thought he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. First, you have to get as far away as possible. He must remain calm, for no one knows this place better than he does. There must be a way to escape. Kim Giku raised his head and saw the door leading to the 5th exam floor in front of him. The hero would like to rush in without thinking about anything. However, Kim Giku could not do so because of his family. After all, on the 5th floor, with his first level, his doom would surely await him. What to do? Kim Giku closed his eyes and leaned against the door. How did he end up here? The hero realized that even with level 4, getting to the 5th floor was difficult. It's just an escape to nowhere. Kim Giku felt the Guardian approaching behind him. The monster waved his sword and growled menacingly. Kim Giku realized he had a choice: guaranteed death or possible death. He shouted loudly and decided to check what was waiting for him behind the door. The young man crossed the threshold. The system reported, "The player has entered the first examination room. Data check is in progress. All conditions have been met." The system reported that an untested ability had been detected. Kim Giku was lying on a large green lawn. The conditions for advancing through the 5th floor had been met. Kim Giku pulled himself up and activated the system. The difficulty level was lowered significantly. The first test appeared: Goat. Without much effort, the hero passed the test. The player had incredible abilities. The protagonist could not believe it. Previously, he had been sure he would die upon entering. Kim Giku looked at the destroyed goat and couldn't believe it. Was that it? It was only a goat. The system reported that the sweep was perfect, and the quality of the reward would be improved. Suddenly, the young man felt a dark energy around him. A voice asked, "Who is he?" Everything around him went dark. Kim Giku turned his head and couldn't see where he was. The voice asked in surprise, "Is it really his master?" Kim Giku was amazed. Is he really hearing the boy's voice? Who is calling him master? The child's voice asked in surprise, "Is this dummy his master?" The voice said it had been waiting for a very long time and suggested that the host choose a name for it. A connection must be established. The ego requested that a connection be established. Need to choose a name for the ego. The young man opened his eyes and saw a man and a girl in front of him. People rushed toward him. It was his sister and Daeshik. The protagonist was found 2 weeks ago unconscious on the 5th floor. Daeshik told me what happened. The guild players noticed the flash at the entrance to the floor, saw the enraged guardian and cornered him, but he managed to escape. The hero began to worry about the escaped keeper. However, he was reassured when he heard that Mr. Sung Pil and the entire crew had been rescued. Talking to his mom on the phone, the hero said he needed to take some more tests, and then he would be discharged. Kim Giku asked his mom not to worry. The insurance covered the expenses. He knows that health is the most important thing. Kim Giku told his sister not to come anymore and to look after mom at home. He will call her himself and tell her the exact date of discharge. He thought he had passed the 5th floor, though he had expected quite the opposite. The hero's level was still first. A glowing snake-shaped ring appeared on the young man's finger. After being discharged, the hero returned to the guild, but now had a different attitude. Nothing had changed in the guild. The members were still being trained for battles with monsters. Everyone turned around and looked at Kim Giku. He was still famous. The hero walked to the door leading to the upper floor without turning around. The players wondered what this Kim Giku was so famous for. What are the rumors about him? Is he the guide who can't raise his level? One attendee said those rumors are outdated. There is now another reason for his popularity. He is now known as the one who destroyed Tutorial. The protagonist went one-on-one with a group of monsters. Our hero drew his unique sword and prepared to fend off the oncoming orcs and goblins. The monsters were bloodthirsty, however. This did not scare Kim Giku in the slightest. Going back, our hero remembered a child's voice suggesting that he choose a name. Kim Giku said that he would be called Lu. The voice replied that he liked it. Kim Giku thought that not long ago he trembled at the sight of orcs. However, now after battling monsters, our hero is collecting all these crystals. Lu was always by his master's side and supported him. They also held the same views. A month before, our hero had checked the information in the system and thought that it really wasn't a dream. He was right to come to the tower right after the hospital. My sister was against it then. She said her brother almost died. Where was he going again? He didn't want to go home because Yoo-jung would scold him. For the first time in 5 years, there was a change in the information window, and our hero couldn't just sit there. Kim Giku pondered, how should one connect with this ego? Our hero had forgotten. He was too excited and did not remember how to make contact with him. Kim Giku was very upset. How could he use it? He had definitely given that voice a name. That's right, it was named Lu. The system reported that Lu's disembodied ego had been summoned. Kim Giku thought he had succeeded in summoning. However, Lu did not have a form yet. Due to the player's lack of skill, Lu's form will be randomly selected. To create the outer form, Lu absorbed materials haphazardly. Kim Giku wondered, what does this mean? Everything in the immediate vicinity was absorbed by the hovering sphere. There was no way to stop this process. Kim Giku was left with virtually no clothes. All he could hold on to was his underwear. After absorbing a sufficient number of items and increasing in size considerably, the sphere stopped the process. From the side, a powerful and bright stream of light could be seen being directed from the forest vertically into the sky. As the light dissipated, the protagonist saw a sword floating in the air in front of him. Kim Giku asked the sword just in case, "Is he the Lu?" The sword confirmed this assumption with the same childish voice. Though it was all before our hero's eyes, he refused to believe what was happening. Kim Giku asked what it was. "Is it something like a soul?" Lu replied that was an incorrect assumption. Lu replied that he didn't know himself and warned Kim Giku not to touch him in vain. Kim Giku inquired if the sword could move on its own. Lu replied that he couldn't do it yet, but he would probably be able to do it later. Kim Giku asked if Lu could break the connection and change hosts himself. Kim Giku said that only the master has a choice. The ego can't do that. Kim Giku asked if Lu could hurt him when he was moving around on his own. Lu replied that he could attack, but if the person dies, the ego associated with the person will also die. So this is impossible in practice. Kim Giku asked another question. Does the ego feel pain? Lu replied that he felt pain. Lu added that he is a perfect ego, so he has all the emotions, and if you tune it right, the feelings will also appear. Kim Giku attacked the monster with that sword. The system reported that Lu absorbed the blood of the orc. Lu gained experience points and increased his level. Kim Giku said that if you think about it, Lu has been wandering for a long time. Lu told the host that he was ashamed to remember it. He still thinks about those times. Lu added that he was very happy that his master had such a good aura. Kim Giku said that the backpack was already full and there were enough crystals for today. Lu said that he really liked it here. Our hero suggested that next time we should not go to the tower, but to the gate. Oh, Dae-shik said that they shouldn't go beyond the gate yet, because 4 rankers from America had died there recently. They thought it was an F-rank gate, but it turned out to be a C-rank gate. Dae-shik added that the rescuers had been finding strange gates more and more often lately. This hadn't happened in 23 years. It had only started a month ago. The protagonist thought that it was just about a month ago that he had met Lu. Dae-shik remarks that it's best to avoid this place while it's dangerous. He understands Kim Giku's feelings. He can use his unique abilities now, but he has to be patient. Dae-shik said that the tutorial fighter had done well today. He could go home now. Clear crystals, especially items, are a reward for passing. You can earn more money behind the gate than in the tower. Kim Giku thought Dae-shik was stopping him, but he can't otherwise, because of the credit debt. It's all the more unlikely that he'll run into a special gate. Our hero met with team leader Ha Sung-soo. Kim Giku said that he had called about this meeting earlier. Ha Sung-soo asked, "Is this the first time Kim Giku will be hunting for the gate?" Our hero nodded affirmatively. Kim Giku added that he has studied a lot about strategy and other information. He is very theoretically savvy. The team leader showed a standardized contract. It specified the division of the spoils, fines, and so on. The meeting point is Guri Station. You must be there the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock. You can't be late. Gates come in 2 varieties: disposable gates, which disappear after a sweep, and continuous gates, which can be hunted over and over again. Unlike disposable gates, there is less reward in continuous gates. But the capture strategy is already known. So many people choose them because of the lower risks. The young men finished checking their gear and set off. Our hero glanced around at those walking ahead. They looked tense, as if they were uncomfortable. They must have come from the ad, just like him. The 2 walking behind were already familiar. A girl and a young man were having an animated conversation. Strange sounds came from the darkness. The man in front of me stopped and said that he had to wait a little longer. The sounds were growing. The archer said that they were coming and drew the bowstring. Out of the darkness, glittering with crazy eyes, a multitude of monsters appeared. The group commander gave the command, and the tank prepared for its duties. By putting the shield forward, the tank took the brunt of the blow. Aggressive monsters could not penetrate his armor. Lu told our hero that he was ready to destroy all the monsters. The archer would aptly hit targets with arrows charged with specific energy. The player squad acted coherently and professionally. The monsters were destroyed. After a fierce battle, there was a well-deserved respite. The tank and the swordsman thanked our hero. Thanks to him, everything was over quickly. The swordsman said that it seemed as if Kim Giku had just gone for a walk, although he had previously said that he was only level 7. Our hero replied that he was just lucky, and added that they were able to deal with the boss thanks to teamwork. Tank asked Kim Giku to take him as a teammate when this mission was completed. Our hero looked at the archer and his companion. They didn't seem to care much about what was going on, but it was a bit rude to behave like that in front of the leader. The tank and the swordsman said they owed Mr. Kim Giku a debt of gratitude today. Our hero brushed off the thanks, but thought to himself that it was so. Archer rose to his feet and said it was time to move on. Kim Giku asked Lu if he was ready. Ego replied that zombie blood is unpalatable. Our hero said to be patient for a bit. The boss room would be here soon. The squad had indeed reached the boss's room. Kim Giku thought that those huge iron bars were probably used to imprison the monster. Archer announced that he would tell everyone how they would attack the Guardian of Talon's gate. The commander warned that it was a huge monster. Tank stated that everyone has already familiarized themselves with the basic information, and there is no need to waste time. The commander insisted that everyone should listen to him anyway. Beyond the gate, a mistake by one could ruin the whole team. The commander repeated that he would start the explanation again. Our hero noticed something strange. First, with the help of the solution, you need to melt the iron bars and enter the boss's room. Next, climb on Talon's back. After a while, the squad overcame the barrier. The leader should then be the first to strike with the explosive arrow. So far, everything was going according to the developed scenario. The monster got angry and started swinging his fists. Tank Song Byung-hun put up his shield and began to block the blows. At this point, the near and far fighters had to deal as much damage as possible. Swordsmen attacked the enraged monster from all sides. The damage was enormous. The most important moment had arrived. The boss shrank back, changing his tactics. At this moment, his defenses tripled, and the usual blows were no longer effective. It was Mr. Kim Giku's turn. With his high attack, he was able to do at least a little damage. Our hero began to fulfill his role. The degree of fusion with Lu has increased. Now his power can be used effectively. Our hero has destroyed the gatekeeper of Talon. The system reported that Kim Giku had received experience points. Everyone looked at the protagonist with admiration. Thanks to Talon's blood, Kim Giku's characteristics increased. The player gained the skill, cannibalism, the ability to regenerate strength by eating corpses. A delighted tank and swordsman ran up to the hero and asked for autographs and business cards. The commander reported that a piece of equipment, the paralyzing dagger, had been dropped as a reward. The swordsman remarked that they managed easily and still got the item. The contract required them to draw lots to divide the spoils. Song Byung-hun patted our hero on the shoulder and asked if he wanted to keep the dagger. Tank added that Kim Giku did everything by himself. He and Dae-oh would organize everything and Kim Giku would just have to listen to them. He added that after this, the commander would not be able to ignore them. Quid pro quo. Our hero had thoughts, but he didn't expect a long-range gunner and a tank to behave like this. On the other hand, team leader Ha Sung-soo and his companion must have been up to something too. The protagonist sensed that there was definitely something lurking behind this seeming calm. To draw lots, the leader said, pulling out the dice. Suddenly, the tank pulled out a dagger and lunged at Ha Sung-soo while thrusting it forward. However, our hero managed to intercept Song Byung-hun's arm and pushed him aside. Tank was surprised. Isn't Mr. Kim Giku in league with them? Our hero said that if Song Byung-hun moved, he might die. The tank said it was a joke. He was just joking. Kim Giku thought, just a little more, and this man would definitely die. Only now did our hero see the dagger in the girl's hands, and the tank was indeed a hair away from destruction. Kim Giku thought that Ha Sung-soo and his companion were real magicians. Not without reason, the squad leader didn't even flinch when the knife was pointed at him. On the contrary, he even looked at the blade. Kim Giku asked the squad leader and his companion who they were. Ha Sung-soo said that this is the same question he would like to ask Kim Giku. Dae-oh said in a trembling voice that he was promised to be paid if he obeyed. He didn't know that Song Byung-hun was going to harm the commander. Ha Sung-soo asked our hero why he was asking such a question. Kim Giku replied that the commander was a stakeholder. The commander turned to his companion, Ha-Rim. The girl began to concentrate dark energy around her. In the same instant, Ha-Rim was beside Dae-Oh and dealt him a devastating blow. The tank also appeared to be disabled and lay on its shield. Kim Giku bent down to pick up the dagger lying on the ground and said that he would take it for himself. The commander was surprised. Why is that? Kim Giku replied that he saved Ha Sung-soo's life and thought he deserved that dagger. The squad leader remarked that it was an attraction. Our hero assumed that such an item meant nothing to the squad leader. Kim Gi-kyu added that judging by the kind of guard Ha Sung-soo has, he's not an ordinary person. At that, our hero looked at Ha-Rim and added that he doesn't care about that. He doesn't want to know who the squad leader is. The protagonist added that Ha Sung-soo can deal with these two on his own. He still needs to hunt around here. Lu told his master that Ha-Rim was dangerous. Lu was surprised. The host says that the two are dangerous, yet the item is taken away by having a chance to clash with them. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that he had saved the commander's life. Kim Gi-kyu said that he could now hunt to his heart's content. The protagonist has absorbed the physical strength of a zombie. He now feels as if he has a second heart. Lu reiterated that zombie blood is unpalatable. Our hero said he's out in that case, especially since there are no more zombies and he has absorbed enough blood. Kim Gi-kyu suggested that they go to the reward room for the last time. There was a gray space that could be moved using the corpse of the gatekeeper. This was the room where the rewards for attacking the gate are given out. Looking at the wall in the room, our hero asked Lu, "Was this really already here?" The ego replied that it had not been. Kim Gi-kyu tapped on the wall and said that it was empty inside. The guy activated his sword and offered it to him to break that wall. Lu replied that he didn't mind. Without thinking long, the protagonist struck the wall with his sword and shattered it. After the wall collapsed, there was a lot of dust. Our hero wondered what Lu was saying. Lu said that he felt that there was an ego here. Kim Gi-kyu looked forward with tension. Could there really be an ego in a place like this? Is ego such a common thing? Then what's he been doing all these 5 years? Lu said for the master to look for egos here. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that this gate is quite old, and he doubts that there is anything hidden left. Lu repeated that there is an ego here. When the smoke finally cleared, our hero saw a sword sticking out of a rock. Kim Gi-kyu came closer and asked in surprise, "Is it really Excalibur?" Kim Gi-kyu thought that he just needed to grab it and wrapped his 2 hands around this sword. The sword asked the young man, "Is this his master?" The guy looked down at his hands and saw a pure white space in front of him. It was similar to the moment when he met Lu, but the feeling was a little different. Kim Gi-kyu asked, "Is that the ego inside the sword?" A voice answered him that it was waiting here for its master. Kim Gi-kyu said that he is not his master, but he really wants to be. Sword said that in that case he should be given a name. Our hero said he would call him Ella. Kim Gi-kyu stood with his sword in his hand, and it was much clearer to him now. The guy looked up and saw sand falling from the ceiling and cracks appearing at the top. Lu shouted for the master to run away. El yelled the same thing. Kim Gi-kyu ducked his head and said that he knew everything. Lu asked El, "What's he like?" El asked the same question. Kim Gi-kyu, trying to leave this room, told the two to shut up immediately. Kim Gi-kyu saw Talon's body and thought to move to the reward room. The floor shook and began to move out from under his feet. Kim Gi-kyu increased his movement speed to avoid falling into the dungeon. The boy made a desperate leap, trying to reach the portal. He was interested in the bounty room. The continuous gate has disappeared. This was unprecedented. The reason was unknown. The occurrence of unusual gates and mysterious occurrences caused great controversy. Our hero was beyond suspicion, as they disappeared sometime after he left there. The young man received a reward for passing, 30 purple crystals and a guardian amulet. It was a valuable item that even ordinary people could use to prevent minor illnesses and increase vitality. Even though it won't cure our hero's mom, it will help financially, and he can worry less about paying for treatment if he sells the crystals. Also, the protagonist started climbing the tower again. He had certainly heard of the Citadel's development since there were no monsters on the test floor, but there was a whole city on the 5th floor. Kim Gi-kyu traversed the 5th floor where he was found unconscious. The protagonist traversed the 6th floor efficiently, fighting monsters. On the 7th floor, it was the same picture. Our hero was fighting all sorts of evil alone. On the 8th floor, the level of monster training was much higher, but the players who came here were also more experienced. It was time for Kim Gi-kyu to reach the 9th floor. Not so long ago, our hero couldn't even dream about it. Now he had 2 unique swords, Lu and El. Siakwu said that the levels weren't really that important. If the young man didn't give up, he would definitely be able to unleash his unique abilities someday. Our hero has noticed that Ella's level has increased very decently. Thanks to the fusion, it feels like he has become stronger. Perhaps it was also because our hero had a sealed demon with him. However, this sword, in which it had been sealed for a long time, had lost all its power. Maybe that giant eye was the demon. Now the protagonist has realized that the stronger the ego, the stronger he is. The protagonist has now realized that the stronger the ego, the stronger he is. At the auction, the next lot was sold for 170 million. Our hero mentally asked the ego if he felt anything. Lu replied that he felt nothing. L gave the same answer. Kim Giku thought it looked logical. It wasn't something that could be seen very often. The last item in the auction was presented. The main item in today's auction was a wound bracelet. This is the very thing that dramatically increases your recovery speed. The protagonist didn't realize that the auction was so challenging. 2 expensive items are represented there. It was comforting that Kim Giku's paralyzing dagger was able to sell for almost 100 million. Smiling, the protagonist thought to kiss Lu and L. Swords thought the protagonist had lost his mind. Our hero called home and said he was on his way up. Kim Giku admitted to his sister over the phone that he was having a hard time finding a team. He had recently been to the gate, and the players gave him a headache more than the monsters. He had to listen to his sister's admonishment that he shouldn't go to the gate anymore because it was dangerous. Kim Gi-kyu explained to his sister that he couldn't get a player level, so it was difficult to strategize alone. In any case, without equipment, he is only a first level. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that he didn't mind advancing in the tower, but Lu needed blood, and the advancement there was too slow. Besides, there was a good income at the gate last time. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he would do well in the future anyway. The most important thing was that he had resolved the urgent matters now. The guy looked at his bag and thought he could even buy beef. Be that as it may, our hero wanted to make money faster and move out of here so that his sister, among others, could walk on safer roads. Kim Gi-kyu saw a glowing spot ahead. Could it be the gate? The instructions in case the gate appeared stated in the first paragraph that one should not be frightened. Immediately after the gate appears, it is not dangerous. Entering a gate of unknown level is dangerous. If a player enters a gate without confirming the association, he may be sentenced to detention and a fine. Disputes may arise if there are extra witnesses before the association gate is confirmed. If the player found the gate alone, the evidence must be preserved. The head of the gate management department, Oh Dae-shik, received information about this gate and realized that it was near Kim Gi-kyu's house. Oh Dae-shik saw that the name of the applicant, the one who first discovered this gate, was Kim Gi-kyu. The department head shouted loudly. Kim Gi-kyu was warned that if he did not enter the gate within 5 days, the priority right to attack could go to auction. You also have to take into account all the precautions that are not even worth repeating. Our hero was also thanked for his prompt application. Kim Gi-kyu had warned of the gate's appearance in time, and so was now dealing with organizational and bureaucratic issues with the competent authorities. Oh Dae-shik arrived on the scene and said that he wanted to communicate with Kim Gi-kyu. The young men walked into the nearest cafe, and before the department head could start talking, he ordered himself a coffee with syrup. Oh Dae-shik asked our protagonist, Kim Gi-kyu, if he was going to go there himself. Was he confident in his abilities? The protagonist replied that he had become much stronger and had improved a lot. Oh Dae-shik said that he knows Kim Gi-kyu is very stubborn and asked what floor Kim Gi-kyu is on right now. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had just passed the 10th floor today. The department head told Kim Gi-kyu to prepare everything and come to him in 4 days. He wants to see where he can send the young man. Oh Dae-shik warned that if he didn't prepare well, he wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere. 4 days passed. There was a training room in the basement of the department, although it wasn't used for its intended purpose now. It was a wide space, and there was a protective layer on the walls. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he had underestimated the association before. Oh Dae-shik asked how Kim Gi-kyu felt about the offer to join the association. Now he can join not as an employee. Kim Gi-kyu thanked for the offer but declined. He explained that he did not want to commit himself yet. Kim Gi-kyu asked what happened to Teo. When Oh Dae-shik became the boss, the guide department was removed. Oh Dae-shik replied that it seemed like Theo had joined the Carband Guild. This guy's facial expression even changed. It was like he was a different person now. This was the first time our hero had heard of such a guild. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why Oh Dae-shik didn't bring a weapon since he wanted to train. The department head replied that Kim Gi-kyu had underestimated him. After all, he doesn't only work in the office. Oh Dae-shik took a fighting stance and said that he was still good. Don't look down on a top ranker. Oh Dae-shik suggested that Kim Gi-kyu should attack him. Our hero knew he couldn't beat the department head and said he still had a lot to learn. However, he was not going to stand aside either. With swords in hand, Kim Giku went up against Oh Dae-shik, who fought skillfully with his bare hands. The department head asked if Kim Giku had definitely prepared properly. Our hero thought that top rankers were really different. Oh Dae-shik told Kim Giku to pull himself together. If he gets distracted outside the gate, he'll die immediately. Kim Giku thought that his opponent was right. He was too arrogant in this fight. However, he didn't come empty-handed either. 4 days earlier at the in-game item market on Dondamun, Lu wondered to his host why he needed the item. There's probably no better equipment than what they have here. Our hero told someone on the phone that his protective gear was too weak. Kim Giku added that he can't go on sweeps with that gear anymore. Ella told the host that if an ego shows up, he will let him know. Kim Giku walked past a display case that had armor in it. However, the price of this armor surprised our hero. Lu and Elle were also surprised by this price. Kim Giku thought that cheap was too bad an armor and good was too expensive. Elle and Lu turned their host's attention to a boy standing in the corner. A child was telling someone that his grandfather was a great master. The interlocutor was surprised that such a great outfit doesn't even bring up information about the subject. The boy said that his grandfather really makes good equipment. The interviewee wondered what was the point of advertising a store that didn't even have any trade. Kim Giku approached the boy and called out to him. He asked the child to take him to his grandfather's house. Kim Giku told the boy that he was interested in the products his grandfather made in his shop. Kim Giku, following the boy, went to the shop. Lu and Elle told their master that he was doing exactly as he should. There was no doubt about that. Lu said that even this kid's clothes are all ego. Elle confirmed that he has the power of ego in him. The boy opened the door and told the grandfather that he had brought a visitor. The grandfather grumbled. He told Minsu not to bring anyone here. Minsu replied that he wanted everyone to know how awesome his grandfather was. The grandfather said that the boy has a lot of nice clothes. Why is he wearing his clothes? If his father finds out, he will punish him. Once inside the shop, our hero thought it smelled like some pretty good items. Elle stated that all that is here is ego. Lu noticed that all of these are only half egos with no ego of their own. The old man bluntly told the visitor that there were no items suitable for him, so he should leave. The young man wouldn't understand their value anyway, and he doesn't want to sell them. The old man added that he was tired of dealing with people who had shrouds over their eyes. That old man was Hwang Di-chul, the blacksmith. The blacksmith waved his hand at our hero and remarked that he wasn't selling anything. People like this guy don't even know how to use his items. Kim Giku asked if he could use it, then would the blacksmith sell it? Hwang Di-chul replied that he doesn't want to waste time. The young man can look around here and leave. Our hero approached the weapon and said that it was a nameless sword. It possessed level 79. The old man didn't let the young man finish and excitedly asked, "Does the guy really see the abilities of this sword?" Kim Giku confirmed this assumption and asked the blacksmith if he could see these abilities. The blacksmith allowed the young man to try to use the weapon, as long as he understood its value. After all, that is the greatest wish of any blacksmith. The protagonist picked up the nameless sword and said that its name was now the Point. Our hero put the sword back in its place. Elle told his master that the sword didn't seem to like that name. In the guild's training room, our hero fought an unarmed department head with swords in hand. The opponent said he could see the hesitation at the tip of the ball. It was necessary to use force and aim for vital organs. Oh Dae-shik asked, "Did Kim Giku really think he could scratch him like that?" Kim Giku thought that his opponent was a former top ranker, so he should focus. Oh Dae-shik easily dodged his opponent's attack. Our hero's sword slipped past him. Kim Giku, swinging his swords, tried to strike his opponent, but all was unsuccessful. Oh Dae-shik was evading the young man's attacks. Kim Giku wondered why there was no connection. Is it really the ego? Lu said that these items are second-rate. Also, the ego is very friendly in the host's choice. He and Elle had no other choice, but the host shouldn't think that's the case with everyone. Kim Giku thought he should give it another try. Lu told the man to give it up. Kim Giku leaned his hand on his armor and said his name was Brunhart. The system reported that communication with the Brunhart had been established. Kim Giku said happily that he had succeeded. Brunhart can reflect accumulated damage. Reflecting another attack, the protagonist flew far back and was deactivated. Oh Dae-shik threw the vials of liquid in front of the young man and told him to drink this potion for internal injuries. Kim Giku wondered with surprise, why such an expensive liquid in such a bottle? Oh Dae-shik said that Kim Giku had passed. He didn't think the guy would actually manage to scratch him. The department head assumed that this was not an accident, but an elaborate plan. He underestimated this young man. Oh Dae-shik asked what were those items? Kim Giku replied that they were his items. If the gate is not cleared within 1 week from today, the association will send agents to the gate. The head of the department wished him luck with the cleanup. Oh Dae-shik said he's giving 5 days, not a week. If Kim Giku doesn't come out after that period, he'll go in there himself and get the young man out without any agents. Kim Giku replied that it would not be necessary. Oh Dae-shik remarked that it would be cheaper than paying the association staff anyway. Continuing on, our hero, the department head, wondered if the guy had brought everything with him. Lu wondered why the supervisor was so concerned. After all, the level was similar to the one where the zombies were. It's not like it's a very dangerous place. Kim Giku thought that Oh Dae-shik was really worried about him a lot. Kim Giku stepped through the portal and disappeared behind it. Oh Dae-shik waved his hand after him. Kim Giku entered the gate. The guy hoped it would be a continuous gate. Lu wondered, what good would that do? Kim Giku replied that there was more money to be made in that case. Lu asked again how the host would realize that the gate is continuous. Kim Giku stated that it should be cleaned up first. Kim Giku noticed that it's F rank here unless it's an uncomplicated type of tower, dungeon, or maze. Then you can get through everything quickly. Kim Giku gave a staggering blow to the first monster that appeared here. Glowing eyes appeared in the darkness, and the aggressive monster wolves came out from there. Kim Giku didn't even flinch as he had unique swords in his hands. Kim Giku decided it was time to level up. Our hero fearlessly entered the battle with the wolf pack, wielding his swords left and right. Lu absorbed the blood of the blue wolf. There was an increase in Ella's level. Brunhart was reflecting the accumulated damage. After destroying the wolf pack, our hero decided to rest for a while. Lu and Elle asked in surprise, "Is it really too hard for a human?" Kim Giku stated that it had been about 5 hours. Kim Giku thought that these monsters were not much different from orcs, probably because of the F rank. Deciding to have a little snack and gather his strength, Kim Giku thought that it was hard to get here alone in his situation. This time, he was just lucky. Our hero decided that he needed a player level. The player's level is measured without any equipment. If the ego is within a certain distance, he has level 1. Why can't he get a normal grade? Oh, Dae-shik can't help you with that. Elle noticed that if the hosts developed their abilities, they would be able to establish communication at any distance. Kim Giku couldn't even imagine how one could develop his skills. Lu uttered, "Ego holder," and the young man immediately slapped the ring on his finger. Kim Giku added that Lu was about to get it. Lu replied that the host had already hit him. Our hero wasn't clear on the development yet, but he didn't realize it yet either. He had to activate the status window. Kim Giku familiarized himself with the skill cannibalism. But it's the same as eating your own kind. Lu wondered, has the man lost his mind? Kim Giku replied that he was joking. Kim Giku thought that he had rested enough, and now he should head onward. The backpack was already full of crystals. The protagonist decided that it was time to buy a backpack with space expansion magic. Kim Giku noticed the reinforcement potions in his backpack. He thought that if he drank the potions, it would give him some extra space. Lu said he felt the strongest aura in that gate. That's probably where the boss is. That's why our hero drank the potions. Kim Giku moved forward, but the boss was still not on his way. The young man thought that the potion might run out soon. Ella said that he could feel a strong energy nearby. Lu added that they were almost there. Kim Giku saw a light ahead and thought that Lu seemed to be right. They were almost there. Kim Giku told Elle and Lu to keep their voices down. Lu noticed that no one could hear them anyway. Lu and Elle have been figuring out for a while who treats the master better. When leaving the cave, our hero saw a huge wolf napping nearby. It felt as if he had absorbed half of the gate's power. It was different from the Talon, which the protagonist had attacked many times. This predator possessed an incomparable dignity. It was Guardian Brother. He rose to his paws and glared with his demonic eyes, his fangs bared. Lu said that this guardian was impressive. Elle warned the host to use caution. Kim Giku thought that the pressure now was very different from the pressure that Talon was exerting. This was a real monster boss. The monster pounced on our hero, but Kim Giku was able to put his sword forward and blocked the monster's attack. Kim Giku, swinging his sword, began to deliver staggering blows to the aggressive monster boss. Kim Giku thought that this monster's attacks are stronger than they appear. The only thing left is to accumulate damage. It was a protracted battle with a difficult opponent, yet Kim Giku felt like a pro at this. As a result of this confrontation, the monster had been activated and was lying nearby. Kim Giku felt 10 years older because of the fatigue. The reinforcement potions were running out. If it wasn't for the Brunhart, it would have been tough. Talon was no match for this monster. Kim Giku thanked the monster for ultimately dying at his hands. The system has reported that the player has destroyed the Changyong Gate boss. Experience points will be awarded for this. Lu absorbs Changyong's blood. The cannibalism skill was activated. The system reported that Lu had absorbed Changyong. Changyong was successfully transformed into an ego. Lu stated that he had not heard of monsters being transformed into egos before. L noticed that he hadn't heard that before either. Probably, this option appeared after the next update. L apologized to his host for not being able to help him. Lu became indignant. Why is Master only scolding me? Kim Giku inquired, is it really L's ego that Lu has now? Lu replied that he had no ego. Kim Giku was surprised again. After all, Al had no such skills. After checking the information, our hero realized that he now has the ego. But how to use it? Maybe it is necessary to pump the name of the skill? The young man decided that he would try it later, but he checked how useful the skill cannibalism is. Kim Giku was satisfied that he had obtained the blue crystal, which was more valuable than the purple crystal. Now he had to go to the reward room. Suddenly, our hero began to turn his head in different directions. Lu and L wondered what had happened to the master. In order to get to the bounty room, you need to touch the gate bodyguard. However, Changyong's body was completely absorbed by Lu. Lu was indignant. Why is the master only picking on him? Inside the gate where the sun never sets, an intensified search began on the second day. Lu wondered, is it really necessary to look for him? Only time will be wasted, it will lead to losses on the contrary. L suggested going out and asking for help. Kim Giku said that he can't do that, because if there are any oddities like that time at the Guri Gate, everyone will start to suspect him. What happens if he gets out of here but can't find any way? In such a case, there will be a gate tearing, which can harm people. Whoever is to blame will be held accountable, so this situation must be resolved by any means necessary. L admired his master's sense of responsibility. Lu noticed that he always had to clean up after himself. Kim Giku pointed out that Odaishik would be coming in 4 days, so the worst-case scenario could be avoided. Although it's better to solve the problem before he arrives. The third day came, and the protagonist scoured all the corners but found nothing. The young man thought it might be better to destroy all the other monsters. Ella agreed that might be a good option. Lu remarked that it was too simple a solution, but it sounded good. All the caves that had been purposely skipped before were traversed, and the remaining blue wolves were destroyed. The 5th day had arrived. Our hero stood in front of the last destroyed monster. Elle a félicité l'hôte et a dit que c'était un grand job. Kim Giku asked what to do now. Kim Giku began to think about trashing the cave. Lu and L anxiously told the master that all the energy inside the gate was gathering in one place. Kim Giku excitedly asked, "Where is this place?" L and Lu answered in one voice that it was where the gatekeeper was, in that field. Dae-shik remarked that if Kim Giku had come out a few hours later, they would have had to go bail him out. Kim Giku admitted that he was on edge. The department head asked why Kim Giku was out so late. After all, with his abilities, it could have been done in 2 days. Kim Giku admitted that he destroyed the Guardian on the first day, but then there was a small problem. Dae-shik inquired, what kind of problem could arise after destroying the boss? Kim Giku replied that the boss's body had disappeared, and he couldn't enter the reward room. The department head inquired about the young man's actions. Kim Giku replied that he destroyed all the remaining monsters. Dae-shik now realized why the guy had so many crystals. Kim Giku continued that when he caught the last one, all the energy inside the gate began to gather in the boss room. The sight our hero saw was unlike anything he had seen before. It seemed as if pieces of the world were piling up in one place. The system reported that the player was receiving ego fragments. The surprised department head asked what it all meant. Kim Giku suggested that the gate was the ego. Dae-shik said that he would transfer the payment for the crystals and gate cleaning to Kim Giku's account. It'll add up to about 50 million. You can make the transfer in cryptocurrency at the exchange rate at the time of the transfer. On the way out of the building, the department head asked if Kim Giku was going to the hospital. Our hero confirmed that he had to visit his mother. Dae-shik pointed to a car and said he would drop Kim Giku off at the hospital. Kim Giku wondered, why is the color of the car pink? Dae-shik remarked that it was a color for a real man. Dae-shik stayed by the bedside of our hero's mother and told the guy to buy his sister a drink to wake her up. The woman thanked Dae-shik for taking care of her son. The department head smiled and said that on the contrary, Kim Giku was helping him a lot. Kim Giku wondered why his sister was so sleepy. She had just had dinner recently. Kim Giku said that she fell asleep for a while recently. She has exams coming up, so she needs to study again. The guy told his sister not to overdo it, as you can lose your health that way. Yu-jung said that in that case, her brother could buy her a guardian amulet. An old woman came across the young people and asked our hero if he was Yu Jung's older brother. The old lady assumed that Yu Jung is so well-mannered because of her older brother. The woman took the young man's hands and said that he had a very good aura. Grandma apologized for interrupting their walk. Yu Jung said goodnight and said they would see each other tomorrow. In parting, the woman said that several energies collided in this guy. He should be careful not to lose himself. The old woman wished to overcome all the difficulties and went about her business. Kim Giku stood there pondering. He had absolutely no idea what all this meant. Kim Giku looked at the rings on his hand and thought that maybe this old lady knew something. The next day came. Stretching. Our hero thought he had had a good night's sleep. Compared to the damp cave, this was a real hotel. A doctor appeared in the room and asked the young people, "Are they related to patient Lee Soo-jin?" Kim Gi-kyu confirmed this assumption and asked what was the matter. The doctor replied that he wanted to occupy some of their time. A certain number of players had gathered near the gate. One of the players said that the 3 days were over. Now we could go home. The young men saw our hero and said he was the one who destroyed Tutorial. However, from Kim Gi-kyu's expression, it was clear that it was best not to touch him. But what's happening to him? At the hospital, the doctor told the young men that their mother's condition was critical. Outwardly, it was not so noticeable, but the muscles were badly damaged. There are also some pretty serious complications. It looks like she was cared for but still came here too late. Kim Gi-kyu felt as if he was standing in front of two huge monsters. The doctor said there is another problem, the cause of which is unknown. The doctor added, all he could say was that she had about a year left, at worst about 3 months. Kim Gi-kyu was very aggressive after a message from the hospital that shocked him. The monsters that came his way felt it very quickly. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was all because of him. If only he hadn't hesitated to cover himself with his family, if only he had gathered courage a little earlier, if only he had gained strength a little faster, things would have been different with his mother. Lu said his master's gone crazy, lost his mind. Does he really want to die? Doesn't a man know that at times like this, he should control himself? Ella noticed that the host's mother is in a very bad state. It is understandable that he suffers because of this. Tower, 19th floor. A coniferous old-growth forest. The squad saw a lone player, laden down with luggage. How many backpacks did he have? Had he been collecting crystals for several years? Someone noticed that this was the man who had hunted like a madman for 2 weeks straight without leaving the tower. During that time, he went from the 11th floor to the 19th floor. One of the players offered to help this man, as his load looked heavy. The players looked around and wondered, where did these people come from on the 19th floor? Representatives of the Red Players Order, the Smurfs Guild, have appeared. A representative of the Smurfs Guild approached the tired player and said he would help carry his load. Kim Gi-kyu quickly pulled out his sword Lu and placed it on his opponent's shoulder. The representative of the Smurf Guild was frightened. The young man tried to be indignant, but our hero told him to shut up. Kim Gi-kyu said for this guy to step aside and not to covet other people's things. There was anger and bitterness in our hero's eyes. Someone asked, "What's going on here?" It was a representative of the association. He was quickly heading towards the conflicting people. The representatives of the Smurfs Guild decided to run off into the woods and said they remembered this guy. A representative of the association came closer and asked our hero what was wrong. The young man showed his ID card. It was the representative of the Players Association, the 19th floor security guard, Ho Sung-hoon. He asked for action. Kim Gi-kyu said it seems like the red players tried to steal his stuff. The guard asked the interviewer if by any chance he was Kim Gi-kyu. The tired protagonist inquired what was wrong. What was he wanted for? Oh Dae-shik said that the guard who brought Kim Gi-kyu here should be given a double bonus at this place. The department head said that Kim Gi-kyu had spent 2 weeks in the tower. There was no word from him. Naturally, everyone was worried. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, is that a reason to pull him out of the tower? Oh Dae-shik said that was not the only reason. Oh Dae-shik said that there was a way to cure his mother. There is a method that can cure a disease that has no known cause. Kim Gi-kyu has to guess what that method is. There is a panacea elixir that can cure any disease. Oh Dae-shik added that there are only 3 cases where the elixir has been found. Mark Alonzo, who was the first to pass the 50th floor of the tower after it appeared, received this elixir as a reward for passing the challenge. The other 2 came out as a reward for mopping up the gate. Oh Dae-shik said that Kim Gi-kyu is quite knowledgeable. Our hero replied that he had studied the matter many times. The department head added that in that case, Kim Gi-kyu himself knows what those gates have in common. In general, it is a labyrinth gate. These gates are characterized by the presence of monsters of different levels arranged around the maze, a strong guardian, and various traps. They are classified as an out-of-level gate, so anyone who is confident in their abilities can try themselves there. Shik said that the third Labyrinth gate appeared in the US 2 days ago. Shik told his interlocutor that he should wash up and then head out. If Ms. Su Jin saw him like that, she would be scared. The head of the department added that you don't have to worry about the crystals. You can leave them here, he will count everything, record it, and transfer the money to the specified details or cryptocurrency wallet. After talking to Kim Gi-kyu, the department head thought he wanted to smoke, even though he had already given up that activity. Kim Gi-kyu met with the 19th floor security guard, Mr. Ho Sung-hoon, again. Ho Sung-hoon remarks that if he wants a bonus for locating Kim Gi-kyu in the tower, the boss told him that he has to be responsible until the end. So he escorts the player right up to the gate. The boss took care of the arrangements for Kim Gi-kyu's stay in the US and prepared all the necessary things. Ho Sung-hoon offered to go right away and added that the player should follow him. 20th floor base. The system reported that the player passed the exam. The skill Fusion is increased. The level of this skill is also increased. Kim Gi-kyu thought that adding a level was a definite rarity. He could already feel that there was a lot more energy than there was before. Ho Sung-hoon said that it usually takes about 24 hours to clear the 20th floor. The young man added that he was surprised. It had only been 20 minutes and Kim Gi-kyu had already returned. Kim Gi-kyu asked what time his plane was leaving. Ho Sung-hoon replied that they would not take the plane. They would go to the 5th floor. A giant tower of enormous size. Due to the separation of zones, it is rare to see players from other countries. But the fact that the tower is connected to all parts of the planet is a fact. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, why does the elevator work in the tower without electricity? The companion said it's a type of artifact that runs on crystals. You could say the whole building is an artifact, so important is this place. The attendant said they had arrived at the location. It was the control center of the transition portal between the countries. Kim Gi-kyu didn't think that he would ever use such a portal. He had only heard that the associations of different Tine countries were operating it. Ho Sung-hoon noticed that department head Shik was much more capable than people thought of him. Our hero approached the portal leading to North America. Ho Sung-hoon offered to take a ride on the fastest transportation in the world. Our hero remarked that it looked like fun. Kim Gi-kyu thought, can this even be called transportation? USA, Los Angeles. Kim Gi-kyu found himself in this part of the planet. 3 top anchors have expressed their willingness to participate in the gate capture. The American Iron Shield, the European Athena, and the Korean Demon King. The third was the Korean Demon King. Kim Gi-kyu thought, would he be able to cope when such players are involved? The place where our hero was brought was called the Hell of this world. There was a third gate here, the Labyrinth of Gerionda. A man nearby looked at our hero and identified him as a Korean he was seeing for the first time. The man with glasses said that this guy's stats are at 0, level 1. Unique abilities seem to be there, but you can't see them. Kim Gi-kyu thought at that moment that he didn't speak English at all. The woman said this is the first time this has happened to her. She can't see a person's unique abilities. She added that on the face of it, this guy is her type. It gets even interesting. Kim Gi-kyu fought a huge monster spider. Kim Gi-kyu said that now it was time for Mr. Sung-hoon to attack. Our hero's companion put his spear forward and rushed forward to attack. The man's spear stabbed into the huge monster's head. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that it was a good job. The player inquired, is Ho Sung-hoon supposed to leave already? The guard nodded affirmatively. 15 hours had already passed, and it would take time to get back, so it was better to go now. Kim Gi-kyu thanked the attendant for everything. Thanks to this person, our hero was able to settle in quickly. Ho Sung-hoon said that Kim Gi-kyu has an amazing growth rate. The young men said goodbye and wished each other good luck. Kim Gi-kyu made a mark and decided that this place was done as well. Limitless spray paint is used to mark the path inside the gate. It's been a week since Mr. Sung-hoon left. Now our hero was able to destroy the 3 giant spiders without much trouble. However, the fact that Kim Gi-kyu is fighting the same monsters shows stagnation. The protagonist realized that stronger monsters should appear closer to the boss room. Kim Gi-kyu had a ball of thread in his hand. He didn't know what it was before. Sung-hoon explained at the time that it was an item that allowed one to be transported immediately to the gate entrance. It's an arachne thread. It was a gift from the head of the department, Shik. He said it should be used to escape from very strong monsters. Don't feel sorry for this thread. Life is the most precious thing in the world. Kim Gi-kyu didn't intend to use this thread until he obtained the panacea elixir. Something caught our hero's attention. Suspicious sounds were coming from the forest. Kim Gi-kyu said that he could hear a little girl's voice. Lu said it was very strange and advised the host not to go there. Kim Gi-kyu said, if it is a trap, it is not unreasonable to check it. Traps are set to be checked. Ignoring it may result in greater danger later. Lu said there was logic in that. Elle remarked that it's up to the host to decide. There was indeed a girl in the woods who was screaming loudly and calling for help. Kim Giku saw a girl tied to a tree. She was begging for someone to rescue her. The protagonist thought this was strange. What was such a young girl doing in the gate area? She reminded him of his sister, Yu Jung, although it might be a trap like a hallucination or mimicry. Our hero suddenly remembered the sea devil who trapped small fish. Thinking hard, the boy decided it would be best to pretend he hadn't seen her. There were too many oddities here. Lu noticed that he favored such a decision. The girl apologized to her mother for not being able to find money for treatment. Lu noticed that the owner was trying to pick up on it. Even a child wouldn't fall for that. Kim Giku couldn't help himself, drew his sword and ran up to the girl and freed her by cutting the ropes. The girl thanked and explained that she had mistakenly split up with her team. The girl's name was Young Soo Young. Her unique ability was skill enhancement. Even a 10-year-old child can become a player if he or she develops the right skills. Although it is not easy for adults to join the team. However, there are not so many reinforcement skill owners, so it is worth it. Had she really been brought to such a dangerous place? Kim Giku handed the girl a box and said it was a kit for setting up a safety zone. It has a small level, so they don't work for more than a day, but it would help her. Young Soo Jung asked if her uncle could take her with him. Kim Giku replied that she herself knows that players have to be responsible for their own lives. There is nothing else he can do to help. Soo Young asked once more and said that she could be a good helper, and could be helpful. The girl added that she is a recent player, and her level is low. She simply said that she had a unique ability. Soo Young added that she was promised a lot of money if she went with them. Kim Giku remarked that his goal was to clear the gate, and he would not be returning. Our hero added that it would be very dangerous. He is ready to share the reward, but he will not be able to give the elixir. Kim Giku realized that he had no choice, and said that if Soo Jung was in his way, he would put her on another team. It's not like he's her guardian. Kim Giku thought it was much easier to hunt with an assistant. It's not because of his sick mother or Yu Jung. A new monster has appeared, a giant ant with huge claws. Kim Giku shouted for Soo Jung to activate the reinforcement. Our hero's legs poured with strength, and he felt the tension building. Kim Giku made a dash forward and stood up to deliver multiple sword strikes to his opponent as he approached. The system reported that Lu was absorbing the blood of the poison ant, the poison resistance increasing. It had been 2 weeks since Soo Jung had joined our hero. He immediately felt that hunting had become much easier. Soo Young said that her level had increased again. Kim Giku congratulated the girl on that. Soo Young smiled and said that she would be able to catch up with him very soon. Kim Giku expressed doubt. Kim Giku said to the girl to be quiet. He sensed something. The boy cautiously approached the fence. Looking out from behind cover, our hero saw many people. It was a large guild that was led by an American top Iron Shield ranker. This was the Iron Shield Guild. Kim Giku thought that if it was a top ranker, surely he must have sensed his presence. If these people think he's secretly following them, they might attack him. We have to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, something huge slammed into the ground near our hero. A column of dust rose up. When the dust cleared, Kim Giku saw a huge weapon sticking out of the ground in front of him. Iron Shield looked in the direction he threw the weapon. The aide inquired why the guildmaster launched the Callion. Iron Shield thought he might have gotten the wrong person. There was no one else near the Callion. Kim Giku and Soo Jung managed to run away and hide in the cave. The girl wondered why they ran away. After all, they had done nothing wrong. Kim Giku replied that if they had met under normal circumstances, there would have been nothing wrong. But now they look like spies. There is a danger of a surprise attack, so such a thing is forbidden between players. However, such surprise attacks were rare, although large guilds had many enemies. Kim Giku held out water to the girl and told her to drink it. Soo Jung asked, "What are they going to do now? Should they run as far away as possible?" Kim Giku replied that they won't run away. They will keep a short distance and follow the trail. Kim Giku said it's even better that their paths crossed with a strong team. It makes it more likely that they are on the right track. Kim Giku showed his companion the mark. It turns out that they were right to follow this guild. Thanks to the Iron Guild, there were no monsters and all the traps had been destroyed. Now the first thing left to do was to find the monster boss's room. The guy looked around, but Soo Jung was nowhere to be found. Where had that girl gone? Our hero stood in indecision. Kim Giku felt that the swords he was holding were extremely anxious. Lu and Elle told their master to immediately run for cover. However, it was too late. Iron Shield had crept up unnoticed. Iron Shield grabbed our hero by the hair and asked who sent him. Ranker asked, "Who was this spy? How did he manage to deceive?" Kim Giku tried to explain in English that he was not a spy. He was a hunter who had purposely infiltrated the gate. Iron Shield wondered, Couldn't this guy understand English? The aide said that this spy might be faking it. The commander said he would find out now and invited Rogers in. Rogers was a famous player whose entry into the Iron Guild was talked about everywhere. An American of Korean descent, Rogers Han. Kim Giku concluded that Iron Shield realized that the Korean in front of him. Rogers said hello to Kim Giku and asked if the guy had heard of him. After all, he is famous in Korea. Rogers added that he realized the Korean in front of him by the writing on his backpack. There were only expensive items. Rogers said that his head was in a bad mood, so he shouldn't take offense at the rude greeting. Kim Giku thought that since they sent Rogers, they were willing to negotiate with him. The man wondered why the Korean was spying on them. How had he fooled their leader's discernment? Kim Giku replied that it was a misunderstanding. He's not a spy. He came here to hunt as an ordinary player without any guild. Our hero added that he didn't intend to deceive anyone. He thought that these people knew and allowed by default. Rogers pulled out a dagger, gleaming in the sun, and swung it. The opponent with a swing plunged the knife into the stomach of our hero and wondered why it was so soft. Rogers said this guy is messing with him, and he needs to find out why he's here. The negotiator suggested that Kim Giku was after the elixir. A man reports to Iron Shield that this Korean has an unusual sword. You can't see the information window, but it's too blunt and not even capable of cutting through orc skin. The commander said we should take this sword to the workshop when we get back. We should keep it for now. The aide said that compared to the sacred sword Kalian, it is a simple iron stick. Rogers printed out a vial of the mixture and said the expensive potion makes recovery faster. The villain poured the potion on the young man's wound and said that you could wound him again and again, but he would not die. Rogers added that these potions are for a special occasion, which is why they help him use them. Rogers wanted the guy to tell him the whole truth about whose spy he was. Kim Giku stated that he cheated about the hunt, but he's really here alone. The protagonist got a slap on the wrist. Rogers said he was being cheated again. They already checked this guy's stats while he was unconscious. And he's holding a regular rope, not a player item. Does this trickster mean to say he can't untie some rope? Here, however, was a bull face without help. The guildmaster called Rogers over to him. He said that we should take a break and then continue. At parting, Rogers punched our hero in the stomach with all his might. The young man cried out in pain and sank to his knees. Rogers remarked that this guy had better think about what behavior would be wiser for him. Kim Giku thought that he would never brag, because he had always been painfully aware of his imperfection compared to Dae-shik, attacking a maze with zero probability of passing. On the one hand, our hero thought it was impossible, but in the back of his mind he couldn't get rid of the hope that he might succeed. Everything Kim Giku believed in was just borrowed power, and when his weapon was taken away from him, he was completely helpless. Someone looked at the protagonist through his fingers, measuring the distance to him. The distance was about 2 kilometers. The girl noticed that she would have to search for some time in the area of the base. She turned to the masked woman and asked her what she would do. 27 finger amputations, 63 cuts, 121 through and puncture wounds. After the 200th time, our hero vomited and stopped counting. It had been 3 days since Kim Giku had grabbed the Iron Guild. The guildmaster said this guy was a beast. If he was a higher level, it would make sense to recruit him. The commander told Bruce to bring his sword. Bruce wondered if the conversation was about 2 swords. The guildmaster said 1 would suffice. The squad leader said that he wanted to melt this sword, but now he has changed his mind. We must honor this man's courage. He will be destroyed by his own sword. The guildmaster took the sword and said that they would place a tombstone on the young man and bury him at the gate that would go down in history. After all, it is an honorable death for a player. The opponent, holding his sword in his hand, said that he would dispatch this fellow properly. The guildmaster plunged his sword into our hero's stomach. Kim Giku flinched in surprise. The connection to the ego of Lu was restored. Kim Giku felt a surge of strength and broke the ropes binding his hands. The boy intercepted his sword and lunged towards his opponent. Not a moment later, Kim Giku held his sword in his hands and rested it on his opponent's chest. The astonished guildmaster grabbed his opponent's sword with his hand. Iron Shield said that this guy was hiding his strength. He had just sensed the Demon King's energy, and it was definitely worthy of interest. Kim Giku didn't put his sword away and told his opponent not to move. Iron Shield asked, how was Kim Giku able to deceive his clairvoyance after all? It was impossible even for a Demon King. Kim Giku thought, if this is the case, we'll have to use it. A masked woman initiated the attack. Artemis's arrow appeared in the air and pierced through Iron Shield's hand. The guildmaster wondered, could it really be Athena? The masked woman said that was the correct answer. It had been a long time since she had met Iron Shield. Iron Shield clenched his fist and broke the arrow into 2 pieces. The young man wondered if this could be taken as a declaration of war on the Iron Guild. Athena laughed and said that Iron Shield was getting better at making jokes. The woman added, "Was there a time when they didn't fight?" The guildmaster drew his sword from behind his back and stuck it into the ground in front of him. After that, the earth shook and an explosion was formed. The blast wave damaged everything around him. Our hero even covered himself with his hands to avoid the effects of the explosion. "Iron Shield!" shouted Rogers, leaving the spy alive for now. The guildmaster was determined and said that he would put an end to this confrontation today. Iron Shield raised his sword above his head and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Even from afar, it could be seen that there was a great confrontation between the warring factions in the gorge. Rogers said that just those sounds alone already make it scary. They sound like monsters. It sounds like a battle of the gods. The protagonist felt unwell, but he continued to hold his sword in his hand and watched Rogers warily. Rogers said it was enough for him to just stand still, though the guildmaster ordered that the young man be caught alive. Our hero did not even have time to notice how Rogers was at his back. The opponent said that this guy had found out about his essence, so he couldn't let him live. Rogers attacked our hero, but Brunhart reflected the accumulated damage. The opponent couldn't understand how this kid was able to avoid his attack. When the smoke cleared, Rogers was deactivated and lying motionless on the ground. The damage that can be absorbed by the Brunhart has exceeded the limit. The Brunhart has been destroyed. Kim Giku walked over to his lying opponent and swung his sword over him. Rogers opened his eyes and told the young man to spare him. Kim Giku did what he had to do. He plunged his sword into his opponent's chest. When Iron Shield struck, our hero immediately transformed Lu into an accessory. So the wounds were shallow, but the effects from the reflection were too great. The blood didn't stop. Our hero heard a woman's voice asking if he was okay. The guy opened his eyes and saw a girl in front of him. "Was it really Yujong?" The girl asked. "What is he talking about? After all, it's her, Sujong. Su-young says she'll save this guy and give him the elixir." The girl wondered what Kim Giku would be able to give her in return in that case. Will he be able to give his life or be her brother forever? Kim Giku said that he must destroy Iron Shield and defeat the Iron Guild. Su-young said that they could definitely come to an agreement in the future. Kim Giku told the girl that his sword is now in the possession of an old man with a white mustache. Su-jung wondered how many more additional conditions this guy would have. A man with glasses appeared nearby and said that this guy was funny. The girl added that he was even funnier up close. Sometimes it seems like he's kind, when in fact he's evil inside, but he suppresses it. Su-jung asked the man with glasses if he saw that guy plunging his sword into Rogers. He didn't just act in a fit of anger. Su-young added that he was aiming at a vital organ. He acted very cold-bloodedly. The girl noticed that this man performed all his actions without the slightest hesitation. The man asked the girl what she was going to do with this guy. "He has a dangerous wound, but not a bad level. If we leave him here, he can heal himself and survive." The girl said she would just leave him. If he survived, then that was fate. She wasn't going to destroy him anyway. The girl added that revenge is sweeter when it is ripe. The man announced that the Demon King had arrived. The girl remarked that the nickname had been coined by ignorant people. The girl turned into a woman and said that she was the one who would destroy the Demon King. Kim Giku found himself in his own dream, a nightmare that had plagued him for 5 years. After meeting Lu, that nightmare didn't bother him anymore. The guy wondered why he had a well scoop in his hand. The young man thought he was able to overcome the wall, but is still inside the well. The protagonist thought that now even his dream was mocking him. Kim Giku thought he was just lucky to have caught the rope. But even at the top, he didn't climb up by his own strength. A creature appeared near our hero and stated that they just broke the connection for a while. But until when will the guy behave this way? Why didn't he use the power that was lent to him? How are the others different from him? All he has now is his power. He must acquire it by effort or by luck. El told his master that he was right. Our hero didn't understand anything yet. The glowing girl with wings said that her strength was his strength. No need to be discouraged. Kim Giku opened his eyes and got up from the ground. The man with glasses saw that the boy had woken up. Our hero wondered who was in front of him. Is he really related to the Demon King? The man with glasses said he found the sword the young man was talking about. Kim Giku checked the communication with Ella and Lu. The connection had been established. The man said the young man should lie down a little longer. His wounds were healed, but he shouldn't move yet. Kim Giku raised his head and saw a girl above him with a glowing energy halo around her. Kim Giku asked, "What is that?" The man said it was a Legion commander. This is the first time the young man has seen such a thing, isn't it? A huge monster in armor appeared in front of our hero. The man said that it was the master of the Labyrinth. It was Harriand, the gatekeeper. Kim Giku couldn't believe that this was what he was going to fight. The man said it was more complicated than that. The girl looked at the monster on fire. The man with glasses told Kim Giku to come over to him, or else, if he got sucked in, he might die. The man told the guy to stand behind him. The man with glasses clenched his fist with such force that blood protruded from it and dripped onto the ground. After the blood was on the ground, a huge dome formed over these people. Kim Giku said that they were now inside the blood dome. The man with glasses remarked that this young man knows a lot. Flying monsters appeared around the gatekeeper. The woman floated in the air, and a powerful energy emanated from her. The monsters rushed towards her. The woman had a unique ability, the black flame. A powerful weapon appeared in front of this woman, tongues of black flames surrounding her. Behind Garion's back was a gateway. A huge sword and black flames rose to the heavens. After the confrontation, only a deep, long trench remained in the area, indicating the extent of what had happened. In the reward room, our hero received what he was most interested in. Lu and El congratulated the host. Kim Giku thought that he was actually able to do it, but it was preceded by many different events, and it was impossible to believe what was happening. Our hero was more confused than pleased. The woman said that she had fulfilled her promise. Looking at our hero, the woman said that there was still revenge left, but he didn't want to destroy absolutely everyone, right? Kim Giku asked, "Is Sujong her real name?" The woman confirmed and added that she was also Korean. The elixir also ended up with Sujong and the man with glasses, Bal. Sujong gave her elixir to our hero. The young man wondered why she was doing that. Sujong recalled the Iron Guild's revenge aid. That's the terms of the contract. Kim Giku may think that everything is connected. Sujong noticed that now the young man's body was badly damaged. There were parts that couldn't be healed by the potion. The elixir will help to recover. Sujong noticed that from the beginning, her target was not the elixir, but the Legion commander. All the more reason to have another one. It will be an investment of sorts. Kim Giku thought that now he had easily gotten something he was willing to die for. Our hero decided not to compare himself to others anymore, because he should just become stronger. Kim Giku asked what Sujong wanted in return. He doesn't think she's giving the elixir away for nothing. The guy added, "Does she really want him to be her eternal slave?" Sujong smiled and said that wasn't exactly true. The woman offered our hero to become her apprentice. Kim Giku was naturally surprised at the offer. Sujong noticed that he was weak right now, and there was no use for him. He might come to her when he passes the 50th floor. That's when she's ready to deal with him. Sujong gave our hero a certain thing and said it was a sign of agreement and a means of communication. Right now, this thing has no powers or functions, but the world looks as they know it. The woman advised the guy to try to learn as much as possible. Sujong noticed that Kim Giku's swords looked rather unusual. With a little time left before the enemy closes in, she can tell how to enhance one of those swords. Sujong said that you have to drink the elixir first. It's quite a dangerous way. You have to do everything perfectly. Sujong decided to teach the first lesson to her future student. The protagonist found himself on a battlefield in the middle of a forest, where explosions were everywhere and there was a lot of smoke. Elle told the master that this girl was dangerous after all. She couldn't be trusted. Lu thought Elle was crazy. Kim Giku pointed his sword at Iron Shield and didn't realize what he was even doing. Iron Shield said it was the Demon King's jokes. She destroyed the boss in an instant. The Demon King said that it didn't belong to the Iron Shield. Whoever got there first did. Soo-young shouted for her student to act and did as she said. Our hero thought that there was a reason why her nickname was Demon King. Is this a human? Kim Gi-kyu thrust his sword forward, shouted in English, and prepared to attack the Iron Shield. The opponent's eyes glared furiously. Kim Gi-kyu couldn't believe that he had actually done it. The enraged Iron Shield rushed at our hero, swinging his huge sword. The opponent said that Kim Gi-kyu has changed now. Is he now the Demon King's errand boy, or is that what he used to be? Getting closer and closer to Kim Gi-kyu, the opponent said that this guy was finished. However, after Kim Gi-kyu drank the elixir that Soo-jung gave him, the system reported that the player had recovered. The guy then said he didn't feel any change. Maybe it got a little better. Soo-young said it was natural. His capabilities and potential had changed. The woman added that the physical changes will be minor. However, this small difference between life and death will manifest itself in battle. Right now, all the change he could feel was the ability to see and react better. In other words, the resolution of the senses has increased. Kim Gi-kyu dodged the Iron Shield's attack. Before that, the movements of the opponent were elusive to our hero. But now, though indistinctly, he began to distinguish them little by little. Soo-young calmly watched her future student's actions. The woman congratulated him. He was one step closer to a top ranker. It was just as the Demon King had said. However, he was not yet on the same level as Iron Shield. A novice who had just started his journey could not compare to a great warrior. He had only dodged a blow once. It wasn't even a matter of carelessness. Our hero took this battle seriously. Iron Shield was relaxed because he was strong. As for that one strike, he must have already assessed the situation himself. The woman said there are enough clues for our hero in this fight. His stature, his connections, his elixir. If Iron Shield has figured out what's up, he'll attack even more fiercely. The power of Kalion's sacred sword was activated. Iron Shield actually took this fight more seriously. Soo-jung told the young man not to be afraid, but just act. Kim Giku once again repelled the opponent's attack. The Lord of the Sacred Sword, El, awakens his abilities. He absorbs the skills of the Sacred Sword, Kaleon. Iron Shield didn't realize what was happening. The takeover was complete. It seems that an attack that could not be prevented has been blocked. While the opponent is confused by the loss of his sword power, you need to quickly increase the distance. Kim Gi-kyu moved to a safe distance away. Lastly, the young man decided to use the arachne thread that he could use to get out of the gate. Kim Gi-kyu tossed a ball of thread, and the thread wrapped around the young man. Iron Shield, realizing that something was amiss, tried to attack again. However, it was useless, and the protagonist disappeared. Surong asked the furious young man, was the Iron Shield now willing to talk to her? Sung-hoon drove up and saw Kim Gi-kyu resting near the gate. The guard helped him bring his mother home. You can't drink the elixir in the hospital. Our hero's friends managed to talk to Ode-shik. They agreed to meet when Kim Gi-kyu returns to the country. Kim Gi-kyu thanked Mr. Sung-hoon for his help. The guard said that in that case, if he was no longer needed, he would decline. The woman opened her eyes and saw her son in front of her. Is it really Kim Gi-kyu? Kim Gi-kyu took his mom's hand and said that he was him. The young man asked her how she was feeling. The woman told her son that she missed him very much. Mom added that she really wanted to see him one last time. She thanked him for coming. Kim Gi-kyu said for Mom not to worry. Everything will be fine now. The woman continued to hold her son's hand and said she had wanted to talk to him for a long time. Kim Gi-kyu felt his mother's hand weaken, and he shouted for her to bear with him for a while. The boy quickly opened the vial of elixir and began pouring it into his mother's mouth. The woman's face began to change, and something resembling a blush appeared. Kim Gi-kyu thought that everything would be all right now. The young man spent the entire night lying on the floor beside his mother's bed. Lu said there was nothing surprising about that. He had been through a lot in the past 24 hours. Él expresó la esperanza de que todo estaría bien. Though it threatened to be dangerous, the fact that he'd gotten even more involved with her. Lu remarked that there was nothing they could do anyway. Kim Gi-kyu needs to rest and recover first. The night passed without complications or changes. The young man was so tired that he did not even move. The woman opened her eyes. A violet hue was noticeable in them, just like Soo-jung's eyes. The girl tried to call, but the caller did not answer. She was angry. I can't get through to him for a month, and he only sent one message. Now he won't pick up the phone. The girl decided to come home quickly and give her brother a showdown. Now he's in trouble. Yoo-jung opened the door and yelled for her brother not to joke with her anymore. He called her home, but he wouldn't pick up the phone. She even had to skip an extra class. The woman told Yoo-jung to keep quiet. Her brother is sleeping in the room. She asked if her daughter was hungry. Yoo-jung couldn't believe her eyes. Was it really Mom standing in front of them? There was food cooking on the stove, which was often the food my mother cooked for her children. Kim Gi-kyu opened his eyes. He was already lying on the pillow. Something seemed painfully familiar to him, and he felt a sensation from his childhood. Kim Gi-kyu raised himself up and rubbed his eyes. He could smell his mom's soup. He wondered if he was about to open the door and see what he had risked his life for, what he had dreamed of. Kim Gi-kyu thought he was about to walk into the room, smile, say hello, and pretend it was business as usual. Kim Gi-kyu came out of the room and asked if Mom had gotten enough sleep. The boy wondered, who was the woman in front of him? Mom said, finally the son woke up. The woman looked much younger than the day before. Mom said she was just about to make their favorite dinner and offered to sit down. Yoo-jung said her brother was even more surprised. A favorite and almost forgotten food was eaten without leftovers. My sister wondered if Kim Gi-kyu went to the gate that was mentioned in the news and bypassed all the top players. It turns out my brother got the elixir, my mom drank it and got younger. The young man admitted that he himself did not know there would be such an effect. Yoo-jung added that she doesn't know whether to be surprised, happy, or cry, although she already cried already. Her sister asked that her brother get her one of those elixirs too. The woman said her son had worked very hard for her and apologized for that. Kim Gi-kyu said to Mom not to even think like that. Besides, it wasn't hard for him to do that. The man said that her son could do a lot more. The mother offered the guests to have lunch together, as he had not come here for a long time. Dae-shik thanked and said he came for a while. He needed to talk to Kim Giku. Kim Giku thanked the woman for the gift and told Dae-shik to be sure to stop by and thank her for taking care of her son. At the restaurant, Dae-shik placed an order for 4 and ordered another bottle of vodka. Dae-shik, excusing himself, said he drinks during the day because he can't resist such a great appetizer. Dae-shik asked how Kim Giku was able to obtain the elixir. Kim Giku responded by asking if the person he was talking to liked his mom. Dae-shik definitely didn't expect such a question. Kim Giku wondered why Dae-shik was suddenly blushing. Our hero says that he's guessed this before. He knows that Dae-shik took care of her while he wasn't around, and he knows it wasn't because she got younger. Kim Giku added that he's okay with it. The young man noticed that if he had someone like Dae-shik by his mother's side, he wouldn't be ashamed in front of his father. Back to the main conversation. Our hero asked his interlocutor if he had brought a dome generator. Dae-shik said he had one in his car. After Dae-shik listened to our hero's story, he angrily jumped up from his seat and said he wanted their address. He would blow the whistle. Kim Giku asked his colleague to calm down. Kim Giku thanked for that reaction and said that there was no need to be so angry. He added that he would destroy those scoundrels from the Iron Guild with his own hands. Dae-shik remarked that revenge should also be taken wisely. Kim Giku said that if they were talking about revenge, he owed him another debt, and asked what happened to the 4th floor custodian. Dae-shik said that a squad of S-rank had gone there the day before to destroy it. There were only 37 people, 70% of which were C-rank players. With this level, they can even take out the guardian of the 30th floor. Perhaps a completion report will be coming soon. The player tried to run away from the monster chasing him. The S-rank squad was completely destroyed. The most important thing now was to check the condition of Kim Giku and his mother after they drank the elixir. There was no way to do that in a normal hospital. The assistant said Dae-shik didn't have to worry about that. Along with the elixir came a reward, a yellow crystal. As the young man had asked, half of the value was given to the head of the department. The aide added that Dae-shik had refused until the last minute. I had to add the words that Kim Giku didn't want to be in his debt anymore. The department head pretended to give up and took it. Young added that if you subtract all taxes and other spending, that leaves about 20 billion. Sung-hoon added that regarding a new home where Kim Giku can come with his family, there are several options on the riverbank. Sung-hoon remarked that he has taken all the wishes into consideration as much as possible, so it's only worth it to make a decision and see all the options. Kim Giku wondered how come Sung-hoon is also choosing a house for his family. Sung-hoon remarked that on the orders of the boss, Dae-shik would be the personal secretary of player Kim Giku from today. The car stopped in the Dongdaemun neighborhood. Sung-hoon took the suitcases out of the trunk and said he had prepared everything as requested. But where is Kim Giku going to spend 8 billion in cash? Kim Giku said his armor has fallen apart. He needs to pay off his debts and buy new equipment. Kim Giku thought of that grandfather, the blacksmith, and realized that his equipment wasn't cheap. The blacksmith was minding his favorite business when the room was entered. The grandson told the grandfather they had a visitor. Sung-hoon helped carry the suitcases and said he would wait for Kim Giku upstairs. The old man said this guy had changed in a matter of months. Kim Giku inquired how the blacksmith had lived all this time. The old man replied that he was doing well, and he had received the money that the young man had sent through the agent. The old man added that he had read the letter, which was very much like a will. The blacksmith admitted that he didn't expect to see the boy again. He was about to forgive his debt and contribute to the funeral. Kim Giku said that he came to pay the rest of the debt. Kim Giku said that Brunhart saved his life and died. Smith remarked that this is what it was designed for, so there is no reason to grieve. Although the fate of the weapon is sad. Yu Jung, stretching, asked where mom and brother were going. Kim Giku noted that his sister was already awake. Kim Giku reminded his sister that he and his mother were going to the hospital for a checkup. Yu Jung looked at him more closely and noted that he had grown considerably. Sung-hoon said that player Kim Giku is like a real model. Should he try his hand at show business? Sung-hoon wondered how Kim Giku could grow 3 centimeters in a day. His muscle mass had also increased. It seemed that this elixir really wasn't easy. It looks insignificant, but it's a significant change. The young man used to exercise non-stop until he lost his pulse to get stronger, but for some reason, muscle growth stopped after waking up. The man said the results of the examination were ready. By the standards of 25 years ago, Kim Giku could have broken all Olympic records. Kim Giku wondered why he was being told about standards from 25 years ago. That's even before he was born. Sung-hoon said to Kim Giku not to be surprised. Magic power stats and their working power match the potential of a top SS-ranked ranker. Sung-hoon noticed the young man's usual reaction. Kim Giku noticed that he was told not to be surprised. Daishik walked into the room and said that Kim Gi-kyu's mother is quite healthy, her muscle strength at the level of an average adult. Daishik added that although she was an ordinary person, she could use items. Daishik remarked that he would give details later, since he had come here on another matter. The department head asked if Kim Gi-kyu was hunting right now. The young man admitted that he was resting for now. Ella was still absorbing Kalion's power. Daishik asked when Kim Gi-kyu would start hunting again. The young man replied that it would be after the weekend. Daishik told Kim Gi-kyu to make time next week. Our hero wondered why that was necessary. Daishik replied that the C-rank squad was out of contact. A B-rank squad is being assembled now to send them out next week. Kim Gi-kyu realized that the 4th floor guardian was still at large. Daishik speculated that this monster preys on players and gains power at their expense. The number of B-rank squad members is 30. The raid consists of 60% B-rank players. The player, Kim Gi-kyu, also entered this row after drinking the elixir, although his level did not increase. Daishik said to have Kim Gi-kyu pass the official level determination committee. Now you don't have to worry about the items. Physical skills are at a D-rank level. If you take potential into account, you can get about B-rank. B-rank is above the 100th level. Daishik noticed that potential was only in words, but in reality, it was all about magic and real power. One only has to look at those who have unique abilities. It turns out that the level doesn't make much sense. The most important thing is the characterization boost. Most people think that level is not important. Especially lately, the level is not checked because of privacy protection. Kim Gi-kyu asked if he gets a new level, will it be noticeable? Daishik replied that if a tutorial fighter who can't level up gets a B rank, it will be immediately noticeable. Daishik remarked that there might be a little controversy either way. He wouldn't be able to stop the rumors from spreading about the birth of a new top ranker. Our hero didn't mind the popularity, but he was just being watched by the Iron Guild. He didn't want to flash in front of them. Daishik thought it was being overly cautious, but if that's what the guy wanted to do, there was nothing he could do about it. Daishik said that he couldn't arbitrarily hand over the level, it wasn't in his power. The department head was confident that Kim Gi-kyu would pass the test. Everyone knows that level has a strong influence on attitude. Daishik showed the list of guild members who would be going on the expedition. Kim Gi-kyu could join the guild temporarily and sign up for the raid, right? Kim Gi-kyu wondered, who would take a newcomer from the outside? Plus, if he leaves right after the raid, he'll just be put on the drop list, which will affect his reputation. The young man introduced himself as the raid leader, Kim Do-hai of the Child Guild. He was the deputy guildmaster. Kim Do-hai said that as soon as they check out all the contestants, they will leave right away. Kim Gi-kyu thanked the leader for receiving him, guessing that it was not easy. The young man smiled and remarked that he was the one apologizing for not being able to help in any other way. Their guild's reserve power was only C rank. Kim Gi-kyu said he had a lot of help. He is already grateful for not being a porter. If the opportunity arises, he can even take part in the battle. The team commander said he couldn't guarantee there would be important people there. One participant asked if it was true that Captain Kim Dong-hae would be getting the A rank soon. From this rank, a player is considered a top ranker, so Kim Dong-hae is also an important face. One of the participants said that Kim Gi-kyu's guide had become better looking. Our hero wondered, why the compliments? Another player said it was rude to tell the conductor. Kim Gi-kyu thought, has he really changed that much? Lu said that the atmosphere had changed. Now the host was starting to make an impression. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had mined one skill on the 5th floor, and his influence must have been affected. The player said he was jealous. Is there really such a skill as well? He would like to get such an ability too. The young men held minor conversations for a while longer, at which point another group of players appeared. Fierce-looking players in identical robes stared intently at their opponents. Kim Dong-hae said for the search team to start looking for the keeper, the rest can rest for now. Our hero and the other members of the expedition squatted on the lawn. Sung-pil was an archer, Han-yul was a mage. Sung-woo is a swordsman, Chae-won is a tanker. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why the guild was called Morning Star. It's not like anyone even uses them. Sung-woo said that Sung-pil came up with the name because of the guide. The time Kim Gi-kyu ran out of the cave to call for help, he was recognized as the best level 1 player, and a light like the morning star emanated from him at that moment. Kim Gi-kyu said it's okay to address him as you, since he's no longer a guide. The young man said that Kim Gi-kyu is the same age as Seokwu, so he will call him Hyun if he doesn't mind. One of the strangers said the world had really changed. He thought he was on a picnic. Kim Gi-kyu asked the companion who they were. The young man replied that it was a B-ranked player, Namyong Suk from the Brother Guild. That's the main guild in this raid. Our hero inquired who they were. The interlocutor replied that they were quite famous. The Brother Guild lives by the principle of natural selection and values only strength. This guild values tradition, hierarchy, and loyalty. The leader of the brothers wondered, was it really the S-rank in front of them? The leader of the brothers repeated, "Are these people really on a picnic? Do they really think they're worth anything if they're in a B-rank raid?" He added that opponents should be more nimble than the rest and talk less. At the very least, they should bring more value than the porters. Brothers decided it was boring and stepped aside. The young man apologized to Kim Giku. After all, because of them he was in an unpleasant situation. Kim Dong-hai looked at our hero anxiously. Kim Giku was beyond furious. Ella asked Master to calm down. Lu was surprised. Did Master really want to destroy them? We have to keep our cool. Kim Giku didn't understand what was happening to him. This situation was annoying, but not enough to make him furious. Could it be the effects of torture? The squad leader assumed there had been some sort of skirmish here. Kim Dong-hae said he was not going to interrogate anyone, but as the leader of the expedition, he should assess the situation. Kim Giku replied that there was a small quarrel, therefore he has a request. Our hero said that he would like to fight the player Namyong Suk. He feels it would be better to resolve this problem before the battle begins. The expedition leader wondered if Kim Giku could handle it, because the difference between C rank and B rank is not just one step. Kim Giku said he knows that, so he has an additional condition. With his C rank, he is Morning Star's reserve force. Brother Guild, B rank, the main raid team. But real combat power is much more important than formal ranks. Kim Giku added, if he wins, he asks to change the guild formation. He apologized to his colleague for not consulting him, but asked for trust. The leader of the brothers wondered. What were they doing there without them? What good would it do them? Kim Giku said that if the opponent wins, he will pay him 500 million. That's not a bad condition, is it? The brothers began to discuss whether they would be deceived. They came to the conclusion that no one would cheat in front of witnesses. Kim Dong-hae thought that as a leader he should stop these riots. On the other hand, if his senses were not deceiving him, there might not be a better opportunity for a test. The commander approved the duel as raid leader. Kim Dong-hae said that the use of weapons or powerful attacks is prohibited. If either side admits defeat, the fight ends immediately. The companion held his swords and looked longingly at Kim Giku. Our hero mentally asked Lu, would this distance be enough? The sword replied that it was enough. As the bowl grows, the communication range will increase. Ella asked the host to use caution in any case. The opponent said this guy can attack first. A quick win is too boring for him. Kim Giku thought that the opponent probably had a B rank. Judging from his physique, he was a typical melee enforcer or tank. The protagonist decided to test the speed attack first. He trusted his wits more than a meaningless analysis of the battle. Kim Giku clenched his fist, swung, took aim, and prepared to strike. At the same time, the opponent didn't even flinch. Is he really so confident in his strength? Or did he have a counterattack skill that could be activated instantly? As he approached, our hero thought it was too late to retract his fist. As soon as the opponent launched a counterattack, he would have to dodge instantly and prepare for the next blow. Kim Giku punched his opponent in the chest with a left jab. The punch was swift and very powerful. The brother's breathing hitched, and he flew far backward, panting. The man was incapacitated and lay on his back, not moving. There was even foam coming out of his mouth. There was silence all around. No one had expected such a swift outcome. Kim Dong-hee announced that the winner was Kim Giku. The hero's companions rejoiced. His rivals were distraught and could not believe what was happening. Colleagues wondered, when did Kim Giku become so strong? What is his level? The expedition leader thought it was impossible to follow this player's actions with a glance. It looks like player Kim Giku will be the most significant figure of this raid. Kim Dong-hae called attention to the fact that the search party had returned. You could tell by the look of the players. Something extraordinary had happened. It was reported to the president of the association that a B-rank expedition had been assembled on an emergency basis and had set out on the raid this morning. The president of the association told the department head, the training area in the basement of the association building, the portal between the countries, at the hospital for the association's employees, and Secretary Ho Sung-hoon. The president added that Daeshik is giving too many favors to a player who is not a member of their organization. I would like to hear an explanation. Kim Giku and his colleagues, having drawn their swords, prepared to resist. Player profession is in last place in terms of survivability. This is something you have to get used to, even if you don't want to. However, when there are only predators around, in their eyes man becomes just prey. And this is not an easy thing to get used to. A huge monster, flashing its eyes, attacked the rescue team. The expedition commander applied a hydraulic cut, striking the monster. Orders have been received for all raid members to engage this monster. This time, the tactic of attack was simple. A preemptive attack by the raid leader was to signal the start of the operation. The leader deals damage with the strongest skill while trying to get the keeper's attention. After that, tanks entered the battle and the earthen wall was activated. Then came the stone shields. With the simultaneous use of defense skills, they were able to repel the monster's attack. Next, the carriers below D rank entered the fray. They had to throw the explosive objects they brought with them over the fence. They were assisted by long-range fighters using their firearm skills. According to this tactic, the monster receives maximum damage. In this case, the monster was attacked from all sides. This is a simple but effective strategy. It always brings positive results. However, in this raid, Giku said it was best to keep a low profile for now and assess the situation first. One of my colleagues wondered, why such recommendations? They have already determined the positions of the main forces. This tactic has a significant disadvantage. If it fails, it can be a chaotic battle. It is difficult to predict how the monster will behave in a situation where it is attacked from all sides. The monster behaved unconventionally, and there were casualties in the ranks of the players. One of the wounded asked a comrade to cover him. The colleague used an elixir to restore health and minimize the damage done. Not even 5 minutes into the battle, but there were already many wounded among the players. One of the warriors said that the leader of the expedition, Kim Dong-hai, is impressive today. He dared to stand up to such a huge monster. Kim Dong-hai really wasn't afraid and went one-on-one against the giant monster. The expedition commander once again applied the fracturing and attacked the monster. The monster's wounds healed quickly. Its regeneration was at the level of a guardian of the upper floors. The order came. The first and second teams to change positions. The reserve team to prepare for the explosion. One of his colleagues told our hero that it was time for them to intervene as well. Giku replied that he understood. The protagonist drew his swords and moved right into the epicenter of the battle. As he approached the monster, Giku began to understand its behavior. His hunch was correct. The companions wondered, how could Giku know anything about the monster if he had just finished a tutorial? Despite its menacing appearance, the monster moved like a normal orc. The only difference was in physical appearance and regeneration power. Giku recently made the right decision when he spent some of his money on a new outfit. This opponent was perfect for testing the strength of the new ego the hero had recently bonded with. The new equipment was called Hermes. With its help, it was possible to increase speed, reaching the maximum level in 3 minutes after activation. The expedition commander said that the monster recovers its strength too quickly. It is better to strike one powerful blow than to attack infinitely weakly. However, the monster's regeneration suddenly stopped. What's the reason? With the skill, the protagonist slowed healing and amplified the damage received by the enemy. Even the wounded monster continued to fight fiercely. The players began to think about changing their attack tactics. Giku thought that the monster was resisting being cornered. It's clearly getting weaker. The protagonist had anticipated all of this and was now striking, trying to inflict maximum damage by deftly using his swords. Giku approached the monster and made a wide horizontal sweep. But no matter how hard it tried to change its level, it was still an orc. This was the kind of opponent our hero could handle. The monster had been destroyed. Giku stood next to its motionless body. The people present could not believe that Giku was able to defeat this monster alone. He also destroyed the lowest demon, Ferris. Giku was genuinely surprised to learn that he was dealing with a demon. The cannibalism skill was activated. The monster's body began to shrink as if it was being devoured. Ferris was starting to turn into an ego. The system reported that Ferris' transformation into an ego had failed. The Ferris particles left over from the failed transformation had infiltrated Lu. Kim Dong-hai said that the players should take care of the wounded, and those who are not in the battle should clean up the squad's belongings. Positions on the borders cannot be relaxed. Everyone must be prepared to continue the battle. The squad leader stated that he wanted to talk to Giku in private. Giku thought, did the commander really want to question him about the sudden disappearance of Ferris's body? After all, even a dead bodyguard is of great value, especially since it disappeared without leaving any crystals or objects behind. Kim Dong-hai will probably demand an explanation from him, but Giku realized there was no proof of his guilt. The monster was unconventional from the beginning. I hope the commander won't make any hasty decisions. Kim Dong-hai said he would get right to the point. Would Giku want to join the Child Guild? Now our hero understood everything. It turns out that the leader of the expedition just wanted to invite him to his guild. Lu thought that the host must be pleased. The protagonist thanked for the offer. but added that they weren't planning on joining anything. He only joined the guild for the sake of participating in the raid. Kim Dong-hai received the answer with regret. However, he expressed his hope for further cooperation. Kim Gi-kyu asked Sung-pil's colleague why he didn't join the Kane guild that Sok-woo had founded. He had enough skills and talent. In such a guild, he would always be one of the winners. Sung-pil replied that he had no particular reason. The young man added that he just didn't want everyone to think that he had gotten in through an acquaintance. He wanted to do everything on his own. Sung-pil said that Kim Gi-kyu probably had quite a few offers from Seok-woo as well. The girl asked what the two were whispering about all the time. Tanker asked if Kim Gi-kyu would go to dinner with them, as there was a good place nearby. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he wouldn't go this time, because he had to get ready to move. Our hero added that he would go pack his things, and said goodbye to his colleagues. The young people wished each other good luck and agreed to meet again. Daeshik first sent the message, and then when we met him, he told our hero that the old man was interested in him. The department head adds that the president of the association wants to have dinner with Kim Gi-kyu. The hero remarked that this was a rather unexpected invitation. The president of the Players Association was legendary, a prominent personality lurking in the hunter world. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why such a person wanted to see him. And why is the meeting taking place at Daeshik's house? Daeshik confirmed that this is his house, and added, "The president himself wants to cook dinner. He has a hobby of cooking." Kim Gi-kyu wondered, why Daeshik's house? Meanwhile, the department head went inside and said hello to the old man. The old man, the one Daeshik had said hello to, said that he had finally returned. Daeshik looked at him reproachfully, saying, "Why does he sound like a character from a movie?" The old man replied that the young men were on time. Daeshik asked what was for dinner, as there didn't seem to be anything in the house. The man said that he had bought everything in advance, and that Daeshik could put out the dishes. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised to realize that he was the president of the Korean Players Association. The man told Daeshik that he was a mess and said that he should clean up once in a while. The head of the association extended his hand to our hero and asked if he was a Kim Gi-kyu player. Kim Gi-kyu, trying not to make eye contact, shook his hand and replied that he was glad to meet him. The head of the association also said he was very pleased. The hero introduced himself, still avoiding a direct look. The man introduced himself as the president of the Players Association and added that his name was Daegu. Kim Gi-kyu couldn't contain his surprise and looked him in the eye. He felt the pressure from his aura with his whole body. Not everyone could be the head of superhumans. Daeshik asked them to stop. It was their first time seeing each other after all. Kim Gi-kyu was amazed. The president of the association turned out to be Daeshik's father. Daegu invited everyone to the table and hoped they would enjoy the dinner. During the meal, the president said that he had heard a lot about Kim Gi-kyu from his son. It turned out that Daeshik was actively helping the young man using his official position. Daeshik asked his father not to discuss such topics while eating. The boy might get indigestion. Daegu assured that the food was excellent and there would be no indigestion. Either way, it's something that needs to be talked about. The president of the association said he wanted to make a proposal and asked if Kim Gi-kyu was willing to hear it. He offered the young man a job in the association. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had already talked to Daeshik and that he didn't want to join. Daegu clarified that it was not about joining, but about the possibility of becoming a mercenary of the association. Already after dinner, the hero thought that, despite the president's words, he had not pressured him at all. Daeshik explained that his father wanted to show that Kim Gi-kyu could always rely on the association for help if he wanted it. That's not a bad thing at all. It may not be an official position, but it has many advantages. Kim Gi-kyu thought about it. Daeshik had said that it was a really good option to work with the association. He recalled a conversation with Sung-pil, who wondered why Kim Gi-kyu was still not a member of the association. Kim Gi-kyu thought to himself, while he was still at the first level, Seok-woo had already become the head of the Kane Guild. He thought, all he had done so far was accept help, but you can't be in debt forever. Kim Gi-kyu decided that he wanted to stand on his own 2 feet. He promised himself that he would meet Seok-woo soon, in the tower. During the next battle, the players performed their duties, each in their own place. The swordsman told the mage that the enemy was approaching, and to be on guard. A huge saber-toothed face of a ravenous beast appeared out of the flames. The swordsman slaughtered the monster with dexterity and suggested to his colleague to leave slowly. Night had already fallen. He offered to catch a few more of them and then finish the hunt. The mage remarked that it was probably time to level up, and added that it was getting cold in the forest. Shivering with cold, the mage said it must be warm on the 26th floor. Suddenly he saw something terrible. The body of the saber-toothed predator was covered with ice. The colleague informed the guild leader that there didn't seem to be anyone here either. There were many frozen monsters lying around. The guild leader, nicknamed Iron Shield, said that they would go higher. Last weekend, the Angela Guild announced the capture of the 80th floor, which shocked the world. The leader of this guild is the #1 ranker, player Lee Seon-ho. The leader of this guild is the #1 ranker, player Lee Sung-ho. The country has once again proved to be leading the way in terms of outstanding players. The host announced that a chart of the best players of the week has been prepared. First on the list was the living legend Asura. Now viewers will learn more about him. The host announced that it was one of the top 5 rankers, referred to as the top 5. Not much is known about Asura. His nationality, age, and gender are unknown. Before Lin Sung-ho appeared, Asura was called the strongest in the world. Kim Giku wondered if this Asura was the president of the Players Association and Oh Dae-shik's father. Oh Dae-shik confirmed this assumption. Kim Giku said that in that case, the department head was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, or even a diamond spoon. Oh Dae-shik asked that Kim Giku not tell anyone about this. It's a secret. Oh Dae-shik opened the box containing the ring and held it out to his companion. Kim Giku recoiled to the side. Is this really a marriage proposal? Doesn't it seem like Oh Dae-shik is offering it to the wrong person? Oh Dae-shik said that the young man was crazy. It's a kind of ID card that is issued to all mercenaries. With it, you can use the same powers as the director. Dae-shik added that Sung-hoon would take care of the rest. From today, this guy will be Kim Giku's official secretary. When capturing a tower or gate, Kim Giku will be treated the same as top hunters. He will receive a fee when he completes his missions. He will be able to sell the items he obtains during his quests to the association without commission. Naturally, it would be possible to refuse assignments. Oh Dae-shik asked if such conditions were suitable for Kim Giku. Our hero thought it was a great condition. USA, New York, Office of the Iron Guild. The boss asked the visitor, did he want to see him? Rogers told the head of the guild that he had something to tell him. Rogers asked the chapter to send him to Korea. He will commit to doing everything. The boss says it's okay with him. They're opening a branch in this country. Rogers will get the job as head of the branch. Whether or not he'll be there for revenge is up to him. Iron Shield promised Rogers to give the name. The visitor was surprised. Would he really get the sacred sword, Nain? The guild leader said that Rogers Khan would be his trump card to get revenge. As for the Demon King, the next time he met him, he would tear that thing apart. Kim Giku thought that after absorbing Kalion, his strength had increased. Studying the information in the system, Kim Giku tried to figure out where to get the sacred sword. He asked if Elle knew anything. Ella said that his ability had awakened, but he didn't remember everything. Kim Giku didn't know yet how to use the fragments of Chongkyung's ego that he had gotten last time. But Elle had said that he had absorbed a part of Fares. Kim Giku asked if anything had changed after that. Sung-hoon said that Kim Giku had changed his hair. Kim Giku admitted that he had tidied up his hair a little bit because it looked too unkempt. Liu assumed that he could hear them. Kim Giku thought that was impossible. What's the status of these fragments? Liu replied that he didn't know anything. Kim Giku asked Sung-hoon what the name of the place they were going to was. The driver replied that it was Yosu's special gate. Based on the evaluation, the level fluctuates between F and C rank. The player just has to complete the task. Kim Giku notes that this is his first job as a mercenary, so he's a little nervous. Sung-hoon said that the first target is reconnaissance, so there's nothing to worry about, and added that he'll go with Kim Giku. Kim Giku wondered, when did they manage to get on the international highway? Sung-hoon said that the association gives all mercenaries code names, like Demon King or Asura. Today at the morning meeting, it was decided what name to give Kim Giku. This name is Morning Star. Kim Giku thought it was a coincidence. If the guys found out, they would be thrilled. The car came to the place where the road was blocked. It was forbidden to go any further. There was a gate nearby. The man near the gate said he was honored to meet Morningstar Lord. The man was called the head of the Players Association in Yosu City, Jong-in-chul. Kim Giku asked the head of the association to call him by his first name. The gate was discovered 4 days ago. The fact that it was a special gate had only recently become known, so no one had entered it yet. Sung-hoon said that everything was going according to plan. First there would be reconnaissance. He asked about the military forces. Jong-in-chul said that they could provide a B-rank squad if help was needed. Sung-hoon replied that it would be enough. The head of the association noted that the necessary equipment had already been prepared. As soon as the young people are ready, we can start right away. The security representatives rushed to our hero and shouted for Mr. Player to observe safety. This gate is too dangerous. You can't go near it. Lu and El confirmed the information that the gate was dangerous. There was an explosion in front of the protagonist, followed by the release of a huge amount of unstable energy. Sung-hoon shouted that it was a gate bursting. It is urgent to call the main office and report the situation. We should ask for help from the nearest guilds. Ella and Lu unanimously stated that they had warned the host. Kim Giku stated to the system that he wanted to connect. Ella and Lu said that this was it, the ego. Feedback from the main office came in. Kim Giku continued to stand by the gate, intent on making contact. The office said we'd have to wait at least 15 minutes. Ella and Lu's words, "That's what ego is," were spinning around in our hero's mind. During the battle with Jang Kyung, he had certainly foreseen such a thing. Sung-hoon approached the player and said that it was too dangerous. At the temporary office near the gate, our hero was praised. Sung-hoon wondered what would happen next. Now Kim Gi-kyu wants to tear down the gate as well? And then he's going to control the monsters? Kim Gi-kyu stated that he himself did not think it would turn out this way. Kim Gi-kyu noticed that the gate had returned to its former state, although there had been a rupture before. Kim Gi-kyu said he's only speculating for now. It's the first time it's happened to him too, so it's hard to explain. Perhaps it's because of his unique abilities. Sung-hoon inquired about the unique abilities in question, though of course he was uncomfortable asking about it. Sung-hoon suggested getting a paper mask to start with. Kim Gi-kyu asked what it was. There was every sign of the gate bursting, so urgently players were gathered and posted outside. Sung-hoon showed what was going on in the news feeds and asked, "Doesn't Kim Gi-kyu want to be a news hero? It's worth wearing that mask at least in front of people." After a 3-hour meeting, it was decided that only Kim Gi-kyu would go to the gate. There were some objections, but the association decided to help. Kim Gi-kyu was the best mercenary and the strongest. Sung-hoon held out his spear and asked if Kim Gi-kyu was sure he could do it alone. Our hero replied that it was because of his unique abilities. Mr. Sung-hoon could wait outside just in case. Kim Gi-kyu connected and boldly went inside the gate. Already inside the gate, our hero was informed that his rights were being checked. In the case of El and Lu, you just had to give them a name. It's probably different with the gate. Kim Gi-kyu said he didn't know the details, but it seemed like they had to take possession of the gate first. Lu remarked that if the details are unknown, the best way is to tear the place apart. Kim Gi-kyu started to squirm and said that he was somehow uncomfortable. It would be better for his mental health to clear the dungeon as soon as possible. El said he could feel the dark magic. Lu remarked that he liked it here. Kim Gi-kyu said that they go where the magic power is felt more strongly. Lu pointed out that they don't have to do that. Along the way, the protagonist encountered skeleton warriors. Kim Gi-kyu saw a headless horseman approaching. Could it really be Dullahan? It was the first time the guy had seen him, and he thought it was excessive to send an intermediate boss from the start. Kim Gi-kyu bared his swords, activated his enhanced speed, and rushed towards the skeleton warriors. The player knew that it was customary to cut off the chief's head in such cases. Lu remarked to his master that in this case it was not so. After dealing with the skeletons, the protagonist found himself in a graveyard. Lu noticed that something was wrong here. Why were there so few skeletons? And then there's the intermediate boss, Dullahan. Compared to the magic in the gate, it's a little weak. Kim Gi-kyu admitted that Dullahan was much weaker than he had heard. But what's the big deal? The player noticed the crypt nearby and thought that this was just the moment for the boss to appear. The lid of the coffin appeared to be slid open, and a suspicious energy emanated from within. Lu told the owner to be more careful. There must be a reason why this Dullahan was so weak. Lu assumed that all the magic power that should be in the gate was concentrated in the last boss. Anyone who appears in the highest level gate, or after the 60th floor, is a dangerous opponent. That opponent could definitely be the King of Immortals, the Lich. Leech said, asking again, "Does this man really want to be his master?" Kim Gi-kyu wondered why there was a system voice coming from the gatekeeper. The player shouted that he had come here to become the master of this gate. Kim Gi-kyu now questioned the keeper. Is he the gate? Lich confirmed that he was the master of this place. Kim Gi-kyu wondered once again, why did he have a human voice? Kim Gi-kyu warned El and Lu that they were starting first. The swords replied that they didn't mind. The skeleton said he wanted proof that this man had the right to become his master. After the first failed attack, Lu told the host to get ready. The skeleton was coming again. The gatekeeper attacked his opponent with arrows and thought, "Is this really it?" After all, he hadn't even really started yet. Kim Gi-kyu told Lu not to worry. He managed to launch a smoke shell last time. The guy launched his sword forward, and Lu, after flying some distance, stabbed into the ground. Kim Gi-kyu apologized to Lu, pulled him out of the ground, and attacked the gatekeeper. However, the monster had no problem deactivating the attack. The Lich said that the person who wanted to become its master wouldn't accomplish anything at this rate. The gatekeeper fended off the attack again, and our hero flew far back, landing on his feet. Lich said that the man had a very annoying weapon. Kim Giku thought that it was not worth it to drag out the fight. However, our hero was again attacked by hundreds of arrows falling from the sky. Lu told the host that he can't get away from it. El said for the host to run it, he'll take it from there. Using El Kim's sword, Giku began to repel the falling arrows. Lu said for Master to use it as well. It could easily perform against such low magic. Kim Giku stated that now is not the time to bet on something they are not sure about. Our hero thought the gatekeeper was getting stronger. Will it be possible to hold out any longer? Lu began to absorb the energy of the magic weapon. The consciousness of the Lord of the magic weapon is awakening in Lu. A sacrifice must be made to complete the awakening. The gatekeeper didn't understand how the man could still hold his own against him. Lich said that the man really badly wants to become his master, yet he still can't admit it. The gatekeeper announced that he was beginning the final test. Zombies began to crawl out of the ground. Kim Giku said that he had a lot of questions, but there's definitely no time for that. Lu should understand him. The monster that formed from the clumped zombies confronted our hero. Kim Giku thought it was a flesh golem. Kim Giku thought, if the opponent is very different from him, it remains to take a force superior to that of the opponent. Kim Giku jumped high and came within enough distance to attack the gatekeeper who was inside the golem's head. Lich said he recognizes this man as his master. The gate has accepted a human connection. A name must be determined. Lowering himself to the ground, our hero thought that now we would have to give the gate a name. The sacred sword trembled in our hero's hand. Kim Giku asked Lu what was wrong. The protagonist felt the sword becoming stronger than him. How is that possible? Kim Giku asked Lu what suddenly started happening to him. El said Lu is confused right now. Lu said that he had a headache and needed to rest. Kim Giku said that he had many questions for Lu, but they would talk about it later. Lu thanked him for his understanding. Now Kim Giku wondered what name to give the gate. The system also reminded the hero that he must determine the name of the gate during his current stay in the dungeon. Kim Giku said that they would be called Bruneheart. A warning was issued in the city about the gate bursting. Association officers assist citizens to proceed to the shelter. The player said this hasn't happened in a long time, with the gate rank changing from F to C. Oh, Daeshik drove up to the gate formation and didn't realize that there was a special gate in front of him. The driver noticed that they had gathered all the guilds that were nearby. Child is on his way. Evacuation of civilians is proceeding smoothly, fully completed in about half an hour. Daeshik said to hurry up and be done in 10 minutes. The journalists did not listen and did not want to move to safe places. There were players among them, which made the situation difficult. Daeshik said to leave the reporters alone. If they want to die, let them handle it themselves. The gate tearing itself wasn't a problem. The number of players was quite large. However, if it really is a breakup, then something really happened to Kim Giku. Everyone present saw a bright flash of red light and realized that a rupture had indeed occurred. The command was given. Everyone prepare for battle. Daeshik blamed himself that Kim Giku might have gotten into danger. He shouted, no matter what, he would destroy the young man's enemies with his own hands. The department head rushed straight inside the unstable gate. However, a masked man suddenly appeared nearby and inquired. Oh, Daeshik called out to him. Having developed a great speed, the head of the department braked sharply, and losing his balance, almost fell. The masked man asked what was going on. The journalists shouted that it was a special report, and asked the young man to show his face. The press representatives wanted the young man to give a short interview. After listening to the whole story, the head of the association said, so it's the ego. That's why Kim Giku became strong so quickly. Sung Hoon wondered if he was allowed to listen to this conversation. It's about special skills after all. Daeshik said that they trusted the driver. That's why they brought him along. If they didn't trust him, they wouldn't have made him the secretary. Daeshik asked our hero what happened after connecting with the gate. Kim Giku said that this was the first time it had happened to him. He didn't realize it himself. Right now, the system status is stabilization in progress. He's not answering any calls. It feels like he lost something when the gate closed. Daeshik wondered what was up with Lu's ego. He wasn't responding either. Kim Giku admitted that Lu continues to remain silent for the time being. But judging by the fact that his skills can be utilized, there is no problem. The president of the association said that if it became known that someone could possess the gate, the whole world would be turned upside down. Kim Giku doesn't have to worry about being filmed by reporters today. The association is taking measures so that it will not be leaked to the press. A phone call rang and our hero apologized. He added that he had to answer it. Kim Giku replied to Yu Jung that he had an important conversation right now and would call back. The girl said that Kim Giku is on TV right now. You can tell from the ring and chain that it's him, even if he's wearing a mask. But what is this strange mask? The association president and Dae-shik received the messages at the same time. The reports told of an unknown hero who prevented the rupture. Kim Giku wanted to brag to his friends, but decided it wasn't really worth it to do so. Everyone present stared at Kim Giku. Did the information leak out so quickly? This message was read on their smartphones by all concerned. A man with glasses asked, "What's wrong?" Sujong looks cheerful. The woman, smiling, replied that she seemed to have a very good student. The paparazzi mainly follow those players who have already retired. They are involved in collecting material related to the tower, the gate, and the players. Dae-shik admitted that it was his fault for not being able to control everything. Kim Giku said that the boss didn't do it on purpose. Dae-shik remarked that they were just unlucky. It seems that while the reporters were digging into Kim Giku, an annoying reporter had gotten in. This reporter used to be quite famous as a ranker. That's Ko Hyun-chul, and he was one of the best ranchers. Dae-shik added that it was best not to mess with him, so caution was necessary. Dong Demkin, Hwang No-in's workshop. Lu said that the master completely lost his head from this item. Only bad habits appeared. Kim Gi-kyu said that he probably would have heard such words from Lu if he was conscious, but it was lonely without him. El apologized to his host. He didn't even have anything else to add. Hwang No-in asked the young man what he was muttering to himself. The boy smiled and asked how the old man was doing. The blacksmith said he read the news. The young man is now a celebrity. B. And Hermes are doing well. Maybe the guy should be paid to advertise. Kim Gi-kyu, still smiling, said that was the reason he came. Hwang No-in was surprised. Was it really for the money? Kim Gi-kyu explained. He needs something to hide his identity. He doesn't want to show his identity in public. Hwang No-in clarified. Was the young man interested in the mask? There, the mask was indeed very ugly. Kim Gi-kyu disagreed with the blacksmith. The old man apologized, but there was nothing in his workshop to suit the young man's taste. Kim Gi-kyu said he wasn't interested in the mask. Kim Gi-kyu explained that the mask and ego are now common knowledge. The mask can be removed, of course. There's not much interest in B either, but the rings are getting attention. He can't take them off, so he would like to cover them up with something. The old man replied that it was very boring. Hwang No-in pointed his finger at the shelf and said that the gloves and mittens are there. The young man can take a look. He has crafted several kinds, but the selection is small. Kim Gi-kyu didn't succeed at first, but then managed to connect with Brunhart, and in the case of Hermes and B, it was already much easier. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if L was saying that because his bowl had gotten bigger. L confirmed. Before, it was just her and Lu, and the bowl was almost full. But now the master had become much stronger, not even comparable to before. Ella clarified, she didn't mean that the host was inferior before, just that those egos didn't fit the name. Kim Gi-kyu said that L might not be able to comfort him. Kim Gi-kyu looked at the gloves and thought that everything looked too good. A flashy design might have the opposite effect. Our hero settled on one of the pairs of gloves. Smith thought it was a good choice. Kim Gi-kyu Department of Gloves and made a connection with them. Their name was Oberon. The player established a connection with the ego Oberon. Kim Gi-kyu told the blacksmith that he thought it was a little strange, but it would be fine once he got used to it. Kim Gi-kyu looked up the information and saw that there was an option that was just right for the gauntlets. They could temporarily increase strength. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if he could summon Lu and Ella in this way. The normal gloves would just tear at that. Our hero succeeded, and 2 swords appeared in his hands. Kim Gi-kyu thought that was fine, but the problem was whether the gauntlets would be able to cover them when they took the form of rings again. Kim Gi-kyu turned the gauntlets into an accessory. The young man thought there would be no inconvenience in ordinary life with this. He told the blacksmith that these were splendid accessories, inquired how much it cost. Hwang No-in said that the guy might not pay. But in return, when Kim Gi-kyu is needed, will he be able to help? The next day came, the association building, 1st floor, lobby. The companion asked Kim Gi-kyu if it was true that he was a secret agent of the association. Our hero asked who all these people were. The man said his head has been splitting lately because of these journalists. After that sensational article, they started coming here every day. It was because of the masked ranger who had made such a name for himself on his first mission. Kim Gi-kyu thought that it would be impossible to go up in the tower for the time being. We would have to find out where the gate was. The interlocutor said that would not be necessary. Reporters think player Kim Gi-kyu is a ranker, so they are eager to get to the higher floors. The masked rancher is on the lower floors, so there is no problem. Tower, 1st floor. Having dealt with the first opponent he came across, using his gauntlets in the process, the young man remembered the words of the blacksmith, who said that when the lad was needed, he would have to help. Kim Giku thought that Uncle Huang doesn't put prices on his weapons rashly, for he is very proud of his products. Kim Giku thought that it might be a very serious request. The young man stopped in the forest clearing and listened. He heard some sounds. The boy wondered if El had heard it. Kim Giku said that someone was just now talking about some master. Someone was asking the master to call him by name. El was surprised. It wasn't Lu waking up, was it? Kim Giku said it was a different voice. Someone is asking to be called by name. Kim Giku looked up and saw a strange orb. Brunhart? The situation seemed familiar to the young man. The orb lowered and began to approach the man. Brunhart's form has not yet been determined. It is up to the master to determine Brunhart's form. Kim Giku thought it was different with Lu. The guy asked El if she knew anything. El said to touch the ball with her hand and visualize the image that the master wanted. Kim Giku wondered, would that really be enough? The protagonist touched the orb, closed his eyes, and thought that he and Brunhart had not spent much time together. But he was very grateful to the ego that had guarded him until his demise. Kim Giku thought, it would be nice if he could protect him this time too. It would be nice if he didn't leave it guarding him. The orb flew straight into the young man's chest and glowed. Kim Giku wondered what was going on. After all, he wasn't some kind of Iron Man. The young man heard a voice saying that he was glad to be with him again. Kim Giku wondered, was it really Brunhart? Brunhart is the ego that takes over the memory. Our hero heard that it was indeed the same Brunhart. Brunhart said that he was happy to meet the host again. Kim Giku replied that he was happy too. Kim Giku thought that this was different from what he had imagined. He had a feeling that Brunhart was like a knight guarding him silently. And now, the voice sounded childish. The merging process took place. Ella said it was a pleasure and introduced herself. Brunhart said he remembered and was also pleased to meet her. Kim Giku wondered, isn't this a transformation into a fusion accessory? It turns out to be the result of his wishes. With the name, he had adopted memories, and the reflection skill that Brunhart had originally had appeared again. I guess the new abilities also came from the gate skills. Kim Giku was overjoyed by this event and decided to conduct the tests right away. For a week, our hero climbed the tower and evaluated the state of the egos, starting with Brunhart. First, the new opening and closing skills, that is, the ability to open and close the gate, were tested, but he couldn't go through it himself, and the monsters inside the gate would not obey orders. However, we can say that this is definitely a useful skill, because our hero could cause the gate to burst. It would be nice if one could completely control the gate, such as closing it. In that case, its power would be beyond human capabilities. The next is absorption and management. These skills are related to the growth of Brunhart. Brunhart said that this could only be used in relation to the gates that the host possessed. However, there were many restrictions here. Kim Giku would like to go out right now and put these skills to the test, but we'll have to wait for now. Right now, there was another task at hand. We need to catch the keeper of the 28th floor, a giant Smilodon. For a week, Kim Giku had only caught weak monsters. Now he needed to stretch his body properly at least once. After a long battle, our hero defeated the Guardian, a giant Smilodon. All the keepers were about the same size, and Kim Giku was used to it, so he was even comfortable fighting. The enhanced reflection skill also worked in this battle. Brunhart said he did well. Kim Giku said that he would feed Brunhart for it. Lu also consumed the blood of a giant Smilodon. The only trophy was a green crystal. Unfortunately, there was no equipment. Kim Giku thought that he could get something for this giant body. If you tell the association officer, they'll clean it up themselves, right? Kim Giku thought that first he should fulfill the promises he had made. He opened the gate. One of Brunhart's abilities that the protagonist learned about this week was the ability to let gates gain experience points. The monsters inside the gate became stronger. With the help of crystals, they can grow. After that, our hero closed the gate. He checked all of Brunhart's skills and adapted to his strength and speed. Even if Lu doesn't wake up, his skills can still be used. Raising L isn't a problem either. Kim Giku thought it would be worth a try and go straight to the 30th floor. But first, I'd have to go to the 29th floor, and then I'd see. On the 29th floor, the representatives of the various guilds were having an argument. The opponents didn't understand what their opponents had to offer. After all, the name of the guild does not mean anything. The opponents found no common ground and decided to attack each other, each guild wanting to show their opponents what they could do. Kim Giku heard the sounds of guns and thought, are the players fighting? Brunhart suggested that he go and check it out. Kim Giku replied that a noble man should not get involved in such a fight. The opponent indignantly asked, "How dare these rascals touch the Kane Guild?" The opponent replied that he didn't care about some losers. He would only talk to the guild head. He was willing to talk to Yu Seok-woo first. Suddenly, Kim Gi-kyu appeared in front of the disputants and asked who was just being talked about. Our hero's demon eye was activated. Kim Gi-kyu decided to calm down and control himself. The opponent, looking at Kim Gi-kyu, thought that this face was familiar to him. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why the Smurf Guild was doing this to the Kane Guild. However, the Smurfs Guild, seeing that this person was alone, decided to attack him. Kim Gi-kyu thought that this was the first time he had destroyed a human, and didn't hesitate one bit as he swung his sword. The protagonist felt the sword piercing his flesh, his heart never ceasing to pound hard. The mid-level guide of the Kane Guild, Du Bonggu, once again thanked our hero and shook his hand. He added that he had heard a lot about player Kim Gi-kyu from the guild leader. The guide added that the guild leader, Seok-woo, had said that there was someone he wanted to accept into the guild. The guide thought that the person in front of him was very different from what people said about him. Seok-woo had said that this guy was very soft-spoken, so he was even worried about him. His smooth sword strokes and strength not inferior to the guild leader. What is the meaning of this? Kim Gi-kyu inquired. What happened to the Smurfs Guild? According to the rumors, they seemed to be hunting Seok-woo. The guide said that the guild leader wasn't the type to make enemies easily, though the interrogation would surely clear up some things. The surviving members of the Smurf Guild were bound hand and foot. Du Bonggu said that it would already be up to the guild head to decide what to do with these prisoners, although the association allowed for different variations in such situations. Kim Gi-kyu left these people and went on about his business. When our hero participated in the raid on the Guardian, he couldn't control his emotions. He used to think it was the effects of the torture. Added to this was the stress of the wound. But now that the guide spoke of trying, not a shred of interest awoke in our hero. It could all be because the Smurfs Guild members were criminals. However, Kim Gi-kyu thought that he didn't have any injury from the beginning. What was the reason why he couldn't control his anger that time? But that was more important now. Why was he so happy just now, killing people? Kim Gi-kyu apologized to Ella and Brunhart for making them worry. Kim Gi-kyu added, so they don't worry too much. He has some guesses. Kim Gi-kyu thought that last time, the Demon King had definitely done something to him. Guide Du Bonggu noticed that player Kim Gi-kyu had rejoined them. The guide apologized for showing player Kim Gi-kyu interacting with the Smurfs Guild. It's just a situation like this. Du Bonggu said he was just following orders from the boss. Kim Gi-kyu suggested that they were the lowest members of the guild. They knew nothing and could do nothing. Du Bonggu agreed with this statement. The guide said it was time for them to leave, and added that it would be great if Kim Gi-kyu went with them to the guild leader. But they still had a lot of things to do. Kim Gi-kyu looked around and noticed that he had gotten some strange feeling. The next moment, a large number of Smurf Guild members appeared from behind trees and other hiding places. The Kane Guild was surrounded. Kim Gi-kyu thought, where did so many of them come from? There are definitely more than 100 of them here. Did all the guilds come here? The situation was dangerous. Our hero turned to Mr. Do Bonggu. Kim Gi-kyu asked the guide if he had sent anyone to the association or the guild. Do Bonggu replied that they had sent someone to report on the situation, but that there would probably be no reinforcements. Kim Gi-kyu said he was ready to clear the way. Du Bonggu should prepare a messenger and a flare. The protagonist told the guide to hurry up. He did not understand. Was he so hot in anticipation of the battle? Kim Gi-kyu began to move around the area, striking his opponents quickly, causing damage. The Smurfs Guild decided to destroy him. After all, this man was alone. The Kane Guild decided to support the hero and went on the offensive. Kim Gi-kyu thought that this was no different from a monster massacre. He felt no guilt or heaviness for what he had done. The head of the Smurfs Guild, the fallen ranker fighter Jaemin Seok, appeared. He assumed that this person was something like them. Jaemin Seok immediately offered the hero a high position in the guild if he wanted to join them. Those who committed crimes inside the tower were called red players. It was nearly impossible by law to track such crimes, and all the associations of each country could do was monitor the entrance to the tower, which was the portal, and block escape attempts. Former ranker, red player, Smurf Guild leader, Jaemin Seok. Kim Gi-kyu thought that this man had given up everything a rancher could want, fame and fortune, and had chosen the path of a wanted man. That means Min Seok is a real psychopath obsessed with slaying. Min Seok said he knew right away that this person was just like them. This guy would probably like it better on their team. Kim Gi-kyu said for the perpetrator to shut his mouth. Don't equate him with scum like Min Seok. One of the players got angry and asked, who allowed this rascal to open his mouth? Min Seok got the most angry, no one dares interrupt him, and cut off his colleague's head with a flaming sword. The victim was the deputy leader. Min Seok apologized. There are a lot of ignorant people among them who weren't raised well. The red player said he wanted to get back to the conversation. They had just vacated the deputy commander position. Min Seok said that he would give the young man the position and suggested that he join their guild. Kim Giku said that he had one question. What was the reason they were hunting the Kane Guild? Min Seok wondered why this person hadn't answered yet and was already asking questions. Although he had nothing to hide, the red player said they were going to go outside the tower. Sick of being stuck here. Kim Gi-kyu thought that was why they had such an interest in the leader. Dubongu asked, what did this have to do with their guild? The guide inquired, do they really want to take hostages? Kim Gi-kyu was horrified. How did the red player know about this? This was Seok Woo's secret, the second special skill. Min Seok wondered if the person he was talking to knew about it too. How funny he was. Kim Gi-kyu told Min Seok to shut up and attacked him. The red player repelled the hero's attack and said with a smile that this guy was really the same field of berries as them, Min Seok remarked, wanting to make it clear who was in charge. The villain only threw a light short punch, but the hero felt the presence of something else. He's met many with high experience point scores, but this guy isn't like that. He's just a pro at destruction. Min Seok attacked Kim Gi-kyu and said he wouldn't give him time to rest. The protagonist noticed that he was lagging behind in speed. Kim Gi-kyu noted that he is superior in strength to his opponent due to reinforcement, though it's all for nothing. Min Seok landed a staggering blow and the hero flew backwards. However, he was able to stay on his feet. Kim Gi-kyu thought that his opponent's movements had become faster. Is this really a skill? Ella said that his speed didn't change. Min Seok noticed that little by little an effect began to appear. It looked like the opponent was trying to resist his firepower that he had just seen. However, the fire saw was not his only weapon. The red player has noticed that the opponent's damage accumulates when they clash. As soon as the battle drags on, the winner is immediately determined. The guild leader said that the opponent has no chance of winning. If the guy gives up, he will be accepted into the guild. Kim Gi-kyu said that damage accumulation should have been talked about right away. Our hero activated acceleration. Min Seok noticed that his opponent definitely had something stashed away. In that case, he too would fight at full strength. Hellfire was activated. As he approached his opponent, the protagonist felt the heat increasing with each step. But thanks to this, Kim Gi-kyu had no doubt that he would be able to defeat his opponent. On impact, the opponent's damage accumulates. Brunhart reflects the accumulated damage. After Brunhart completed his task, there was a massive explosion, and the red player flew far back, hitting the back of his head against a tree. Everyone present was surprised. Kim Gi-kyu said that this second-rate villain gave away his own weaknesses. After that, the cannibalism skill was activated. The process of becoming an ego was successfully completed. When the fight was over, the hero felt how exhausted his legs were. A battle with a rancor is always very dangerous. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he couldn't show weakness. After all, there were still members of the Smurf Guild. Although, if their leader was destroyed, they would probably retreat. The Smurfs Guild members thought that after this battle, all the high positions in their guild were vacant. One of the players said that the one who destroyed those two would now be their new boss. Kim Gi-kyu, clutching both balls in his hands, looked at the Smurfs Guild unhappily. Reflection doesn't guarantee damage without any risk. In order to accumulate enough damage, you must first receive it. As was the case in Harrian's maze. The higher the power, the greater the recoil power. Kim Gi-kyu thought that his body was just shattered. It needs at least a few minutes to rest. Representatives of the Smurfs Guild have seen our hero have a dark aura, and he's not even a red player. Who is he really? Although, does it matter when you're so outnumbered? Just a few strikes and this player will be finished. This guy's running out of energy. We need to take him down with one punch. It's a normal hunt and nothing new. The Smurf Guild rushed towards Kim Gi-kyu in unison. However, in the next moment, all the attackers were encased in ice blocks. Kim Gi-kyu said that he was a little late. Yu Seok-woo was standing on one of the ice blocks. He said hello to Kim Gi-kyu. Yu Seok. Woo said he would like to talk to his co-worker, but he needs to take care of business first. A snowstorm broke out in the surrounding area, and a strong wind picked up. Yu Seok-woo counted the opponents and said that there were too many of them. Yu Seok-woo told Kim Gi-kyu to wait a bit and rushed over to his opponents. Kim Gi-kyu watched the increasing number of ice blocks and thought that Seok-woo was still the same, even gotten a little stronger. Kim Gi-kyu recognized that Seok-woo wasn't that far behind him at the moment. Still, an expensive potion is a productive thing. After a short time, no more than 3 minutes, all opponents were deactivated. Seok-woo said that Kim Gi-kyu has changed a lot. You can't even recognize him. Seok-woo asked what was wrong with Kim Gi-kyu's eyes. Our hero asked what was wrong with his eyes. Yu Seok. Woo said that his interlocutor's left eye had now turned purple. Kim Gi-kyu replied that it's probably because of skill. Seok-woo assumed that Kim Gi-kyu had changed more than just his appearance. He had heard that he had become stronger, but he didn't think it was that much. Seok-woo had no idea that that masked rancher was his interlocutor. Sung-pil told the guild leader that he guessed from one picture who the masked ranker was. Kim Gi-kyu said that even though he wore a mask, how did Seok-woo live up to all that fame? Seok-woo said that it's all about character differences. There are still reporters on constant duty at the association. They should have calmed down by now, but they switched to another topic. Yu Seok-woo suggested to his interlocutor to check the latest news. It was immediately obvious that he hadn't been out for many days. Yu Seok-woo said that the chairman of the Players Association showed his face to the media for the first time. Kim Gi-kyu thought, did the chairman really want to cover for him? Kim Gi-kyu decided that it was safe to not worry about the debt now. Our hero told his interlocutor that he would have to deal with an ongoing problem with the Smurfs Guild for a while. Kim Gi-kyu added that he would have found time for a cup of coffee. It's a shame to part like this. Kim Gi-kyu saw the ring on his finger and asked if he was a mercenary too. Seok-woo replied that there are many mercenaries, so maybe they all saw the photo with the ring on the news and guessed who it was. Seok-woo remarked that his interlocutor had better be careful. Not all mercenaries were friendly even to their own. Most use either skills or objects to hide the ring from other people's eyes. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he tries to be careful. Kim Gi-kyu asked Yu Seok-woo what his codename was. Kim Gi-kyu turned away and said, a rock. Then he added that it was better than his because his was Morning Star. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that he knew the reason why the Smurfs attacked the Cane Guild. Our hero wondered how Seok-woo was able to escape. Seok-woo's second unique skill is portal creation. The ability does not depend on the tower. Such a unique and previously unknown skill could shake not only the country, but the whole world. Kim Gi-kyu thought that guild leader Kane had taken care to hide his ability. Kim Gi-kyu asked how the players in the Smurfs Guild knew about it. Seok-woo remarked that it was a long story, and added that they'd soon be done dealing with the scene. They'd have to get out of here first, and then they could talk. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, shouldn't Seok-woo, as the head of the guild, clean up this place? Seok-woo replied that there couldn't be anything more important than talking to the chief eyewitness. That was his responsibility as well. Kim Gi-kyu said he wanted to pick a place to talk by himself. He knows a good cafe? In the general manager's office, Daeshik was indignant. Is this really a cafe? Kim Gi-kyu replied that it was the only place that was free of soundproofing. Seok-woo said hello to Daeshik. Daeshik said that the conversation wouldn't be free, and he would charge crystals for it. Daeshik asked what was wrong with Kim Gi-kyu's eyes. The young man replied that it was because of a skill. The department head asked, has the Smurfs Guild been destroyed? Daeshik assumed, if these two came to him at once, then they must have some kind of request. Kim Gi-kyu replied that they had no requests. Daeshik wondered if these two had come here just to talk. Yu Seok-woo said that a few months ago, he had to use his skill right in front of several guild heads. Among them was one who was later captured by the Smurfs. Smurfs are greedy for outside information. They probably got it out of that guy either through threats or torture. Daeshik said it was an accident that was causing so many problems now, and asked what had become of that leader. Seok-woo said that, judging from the fact that even the captives from the Smurf Guild didn't know anything about him, there was a high probability that he was still alive. Sooner or later, a group will form from the remnants of the guild. It is necessary to extract information from the captives about their location and destroy them at the root. Yu Seok-woo said that the Cane Guild would join the operation. We need to analyze where the disappeared head might be and prevent another information leak. After saying goodbye, Yu Seok-woo left the department head's office. Daeshik looked at him and noticed that he was pretending to be fine. Daeshik suggested that guild leader Kane was on edge. He was definitely seething inside. Kim Gi-kyu agreed with him. Yu Seok-woo treats his guild members like family. Daeshik asked how Kim Gi-kyu was feeling. The young man replied that he drank a potion and received treatment from a healer. Daeshik clarified that he was not interested in physical health, but mental health. After all, this was the first time he had destroyed a human being. Kim Gi-kyu, after thinking for a while, noticed that it wasn't the first time. He had already been prepared to destroy Rogers. Either way, they had to die. Therefore, there is no reason for regret. Kim Gi-kyu added that he was fine. However, he admitted that there was another problem. He felt the joy of destroying a human being. Daeshik replied that it wasn't the most important thing. There are plenty of people with black souls in their business. What matters is how much you can control it. The question is the young man capable of controlling it? Kim Giku thought that Dae-shik didn't have the gift of speaking beautifully. Although, didn't he just look cool? The next day came, the 29th floor of the tower. There was still frost on the leaves of the trees. The protagonist wondered, what level could Seokwoo be? I mean, just yesterday he'd injured dozens of people here. The guy couldn't believe it himself. Looking at the battle territory, the young man was surprised that none of this shocked him at all. Kim Gi-kyu noticed that his eye was not returning to its previous state. Perhaps he himself had changed that much? The important thing is to be able to control it. The protagonist stood in front of the huge gate leading to the 30th floor. He had already been to the exam floors 3 times, on the 5th, 10th, and 20th floors. Back then, trivial tasks were given out along with the message of decreasing difficulty. But now, his hands were trembling. Maybe his body was trying to warn him. A player can't ignore his premonition. Lu was still silent. His senses became sharper after drinking the elixir. Kim Gi-kyu decided it was time to stop hesitating and go in. Elle said she would go with Master wherever he went. The young man remembered that in the previous tests, the reward was only skill enhancement. What if this time they gave something else? The system has reported that the player has entered the 4th test field. The special test will begin. Kim Gi-kyu decided that since the test was special, the situation would be different. It's time to move towards the castle. Our hero found himself surrounded by sand monsters. They were giant scorpions, but Kim Gi-kyu had expected something like this. He activated his speed, put out his sword, and rushed towards the nearest enemy. However, because of the sand, he couldn't keep his balance. Burying himself in the sand, the hero thought that such conditions were bad for acceleration. It would be better to reach the castle by jumping on the heads of scorpions. Suddenly, he felt Lu. Surprised, he asked when he woke up. Lu replied that that wasn't what mattered now. Lu told him to go to the castle and added, "That's where my body is." Elle noted that Lu was awake. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, what do you mean his flesh is in that castle? What is he talking about? I'll deal with the details later, the hero thought and jumped up, resting his feet on his sword. Lu wondered, what are you doing? It's a temporary footrest. Now that you're back, it's time to get some work done. Taking into account every terrain feature is a waste of effort, especially if the enemy is already in the castle. The young man decided to make the jump to the castle in one go and told Brunhart that now was not the time to collect crystals. Lu asked who Brunhart was. Kim Gi-kyu replied that it was the ego of the gate that possessed the memories of Brunhart. Lu and Brunhart had a little chat, and the hero thought they would become friends. Kim Gi-kyu landed in front of the castle gate. Inside, he found himself in front of a door leading to a room that resembled a boss room in color and size. Lu said that behind that door is his flesh. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he could clearly feel it now too. The stone guards at the entrance turned out to be golems and attacked the hero. He hesitated to enter, not knowing what awaited him inside. Leaving the enemy behind couldn't be left behind. No matter how strong the golems were, they definitely had weaknesses. Kim Gi-kyu started attacking from the head, but they were extremely strong. Even with his whole body, he only did a small amount of damage. These blocks of stone didn't even react to the aggravation of wounds, too different a weight class. Brunhart advised them to stand back. Lu told them to use their power. The hero activated the enhancement. After dealing with the golems, Kim Gi-kyu said he wanted to talk to Lu. What do you mean his flesh is in there? Lu explained that inside was his flesh, which he possessed when he was alive. He warned me that he was very strong. The master couldn't even handle such a thing in his sleep. Kim Gi-kyu asked, so Lu is not so strong now? Lu remarked that this is just flesh. The soul is here. Inside is only a shell that holds on to the body's memories. And for the body itself, it's not quite complete. Kim Gi-kyu thought as he recovered his strength with the potion, and the buff is at its maximum. With this kind of preparation, he had nothing to fear. At the end of the long room, the boss sat on a throne. He asked why the man had woken him up. Kim Gi-kyu felt a powerful aura emanating from the opponent, even from a distance. And Lu says it's just a shell? Then who was he in the past? The boss rose from his throne. The young man thought, is this really Lu? The creature headed towards him and noticed that Lu was a funny name, but it wasn't his real name. He announced that he was the Demon King. It was the same demon the hero had seen the day he first met Ella, the demon sealed within her. The lord of that huge eye. Was Lu really the Demon King? The protagonist still couldn't hear his real name, as if something was preventing him from hearing the word itself. Kim Gi-kyu thought that too many secrets had been popping up about Lu lately. and forever during battles. He asked Lu if it would be okay if he destroyed his flesh. Lu replied that it was just a shell, although he doesn't know who created such a thing. Lu said that the owner should tear it up so that no one would dare to abuse his body again. Giku only warned that Lu would not regret it later. He activated the acceleration and struck a swift blow. The boss recognized that this visitor had shown good ability. Giku thought that he was strong, but the boss added, "With such abilities, it's impossible to even scratch his body." Giku noticed that the wall of endlessly appearing swords would not let him get close to the enemy. Lu said that he is now attacking his body, so the host must gather himself. The hero realized these weren't just attacks, they were annoying, as if he were fighting several swordsmen at once. The boss announced that he was the lord of all demonic items and demonic swords. Giku asked Lu, "Are these really demon swords?" Lu confirmed that although they were low-level swords, they were authentic. The hero said that L absorbed Talon. Could Lu absorb those swords? Lu replied that if he could, he would have done it long ago. He added that he couldn't think of anything here. This place was dominated by his flesh, not himself. Lu suggested that he could empower the host. After all, the place was really special. He asked me to hold out a little longer, just a little more time. Lu struggled to swing his swords in the other direction. Giku admitted that he couldn't take it anymore. The magic power increased dramatically. Assimilation reached C rank. The system reported, the player can use the ego abilities even more effectively. Giku told Lu to try harder since he almost died. The boss thought in amazement, where did the visitor get such strength from? Lu has trained his master to the point where he now controls Doom. Lu's shell couldn't believe it. How could a human be able to control such power? The boss shouted that he would tear the man to shreds. Giku gathered all his strength and struck a devastating blow. His power shattered many demonic swords, but even after the blow of doom, the opponent remained steadfast. Lu said, even though he was a shell, he was originally incredibly strong. Giku only grinned and told Lu to stop praising himself. It was better to try again. Lu warned, it's not that easy. One more blow could be the last, and the master's body would not be able to withstand it. Giku said that one punch would be enough. He repeated the attack, but the result was the same. The boss snorted. The visitor learns nothing. No matter how hard a flea tries, it's still a flea. What does he intend to do now? The creature laughed. Did the humans still hope to win? Giku was barely able to block the next attack. The boss wondered, where did the sword that was in his right hand go? Suddenly, Lu was right in front of his sheath and delivered a fatal blow. The boss shouted that the demon lord couldn't lose. But it was a defeat. Giku dropped his sword and fell to the floor. Ella ran up. Master can't die. Giku smiled weakly. He was just tired. Lu added that from the beginning he had been controlling a huge power without limits. That was the price. The system reported, the player has passed the special exam and is being rewarded. The hero found himself in a hall with treasures. The system confirmed that the new skill had been obtained. The player has gained the skills Fusion and Appropriation. The level of fusion increased. Giku realized that he could now merge and assign egos. He made a joke. If you put Lu and L together, would you get Luel or L Blue? Lu said the owner had lost his mind. He must have gotten hit on the head. Ella was outraged. Even she couldn't keep quiet in front of that. Giku laughed. It was a joke. You have to try out a new skill to understand everything accurately. He decided there was no way to check it now anyway, so he'd better open the reward boxes. In front of him, a gold one and a diamond one. The gold one isn't bad either, but the diamond one is like the one the elixir fell out of last time. In the golden box were 3 golden orbs, fragments of ego. The same fragments fell out after mopping up the blue wolf gate. The young man wondered, why did this award appear in the tower? He closed the box, deciding that it would surely come in handy one day. Giku looked at the diamond box. Brunhart said, his heart pounding with excitement. Giku opened the diamond box. He wondered what would come out this time. Could it be an elixir again? Our hero was surprised. Why were there bones in the box? Lu showed concern. Giku asked what was going on. Lu was surprised. What kind of joke is this? Lu said it was part of his real flesh. The base of the 30th floor, the Association Cafe. The room was completely soundproofed. Giku placed the sword in front of him on the table and said as he listened attentively to Lu. The young man had many questions. He wondered where to start. Giku asked Lu who he even was. Lu replied that as he had said earlier, he was the king of all demons. If even that strong guardian was just a demon of the lowest level, it was hard to imagine what level the demon that sealed El must be. Kim Giku asked why the Demon King had become a sword. Brunhart remarked that the word king sounded majestic. Lu asked the host if he knew what it would take to make a creature with its own self last forever. Lu noticed that in order to last so long, he had to forget everything, even his own time. Otherwise, his essence would fade into oblivion with the passing of time. The traitors imprisoned the Demon King, and he had to languish in eternity. He had to protect himself, so he forgot. Forgot his feelings, his goals, and his name. Forgotten even who he was. It was the only way he could keep it together. Lu continued. When he awakened as a demonic sword lord, the sealed memories briefly awoke. It was only a tiny part of it, but even that glimpse managed to confuse him. He couldn't decide what he should do, so he chose to forget everything again. From his conversations with Lu, our hero learned a lot. Lu had decided to fall back into oblivion, so there were few answers. Kim Giku didn't want to see him suffer, so he didn't ask him any more questions. He decided not to think about what to do next with the remains of Lu's body. Whatever is past, Lu is the first ego that gave our hero hope. From now on, you just have to create new memories. Kim Giku decided that he should go home and get some rest, as he had a lot to do tomorrow. Before going home, Sung Hoon stopped by the department head's office. Daeshik said that the assistant had done a good job and could rest today. Sung Hoon noticed that the boss had been working very hard lately because of the incident with the Smurfs Guild. Shouldn't he go home? He had spent the previous night working too. Daeshik said he wanted to finish everything today. Sung Hoon wondered, does the boss really use magic in office work? Does it make sense? Daeshik said he has a meeting with Miss Su Jin tomorrow. Or rather, he has to go to Kim Gi-kyu's housewarming party. Kim Gi-kyu brought his friends to a housewarming party. The guests liked his house. It was hard to believe it was Kim Gi-kyu's house. One of the guests said they wouldn't be surprised if someone lived in the basement too. Sung Hoon, comparing the facilities, said that the guild building could just be given to demolition. Daeshik, of course, was outraged. Our hero's mother and sister greeted the guests and invited them inside. The young man said hello and introduced himself. He was Sung Ril from the Morning Star Guild. The woman replied that she had heard a lot about him from Kim Gi-kyu. Those present were surprised to learn that the woman was the mother of the owner of the house. Everyone thought it was the older sister since the woman looked so young. Mother said she would take care of the dinner and the guests could make themselves at home. Sister asked if Seok Woo would be among the guests. The girl noticed that her friend is a fan of his, so she would like to ask for an autograph. Kim Gi-kyu said that Seok Woo is busy and won't be able to make it. He's been busy lately. The sister suggested that her brother take off his mask and become famous, and she would sell his autographs to her friends. Kim Gi-kyu told his sister to help his mom, and he went out for a while to meet a guest. Oh Daeshik stood on the doorstep. The boss said hello to Kim Gi-kyu and remarked that he didn't need to be greeted. Daeshik said he had finished his business, so he arrived on time. Sung Hoon apologized for not having time to buy a gift. It had been busy lately. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that there was no need to apologize. After all, it was Sung Hoon who helped him find the house, for which he was grateful. Daeshik asked if he could give nothing. The landlord reminded him that Daeshik had bought all the furniture in the house. Kim Gi-kyu noted that the old furniture was still in good condition. There was no need to buy new furniture. Smiling, he asked if Daeshik had bought the furniture with the hope of moving here later. Daeshik blushed with embarrassment and said he didn't know what the young man was talking about. Daeshik greeted the landlady and handed her a housewarming gift. After a delicious dinner, the guests began to help clear the dishes from the table. They also chatted about various distracting topics. Daeshik told the landlord that he wanted to talk to him and offered to step outside for a moment. The department head added that it wouldn't take long. Kim Gi-kyu warned his mother that he would be out for a while and added to go rest. Kim Gi-kyu asked his superior what had happened. Daeshik replied that everything would be made official soon, but he thought it would be better for the young man to know about it beforehand. The Iron Guild decided to open a branch in Korea. The association opposed it, but Angela Guild intervened. It seems like there was some kind of agreement between the two guilds. The Angela Guild is impossible to ignore even in their association. The name of the first guild in the country carries weight. It was for this reason that the identity of the head of the association had to be revealed. Daeshik says he'll take care of the cleanup for now, and Kim Gi-kyu can cool off and come back later. You shouldn't show up in front of your family like that. Kim Gi-kyu was really on edge and was burning with negative energy. Rogers reflected that in 3 months he would be in Korea. He kept looking at the photo of the masked man, and it doesn't matter how strong Kim Gi-kyu has become. Rogers looked at his holy sword that he had given him. Guests said their goodbyes and thanked them for dinner. Kim Gi-kyu got all the information. In 3 months, a branch of the Iron Guild would appear in his country, led by Rogers Han. The chance for revenge came faster than expected. Our hero walked into an empty room. He had originally planned to use the basement for personal training. It was just perfect for that. Kim Gi-kyu was going to test opening the gate. The monsters must not be allowed to enter the house if something unforeseen were to happen. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Sung-hoon had found a very suitable home for him. However, his opponent is the Iron Guild itself, even though it's a branch, but we can assume that they're about on the same level as the Cain Guild, which is one of the top 10 guilds in the country. 3 months isn't a long time. One must first strengthen their own position. Kim Gi-kyu decided that in order to do that, he had to know everything about his new power. For starters, the skills learned on the 30th floor, fusion and appropriation. The system suggested choosing the main ego, the ego with which to merge. Lu's main ego merged with Chanyoung's second ego. The system reported that the merger was successful. Lu's ego has now become Fenlilu. Kim Gi-kyu smiled and said it was a joke. Lu was indignant. Why is the master only doing this to him? The protagonist thought he hadn't quite figured out this power yet. There's no hurry. Merging Lu, L, Brunhart, who have consciousness, is too dangerous. Oberon, B, or Hermes can't be merged so easily either, as they are the main helpers in battles. So we'll have to use Chaemin Suk's or Chanyoung's ego fragments. Brunhart tells the master that he is willing to give it a try. He also wants to get stronger and help master like Lu and L. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that he himself did not know what the outcome would be. In the worst case, Brunhart will not be able to maintain his consciousness, or will change. Brunhart said that he is a little worried, but he has a feeling that everything will be fine. After all, he has already come back from death once before. Kim Gi-kyu thanked Brunhart and activated the ego fragment fusion. Our hero felt light all over his body. Could this be the ego fragment? Was it really in his body? Kim Gi-kyu grabbed his chest and said he wanted to stop the merger. There was a transition to the gate, and the protagonist disappeared from the basement. Kim Gi-kyu found himself in the cemetery again. Ella noticed that it was the same gate as last time. Lu noted, so they're inside this baby. The merging of Brunhart and the ego fragment has been successfully completed. The ego fragment can influence Brunhart's gate. Lu said the answer to how the ego fragment can affect will be found ahead by the host. Up ahead was the coffin from which Lich had emerged last time. The system has reported that the gate manager does not exist. The player can create a new gatekeeper using a composite ego fragment. Several monsters came to the protagonist's mind. Is it really necessary to choose one of them? Zombie goblin, night skeleton, gull, and so on. Most of them are undead. They reflect the nature of the gate. Kim Gi-kyu appointed Lich as the gate manager. The player used the entire composite ego fragment. The Lich knelt and saluted his master. The young man had a strange feeling when the opponent he had fought kneels before him. Lich said that from now on he would be in charge of this gate. He would become its steward. Kim Gi-kyu said, "It turns out that Lich will control the monsters inside the gate and obey his orders." Lich replied that it wouldn't work that way. The young man was surprised, for the Lich is the gate master. Lich explained that the gate control level is too low right now. He can't control the monsters. If you destroy the monsters in the gate area, the control level will increase for feeding them. Accordingly, more monsters could be summoned. Kim Gi-kyu thought, I guess they have to be beaten to obey. Our hero said it was very much like Lu. Lu was outraged. Kim Gi-kyu noted that he had already defended this gate, so he could easily do it again. Lu warned him to be careful because they might be stronger after the change. Kim Gi-kyu noticed that he had become stronger too. Friends and family had not been able to contact Kim Gi-kyu for some time. Sure, he'd been in the tower for a few weeks at a time, but he'd always left a message before. His mother was worried that something might have happened to him. Daishik said reassuringly that there must be nothing wrong with him. He was strong enough. Sung-hoon asked, "The last place he went into was the basement? Did anyone go in there after that?" The sister remarked that her brother had warned her. There was no way you could go in there. Daishik and Sung-hoon entered the room, but they saw that it was really just an ordinary basement. It was also almost empty. Daishik said he didn't see any clues. It's absurd. How could a person disappear here? Unless a gate appeared. In the next moment, the gate actually appeared. Daishik felt the presence of magical power. What danger lurked behind this gate? Suddenly, the master of the house appeared and said he was hungry. Kim Gi-kyu wondered what those two were doing in his basement. It's like deja vu. Daishik wondered what kind of magic power Kim Gi-kyu had. What was that gate? Did the guy really spend all 3 days there? Had that gate been cleared? Kim Gi-kyu asked as the two took turns speaking. He was just about to contact them. He had a request for Daeshik. Daeshik was furious. He grabbed our hero by the ear and told him that no requests were out of the question. The boy must first tell everything in order and repent of all his sins. Kim Giku admitted that he had made a connection with the gate last time. That's where he was. Now he can control them. Daeshik was surprised. It meant that Kim Giku could now control the monsters and stop them at will. It was the same as if he could stop a natural disaster. The department head asked if the young man had already mentioned this to anyone other than them. Kim Giku replied that he didn't tell anyone. He was trying his hand for the first time. He didn't want to tell anyone until he had it all figured out. There was no need to pull him by his ears. Daeshik said to keep it a secret for now. What did Kim Giku want to ask him? Kim Giku offered Daeshik to fight him. Our hero explained that he wanted to test the power he had recently gained, but he couldn't find a suitable opponent. Daeshik was indignant. Was he really a guinea pig? Kim Giku said that if Daeshik helps him, he'll give the department head a dinner with his mom. The department head said that if Kim Giku, he can't refuse. He doesn't see any obstacles to help. It took our hero 3 days to raise the control level to the 100th. The crystal made the gate stronger, so it took longer than originally planned. But when the young man thought that all this would become his power, it became easy again. Kim Giku named Lich's manager Brunhart Hart in honor of Brunhart, although he had originally intended to name him Bruno. However, Lu and El spoke against it. Therefore, this name was rejected. The next day came. Kim Giku thanked his boss for his help. Daeshik reminded him of his promise just in case. Daeshik told the young man to put everything aside and start by releasing magic power. The release of magical power is the release of all available magical power without a residue. As you level up, not only does the amount of magic increase, but also the art of hiding it. Therefore, when a strong player manifests his magic, the hitherto restrained magical power pours out in a cascade. The department head saw his subordinate's eyes glowing, and thought that he had not imagined it the day before. Now he wouldn't be able to just pass by. This time he would fight properly. A coworker in the office asked a coworker if he could feel the vibration. A colleague noticed that Director Daeshik recently left for the training field. Could it be because of that? The girl said it has nothing to do with that. There are many layers of barrier. The coworker added that neither vibration nor magic would be able to penetrate. A colleague agreed with her. Unless Daeshik puts all his effort and trashes the place. But he's not that kind of person after all. And there's no opponent that can match him. A girl from the troop also felt the vibrations and asked her grandmother what it could be. The woman asked, "Did Yu Bing feel it too?" The woman said it was a vibration that started recently. It's not just an ordinary shaking. It's a collision of great magical forces. Maybe something broke in the distance? The woman replied that the source was blocked, but it wasn't far away, maybe even nearby. The woman added that these are players of at least the level of top rankers, and the opponents fight face to face. Daeshik and Kim Giku really fought face to face, skillfully using their abilities. Elle remarqua que cela était mieux pour le maître de ne pas s'overexerter. Brunhart supported it. The opponent is too strong. Lu said that this is the only way to get stronger. Kim Giku replied that he's fine. He's even surprised to feel such a difference in strength. However, Daeshik is so strong that he can safely break through his gloves. Our hero thought he had hit an opponent with reflection skills. Oh, and aggravating his wounds with B's help must have had an effect. Daeshik noticed that Kim Giku was not bad at all today. But is that really all he can show? The protagonist thought that there was no way his opponent would die, so he should attack him at full strength. However, Daeshik anticipated his opponent's sudden speedy outburst. Lu said that there was simplicity in the master's movements. Daeshik was none other than the highest ranker in the past, Behemoth. The reason why he was called that was because of the legendary Behemoth spike weapon. Kim Giku told Lu to attack. Lu slyly inquired, "Master isn't going to destroy the opponent, is he?" Sung-hoon cautiously opened the door. What had happened here? He saw the mutilated walls and floor, as well as the opponents lying exhaustedly not far from each other. Both fighters asked Sung-hoon to bring them an elixir. One could pour it on wounds and also consume it internally. Daeshik wondered if his opponent had a skill with a curse. No matter how much he poured the elixir, the wound wouldn't heal. Sung-hoon cautiously inquired what incident had left the training room in such a state. Sung-hoon noticed that it looked like a nuclear bomb had been tested here. The department members are very frightened. Kim Giku asked the supervisor, "Isn't he pretty good now too?" Daeshik noticed that the young man was still far away from him. He had acquired great strength too quickly, so his movement was too primitive. 100 weak enemies may seem like a joke, but if you meet a truly strong opponent, you can't be so careless. Shik observed that a player must first understand his opponent, and then make it impossible for the opponent to understand him. Lu noticed that the master wasn't very good with the double sword yet. Kim Giku thought that strength without technique only gives half of all power. Technique can only be learned in real combat. Shik thought that his opponent was able to leave a scratch on a legendary rank weapon for which there was no concept of wear and tear. If only he could fully master this power and learn to control it, he would achieve a lot. Shik suggested the boy to apply. Shik suggested that our hero submit an application. The department head remarked that Kim Gi-kyu should be ranked as a ranker by now. Kim Gi-kyu remarked, "If the boss talks about the rancher, does that mean he will be known by sight?" After all, they had agreed that there would be no publicity. Shik said there was no need to worry about revealing his identity. First and foremost, Kim Gi-kyu is a mercenary, and protecting the identity of mercenaries is paramount. This will never happen in an association. Of course, there is a possibility of a situation like the Masked Rancher. But Kim Gi-kyu was pretty good in today's fight. Even if the Iron Guild is watching him, the young man has already reached the level where he can defend himself. Kim Gi-kyu said he understood what Shik meant. Ella and Lu wondered what the host was shy about. Sung-hoon and Shik also thought Kim Gi-kyu was shy. Kim Gi-kyu said that this rank is not that important to him. He is just trying to reduce the risks. Being a simple mercenary is enough for him now. The head of the department said that Sung-hoon will give all the details. He wants to finish his business and rest. Sung-hoon said that if Kim Gi-kyu becomes a ranker, he will gain two major advantages. The influence on the association will increase, and access to information will also increase. The authority that Kim Gi-kyu had exercised through his superior would now become his own. Kim Gi-kyu had heard that mercenaries had the same rights as a superior or high rankers. Sung-hoon remarked that it was for work directly on the site. Administrative matters were a little different. Sung-hoon remarked that this is all secondary. Rankers and high rankers are titles that are not only awarded in Korea, but also in international associations. Mercenaries have influence domestically, while rankers have power that is recognized around the world. Sung-hoon remarked, "From alley leader to state constituency." After all, that sounds favorable. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he didn't think so. Sung-hoon smiled. He was sure that his interlocutor would soon be on the international stage. Kim Gi-kyu said that it doesn't work on him, you don't have to try. Lu laughed and noticed that Master's ears were turning red. Ella expressed her confidence that the host would do better. Kim Gi-kyu thought, if everyone insists it's just some ranker, so he'll give it a try. Sung-hoon wondered what did just some mean. In any case, Kim Gi-kyu loses nothing. There will be no losses or unpleasant situations. Although you will have to take part in a closed ranker battle once. The rank of ranker is obtained after participating in the official battle. Sung-hoon added that this time there was an application for an unofficial event. Even if the association accepts the young man, the other rankers might have a different opinion. It will be necessary to fight one of the three rankers. Kim Gi-kyu thought, he wouldn't have to fight a very high-level player, would he? Sung-hoon replied that it was just a formality that beginners usually participate in. 45th floor of the tower. The player squad went out to meet the huge monster. The girl said that Les Drake's skin was thick and sensation dulled. So instead of a face-to-face battle, it would be better to climb on his head and strike him in the eyes, which would be much more effective. The girl threw a punch and jumped off the monster roaring with will. If something unforeseen happens, however, hunting him can be made easier by hitting him on the inside of his knees, which are relatively vulnerable. It was important to be strong enough to deal damage. It was the leader of the Kachim Guild, Shin Yu-bin. The guild members were proud of their leader and thought she was incredibly cool. The grandmother asked Yu-bing if she thought she should hand over the guild's business to someone else. She replied that she liked what she was doing. Yu-bing noticed that her father had said that mentoring future players brought more joy than leveling up. Her father especially talked a lot about the guide who had helped him a lot when he was a rookie. Yu-bing learned about the closed rancher battle from the message. Yu-bin asked her grandmother about this event. What is a closed ranker battle? The woman replied that it was a formal battle for those who had already been approved by the association. So someone has been chosen to be a ranker. Yu-bing thought that this was a patronage appointment. This kind of ranker not only fails to enlighten the junior players, but also steals their chance. Yu-bing thought that she couldn't let him get the rank so easily. Maybe he would be at least half as good as the guide her father had told her about. Observers at the closed rancher battle will be the head of the association, Shik, and rancher Yu Seok-woo. Kim Gi-kyu thought that these were all people he knew. But is it okay to do that? Shouldn't the association be fair? Sung-hoon said that the young man should accept these benefits. After all, It's just a formality. Kim Giku, after all, knows that these people will not judge through their fingers based only on their affections. Kim Giku has long since reached the level of a high ranker. It's the opponent who should be worried. Kim Giku asked the most important thing. Who would he fight? The opponent was a ranker named Shin Yu-bin called Sword Kachim. She is the leader of a girl-only guild. Our hero felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. Sung-hoon remarked that such phrases don't work anymore these days. Kim Giku said that he had actually seen her somewhere. Sung-hoon assumed that she could have been seen on TV. She's a rancher. In the training room, players Kim Giku and Shin Yu-bin were already in their positions and facing each other. The rules of the fight are the same as before. Excessive attacks are forbidden, and if either side declares an intention to surrender, the fight will be stopped immediately. The watchers advised our hero to proceed as usual. They would see what he could do. Shin Yu-bin was even more certain that this guy passed due to connections, especially she can't recognize him so easily. If Kim Giku turns out to be underqualified, Shin Yu-bin will make an official retraction. The Battle of the Rankers was officially underway. A short while after the fight started, Lu praised the host, noting that he should keep his strength and speed to the maximum, using only technique. Lu noticed that this girl was a good opponent. She had pretty good tactical and technical data. Kim Giku used optimal blocking and the same evasion from his opponent's attacks. Instead of directly blocking the blows, he sometimes dodged. Daeshik was not happy because he was telling the young man to fight while he was practicing his moves. Yuseok Woo wondered if the ranchers' battles were always so calm. The president of the association only sighed silently. Both opponents were moving around the arena superbly. Shin Yu-bin had to admit that this young man was strong. She had jumped to conclusions. This guy might have passed through here by familiarity, but no matter how she attacked, she couldn't reach him. Where did a player that strong come from? The girl wanted to use her skills as much as possible, so she tried to find the right moment. Using her skill, Yu-bin struck a blow and the protagonist flew far back. The young man thought that he didn't have time to see his opponent's sword. Her skill was causing hallucinations. Lu said he couldn't hold back any longer. Kim Giku decided it was time to end the fight. Kim Giku activated the acceleration. Shin Yu-bin saw that the opponent was moving faster on the field. But how could he do that? Our hero put his strength into Lu and prepared to strike. The guy hit the girl in the chest with a swing and she lost her balance, flying far backwards. The blow was so strong that Yu-bin couldn't hold the sword in her hands, and it flew away from her a great distance. The judges watched the fight in silence. Kim Giku was correct but assertive. Yu-bin stopped resisting and lowered her head and said that she had lost this fight. By unanimous decision of the judges, the winner was awarded to Kim Giku. As a result of the victory, he is awarded the rank of ranker without additional evaluation bouts. The girl thought that she had jumped to conclusions and lost with such shame. She couldn't even lift her head in shame. Kim Giku extended his hand to his opponent and thanked ranker Shin Yu-bin for fighting. Guy said that they haven't seen each other in a while. Yu-bin was surprised. Did the young man really know her? Kim Giku asked if her father's name was Shin Jong-chul. Yu-bin was even more surprised. How did the young man know that? Kim Giku admitted that he used to be a guide. Her father often told him about her. Yuseok Woo thought that 5 years of experience as a conductor was a lot to take in. Kim Giku said he saw the girl once at a funeral. The guy added that he was doubtful at first, but when he saw her in person, he recognized her immediately. Last time she was still a schoolgirl. Yu-bin remembered her father telling her that he met a guide who couldn't level up, but that guy still helps others to go higher. Isn't that cool? Shin Yu-bin recalled her thoughts about this guy taking advantage of the connections. She felt ashamed. Yu-bin used to think that she would expose him and make an official retraction. The girl's opinion of this guy changed. She looked at him with different eyes. Yu-bin extended her hand to the young man and said, blushing, that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Daeshik congratulated our hero. Now he is also a real ranker. The president of the association also congratulated the guy and added that he wants to meet him later separately. Seok Woo congratulated his colleague on his promotion. Yu-bin, blushing with embarrassment, asked the young man for his phone number. The protagonist didn't feel like going to the tower today. He decided to chat with Daeshik. Kim Giku knocked on the door of the supervisor's office and asked if he could come in. The door was unlocked. Kim Giku looked inside and saw a man on the floor. Oh, Daeshik was on his knees, bent over and holding his stomach. Kim Giku rushed over to his colleague and inquired if Daeshik was okay. The young man saw the supervisor bleeding and asked what was going on. Who could have done this to him? Kim Giku wondered if it was poison or if he was attacked. Had someone infiltrated the association? Daeshik said with difficulty. Head of the association. Kim Giku said he understood and would contact the head of the association now. Daeshik said that the head of the association had beaten him up. After taking the healing potion, Daeshik came to his senses and told his story. He said he would sue that old man someday. Lu wondered how he could unilaterally beat someone who had withstood even devastating blows. Kim Giku asked why the president of the association had beaten Daeshik. The boss replied that the old man kept asking him to go on blind dates. Daeshik told the president that he would only marry someone he loved. After that, the old man immediately threw his fists at him. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if Oh Daegu was proposing a marriage of convenience. The world of the rich is a different world after all. Daeshik said that the old man was afraid that his adult son would remain a bachelor until old age. He began to ask what other unrequited love could there be at his age. Does that girl even like him? Kim Gi-kyu said that Daeshik has been very busy lately. Guy added that because of the Iron Guild, his family has been bothering him lately. He needs someone to help his mother when she goes to the store, or for a walk. Daeshik jumped up from his seat and said that he wasn't busy. On the contrary, he had a lot of free time. Daeshik noticed that the association was running smoothly without him, and he could take some time off. If he can't, he'll make up the time at any cost. Kim Gi-kyu asked him to take care of his mother in that case. Kim Gi-kyu said that's not why he's here, and asked what he heard about the founding of an Iron Guild branch in Korea. Daeshik said that there would be an official announcement tonight. Almost all the formalities had been finalized, and the building for the guild had been decided upon as well. Kim Gi-kyu realized that there was no turning back. But how did the International Association react? Daeshik stated that they no longer have the right to interfere unless some scandal breaks out. In general, they cannot interfere in the affairs of other associations. The whole problem is the Angela Guild. For some reason, the first guild in the country started supporting the opening of the Iron Guild branch. At this point, it has been revealed that they were only involved in the establishment and then withdrew after that. Daeshik said that it bothered him. What kind of conversation could there be between two guilds that didn't communicate, moreover, that were feuding with each other? The department head speculated that there might have been some conflict between the two leaders, between Iron Shield and Lee Seon-ho. Our hero was also interested in this deal between two major guilds. Daeshik wondered if Kim Gi-kyu would take revenge. There's no denying that this is a very good time for revenge. Kim Gi-kyu assumed that the Iron Guild must be after him. It turns out that there's no way to avoid a clash. There were 3 months left before the branch opened. Our hero decided to eliminate all the risks, one by one. Iron Guild, opening a branch in South Korea. The community is excited. The association is silent. Does the head of the branch, Rogers Han, miss his homeland? These were the headlines in the news media. The word guild sounds pretty close and evokes friendly feelings, but it is actually an armed group of people. There were those who were happy about the Iron Guild, as its appearance could reduce the risks of gate rupture, as well as those who were against letting foreign military forces into the territory. Our hero couldn't tear himself away from his smartphone and kept reading news related to the topic. Kim Gi-kyu arrived at the place where he had arranged to meet. Lu remarked that it wasn't a bad choice of location. Elle noted that Lu had strange taste. This was the city that was destroyed after the gate was breached. Why was this place chosen? Sung-hoon said the address is accurate, but why is he late? Kim Gi-kyu said that they have to wait because they need it. Looking around, our hero said it looked like he had pulled up. It was the first step in preparing for revenge in 3 months. The young man came closer and apologized for being late. It was a paparazzi player. He said he called on behalf of Go Hyun-chul. He was an ex-ranker. Earlier, Oh Dae-shik said that it was best not to mess with this person. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Ko Hyun-chul wasn't making a good impression, but what mattered now was his ability to extract information. Kim Gi-kyu said that he would like to meet the player Mr. Ko Hyun-chul in person. The young man said that Mr. Ko Hyun-chul would only negotiate through him. Kim Gi-kyu said it's a pretty serious matter. They guarantee security, and a face-to-face meeting is necessary. The young man said that was impossible. All cases were decided only through him. He had the right to accept or reject them. Sung-hoon said that it's very dangerous. Information about the plan might leak out. Kim Gi-kyu said that he will name the amount first. The down payment is 5 billion. If information is obtained, he will pay another 10. The interlocutor asked what the deal was. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he wanted information. There is a possibility that the Iron Guild was negotiating with the Angela Guild when they decided to open a branch in Korea. Need to know what the deal was? The interlocutor said that these people were crazy. The guy turned around and said he was turning down the job. Whatever the reward, he couldn't risk his life. The young man added that he would assume he hadn't heard anything. Kim Gi-kyu grabbed the leg of his fleeing interlocutor and said that he heard everything anyway. Does he really think he'll just be let go now? Kim Gi-kyu added that this person came here of his own volition. but he won't be able to leave that way. Kim Giku used his dragon eye and told the interlocutor to stop pretending and come down if he didn't want to die. Kim Giku pulled his opponent's leg and slammed him to the ground. Our hero said that last time he had to sweat over this man, so there were not the most pleasant feelings left. Kim Giku said that he suggests doing the right thing while he's still kind, and called his interlocutor, Ko Hyun-chul. The young man was indignant. Why is this man acting like this? He wouldn't stand still anymore either. Kim Gi-kyu said that in that case, the rancher in front of him is definitely Mr. Ko Hyun-chul. The young man began to deny his involvement with the name. Kim Gi-kyu stated that there is no need to pretend. Our hero said that everything can be verified now, and Ko Hyun-chul is acting in vain. The day before, the protagonist had logged in. Lu's ego had fully awakened in the Magic Lord's body. So when he woke up, it wasn't a full awakening. Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu, "Has something changed?" Lu said that the master's demonic eye skill had to be revealed to some extent, because demonic items meant anything that belonged to the devil world. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, what demon eye? Lu reminded him that it was about the master's left eye. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, if it was a demon eye, why was Lu only talking about it now? Lu replied that no one had asked him about it, especially since he too had doubts at first. After all, the magic eye is not easy for a person to obtain. He doesn't know what exactly that woman who praised the Demon King did. Who is she that possesses this powerful force? This demon eye can see the essence, though not all the power has been revealed yet. Lu said that the host could see the names. Kim Gi-kyu recognized that it would really be useful. It would also be nice to have the Devil's Diary. In the information window, our hero read that the power of demonic items can be put into the ego. It turns out that it is possible to put B's aggravation of wounds, Hermes' acceleration, or Oberon's power. Lu confirmed that the host can put in a skill that suits the character of the ego. You can test the gloves first. Kim Gi-kyu tested Baining. It's a black magic technique to bind the opponent. Sung-hoon was surprised. Could this really be a new skill? Kim Gi-kyu confirmed this assumption. Kim Gi-kyu once again told Mr. Ko Hyun-chul to stop pretending. The frightened and immobilized young man was frightened, and when he saw the demon eye, he said that his interlocutor had met the Demon King after all. A change began to happen to the young man, and he was freed from the ribbons that bound him. The young man took on a different appearance and said that this is getting interesting. He is willing to listen to what Kim Gi-kyu has to say to him. Kim Gi-kyu said that Ko Hyun-chul looks much more natural this way. Kim Gi-kyu said he wanted to make a deal and change the terms a bit. Our hero reminded about the upfront payment of 5 billion and double the amount for successful fulfillment. Ko Hyun-chul remarked that it's not enough. His life isn't that cheap. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised, because the person he was talking to had just tried to run away with his information. So we can dispense with that for now. The paparazzi laughed. Kim Gi-kyu asked, in that case, what does he want to get? Ko Hyun-chul said he was interested in information about the relationship with the Demon King and the power of the Demon Eye. The paparazzi was surprised that Kim Gi-kyu has no idea how valuable this information is. Kim Gi-kyu said that he is a disciple of the Demon King, and with the Demon Eye, he can see the essence of other people. Ko Hyun-chul says that he has received the payment and is accepting the assignment. The paparazzi added that once he gets the information, he will get in touch himself. Sung-hoon thought it was over somehow quickly. Kim Gi-kyu suggested moving to another location in that case. He wanted to finish all the business today. The president of the association said he heard about this revenge from Dae-shik, but he can't help. Even though Kim Gi-kyu is a mercenary, the only thing he can do is to turn a blind eye. The president said that they have the same interests at this stage, and the case with the association's branch is a headache. Our hero said that it's more like an anticipatory attack rather than revenge. He is sure that the Iron Guild will start hunting him down. Kim Gi-kyu added that if the association president stood silently by, he would be grateful. The guy added that he had one more request. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that he was interested in complete control of the information. We need to evacuate all the residents who are within range of the Iron Guild's branch, and make sure that no other guilds sneak in. The president of the association wondered if the young man was going to blow up the entire branch in the center of the capital. They were among the top 10 strongest guilds in the world. Daegu said that the association is not omnipotent either. Such control is not easy to organize, unless there was a gate rupture. Kim Gi-kyu listened to this information. Daegu remarked that it sounds like Kim Gi-kyu might cause this breakup. The president of the association remarked that he had tried many times to destroy the gate, but had never succeeded. It was beyond the power of one man. Kim Gi-kyu noticed that he could do something similar. Kim Giku entrusted Ko Hyun Chol to investigate some questionable points and also received a little help from the association. Lu wondered if the host would now go looking for this devil diary. Kim Giku replied that he didn't have time for that now. Kim Giku thought that he needed something else right now. Even if he could control the gate, his strength wasn't enough. Brunhart asked if he was completely useless. Our hero said that Brunhart was helping him a lot. Kim Giku thought that the gate became stronger when it absorbed the crystals, but Brunhart's power wasn't limited to that. Kim Giku noticed that his opponent was a guild that was one of the top 10 strongest. Even if he manages to become stronger in 3 months, he can't deal with them alone. The association can't personally help in the battle. Kim Giku wondered if the guy had sent the workers home and was doing something here. Yu Seok-woo was surprised that Kim Giku came here. Seok-woo apologized and said that he's a little busy right now. Kim Giku said that there was no need to apologize. Everyone around him knows that Yu Seok-woo is always busy. The guild leader noticed that they had just recently seen each other. Our hero needed to find an ally to help him fight more enemies. Seok-woo wondered what Kim Giku was talking about. Kim Giku revealed some information to the interviewer. Seok-woo admitted that it was the first time he had heard such details. Seok-woo noticed that his guild owed a great debt to Kim Giku. Naturally, he would be willing to grant any request from the young man. Kim Giku said it could be very risky. Kim Giku added that this is why he didn't come here as a friend, but wants to offer the guild head a deal. If the Iron Guild branch disappears, there will be many advantages that will transfer to the Cain Guild through association. Kim Giku added that he had one condition. If Guild Cain asked for something, he would fulfill that request, no matter what it was. Lu said that the host offers himself as a condition of the deal. The host became very arrogant. Seok-woo thought that this man had just recently trembled at the sight of goblins. The guild leader said that he hears a tempting offer, but what is the task? Should he just confront the members of the Iron Guild branch? Kim Giku replied that it would be enough. Yu Seok-woo said that he can't handle such serious matters alone, but he thinks he can persuade the guild members. Yu Seok-woo said that they will consider Morning Star-san's suggestions. Our hero said that he would wait for a positive response from Mr. A-Rock. There are 53 days left until the opening day of the Iron Guild branch. Gyeonggi Province, Suwon. The young men, glancing at their watches, thought Mr. Morningstar was running late. He hasn't even been in there an hour. It's a B-rank gate. However, our hero came out of the gate, though he was covered in blood. Ella said that the master was good. Brunhart recognized that the monster's blood was very sticky. Lu remarked that the host put up a good fight. The young man wondered. Did Morningstar-san really go in there alone? Even an entire guild would take several days. His colleague said that there was a real mercenary in front of them. Kim Giku was surprised. Did these two really come to meet him? A young man approached our hero and asked if he would sell the crystals this time. Kim Giku nodded affirmatively, saying that he would also spend the sweep reward on them. Kim Giku asked where the other gates were. The man replied that there were no other gates. The man said that the mercenary has cleared every gate the association has. There are no more gates on the peninsula that he can clear. Brunhart became frustrated, so he won't be able to eat crystal anymore. Lu said that Brunhart was very insatiable. While on vacation, a man asked our hero what his plans were for the next 2 months. Kim Giku replied that he had no desire to go abroad to get more crystals. He could try to maximize them in the tower. Besides, he hadn't quite mastered the powers he had acquired yet. Kim Giku added that he would be doing various household chores for the time being. That's how time will fly by. The interlocutor asked if that person didn't talk about meeting today. Kim Giku noticed that he could suddenly appear again like the first time they met. A man appeared behind the young men's back and said that he had been figured out this time too. Kim Giku always surprises him. Kim Giku said that this person always has a strange accent, and it's always different. The guest also got a can of soft drink and opened it to join the conversation. The young man said that even high rankers couldn't pick up his presence, but Kim Giku felt it immediately. Does he really have unusual magic? Lu said it was all thanks to him, the master of all magic items. Kim Giku thought that Lu was as brilliant as ever. Kim Giku asked the guest what he had found out this time. Before this, 3 meetings had been wasted. The man was surprised. Didn't he break the news that Iron Shield's leg had been chopped off? Kim Giku acknowledged the news. The guest said that this case is about the 2 biggest guilds in the world. Kim Giku treats it like child's play. Our hero said that he is interested in information, not idle talk. The interlocutor said that this would be the last information. Further, he is withdrawing from the case. Kim Giku inquired, would this information really be reliable? The young man asked if Kim Giku knew about the rumors surrounding Lee Xianho. Our hero said that Lee Xianho was injured while defending the tower. The informant said that he doesn't know what kind of injury, but they say the situation was pretty critical. That's why Lee Xianho needs the elixir. The last place where the elixir could be obtained was the Labyrinth of Gerionde. Kim Giku thought, if the information about him and the Demon Queen hadn't leaked anywhere, it would look pretty natural to assume that the elixir was in the possession of the Iron Guild that defended the tower. So he wants to pull off a deal using an elixir he doesn't even have. Can Iron Shield really do that to Lee Xianho? Kim Giku thought that all 3 elixirs that were previously found had already been used. So the Demon Queen was involved in this deal as well. If he is so badly injured that he requires an elixir, his vessel may have been badly damaged. Ella said the host is reasoning in the right direction. Ella recalled that the host also experienced that feeling when the elixir restored the vessel. If he needed that effect, then his vessel was damaged. Elle suggested that the host meet with the Demon Queen. Lu recalled, she had told Kim Giku to come to her when she passed the 50th floor, right? Although even for the master, it wouldn't be easy. Brunhart told his host that he had had enough of crystals and couldn't look at them anymore. Lu warned that it was all Brunhart's greed. Kim Giku said that he would put off deciding this issue for later. Nothing comes to mind now anyway. Kim Giku decided to test the skill of fusion. Our hero thought the main ego would be B. The system reported that the merger process has begun. Incheon International Airport. The founding of the Iron Guild branch. The day has come. Reporters wondered what policies the Iron Guild branch here would follow. Could the new head make a comment? What is Mr. Iron Shield doing now? What are the future plans for this guild? A little girl with flowers was heading toward Rogers. The player noticed the child. The girl handed Rogers the flowers and asked that he take care of the country. The president of the Korean Association came up to the girl and put the child on his shoulder. The flashes of journalists' cameras began to flash everywhere. Journalists filmed primarily the president of the association. The association president said Rogers Han lacks spectacle. Rogers thought he couldn't even treat even the president of the Korean Players Association politely. Rogers wondered, is this really how they work in the Korean Association? How could a person in a public place behave like this? Oh Daegu said that the chairman of the Korean branch of the Iron Guild has no concept at all about the strength and capabilities of the interlocutor. The president wondered, would this little girl cause trouble? Rogers Han took the flowers and thanked the child for them. The president said that their association has prepared arrangements for the guests' arrival. He would appreciate it if the guests could visit them. In the car, Rogers threw away the flowers and told the driver that they were going straight to the branch. The driver wondered, wouldn't they stop at the Korean Association? Rogers remarked that there was no need to obey them in everything. Inspecting the branch building is of paramount importance to him. Rogers thought it was strange that all information related to Kim Giku had been blocked. It's understandable, though, since he's related to the Demon King. Rogers figured he wouldn't have any trouble getting information on this man's family. The driver stopped outside the building and said they had arrived. Rogers wondered, why was it so quiet? After all, this was a busy neighborhood. We've received a report that a gate breach has been detected. Residents need to be evacuated immediately. This is a real situation. The officer reported that the evacuation and cordoning off of the area was almost complete. We could slowly begin. The man said it was their last call. Perimeter officers stood in a perimeter cordon. A silencing barrier was activated. Kim Giku thought that now one wouldn't have to worry about witnesses. Kim Giku approached the gate and initiated its opening. From the gates, the undead showed up in great numbers. The headless horseman and a skeleton hiding a skull under a hood closed the procession. The undead bosses greeted their host. Kim Giku reminded them to stick to the plan. Kim Giku reminded us that those who have a red armband on their arm are allies. All others are enemies. All enemies must be eliminated. The undead replied that they would stick to the plan they had devised. Kim Giku urged everyone to disperse to their places and follow the plan. Yu Seok-woo was surprised to think that this man had actually caused a rift. Seok-woo thought that these skeletons looked very powerful. Lich and Durahan are about on the level of the rankers. The guide said that Kim Giku's player was exceeding expectations. A colleague asked, are they definitely going to fight against the Iron Guild? A month prior, representatives from Guilds Child and Morning Star said that they would like to join player Kim Giku. Kim Giku was surprised and wondered why they both made that decision. Child said that they started communicating after the Guardian raid. Morning Star said they bonded over talking about Kim Giku. Kim Giku wondered, is this really why he is being offered unification? Child said as he took his place after the guild leader left. Kim Giku expressed his congratulations. The player said that while chatting with guild leader Kim Sung-pil, the topic naturally came up about Kim Giku. The player added, "If they unite, everyone will benefit." That's how it happened that they met here. Kim Giku thanked for the inflated scores and added that he wasn't even a member of any guilds. The interlocutor said he saw Kim Giku wearing a mask on the news when he was blocking the gate rupture in the forest. The character thought that everyone who knows his face recognized him in that news report. The young man added that it was then that he thought, "This masked player will definitely become great. Therefore, it never hurts to have a good relationship with him." Kim Giku asked the players if he, as their ally, could be the first to make a request. Exactly 1 month later, they would need to report with all available combat power to the designated place and time. Kim Giku added that for the sake of safety, he can't give all the details yet, but they will be fighting a powerful enemy. The hero knew that it was a weighty request, but if they helped him, he would not hesitate to make an alliance with them. The player thought it was a strong current. One wrong step and they could be swept away. Of course, these guilds came to the rescue, for they had become convinced of how this man controlled the gate. The guild commanders thought that player Kim Giku would definitely be able to lead them to the top level. Kim Giku called out to Lu, L, and B and said that now it's time to start the revenge. The president of the association, observing what was going on, said it all started. The hero's aides, accompanied by the undead, advanced in smooth columns to complete the task. Daegu said he suspected something like that. It's almost an entire army. The president of the association asked his son if he was confident in his abilities. Daeshik asked what his father was talking about. The head said he was referring to that guy. Is he sure he won't make a monster out of him? Daeshik replied that he wasn't even thinking about it. He just wanted the man to be happy. Daegu said that if he turned into a monster and interfered with their plans, he would personally eliminate him. Sung-hoon appeared on the rooftop nearby and reported that he had everything ready. Daeshik said that whoever tried to come in here, no one should be allowed in. Not a player, not a normal resident, not even a mouse should be allowed in. Yu Seok-woo and his guild were advancing, however. He felt the presence of a very powerful aura. This aura wasn't like that of an ordinary player. What's going on here? Who could control such a vast territory? These people were ostensibly members of the association, but were actually soldiers of Chairman Daeshik. Their origins and history are unknown. They are an organization created to guard and protect the entire country and humanity. Yu Seok-woo saw a group of people ahead, along his route, who probably had this aura emanating from them. They were the representatives of the Iron Guild, and of course they were hostile. Seok-woo thought that these people were not aware of their plans. A surprise attack would be much more effective than a simple frontal attack. The young man came closer and introduced himself as the head of the Cane Guild. He added that they had arrived as reinforcements due to the gate breaking. The Iron Guild representative attacked the young man without further ado, but Yu Seok-woo managed to dodge the blow. The American was surprised to see that the Korean player was able to dodge. He said he wasn't interested in rips or reinforcements. Rogers has ordered from the start that anyone who gets in the way be eliminated. The villains stated that they would fight. These players would be a lot more fun than some gate ripping. Seok-woo realized that the commander of the Iron Guild's second group of troops in their country, Mad Rhodes, was in front of him. Kim Giku, sitting on top of a ravenous beast on the roof of a high-rise, watched the situation unfold. Brunhart said that he ate a lot of crystals and became much cooler. Ella stated that now the real battle begins. The structure of the team in the Iron Guild branch was as follows. The head of the guild was Rogers Khan, aka the player on the battlefield. The leader of the first team was Chaelmont. The leader of the second team is Rhodes. The leader of the third team is Carlin. Kim Giku felt it was his job to prevent these teams from uniting. He summoned the element of water, which could turn the body into a stream. The protagonist transformed into a water stream along with a wild beast and descended to the battlefield. He outnumbered the enemy in terms of armed forces, but it was too early to make positive predictions. The hero army was an improvised alliance. If teams from the same guild united, they would be at a disadvantage. The archer shot towards the enemy using several arrows at once. Chaelmont wondered if this was how guests were welcomed in this country. The battle had begun. Both sides acted aggressively, using all their skills. The commander thought that even ordinary guild members weren't easy to deal with, and no one could come to their aid yet. When would ranker Kim Giku show up? Players activated an earth shield to stop the enemy attack. Chaelmont grinned. Did they really hope to defeat them with this? It was a shame they were being underestimated. The commander of the first American squad said, if he wanted to win, he should at least bring a ranger. At that moment, Kim Giku appeared behind him and said that he was already here. Before he knew it, Chaelmont was under attack. Lu and L didn't give him a chance. Immediately after that, the cannibalism skill was activated. The process of turning Chaelmont's player fragments into egos began. Kim Giku wondered, what other fragments are we talking about? Ella said that wasn't the main thing right now. The hero walked over to his companions and asked if Jaewon was okay. Wiping the blood from his face, Jaewon said that Kim Giku was late. The protagonist apologized and offered the young man a potion to heal his wounds. The representatives of the other guild who had taken the hit saw Kim Giku appear on the battlefield. The huge predator, along with the water stream, collapsed on top of the opponents. The guild commander realized that the wolf was their ally and announced it to the others. All retreat and do not attack the beast. However, the enemies were in trouble as the huge beast descended upon them with fury and power. The water element raged on the battlefield. The representatives of the American Guild did not expect such an onslaught. The commander said it wasn't worth attacking yet. Otherwise, the water power would hit them too. Chaelmont's body suddenly disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up by someone. The players remembered that something like this had happened before during the Guardian raid. The undead that had intervened in the battle began to actively crush the Iron Guild. Rogers was astonished. They had just arrived, and they were already helping the Koreans with some kind of rift. What kind of wild country was this? The huge skeleton, glaring with his eyes, said that under the orders of the headmaster, they must bind this crowd. Rogers thought this might turn out to be their worst battle yet. The enemy's strength was one thing, but his weapons were terrifying. Battling the undead, Rogers wondered, how could they underestimate Nane's power? Rogers told Carlin she could handle herself. She has to help the other team. Carlin replied that she didn't think it was necessary. The other team can handle it, and she is more important here at this site. During the battle, Rogers realized that his opponents were not behaving like ordinary monsters. He had a bad feeling. The participants in the battle saw a strange green light in the sky. What could it be? The guild commander said that ranchers and battles are on a different level. Kim Giku said that he had a bad feeling about it. Ella agreed, and Lu added that this aura was making him mad. Elle noticed that it was definitely a sacred sword. She added that a different aura emanated from it. Brunhart reported to the master that all the skeletons were destroyed. It happened faster than our hero expected. Kim Giku tells B that it's time for them to move out. Kim Giku climbed onto the ravenous beast and told his companions that he would help the other team. As soon as they healed the wounded and sorted out their equipment, they should join him. At a meeting of the Federation Board, one of the participants said that he did not expect such behavior from the association. It was obvious violence. There was a gate rupture in the Yoksum area, but they were kicked out of there, even though it was their territory. The Hephaestus Guild won't just keep quiet. The guild leader, Jang Manchul, said so. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Jae Chanyong, said that the association has never allowed itself to be so arbitrary before. It's a very strange situation, and it's strange that Yoo Suk-woo's seat is empty today. The head of the Do-Hyun Guild, Kim Do-hyun, said that they had listened to the opinions of almost everyone present, and now they wanted to hear what the leader of the 10-man union had to say. What does guild leader Lee Seon-ho think about this? Kim Gi-kyu inquired about Hart and Duran now. Brunhart replied that they are fighting. They ate a lot of crystals and now they have to work it off. The armed team the monsters were dealing with had already split into two. No matter how many crystals they swallowed, it would be difficult for the two of them to deal with all of them. It turns out that Guild Kane is fighting both teams right now. Let's hurry up. In the manager's office, Dae-shik tells our hero that they will put up a top-level barrier to fence off the Yoksum neighborhood, but it won't last long. Besides, it's not cheap. Even if we can convince the other guilds, 3 hours at most. Kim Gi-kyu must be sure to finish everything in 3 hours. Dae-gu said there was only 1 hour left. He would open the barrier in an hour. Dae-shik was surprised. That wasn't what they'd agreed. The chairman of the association said that this is the maximum he can do. He feels like Lee Seon-ho is on his way here. The chairman of the association told his son to get Gregory. Dae-gu added that the battle could not be avoided. On the battlefield, the fierce battle continued. The battle did not reveal a clear favorite. The deputy guild leader asked the player if he was okay. The deputy commander said it was a failure. It was hard with one team, and then the enemy reinforcements arrived. The player looked at Seok-woo and said that it was even more difficult for the guild head. At this moment, the latter was fighting Mad Rhodes. Carlene came to help, but Rhodes told her to stay out of the way. He would deal with this Korean on his own. Carlene noticed that Rhodes had tried to fight alone many times, but each time he almost lost. Seok-woo thought that even though the opponents were arguing, they were still acting coherently. Carlene didn't have any specific skills, but her speed and reflexes are a big problem for Yoo Seok-woo. She anticipates his actions in advance, so it's impossible to take advantage of the environment. A big problem is created by Rhodes. Seok Woo used the freeze, and his opponent got caught again. Rhodes said he was sick of it. Rhodes called for help after all. Carlene noticed that her colleague was careless. Carlene, swinging her sword, approached Rhodes a fair distance away. The girl swung her sword and severed the frozen parts of Rhodes' legs, after which he flew off to a safe distance. Rhodes found himself with his legs intact again. He thanked Carlene and laughed. Rhodes says he has no need to be careful. It doesn't work on him anyway. He has a unique regeneration skill. Seok Woo thought. The further he went, the greater the difference in physical strength. I should have attacked with a destructive strike from the beginning. To be objective, Rhodes' fighting power was less than Carlene's, and he was acting as a tank so she could use her skills to the best of her ability. Yu Seok Woo thought it was necessary to separate the two for at least a little while. Carlene stated that she had already cut him off more than 10 times today alone. Carlene, gazing ahead, told her co-worker something was coming toward them. Yu Seok Woo activated the huge ice crystal in front of him. The crystal increased in size and approached Rhodes and Carlene. Suddenly, Kim Giku appeared and rushed forward. It was so swift that Carlene and Rhodes didn't notice anything. Kim Giku was already behind them at that moment. Our hero slowed down sharply. At this moment, he had activated the acceleration skill. Thanks to this skill, he could instantly accelerate beyond the physical capabilities of his body. It was a skill obtained through Lu's demonic powers. It was a great combination with speed, but it was too much of a burden. Carlene looked around and saw her opponent behind her. Who could it be? She couldn't even keep track of his movements. Was there anyone in this country with such skills? Rhodes noticed that he found himself split into many pieces. But thanks to his regeneration skill, he didn't fall apart. With surprise, Rhodes said that another funny type had appeared. However, such scratches do not work on him. You can cut him into 100 pieces. Kim Giku said that the leader of the second battle team, Rhodes, who had a unique skill called regeneration, was in front of him. The protagonist wondered if he had pronounced the name correctly. He just doesn't speak English very well yet. Kim Giku warned his opponent that regeneration would no longer work. The young man added that his little one was quite capable. B and Jang Kyung's ego fusion was activated. It aggravated their wounds and slowed their recovery. Carlene wondered, did this player really stop Rhodes' regeneration? But such a thing was impossible with normal items or skills. It turns out this man has special skills too. Rhodes stated that he had not been injured like this in a long time. Rhodes has recognized his opponent's superiority. His unique skills seemed to be inferior to his opponent's. Rhodes was surprised. Did this guy really think he hadn't prepared in any way with his only flaw? Rhodes activated the Berserk mode. Lu and El warned the host that it was dangerous. Berserk swung his sword and said that he wanted to equalize their scores first. The opposing forces noticed that a column of dust appeared on a nearby block when it rained. Berserk is a skill that temporarily increases combat power by replacing excess regenerative power with increased power of other stats. Carlene didn't think Rhodes was using a skill that had lasting repercussions afterward. The ice crystals were shattered, and Yu Seok Woo appeared in front of Carlene. The player asked where she was looking. Seok Woo noticed that he wasn't defeated yet, so it wasn't the time to get distracted. Carlene said that her opponent knows in advance that his attacks don't work on her, and she can handle the guild leader without Rhodes. Seok Woo said that the girl was severely underestimating him. He activated his unique skill, Absolute Zero. Seok Woo explained that he was conceding the battle to her because he was saving his strength in case the plan failed. But if Kim Giku is already here, there's no need for that anymore. Carlin replied that his partner had probably turned into a chop by now. He wouldn't be able to stand up to a berserker. Yu Seok Woo looked to the side and said that he disagreed. At that moment, the protagonist plunged 2 swords into the back of the Rhodes berserker. Yu Seok Woo turned to his opponent and, flashing his sword, told her to try blocking that as well. The ice wall was activated. Carlene was trapped inside a huge block of ice. Yu Seok Woo scratched the back of his head and suggested that he might have overdone it. He must have gotten carried away. Lu asked in surprise what the owner was doing. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he just couldn't pull it out. What kind of muscles does this berserker have? However, the berserk twitched and threw our hero far back. The villain rose to his feet and said again that his opponent was funny. He thought that there was nothing else sensible in this country except for the Demon King and Lee Seon-ho. Rhodes added that there happened to be as many as 2 pretty good players here. The villain spread his arms out to the sides and said he would now try to fight at full strength. Sung-hoon appeared on the battlefield and warned rancher Kim Gi-kyu to finish as quickly as possible. Sung-hoon, with his spear in his hand, shouted that ranker Lee Seon-ho was on his way. Lee Seon-ho told the head of the association that he was waiting for an explanation. What is going on inside this perimeter? Kim Gi-kyu didn't want to meet him. Rhodes didn't want Lee Seon-ho to show up during the fight either. Kim Gi-kyu shouted for Sung-hoon not to disturb him and activated the link skill. Berserk was trapped in a magical harness from which it was impossible to get out. Our hero ordered Sung-hoon to leave immediately while there was still a chance. Sung-hoon understood that the association was not going to interfere in this battle if possible. Kim Gi-kyu said that he would quickly handle it himself. Sung-hoon decided to help the Cane Guild since the situation was like this. Rhodes moved closer to his opponent and said that no one would interfere with them now. The villain, flashing his eyes, shouted that now the most interesting thing was beginning. A real fight was ahead. Berserk threw a powerful punch, but when the dust cleared, he didn't see his opponent. Did Kim Gi-kyu really escape? Our hero found himself behind his opponent's back. He said he had no time for unnecessary talk. Kim Gi-kyu activated the acceleration skill again and said to finish as quickly as possible. Elemental darkness was activated. Lee Seong-ho was persistent and wanted an answer from the chairman of the association to the question. What was going on inside the perimeter? Lee Seong-ho noticed that he heard the word Gregory. Everything is so tightly blocked. Do they really intend to put up a fight with his guild? The president of the association said that there was some misunderstanding. The association has already requested assistance, and everyone here has given their consent. Lee Seong-ho said it was more like an outrageous demand rather than a request for assistance. For the head of the Hephaestus Guild, whose base is inside, this is tantamount to a requirement to move to another location. Lee Seong-ho said that they only came to block the gate tear. Is there any reason why they could be denied? Or maybe there is something going on inside that they are not supposed to know. The president of the association said that it was an unfounded assumption by Chief Lee Seong-ho. They just put up a barrier to avoid unnecessary damage. Besides, I didn't want to interfere with useless reinforcements for those fighting inside, risking their lives. Lee Seong-ho was indignant. Did the president really think he was a useless backup? The guild leader said that they intended to break through by force. Wouldn't the president of the association refuse to fight them? The head of the department, Oh Dae-shik, said that's exactly what would happen. He made it clear by his appearance that he was not joking. The people present realized that they would have to deal with rancor Hippo. Lee Seong-ho, trying to avoid a confrontation, said he had another suggestion. The guild leader added that he would go in there alone. No one else would be with him. Lee Seong-ho made it clear to Mr. Asura that he would not tell anyone about what was going on inside. On the contrary, he would be at his side. Elemental darkness is able to turn the body into darkness. From the looks of it, it seems that this skill only changes the appearance, but the most important thing about it is the additional effect. It strengthens magical powers of similar value. Berserk couldn't fight back. His opponent was pulling him along. The skill Cannibalism was activated. The transformation into the ego of the Rhodes player has begun. The transformation was successful. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he was taking this skill to the last. It put too much strain on his body. Ella agreed. It was a hopeless situation. Lu said that the master was very weak. Lu said that if the master takes a long rest, everything will go to waste. Kim Gi-kyu looked at the players and thought that they had already been dealt with there as well. Seok-woo used his skill to shackle many of the opponents into ice blocks. Our hero saddled a wild beast and said they were going about their business. B moved with the help of the element of water. The host asked Brunhart what is happening with Durhan and Hart now. Brunhart replied that they were still holding on. A short time later, the protagonist was on the spot. Rogers was still holding on and continued to fight with Duran and Hart. Kim Gi-kyu, twirling his demonic eye, told Rogers that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The branch head of the Iron Guild looked up and recognized Kim Gi-kyu. Rogers couldn't get used to the idea that his opponents were some lich and Durhan, while his weapon was a holy sword. It was no problem for him to fight such opponents. Rogers, swinging his sword, shouted for them not to dare look down on him. Rogers thought that there were no ordinary monsters fighting against him. If monsters have such intelligence, usually a powerful technique is followed by a direct attack. However, this Durhan doesn't attack him, but waits for him to recover. It's like they're not here to defeat him, but only to stall for time. This all seems very strange. It's not just the rift. Our hero attacked Rogers and told him to be careful with his sword. The protagonist thought, if his senses didn't fail him, Rogers could absorb the power of holy swords. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the opponent might have guessed. Ella agreed. It looked like the Iron Guild was aware of it. Lu said for the master to try his best. Kim Gi-kyu praised Hart and Durhan for holding out. Durhan replied that he was honored to follow his master's orders. The protagonist sent his subordinates to rest and added that he would take it from here. Rogers wondered, what kind of power was this if this player was able to summon the Gate Rift? How did he manage to become so strong in such a short period of time? Our hero activated the acceleration skill and said that now they would play catch-up properly. Yu Seok-woo came to the battle site and said that he had decided to get here quickly just in case. He had only recently seen Kim Giku, but the guy had gotten much stronger in the meantime. Sung-hoon said he was of the same opinion. Our hero chased Rogers around the field, not letting him rest and recover. Kim Giku was throwing punch after punch at his opponent and wondered what had happened to Rogers. He's not himself today. Lu said that if the master had paid this man in full, he should be finished quickly. Rogers was surprised, for not so long ago this fellow had been a weakling. The villain thought it was too late to dodge now, and blocked another blow from our hero. Iron Shield lit a cigarette, and said that Rogers must have already arrived in Korea. The aide asked if it would be alright if the guild leader allowed Rogers to use the sacred sword in a battle with someone who could absorb the power of the sword. Iron Shield said he was confident in his decision. He warned Rogers that everything would be fine. The head added that it's not a big deal either way. In any case, this is no ordinary holy sword. However, by the time he realizes it, it will be too late. The battle between Kim Giku and Rogers Han continued. Elle said she had a feeling that she had absorbed something, but it wasn't the same when she absorbed Kalen. Lu remarked that he thought it was strange too. Elle said that it was no longer a sacred sword. Ella suggested that it was the fallen sacred sword. Kim Giku wondered, how is that possible? Lu said that it was more like a demon sword. Kim Giku wondered if that meant Lu could handle it. Rogers said that his opponent was not very strong, though he should be. He added that he would destroy this guy with the most horrible doom. Lu said it's not such a simple concept. It's just all lip service. Rogers wondered who this guy was talking to. Now was not the time to be distracted. Rogers rushed to the attack and shouted that he would tear his opponent to pieces. The aide asked the guild leader, did he really trust Rogers with his sacred sword? The head seemed to expect a lot from him. Iron Shield replied that you could say that. Sung-hoon wanted to intervene, but Yu Seok-woo said he shouldn't interfere with Kim Giku. He will do the right thing on his own. Our hero was surprised by his opponent's behavior. What's going on with him? The impression was that Rogers had become weaker on the contrary. Elle told the master that it was all because of the sword. This sword is the fallen sacred sword. At first, it gives strength to the one who uses it, but in the end it takes it away. Rogers couldn't understand what was happening to him, why his body had become so disobedient. Elle noticed that now was the period when the fallen sacred sword was taking all of its master's strength and absorbing it. The assistant was surprised that there was such a terrible sword. It absorbs all of the user's powers and gives them to the true master. But wouldn't this cause problems with the guild leader's main goal of gaining a foothold in Korea? If Rogers weakens too quickly, it could lead to failure. Iron Shield said you don't have to worry about that. 9 is a pretty neat sword. With slow steps, 9 will absorb it. He won't even notice and will become the foundation for revenge. It will take almost 6 months, no problem. If you overdo it and squeeze out all of Nain's power. But that won't happen in Korea. A disarmed Rogers loudly berated his opponent. Rogers, lying on the ground, tried to reach for his sword and said that his hand was hurt. Kim Giku thought that he had been preparing for revenge for many months. Would it really end like this? Lu said that was to be expected. It was time to call it a day. Brunhart added that she didn't like the man. Elle remarqua que c'était une punition appropriée pour un ennemi. Kim Giku opened the vial of potion and told Rogers to release his hand. Kim Giku poured a potion on Rogers' wounded arm and said that this potion would help. Rogers said that this man finally realized there is no good in fighting with the Iron Guild. This is especially true for Kim Giku's life. Kim Giku was surprised. Does his opponent even realize what position he's in? Rogers should check his status window. A frightened Rogers activated the status window and began searching intensely for the information he needed. Rogers saw his scores and level destroyed. He was now worse than some bug. Some useless first level. Is he really worse than trash? Rogers began to wail. To stop the wailing, our hero punched him in the jaw. Brunhart wondered, why was Master so angry? In fact, Kim Giku was also on the first level. Lu remarked that it was a sad story. Yu Seok. Wu thought that even the highest rankers had once started from the first level. What's the big deal? Sung-hoon reported to ranker Kim Giku that the barrier had opened and here comes Lee Seon-ho. Kim Giku said that the opponent was lucky and threw him back inside the gate. He said for Hart to save that person even if he had to use all the potion. Hart picked up the exhausted Rogers. Kim Giku said for Hart to take the sacred sword with him as well. Lu and Ella wanted to warn the host, however, the guy said. The protagonist sensed a tremendous magical power from afar. Lee Sung-ho showed up as expected and said that there was something wrong here after all. This can no longer be taken as a simple gate tear. Lee Seon-ho asked our hero what Kim Gi-kyu was doing here. The young man was surprised. Does the guild head really know him? Lee Sung-ho said that he couldn't help but be proud, but this guy is on the roster of their guild Angela. However, the guild doesn't know anything about what's going on here. I would like to hear it personally from Kim Gi-kyu. The guild head was approached by Sung-hoon. He introduced himself and said that he worked for the association. The young man said that during the operation to suppress the gate bursting, all the members of the Iron Guild were killed. Lee Seon-ho said it was a funny joke. To be honest, he immediately realized that it was their doing. However, he made a deal with the Iron Guild. The Iron Guild promised that they would arrange for him to meet someone who had what he needed. Kim Gi-kyu realized that it was about the elixir. Lee Sung-ho remarked that there was only one such person at the moment. Therefore, unless those present wanted to see them torn apart, the Demon King should show his true colors. Is it normal for a scoundrel who calls himself an apostle of the gods to play such a dirty game? Suddenly there was a bright flash, and the Demon King really did appear nearby. The woman said that the long-awaited meeting with the apprentice had taken place. Sung-hoon couldn't believe his eyes that there was a real Demon King in front of him. Yu Seok-woo also expressed surprise. The woman said Kim Gi-kyu's buddies are very surprised. Kim Gi-kyu was also surprised because this woman was so close, but he didn't feel her presence at all. Our hero thought, if it was an enemy, he wouldn't be saying hello right now. Lu noticed that it was a completely different level than Ko Hyun-chul's. The woman was surprised at the reaction to her appearance, and after all, she had wanted to surprise her. The Demon King said they would talk about that later. The woman looked at Lee Sung-ho and asked if he really needed the elixir. The Guild King confirmed that he was here because of that. The Demon Queen noticed that the bowl was heavily soiled. However, were they in such a close relationship that she could give him the elixir? Lee Seon-ho offered a deal. Without listening to the terms, the woman said that she didn't want it, especially since the elixir wouldn't be able to purify his bowl anyway. It would only slow down the process. The Demon Queen smiled and said that she was sorry to use such a valuable item for such a thing. Lee Seon-ho immediately put on his armor, took a sword in each hand, and said that in that case, there was nothing that could be done. Our hero looked at Lee Seon-ho's swords and realized that he was seeing a sacred sword. Elle noticed that they were now much stronger than she was. The Demon Queen said no matter how strong Lee Sung-ho is, he will have a hard time as long as Baal is with her. The woman said this place will turn into a sea of fire. Lee Seon-ho doesn't like to destroy everything, right? The Demon Queen remarked that she was not one to tolerate disturbances. At the woman's request, Baal took out a vial of mixture and held it out to her. The Demon Queen suggested that they could make a deal. What would Lee Seon-ho's terms be in such a case? Lee Sung-ho says he's ready to save everyone here, including this guy. The Demon Queen said it's not a deal, but a threat. Lee Seon-ho is acting like some kind of thug. The woman threw the vial of mixture to the knight and said that in that case he must not touch the man for a year. Lee Sung-ho catches the vial and says that he promises this and will fulfill his promise. The Demon Queen told Lee Seon-ho to swear by his divine name. Lee Seon-ho didn't say anything and disappeared into the distance. Sung-hoon said that because of this pressure, he couldn't even breathe properly. The woman reminded the audience that the Demon Queen was still here. She asked those present to handle the cleaning and left with her apprentice. Brunhart demanded that the woman move away from the master. There was a flash, and the Demon Queen, along with the protagonist, disappeared from the area. Our hero opened his eyes. In front of him was the Demon Queen. She asked, "Did he really make this demon eye with his own strength? How extraordinary it is. It's worth paying attention to." Lu told the master to get up. The Demon Queen noticed that the boy was awake. Next to her was the unchanged Baal. The protagonist looked around and realized he was in the basement of his house. The guy thought that this woman had suddenly appeared and also knew where his house was. Kim Gi-kyu said that the demon's eye serves as a means of communication. Has the Demon Queen been watching him the whole time? Kim Gi-kyu admitted that whatever is visible to the eye is visible to her. Kim Gi-kyu said that this is a crime. It's a disrespect to privacy. The woman said again that this guy is really cute. He's even shy. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that this was not the case. Kim Gi-kyu inquired why the woman had come here. She asked, "Can a teacher come to a student's house?" Especially since she wasn't at the housewarming party. The guy rose to his feet and said that he was indebted to the Demon Queen anyway. After all, because of him, she had to use this precious elixir 3 times. Our hero asked the woman who she was. Does she even know Lee Seon-ho? The woman realized that the guy wanted to ask her about a lot of things, but she shouldn't think about it now. Gradually, she would tell everything. The Demon Queen said that she had a more important conversation right now. Kim Gi-kyu wondered what could be more important than the elixir, the demon eye, and Lee Seon-ho. The demon queen asked the young man to take her into her home. The woman, smiling, said that mom had excellent skin. She would have believed it if she had been told the woman was in her 20s. Our hero's mother blushed with embarrassment and said that Soo-jung was complimenting her. The demon queen asked our hero's sister, "Is her name Yoo-jung?" The girl went to her mom, "Just a real beauty." The mother asked in amazement, where only Kim Giku had found such a lovely girl. The sister also repeated her mother's question, where did her older brother meet such a beauty? Kim Giku thought that he should find a way to get out of here. He wouldn't be able to satisfy their imagination that had been running wild after watching various TV shows. Our hero thought that if he started talking nonsense, they would ask even more. New questions would appear. A way must be found. The protagonist asked for help from the power of the cosmos. Kim Giku got up from his seat and said, "Dog." The sister asked in surprise, "What does a dog have to do with it?" The young man decided he needed to change the topic of conversation at all costs and rushed outside the house. Kim Giku ran out of the house, grabbed the necklace, and asked that B take a small size. Lou recognized that the owner was in a desperate situation. The next moment, a cheerful puppy appeared on the doorstep. The women followed our hero out and saw a gorgeous puppy. Lou said that the owner was lucky. Yoo-jung picked up the animal and asked, "What breed is this puppy? Didn't Kim Giku color it? It's very harmful to dogs." The sister asked if she could think of a nickname for this dog. Kim Giku said that he didn't color the puppy, but named it B. Yoo-jin said that her brother is the best. This is the first time he looks so cool. The demon queen said that this guy turned out to be bright. Kim Giku remarked that he had no choice. The woman said, "For my young people to walk around for a while and go back to the house." Soo-jin remarked that she would like to get some rest today. The woman said Bal must have found a pretty good place by now. Kim Giku, talking on the phone, asked the person he was talking to tidy things up and thanked him for his help. Returning to the table, our hero asked, "Can the demon queen also read minds?" The woman said that it was unnecessary in this case. The young man has everything written on his face. Soo-jin told Kim Giku not to worry. Those people are real veterans in this business. The guy won't be of any use there anyway. Kim Giku wondered if they were in an ordinary cafe. Would it make sense to go to the tower? There are soundproofed establishments there. Soo-jin said there was no need to worry about that. Bal's barrier is better than any cheap plugs. The people around them not only can't hear them, they can't even see them. Elle recognized that such barriers are not something everyone can install or even afford. The woman said it has become a welcome time to answer questions. Where does the young man want to start? Kim Giku thought he had a lot of things he wanted to ask. Since their first encounter, he has been haunted by a feeling of discomfort. However, in that situation, he did not pay attention to it. The demon queen then asked if he could endure it. As long as he was with them, he would also have a hard time. Kim Giku asked the demon queen's companion, "Is his name Bal? Is he definitely a player? Or rather, is he a human?" The woman wondered, why did Kim Giku start with that question? He has good instincts after all. Though he should have asked not them, but his sword. Lou said he didn't say because he didn't remember well. But it's a demon. Lou added that in addition, he is also one of the most brutal great demons. Bal knelt before our hero and greeted the one who is the master of the great king of all demons. The woman asked, "His name seems to be Lou now," Lou confirmed. Kim Giku wondered, can Soo-jin really hear the voice of ego? The woman replied that she could hear. And she also hears the voice of El's sacred sword and the little one that is embedded in the young man's heart. Brunhart said that he was not a babe. Lou said there's nothing strange here, as the host shares a review. Kim Giku said that the demon queen is a mind reader after all. The woman repeated that she wasn't reading anything. The young man himself just wanted to tell her that, so that's why she heard it. To read Kim Giku's mind when he's calm, even she can't do it. Lou confirmed that too. Kim Giku said for them to take turns talking. It's hard for him to take in too much information at once. Soo-jin noticed that the student turned out to be quite stupid. Lou also recognized that. Ella asked not to speak ill of their master. Brunhart stated that their master was not stupid. Soo-jin noticed that there was some misunderstanding. Bal showed deference not to Lou, but to Kim Giku. Lou said that the rascal was one of those who betrayed him. Soo-jin confirmed. Bal was one of those who led the rebellion to imprison the demon king. To him, Lou is just someone who was once his king. Therefore, he showed reverence to the one who became the king's master. Lou called Bal an indifferent coffee drinker, a nasty brat. Soo-jin suggested that they stop talking about the past and get back to the present. The woman said she wanted to talk about the demon eye. Kim Giku must have a lot of questions about it. He was recently reborn. so Lu doesn't know everything. However, she has questions too. Su-Chin wondered, how did the young man manage to revive that eye? After all, it is the sign of a demon. Kim Giku wondered, did that mean that this eye was not given to him by his interlocutor? Lu reminded him that people can't just get it for nothing. Kim Giku wondered again, was it really possible for him to receive such power? Ella assumed that that power had worked as a catalyst, but the manifestation of that power was entirely the master's merit. Su-Jin agreed that she had never imagined that the guy would be able to manifest the abilities of the demon eye. Lu wondered if the host might be a demon stream or something. Kim Gi-kyu said that Lu is talking nonsense. After all, he saw that his mom is an ordinary person. Kim Gi-kyu said that he didn't know about his father. Su-Jin noticed that the demon's eye was a fairly ordinary skill that all high-level demons had. However, there are some special eyes among them. Kim Gi-kyu's purple eye is one of them. Su-Jin noticed that the color of the eye determines the level of the demon. Green was for the lowest level, and red was for the middle level. The purple color is for the royal level. These are the highest level demons. Above that level, there are no more. The woman remarked that she could use any eye of the demon. Lu said not to be laughed at, even he didn't remember using all eyes. Su-Jin said that Lu was a real demon, and she has a completely different situation. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if Su-Jin was a real person. She said that the eye was the symbol of a demon. Could she be a demon too? The woman replied that she was a special case. Of course, Kim Gi-kyu might be a special case too. Kim Gi-kyu expressed extreme surprise when he saw his interlocutor scuffing up her clothes. Our hero, still in discomfort, tells her to stop. What is she doing? Lu said for the host to stop making a fuss and look closely. Under her clothes, the demon queen had a cat's head on her chest. What is that stone? Su-Jin said she had a demon transplanted into her. It's another face of Ball. So she's half human, half demon. So she's stuck on the border. Ball's cat has the same predator power as Lu. Although there are limitations and side effects compared to Lu, it is able to absorb other demons. Su-Jin didn't assume that the young man would revive the demon eye, but he really turned out to be special. It was likely that he was the man who could fulfill her dream. Kim Gi-kyu asked what kind of dream are we talking about. Su-Jin said that it's the reason why she's called Demon King. It's because she's going to destroy the real one. The Korean branch of the Iron Guild. On the founding day, all the members of the guild died. Thanks to the smooth operation of the association, there was no information leakage. However, the media and the public reacted violently to this unbelievable event. Lee Seon-ho volunteered to calm the press because the #1 player's statement was valid. Iron Sword, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. Despite his hunches, he limited himself to expressing sorrow in honor of the dead. Looking at the cold reaction of the immediate participants, the American media soon calmed down as well. This is how the incident ended, leaving a small residue of faint doubts and controversy. Even though the players had suffered little damage, the few casualties still weighed heavily on their hearts. L told the host that it wasn't his fault. Lu noticed that the offer came from the host, but the choice was up to the opponents. The protagonist came home. Su-Jin said with food in her hands that the disciple had come. Kim Gi-kyu asked, is the demon queen going to live here forever? Su-Jin asked, what else would she do if she had nowhere to sleep? Kim Gi-kyu asked how she was living before. Ultimately, our hero that day did not hear the story all the way through. The woman said that he did not yet have the right to know the whole truth. When he passed the 50th floor, then she would tell him. The protagonist wondered what that right was. Kim Gi-kyu asked the woman where his mother and sister were. Su-Jin replied that they went to a restaurant. Hippo went with them. Yu Jung took Bea with her. Changing clothes, our hero thought. Daeshik turned out pretty good. Kim Gi-kyu ran out of the closet and wondered if Su-Jung was still looking with the demon eye now. The woman smiled and noticed that the guy had a good figure. Kim Gi-kyu demanded that she do something quickly. Now he can't even go to the bathroom in peace. Su-Jung said that she herself doesn't watch at times like this. Su-Jung made it clear. She wasn't doing it because she liked it. It was the only way to deal with the situation while avoiding contact with him as much as possible. Kim Gi-kyu said he understood, but is there anything she can do now? After all, it's no longer necessary. The woman asked him if he would regret it. The guy was surprised. What would there be to regret? In order to break this connection, you have to take away the energy with which he was filled. It is easy to breathe in the energy, but it is not so easy to take it out, especially since the demon eye skill had awakened in the young man. Su-Jong came at an obscenely close distance to our hero. The woman said she would do it to get rid of her influence. She kissed the young man on the lips. Lu cried out in surprise. Brunhart said it was embarrassing. Elle rougit et ne dit rien. Kim Giku indignantly asked what she was doing. This guy was really shocked. Sujong was surprised at his reaction. Was this really his first kiss? Had such a handsome man never been kissed before? The Demon Queen has stated that the transfer of authority has been cancelled. Soon, his pupils would be as before. The guy hadn't lost the demon eye. It had simply returned to its previous state before she had given him her power. Sujong said that she couldn't hear the ego voices now. But it was interesting. Elle noticed that she wasn't interested at all. Sujong apologized for his first kiss. Kim Giku thought about punching the woman for that. Lu told him to bear with it. He'd lose either way. Sujong asked if they were going too. Kim Giku asked where she was going. Sujong said that Bal had prepared something curious in the basement. Kim Giku went downstairs and wondered. Was this really his basement? Kim Giku wondered, how did this happen? Ella explained that it was a space-enhancing barrier. Lu admitted that Bal was an expert in such things. Sujong said that there's also a shock barrier installed. You can bounce around here without any problems. Kim Giku inquired, what does it mean to gallop? Together? The woman nodded affirmatively. Kim Giku wondered why she would do that. Sujong asked, do you need a reason for a duel between a teacher and a student? She told the student to attack. It would help raise the level. Sujong admitted that there wasn't much she could teach her student right now. It would be different if he passed the 50th floor exam. The 50th floor is where the second class change takes place. For those with unique skills, this floor is special. The woman added that all unique skills are enhanced there, or you can get a second unique one. Sujong said that there was something she could teach him too after all. The woman said to try and attack her first. Kim Giku put his swords forward and rushed forward to attack, but Sujong was more agile and was at his back in a flash. Lu said the opponent is just adjusting to him. Elle added, it seems so to the master because she was in a blind spot the whole time. Her fighting skills are without a doubt top-notch. Sujong asked if her student understood anything. What would he say about her fighting technique and experience? She was now applying all of that to her student. The woman said that she and Lee Sung-ho have a mutual dislike that makes it impossible to coexist. If they collide, neither of them will remain intact. They maintain a balance of power, but Kim Giku's existence and Iron Shield's interference have upset that balance. Kim Giku wondered why she was talking about this now. Sujong said that the young man needed to become stronger, much stronger than he was now. If the disciple didn't become as strong as Iron Shield in the year they had agreed upon with Lee Seong-ho, he would die. Su-young activated the unique skill Ink Flame and rushed to attack again. Sujong wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that the last attack was pretty tough. Kim Giku was deactivated and was lying on the floor. The woman noticed that this was her student. Lu said that it was his merit. Sujong warned that they were the same age, and he could now address her as you. Kim Giku opened one eye and asked why she was talking about it at a time like this. Rogers continued to pull at the rope to which the huge rock was tied. Hart appeared nearby and said he had brought Rogers food. Rogers dropped the rope, grabbed the offered piece of bread, and began to chew it greedily. Hart noticed that the man who deserved to have all of his limbs ripped off seemed to want to live too. All that is happening now is the Great Master's mercy. It was in his kindness that he put Rogers' hands back on. Hart slapped the man on the back with a whip and said, if Rogers has figured it out, he should get on the case. Rogers grabbed the rope again and continued to pull the rock. Through gritted teeth, he said he would destroy Iron Shield. Hart noticed that the man's anger was now directed in another direction. Instead of ending his revenge quickly, he uses it for the next one. A master's wisdom vessel cannot even be measured. Hart looked at the pyramid drawing and thought that the master had made Rogers build such a structure. Surely there must be a deep meaning in it. Lu inquired, why did the owner make Rogers do this? Kim Giku said he just wanted to torture this man. Our hero turned to Mr. Bal. He replied that he could be called simply Bal. The young man had the right to do so. Kim Giku wondered if Bal's work was going well. There was a huge magic circle on the ground in front of Bal. Kim Giku asked if he could enter the Grand Master's gate. It seems like there's a lot to explore here. Our hero remembered how Sujong had said earlier that Bal knew a lot about the demon world. He would definitely be useful. Kim Giku thought, even though the Demon Queen said so, this Bal somehow seems unpleasant to him. Lu recognized that although he was a traitor, he was quite capable. Bal reported that everything was ready. Kim Giku asked what exactly was ready. Bal said that the Wizard's Gate wastes too much energy. Compared to electronic equipment, they overheat quickly. Bal added that this was why he gathered the remnants of magical power and created the crystals. Kim Giku thought that eventually the crystals that Brunhart had absorbed would just come back again. They would also be able to be sold, even though there was no longer a problem with money. Baal said that was correct. If they just extracted the crystals, it would only mean a slight improvement in efficiency. But his goal is different. It is something special, a transparent crystal. It is a material for various magical items and fuel. Depending on the magic power it contains, it can change color and appearance. Our hero agreed that the crystal was undoubtedly a special item, but where to apply it? Elle said she felt no presence of magical power. Brunhart assumed that the crystal was empty. Baal explained that its value lay in its rarity. There would be a line of people lining up for it, just to get a genuine artifact instead of a fake. Kim Giku agreed. There was nothing wrong with making money. Baal remarked that if Kim Giku found out the true value of the crystal, then $1 billion wouldn't be enough. Baal added that the young man might not know it now, but that in time he would find out. Lu wondered why he had started this conversation. Baal was mostly quiet and taciturn, never noted for his friendliness. If he didn't want something, he didn't share information for nothing. The experiment to retrieve the crystals had been a success. Perhaps that was why Baal had seemed pleased lately. Because of his good mood, Baal became more willing to talk. He told me that the gate was a kingdom, more specifically, an abandoned kingdom. Kim Giku wondered, if it was a kingdom, would it be ruled by someone? A demon? Baal replied evasively, not only demons can possess a kingdom. Kim Giku pondered. Why were these lands abandoned? Why did they appear on Earth in the first place? Baal noticed that the conversation was long. No one left Earth of their own free will. It just happened. He added that leaving the area was inevitable. If Kim Giku wants to know more, he needs to go up to the tower. When he passes the 50th floor and gets his new license, then he can return to this conversation. The protagonist was attacked. The attacker asked how long he would run away from her. Our hero replied that with the Demon King, there was nothing left to do but run. Su Young said that was too much. The guy just blew her off. The Demon Queen pounced on him with rage. She noticed that Doom was a strong skill, but not some special technique. What would happen if he couldn't defeat the enemy right away? Lu agreed. It's the basis of the basics. His teacher warned him that if he relied on strength alone to attack, nothing good would come of it. Does he really think it will work against Iron Shield? The protagonist began to change the level of assimilation. Lu noticed. The higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the skill controlling Doom became. After another attack, the girl walked over to the recovering student. She noticed that he wasn't bad this time. Kim Giku asked what had happened. Su Jung replied that her student had just almost lost his mind. Su Jung asked how he felt when he was almost swallowed by the darkness. She noted that he was probably overwhelmed by a sense of satisfaction that was hard to resist. He might have felt superior to others. The Demon Queen said that's what magic is. That's why demons depend on it so much. Su Jung was told to find a player who had 100 swords. Iron Shield's sacred sword Kaleon and Rogers Khan's sword, 9, were obtained from him. The sacred sword must be found and L's powers must be strengthened. Kim Giku's demonic power has grown so strong that it has become unbalanced. The girl noticed that Kim Giku's peculiarity had reached the middle. You can't recover strength from only one side. Su Jung reminded him that they were the same age. Why does he continue to keep his distance? Why doesn't he address her as you? She offered to take a break and get something to eat, adding that she was terribly hungry. The Demon Queen asked, "Did Yu Jung and Mom come home yet?" Kim Giku replied that he didn't know. He checked the message and remembered what his mom had said about going to the store. There was an incoming call from Chuang Jichul. The young man was surprised. The old man had never called him before. Was something wrong? Kim Giku said loudly to Grandpa that he couldn't hear him well. Su Jung said going upstairs. The conversation did not work. The young man wondered why the old man was silent. The old man with difficulty told the young man to come to the workshop immediately. There was no time. Deputy Sung Hoon was in the cafe and answered an incoming call. Kim Giku asked the assistant, if a player runs around the streets without a permit, is it considered a violation of the law? Sung Hoon says it's dangerous, and yes, it counts. Why is Kim Giku asking such obvious things? The young man replied that he urgently needed to go somewhere, and asked if there were any privileges for mercenaries. Sung Hoon said that there were privileges, but they had to be announced in advance, and offered to pick up the rancor. However, the hero had already ended the conversation. Kim Giku activated the skill Acceleration, and soon found himself in the old man's workshop. The swords were in his hands, and the house was in disarray. As he descended the steps, the protagonist did not sense the presence of anyone but the old man. There are no suspicious persons here, are there? Ella advised her host to be careful. Lu warned him to stay alert. Kim Giku decided to use his unique vision skill to scan the space. Kim Giku entered the workshop and saw an old man sitting on the floor. There were things scattered around him. Our hero rushed to the old man and asked if Grandpa was okay. The young man noticed that his grandfather's hands had gone completely limp and all the weapons were gone. Who could have done that? The old man opened his eyes. The young man was glad and said that he needed to drink a potion and then they would go to the hospital. The old man replied that there was no need to go to the hospital, he vaguely felt. He didn't have long to live. Ella said that the old man's life had come to an end. Lou remarked that even a potion wouldn't help. The old man asked the young man to listen to him. Does he remember what he was asked before? The old man said he was one of the pioneers who are often talked about. Pioneers are the people who became players when the tower came out. In the beginning, no one knew anything about the tower. There was no information. It was difficult to hunt even goblins. The old man admitted that he had no interest in getting stronger. He was embarrassed in front of his comrades, so he stopped climbing. At the time, he was a tank, and had nothing to do with making weapons. However, even before becoming a player, he was engaged in blacksmithing. Being a player and using his skills as a blacksmith, he could make some pretty good weapons. Later, he learned how to create special weapons because he was motivated. It happened before he got to the 50th floor. He entered the tower again to get a new class. After reaching the limit, he tried to find a way to improve his blacksmith skills. The old man added that the question then crossed his mind. Did Kim Gi-kyu wonder why the tower could only be climbed? Does the tower only point upwards? What is in the basements of the tower? Are they sure that the first floor is the one they see? These were the kind of thoughts he had. He had to spend several years to find the underground towers. The old man said that he circled the first floor over and over again, passing the same places, going to corners where no one had looked before. Perhaps no one knows the first floor better than he does. At some point he found a door leading to the basement. The old man said that through this door he entered another world. Our hero got information he had no right to. The player will be punished. Kim Gi-kyu remembered Su Jung's words. She had said that he didn't have the right to know the whole truth yet. In order to do that, he would have to go to the 50th floor. Ball had previously said that when the player crossed the 50th floor, he would receive new rights. Now the protagonist understood what was meant. The old man asked if Kim Gi-kyu was okay. The hero felt as if someone was picking at his brain, but he realized that there might not be a second chance. He decided to listen to the rest of the story. The tower dungeon turned out to be a not-so-fantastic place. Burning earth and barren desert. Not a good place to live. Lou said that now the host should listen to the old man to the end. The old man wandered and explored the area for a long time, but found nothing special. It was as if he had fallen into an endless gate. But at one point he met a monster. He was much stronger than any of the monsters the old man had met in the tower. The old man said he was already preparing to die when suddenly she appeared. Grandpa was talking about his wife. Their first meeting was very vivid. Kim Gi-kyu asked if his wife was also a player. The old man did not have time to answer. He lost consciousness and collapsed on his side. Our hero was frightened. The old man muttered for the boy to take something from his pocket. In his pocket were a wooden hammer and sheets of paper. The old man said it was a map. It shows where the door to the dungeon is. If the young man goes there, Min-su. The old man coughed. Jihul said he can't die like that. Min-su is still. Brewheart reminded her that the master could turn the man into an ego, and thus save the old man. Elle said it was too dangerous. There was no certainty that it would work. Lou remarked that it wasn't a bad option. The old man dies anyway. Our hero told Grandpa that he didn't have time to explain everything, but there might be a way to save him. The guy added that you'd have to take his life once to do it. The probability of success is 1/10%. The old man said there was nothing to think about. If the young man knows the way, he must act. Jishul asked why he thought he had asked to come. If he didn't trust me, he wouldn't have called. Kim Gi-kyu said that in that case it would hurt a bit, but one should be patient. He swung his sword at the old man. The cannibalism skill was activated. Before doing so, the old man managed to say that he needed to save Min-su. Min-su is an excellent blacksmith. He should be taken care of. The old man's body disappeared. The system reported that the player had absorbed Ji-chul's player fragment. Lou remarked that it wasn't exactly luck. Ella said that they could find a way. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was better than if nothing had happened. He asked Lou if he knew anything about what the old man had said. He seemed to remember something. Lou wondered if there would be any punishment for this. The protagonist wondered. Could any information be worth such agony? Lou replied that he would not be surprised if it were worth dying for. Lu noticed that the old man hadn't thought of that. Either this conversation was so important that he was willing to take the risk. Lu added that he would give safe information. Another world, just as the old man said, does exist. Kim Giku felt bad about receiving forbidden information again. Lu said he would tell the rest of the story next time, when the hero gets the right to do so. The first floor of the tower. The monster said that the door would open after the ceremony was over, and then the gods would appear to punish the world. The apostle would become king of the gods. The monsters began to ask him for a sacrifice. In front of the man, hiding his face under a hood, lay a child with his eyes closed. They did not seem to know what would happen when the seal of the door was broken. But in spite of everything, it was decided to go ahead with the ceremony. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion behind the hooded man's back. As the smoke began to clear, Kim Giku appeared. He wondered where Min-soo was, the first floor of the tower. After studying the map of the area, our hero determined the location of the door leading to the basement. Without wasting a second, he hurried to it. On the way, Lu asked if his host was sure that the old man had marked the right place. Kim Gi-kyu assured him that he could not forget the place. Before he met Ella and Lu, he had been here often. When Kim Gi-kyu was still a conductor, he used to come here after work. It was the farthest corner of the first floor, so the players hardly ever went there. He wandered the lower floors more often than anyone else, and this place had become his secret place. Only one goblin appeared here every day. Upon reaching the site, Kim Gi-kyu assumed that there was a barrier at the entrance, preventing recognition and restricting access. Lu wondered, did the master immediately realize that this was the influence of the demon eye? Kim Gi-kyu wondered what to do next. A single blow wouldn't guarantee the barrier's destruction. Elle noticed that it would not be easy to deal with him. Lu added that such barriers usually require a key. Kim Gi-kyu remembered the items the old man had handed him. In addition to the map, there was a hammer. That might be the key. The assumption turned out to be correct. With the help of a hammer, it was possible to unlock the barrier. Just as he entered the dungeon, an explosion occurred, disrupting the ceremony. Looking around, he noticed a coffin. Min-soo's aura was emanating from it. On the way here, he questioned the checkpoints and learned important information. Everyone present belonged to the Carbon Guild. Their goal was to sacrifice Min-soo, the descendant of the Guardian, and open the door to the other world. The protagonist remembered that he had heard about this guild somewhere before. Most of its members were mid-level rankers like the leader Kim Dong-hai. There were also a few high-ranking fighters. Kim Gi-kyu saw the guild leader. Lu said that he was almost equal to the master in strength. Elle l'a averti de faire attention. Kim Gi-kyu thought that while he was fighting some, the others could use the moment to attack him. One of the enemies wondered, how could an ordinary person have divine skills? Is he also connected to God? But that's impossible. Those present were furious that the stranger had disrupted the ceremony. They attacked from all sides. Kim Gi-kyu used everything he learned and effectively dealt with his opponents. Someone called out to him, Mr. Andras. Lu was surprised to hear that name. Kim Gi-kyu asked him if he knew who it was. The young man's rage boiled up inside him. It wasn't even like this on the 30th floor when he faced his flesh. Lu said he'd tell you later. Right now, it was more important to focus on the enemy. The hooded man didn't react to Kim Gi-kyu's presence. The hero even thought of attacking first, but that would be too much. Ella noticed that she didn't feel any malice from him. Kim Gi-kyu asked the stranger, what is his purpose? He's in league with them, isn't he? Why doesn't he do anything? He replied that he himself did not want to see his son used. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. Is it really Min-soo's father and Hwang Ji-chul's grandfather's son in front of him? The hooded man grinned. Boy, are you trying to recreate a family tree? If you got through my barrier, then the old man sent you. He admitted, yes, he had hurt the father and stolen the son. Even Brunhart didn't understand why he'd set it all up. The man said he didn't do it by choice. It was a forced choice. Sounds like an excuse, though. Lu whispered to the host that this person seemed strange to him. Kim Gi-kyu confirmed that it was Min-soo's father. Lu remarked, the tower only appeared 23 years ago. Kim Gi-kyu agreed. The age of the interlocutor didn't seem to match reality. Grandpa Hwang told me that he met his wife when he was a player. The tower had just appeared then, so this person is at most his age. But Min-soo's age and his father's appearance don't match that. The man asked if the young man knew of beings from other worlds. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had read about it, even Googled it at his leisure. The man added, time flows differently in other worlds. Kim Gi-kyu remembered the Demon Queen saying that they were the same age, by Earth standards. Now he understood what she meant. The hooded man confessed, Min-soo's father was born on Earth, but he was from another world. There was a heavy price to pay for belonging to another world. He thought about it for a long time. There was a choice to come back, and what I would have to sacrifice to do it. There was a strange cracking sound. Kim Giku asked Lu. Had he heard it too? Lu confirmed it. The man covered his mouth with his hand and added, his father was against him staying in this world, and even broke off relations with him. Kim Giku thought. After sealing the door to the other world, he lost contact with his son. Lu nodded. He understood that too. The man confessed that he was in pain, but he endured it for his son's sake. He could be king in that world. Kim Giku asked, who is Andras? The man replied, he is the one who is fighting his warriors now. Kim Giku looked at his interlocutor and asked, what is happening to him? Lu replied, it's a psychic attack. Andras is an expert in this. Lu said that this man was holding on due to his high resilience, but it turned to poison. After prolonged brainwashing, he had a whole new consciousness. A huge fire monster appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that Min Su was the victim. Our hero confronted him and was able to survive thanks to the elemental water. Ella recognized that his flames were too strong. Lu stated that the skill of the skills would not be enough to withstand such a thing. Kim Gi-kyu thought that using elemental skills took too much energy. Lu noted that it was better now than it was before. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the one who turned into a monster would attack himself. He wouldn't be affected by the elemental skills as much. Lu noticed that the base defense strength was completely different. In addition, it would be difficult to deal damage. During another attack, an explosion occurred near the sarcophagus where Min Su was lying. Lu told the master to calm down. The boy would be fine. When they walked in here, it felt like the kid had pretty good skills. A protective barrier was created around the sarcophagus to save Min Su. Lu asked, wasn't that what master wanted? Kim Gi-kyu looked at the monster and said that now there was only the monster left to fight. Lu asked if the host had a plan. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had an excellent plan. If he couldn't do it with elemental water, then he would try it with elemental fire. The protagonist decided to see if he could start a flame. He decided to see whose fire would be stronger. Lu said that the master was acting weak. Is he still going to fight underpowered? The opponent is stronger than him. We should end it while we have the chance. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was Min Su's father after all. Ella noticed that he was no longer a man, but a demon who had been consumed by the forces of darkness. The damage was piling up more and more. It was becoming impossible to tolerate. It was time to stop procrastinating. Our hero activated the demon eye, which had disappeared when the demon king took away his power. But this power was gradually returning to our hero. Thanks to the demon's eye, Kim Gi-kyu realized that the fire giant was the same man, and at the same time, it wasn't him. Lu wondered, what is the master talking about? Kim Gi-kyu replied that he didn't understand everything himself, but he knew exactly what he had to do. Doom wasn't just about destroying something. Sujong was suggesting that our hero should look at it a little deeper, in which case he would be able to use the skill more extensively than he did now. That fire is not Min Su's father. It's only worth destroying it. The protagonist carried out what he had planned. Ella had been worried about whether the fire would spread to the entire first floor. Now she was relieved. The man's blackened body lay on the ground. The fire had been destroyed. The man woke up and sighed heavily. He said his name was Hwang Jae-il. He added that his other name is a descendant of Paimon. Lu said that's what he knew. However, that is not the most important thing. Lu said for the host to ask Hwang Jae-il about Andras. Kim Gi-kyu asked that question. The man said to find the Carbon Guild. Andras is there. Ella said that the life is leaving that man. Hwang Jae-il asked to take care of Min Su. The skill Cannibalism has been activated. The fire giant's transformation into ego begins. The fire giant's transformation into ego has been successful. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he had destroyed both father and son with his own hands. Ella said that master had done the best he could. Kim Gi-kyu looked at the sarcophagus. Lu said there was no other way. Now we have to think about how to get the child out of there. There was a barrier to overcome. The boy thought it might be possible to do it with a hammer. Lu said it wouldn't work. It's a different mechanism. Baal could do it. Hart and his subordinates reported to the host that they had dealt with everyone. Kim Gi-kyu thanked them and told them to go back. Kim Gi-kyu told the other warriors to carefully move that sarcophagus. Suddenly, an orc that our hero had previously met when he went to a secluded place appeared. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. Was it really time? It had been a long time since they had seen each other. The orc growled angrily and turned around and started running into the forest. Kim Gi-kyu wondered what was happening to him. Lu assumed that he had instinctively sensed something. He realized that there was no way he could defeat Kim Giku. Our hero picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the orc. The stone hit the target and the orc fell to the ground. Our hero's mood immediately improved. Lu said that he was happy for the master. In the depths of the forest, something glowed. Brunhart and Elle became alarmed. Lu asked the master, did he feel it too? It was an aura of ego. Kim Giku went to the light and found a cave in the forest. Ella said it was the entrance to the cellar that the old man was talking about. Our hero couldn't feel anything. The young man thought that he couldn't be wrong, for it was indeed an aura of ego. Brunhart said he felt it too. Lu began to doubt that anything could be found in such a narrow place. Elle n'a vu aucune manifestation. Kim Giku crouched down in the cave and decided to take a little break before heading back home. The protagonist said he wanted to talk to Lu for a bit, and during that time, the elemental skill rollback would pass. Kim Giku said to tell Lu everything he knows. Lu was surprised. Does he really owe Master something? Why is he the only one Master keeps asking him? Kim Giku replied, because Lu keeps pretending that he always knows everything. Last time he talked about some kind of oblivion. But honestly, he remembers everything, right? Lu said he didn't. He has scraps of memories if there is a special occasion for it. Kim Giku observed that Lu himself pretended to know something in such a case, but when it was important, he was no help at all. Kim Giku asked who Andres is and Paimon's descendant. Lu replied that they were demons, both occupying the 72nd position. Lu explained that this was the Demon King class, a class of great demons who take a position right after the real Demon King. It's not the same as Su Jung, who calls herself a Demon King. There are 72 positions. Baal occupies the first position. Andres was in a low position, but he was called a terrible demon. Not the strongest, just terrible. He had a terrible temper. Paimon held a high position and was one of the 2 guardians of Hell. He was also the great blacksmith of Hell. Kim Giku thought that Huang Che-il was a descendant of Paimon. Now it made sense why his grandfather's weapon was so special. Lu said that was the end of it. He had nothing more to add. Kim Giku wondered, doesn't Lu know anything else? That is scant information. Lu replied that he didn't remember anything else. The young man thought that this Lu is of no use right now. Lu noticed that he could hear everything. Su Jung said that Kim Giku is a fearless student. He decided to refuse her a date. The Demon Queen added that it was quite bold, very bold. Kim Giku wondered what kind of date they were talking about since they had agreed to just have dinner together. Su Jung remembered that the guy had never gone on a date until now. Kim Giku remarked that he had an urgent matter. The girl asked him what the matter was. Kim Giku told the Demon Queen that he was in the basement and gave the sarcophagus to Baal. He is now trying to remove the barrier in the gate. Su Jung said that the young man should go with her now and meet someone. In addition to our hero, the meeting was attended by Demon King Su Jung, Association President Oh Dai-gu, and Department Head Oh Dai-shik. The young man wondered what kind of meeting this was. Su Jung asked why the guy was looking at her like that. He didn't expect her to know these people. The president of the association said that they don't have such a bad relationship with the Demon King, though he doesn't know what she thinks of him. Su Jung noticed that she was also a mercenary and showed her ring on her finger. The girl asked, because Kim Giku probably knows that this old man is obsessed with increasing his power. Su Jung added that they help each other when needed. It's about the same relationship Oh Daegu has with the association. Kim Giku thought, even though they may be cooperating with each other, but this manner of speech and finger-pointing. How can someone of age be treated like that? Elle recognized that this woman lacked manners. Kim Giku agreed that time flows differently in the other world than it does on Earth. It's possible that she's actually the same age as the chairman. Su Jung took offense and said that the young man was very wrong. It's not that at all. The Demon Queen remarked that this grandpa is just not to her liking. It's not a matter of age. She's just very bold. Su Jung said that she had no intention of explaining everything to the guy, and suggested that they stop wasting time on unnecessary conversations. The Demon King reminded that the Carbon Guild had begun to take action. Su Jung assumed that judging from Ode Shik's reaction, he didn't know about it yet, and she thought those two were the pioneers. Brunhart was surprised, for he thought only grandfathers were called pioneers. The president of the association said about his son that he doesn't know much about the other side of the world, but he's slowly trying to take an interest. Daishik noticed that he couldn't stay in the office all the time. Daishik thought, Kim Giku is growing bigger every day, you can't stay down all the time. Oh, Daishik said that he had heard of the Carbon Guild somewhere before. Daishik had once said about someone that this taciturn guy had joined the Carbon Guild and had become a completely different person. Kim Giku and Ode Shik shouted at the same time that Theo had joined the Carband Guild. Lu wondered who Theo was. Kim Giku said that Lu hadn't met him. They worked together when the guy was still a guide. It was a close colleague of his. Our hero thought, was Teo among those he destroyed? It can't be, because he checked all the bodies. Sujong realized that the Carband Guild appeared to have an acquaintance. Kim Giku assumed that those present knew something about this guild. Who are they really? The president of the association asked what Kim Giku knows about the tower. The tower is a myriad of other worlds. The tower is a wedge that passes through each of the worlds and connects them, a binding chain. It is gradually devouring and taking over these worlds. Proof of this is the gate, which began to appear at the same time as the tower. Our hero got sick again. The system informed him that he received information to which he has no right. The hero will be punished. The president of the association was scared. What's going on with the guy? Sujong said it's a punishment. Oh, Daegu wondered. Hasn't this guy still passed the 50th floor? Doesn't he still have a driver's license? Our hero didn't want to believe that these three were mocking him because he still hadn't gotten second class and didn't have the right rights. The head of the association said that so far there had been no cases with as rapid a rise as the young man's. He really thought the lad had passed the 50th floor. The Demon Queen activated the stigma, and player Kim Giku obeyed player Sujong for a while. The girl told the guy not to be nervous and to listen to her first. This is her second unique skill. The skill is called submission. Really, she's just sharing his punishment. She won't be able to face him as she pleases, especially not the kind of man she could subjugate with the stigma. Lu said the girl is right. It's a kind of contract, rather disadvantageous to her. Ella said it wouldn't hurt the host in any way. Soo-young told the guy not to worry. Once this conversation is over, she will remove the stigma right away. Kim Gi-kyu remembered their last kiss and blushed with embarrassment. On the upper floors there are the rulers of the tower. They are those who created the tower, who are its masters, as well as those who at one time spent other worlds. Earth has not been fully taken over yet, so they cannot use their power here. But inside the tower that connects the worlds, it is quite possible. Kim Gi-kyu said that there were reasons why he was in no hurry to conquer the upper floors. Soo-young said that she would have a headache for a while. The tower and the gate, though dangerous, were considered treasure troves of various resources, including crystals. The mere fact that these rulers existed was a danger to humanity. Soo-young said that there was no need to worry about it too much. Most of them were sealed, especially still a long way away from completely taking over the earth. Lee Seon-ho was inferior to them in terms of strength on the upper floors, but there were many instances where they came down to the ground and couldn't resist Lee Seon-ho. Kim Gi-kyu asked how strong is Lee Seon-ho. Soo-jung replied that his vessel is now contaminated, so he is weak, but at the time of the highest peak of strength. If everyone here were to join forces, they would hardly be able to resist him. Kim Gi-kyu was upset because he thought he had gotten stronger, but he was still growing. The guy thought that he had already met many strong players. How many more would he have to overcome? Lu reminded him that there was also that girl. Kim Gi-kyu asked which girl he was talking about. The girl who introduced herself as Ha-rim was the one our hero had met at the very first gate of the Talon dungeon. She was together with the team leader. Kim Gi-kyu remembered that she looked strong. I wondered if she was still stronger than him. Lu noticed that he had a low assimilation rate back then. So he doesn't remember exactly, but she's probably as strong as the self-appointed Demon King. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. Could that girl really be so strong? Soo-jung asked why he was looking at her so intently. The president of the association said that Andras was important to them right now. Who would have thought that he would turn out to be the leader of the Carbon Guild? Now their goal becomes clear. Oh, Daegu said that he knows Andras very well. It's the Marquis of Discord. This horrible demon surely wants to break the seal of the tower rulers to destroy the world. When our hero was already in the car, Soo-jung told him to go back first today. She still has to talk to that old man. Sung-hoon said hello to the rancher and said he was glad to see him. He didn't mind being called in the evenings as well, since he was paid extra to do the recycling in the evenings. Kim Gi-kyu felt tired. A lot had happened today, and he had learned a lot. Ella said that the host was good, but when he got home the food needed to be rested. Our hero thought he couldn't rest just yet. He had business left at home. His fist was clenched with such force that blood flowed from it. Blood dripped to the ground, and once again, just like last time, a magic circle appeared. Last time Baal set up a barrier in this way. Our hero thought that perhaps the barrier could be removed in the same way. Baal said that this was a correct assumption. The barrier was indeed removed. Kim Gi-kyu threw off the lid of the sarcophagus and looked inside. Min-soo was still lying in the sarcophagus with his eyes closed, not moving. Kim Giku asked Bal, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" There was no damage to the boy's body, no spells or incantations. Lu suggested that the master apply the potion. Kim Giku did so and poured the potion into the child's mouth. After the liquid entered his body, Min-soo opened his eyes and looked in front of him. The child propped himself up in the sarcophagus without uttering a word. Kim Giku asked if Min-soo remembered him. The boy looked at our hero and asked, "Dad?" The mother and sister looked at the child who was standing beside Kim Giku with great surprise. Min-soo shyly hid behind the young man. Kim Giku knew he had to explain, but he didn't know how to start the conversation. The sister was the first to speak. She asked if the brother had brought the child. The mother wondered, does she really have a grandson? But when and where did he appear? Kim Giku said he was misunderstood. The explanation will be a bit long. Sister said that brother just recently brought Soo-jung. Isn't everything happening too fast? She didn't think she already had a nephew. Kim Giku said to Yu-jung to calm down and know the measure. The mother asked the young man what happened. Yu-jung, holding her ear, thought that it was a real crime for a player to use force on ordinary people. Kim Giku said he is the grandson of a man to whom he is indebted. The boy lost his family in the accident. Due to shock, he remembers nothing. Kim Giku told the mother that this child seems to think of him as his father. The woman leaned over to the child and asked what was his name. The boy replied, Min-soo. The woman smiled and said that Min-soo could call her grandmother. Kim Giku wondered, did mother understand exactly what he just said? Kim Giku ran away from home and came running back to the sarcophagus again. Lu wondered, if master was going to run away again, why did he go home? The boy replied that he had to feed the child too. Our hero remembered how his mom looked at Min-soo as if he was her own grandson. Lu said that master was exaggerating. Kim Giku asked Min-soo, was it good? The child nodded affirmatively. Kim Giku thought that it was as if Min-soo had become even younger than his years. Our hero thought the boy might be mentally traumatized. What should he do now? Elle suggère qu'il pourrait se rappeler tout s'il voyait certaines choses ou lieux liés à son grand-père. The young man decided that in that case, he should go to the workshop. Lu noticed that that was where the child had gotten his injury. Ella reminded her master about the hammer. Kim Giku told the child that he wanted to show him something. It was a hammer. The guy asked if Min-soo knew what it was. The kid said it was very beautiful. Kim Giku thought the kid liked the hammer. Min-soo raised the hammer above him and it sparkled. Kim Giku wondered, why did the hammer get bigger? Min-soo began to rotate the hammer around himself. Lu said that it was indeed a descendant of Paimon. Any weapon he endows with a blessing. Ming-soo, holding the hammer in his hand, walked over to the stone sarcophagus. The boy swung his hammer at the sarcophagus. Kim Giku wondered, what is he going to do? The child hit the sarcophagus with all his might with a hammer, and it shattered into splinters. Lu said for master to look carefully. This is the blood of the Paimon descendant. Min-soo continued to tap the sarcophagus from different sides with his hammer. Kim Giku was surprised to see that the child had created a sculpture with one hammer. But sculptures are created with a hammer and chisel. Lu said that in this case, it was not worth thinking in human criteria. Paimon was on a completely different level compared to ordinary blacksmiths. Lu added that Paimon was one of the few who had not betrayed him. Let's finish the job, Lu said. The child sank exhaustedly into our hero's arms. Kim Giku was amazed that the boy had picked up a hammer larger than himself and had been engrossed in the sculpture for 9 hours without a break. Lu said he has amazing power in his hands. He is a true descendant of Paimon. Judging from the fact that the child was able to enter the tower, it was immediately clear that this kid was not an ordinary person. Lu added that Min-soo is a real skillful person. Now I can see why that old man called him more outstanding than himself. Lu continued to marvel. After all, the kid doesn't even have a memory, and yet he was so accurately able to replicate his grandfather's image in this sculpture. Lu said that the training was over. Kim Giku was surprised again. What kind of training are we talking about? Lu asked what the owner was going to do with the sculpture. Does he really want to put it on display? After all, this is the bowl. Lu added that with this, the old man could be saved. Kim Giku interjected, does Lu mean a bowl to put Grandpa's ego in? Lu reminded him that there was only a fragment left of him. Ella noticed that even if he was destroyed, his memories had been taken over by Brunhart. Since he hadn't disappeared completely, there would be some way. Brunhart agreed. The system reported that it was able to establish a connection. It's an ego without a personality. It's just like the combat gear Grandpa used to make. If you put in a whole ego, you might be able to revitalize it. The protagonist wondered if there was even a way to recover the ego fragments. Baal said there was such a way. Baal said it was an excellent bowl. Paimon's air is just fine. Lu asked indignantly, was this brat really eavesdropping? Kim Giku asked, is there really such a way? Baal replied that at about 50%, it was impossible to say with certainty that there was indeed a way. Baal explained that there had never been anyone like Kim Giku before, and if there were no similar cases, there could be no certainty. Lu noticed that even though Baal says so, if he started this conversation, it's almost exactly right. Still, he's nasty. Kim Giku inquired, what is this method? Baal said that the old man's ego must be restored first. The young man has everything he needs to do that. The fragment of ego and the piece of ego that the young man has. If you put them together, you can restore the missing pieces. Kim Giku wondered, how does Baal know about the ego piece and the connection? Baal, not the least bit embarrassed, replied that he had heard from Su Jung. El said that the demon queen was very talkative. Baal continued that with this, the original form of the ego can be restored. But the basic essence cannot be fully restored. Personality is not easy to recreate. This is why the sacred sword Nain and the ghost crystal will be needed. The sacred sword contains life force. You can use it to replenish the missing part of the ego. You will also need a transparent crystal. With the young man's abilities, it can be used as a special tool. It acts as a laminar box for sterilization. Kim Giku said that he didn't understand a word of this explanation. Baal apologized and said he talked too much. Kim Giku thought that he had always been like that. Lu remarked that this was why he didn't like explorers, but he seemed to get the general idea. Lu said that he would try to explain in a simpler way, and the master should do as he says. First, you have to take the sacred sword Nain and the crystal in your hands. Kim Giku took the sword in his hands, and Lu said that this sword had completely turned demonic. It was most likely the work of Baal. However, in this case, it would even be easier to deal with him. Lu wondered if the master had established a connection with him as the demonic sword master. Next, you have to combine the piece and the ego fragment and put it into the Nain. This sword has the ability to absorb, so it will handle itself. Kim Giku stretched out his hand with the sword Nain and said, a fragment of Huangji Chul and a piece of ego. There was a merging of the main ego, a fragment of Huangji Chul, and the second ego, a part of the ego. Lu said, now the fragment, piece, and remaining life force of the Nain had blended together. Lu said, now you have to bring the crystal to the sword. Kim Giku brought the crystal to the sword and both of them glowed. Lu said that everything was going well. Baal said that the mixed parts inside the sword naturally absorb the crystal. It's like how a vacuum sucks objects into itself. Now the Nain is losing vitality and aging rapidly. Kim Giku wondered if he was doing everything right. Did he mix things up? Baal said that everything was going according to the script. Baal added that this glow was an unmistakable sign of success. Rogers, pulling a block of stone tied to a rope, felt a bright flash behind him. The system reported that the connection was successful. Huangji Lol's fragment changed to Huangji Chol's ego. The protagonist thought he had succeeded. Baal said that now it had to be finished. Kim Giku walked over to the old man and thought, if you can get some more in. But that's not the same as making a new ego. Right now, you have to give the deceased his identity back. It's similar to resurrection. The glowing orb moved from our hero's hands to the stone old man. A transformation began to take place in the stone statue. There was a noticeable shift of energy. Kim Giku thought that there was no hope in his life before. But after meeting his ego, things started to change. Our hero got Lu and El, who changed his life significantly. Now he also has Brunhart and B to help with many tasks. Hermes and Oberon also contributed to our hero's development. Kim Giku was able to cure his mom, became a disciple of the Demon King, and even a gate master. At the center of all these changes were egos, and now a whole new ego has appeared in front of Kim Giku. There might not be such a being anymore. An ego man. Old man Jichul had become that ego man. What result it would bring, even our hero didn't know. The system reported that the Guardian was fully formed. New York. Iron Guild. Iron Shield thought that it won't be long before an unusual gate appears in Korea. Under the pretext of this, his guild will go there again to capture the Demon King. Iron Shield thought, if this works out, this would make a pretty good scenario. A man entered the room and said that he was the leader of the Carbon Guild. The man, flashing a demonic eye, said his name was Ras. 23 years ago, the tower and the gate suddenly appeared. There were also monsters that began to emerge from these gates. Following this, a small group of people with supernatural power appeared. They were called players. Players increased their levels within the game by fighting monsters and gaining more and more power. Among these people was our hero. who was treated like an underachieving player. Fences and paramilitary guards were placed near the gate that appeared on the edge of the forest. There were also mobile offices of various organizations nearby. A Morning Star mercenary appeared from the gate. The player was thanked for his work. If the young man gave them the crystals, they would be distributed fairly in the association. Kim Giku said that he would need those crystals, and asked that he not be called Morning Star. Our hero still couldn't get used to being called Morning Star. The aide said that if the young man can't avoid it, he has no choice but to enjoy it. Sung Hoon held out his phone and said that Ms. Yu Jung called. She seemed to be looking for something. He offered to take the wound bag and carry it to the car. My sister was on the phone asking loudly, "Where did B go? Why does he always take the puppy away? Is he fed up with his life?" Kim Giku said that he took B with him to take him to the hospital for immunization. The sister replied that her brother was deceiving her because the vaccination was done last week. Kim Giku didn't know what else he could think of since he wasn't going to keep B a puppy all the time. Lu stated that it was retribution for sins. Brunhart wondered why Master didn't want to tell the truth. Kim Giku told his sister that he was a little busy right now and offered to talk later, whereupon the conversation was cut short. Sung Hoon asked where Kim Giku should be dropped off. He asked to be dropped off a little earlier, not in front of the house. Sung Hoon reminded him that if there was a leak during the gate test, he would no longer be able to cover for Kim Giku. Yet Mr. Ranker bought all the neighboring houses and keeps them empty. Sung Hoon asked if Kim Giku had decided to start a joint household with the Demon King. Our hero told Sung Hoon to stop talking about it, or else he might get in trouble. Not because of him, but because of the Demon King. Young added that a neighbor was moving into a house nearby. Kim Giku stopped outside a neighboring house and rang the doorbell. The old man Ji-chul opened the door and said that a precious guest had come. Grandfather inquired, or perhaps he should call the young man master. Grandpa's ego had the appearance of an old man. Outwardly, he was the same as when he was alive. However, our hero still couldn't figure out for sure if the old man was the same being as in the past. The system called this creature a guardian and suggested setting up a guardian zone. Lu said it was a magical map. Elle assumed the system showed the surroundings of the master's house. The smaller the guardian's zone was, the more reliable the protection, and vice versa. Kim Giku set up a guardian zone within a 500-meter radius of his home. The old man couldn't believe that he was actually alive again. Our hero was glad that the grandfather was conscious again. The old man said that he had certainly made a request, but did not think it was actually possible. The first thing the old man asked was what happened to Min-soo. Kim Giku said that there was no need to worry. Min-soo was resting at home. The old man was moved and thanked our hero from the bottom of his heart. Bial watched this heartbreaking scene in silence. Ji-chul told the young man that it was all because of him. The fact that he's alive again, and that Min-soo is around, and even the place to live has been prepared. Kim Giku said no thanks. It's payment for Oberon. Kim Giku asked how Min-soo was feeling. There's no sign of him. The old man replied that the boy was sleeping now. Lately he had become quite like an owl, so he was sleeping off during the day. Ji-hul said that the child's memory is almost completely back, except that he doesn't remember his father yet. But there's nothing good about those memories. Kim Giku told the old man that his son was under hypnosis. The old man replied that he had heard that, but that did not mean that his actions did not count now. Ji-chul added that what happened to him was all because of greed. Lu said that the old man was right. As he had mentioned before, Andras was one of the 72 demons. Even if he had human blood in him, the heir of Paimon couldn't be defeated so easily. The old man said it was like that. Kim Giku wondered if he could hear Lu's voice. Lu asked why the master was surprised. After all, the old man is now his ego too. Brunhart wondered if the old man could hear his voice. The old man laughed. He spoke with a weapon that he himself had created. Thanks to this, the young man thought, what do you never experience in life? Ji-chul told Brunhart to wait a bit. He and the boy had an important conversation to have. Brunhart called the old man his father, and added that he would wait as long as he needed to. Ji-chul remarked that Brunhart is a nice boy. The old man told our hero that he could no longer create special weapons. Karban's men were after one thing in his workshop, the Paimon legacy. He takes it as his keeper. Lu said that the old man originally had the skills of a custodian. Kim Giku asked what is Paimon's legacy. The old man said all his legacy. Everything he had, and even himself. Lu wondered, is it really Paimon himself? Lu didn't understand how such an important item could fall into the hands of the Carbon Guild. The old man said that there wouldn't be much of a problem in the near future. Most of it could only be used by those with the right of inheritance, that is, his grandson and son. The old man repeated that there was nothing he could do for Kim Giku now. Our hero said he didn't see anything critical about it. He just repaid the old man's kindness, and now he can stay here and guard the house. Gichul said that he remembered one thing he can give to a young man. It's the best values that even a guy would want to possess. Sujung said that it was time for them to leave. Kim Giku wondered, why so sudden? El said, finally, they're leaving. Lu wondered if El liked the fact that there would be no competition now. The Demon King said they were going to stay longer, but the situation has changed. As long as Andras acts openly, they can't look at it calmly. Kim Giku expressed regret that they were leaving. During this time, he had gotten used to them. Sujung looked at the young man carefully and was surprised. Was it really that sad face? Kim Giku held a key in his hand. It was a treasure that he would want to possess as well. Is it really the key to that vault? The warehouse looked dilapidated. Lu said he didn't feel any special aura. Brunhart didn't feel anything either. Kim Giku didn't understand what there was here that the old man was so reverent about. Brunhart speculated that there might be beautiful gems or a super item. Kim Giku put the key into the lock and opened it. The door opened. Our hero entered a room that had many supercars, as well as crystals and jewels. Kim Giku said they were civilian items. Lu was surprised. Is that the way to react to it? Kim Giku stated that he just made that up. 34th floor of the tower. The monster is destroyed. Lu absorbs the blood of the evil eye. Resistance to mental attacks is increased. Brunhart noticed that the host was getting scarier. Lu said for everyone to stop laughing. There were 20 limited edition supercars in the vault, as well as rare items that are not easily obtainable. Lu wondered, does the owner really like some kind of vehicle? Kim Giku remarked that these are limited editions. Lu can't understand a man's dream. Lu noticed that he is also male. Lu still didn't understand what the owner was excited about. After all, he already had a lot of money. Kim Giku observed that there are things in the world that money cannot buy. For example, its love or limited edition car collections. Lu was surprised. How can you put such things side by side? Kim Giku was scared. What would happen if a thief got in? After all, the only security device here is a lock. Lu noted that the old man was watching this warehouse. Kim Giku decided that it would be necessary to move this to the gate for safety. Lu said that a good hunt was necessary, for there were monsters around in abundance. Andras's abilities are fire, sword, and summoning. You should be especially careful with mental attacks. In order to prepare for the battle with Andras, you need to absorb the blood of these creatures and increase your resistance to mental attacks. Honing his skills with sword in hand, the protagonist destroyed monsters and consumed their blood, thus accomplishing the intermediate tasks at hand. Brunhart said that there was plenty of food for him now. Lu noticed that his colleague was getting greedy again. Kim Giku noticed that he lacked the feeling that he had fought. Is everything okay? Lu said that there's no need to hurry, because you have to accumulate points first. Kim Giku reminded him that there's Andras. And thinking about the 1-year limit that Lee Seong-ho promised, wouldn't it be better to go up the tower faster? B appeared, bringing a huge monster in his teeth. The hunt was successful. After destroying the monster, the wolf absorbed its crystal. B absorbed the crystal and looked up with satisfaction. Our hero didn't realize that B could also absorb crystals and become stronger. Automatic hunting is the best available. Lu noticed that it wasn't very effective. Only a pity for so many wasted crystals. B wagged his tail. The young man said that the wolf liked it. You could say it was his snack. Kim Giku told B not to eat the monsters anymore, but just catch and bring them here. B ran off into the woods after the monsters. Our hero thought that now there was nothing to worry about, because he was not like other players. The protagonist felt that this was the best way for him to become stronger. B darted around, driving the monsters straight to the master. Kim Giku wondered if there were too many of them. The young man said that there was nothing to be done in this case, and proceeded to destroy all the monsters. Having done his job perfectly, B once again sank his teeth into the monster. Kim Giku, using his swords, destroyed all the monsters. The whole area was covered with crystals. Brunhart said that Lu was amazing. He was the strongest among the egos. Lu said that Brunhart is an expert and understands people. He has good skills too. Kim Giku wondered what those two were doing there. Kim Giku looked up and saw a huge monster. He realized that it was a guardian. The guy activated the skill acceleration and flew upwards straight towards the monster. Kim Giku punched the monster in the air and flew from its backside to the outside. The system reported that the hero had failed to turn the Evil Eye King's ego. The hero absorbed the fragment of the Evil Eye King. Kim Giku told Lu to try harder. When he can't turn into ego, he can't pick up fallen objects. Lu was surprised. Is it his fault? Kim Giku inquired what L wanted to tell him. The system has reported that Lu has reached the 100th level. Lu's progress conditions have been met. Lu said that his body felt kind of weird, kind of hot. Kim Giku looked at the system's information and didn't think. Is this really the conditions for progress? Indeed, everything is fulfilled. The first condition is Lu's body part. It turns out that the remains that were found on the 30th floor were found for just that. Kim Giku suggested that there would be L's remains on the 40th floor. L said that she couldn't know that, although it was possible. The pieces of ego our hero had collected before the fight with the Iron Guild even happened. The souls that have become egos are Smurfs Guild leader Manhwa Suk, the Crazy Roads. They were also joined by Minsu's father, Hwang Jae-il, and the gatekeeper Crusette, who Kim Giku destroyed recently. He thought that everyone except Mr. Hwang Jae-il would become an ego. There was no telling when the day would come that he would be able to resurrect him. The protagonist was unhappy that Ella, Lu, and Brunhart were heatedly discussing his decision. The last thing needed is a demon fragment and monster blood. The demon fragment will most likely be the 4th floor guardian Ferres. Kim Giku pondered. What could be the blood of a monster? So far, only 5, including Changyung, have been able to digest into egos. The exact conditions are still unknown. So, we need to think again. Can we use the whole ego to progress? Kim Giku asked Lu, because he still wants to do it, right? Lu, not thinking long, gave an affirmative answer. Our hero was determined and said he was of that opinion too. The protagonist announced that he was beginning to progress. Lu's sword in our hero's hand immediately glowed. The sword hung in the air and began to emit increased energy, glowing red-hot in the process. The system reported that the process was complete. The protagonist took the sword in his hand and studied the new tactical and technical data of the sword in the information window. Kim Giku said that there was something added to the information provided. He asked how Lu was feeling. Lu replied that nothing has changed. It will take some time to process the new power. Kim Giku once again asked Elle what she wanted to say. Elle again replied that she had nothing to add. Sung-hoon couldn't believe he was driving such a cool car. It's a good thing he became a secretary. Kim Giku admitted that it was also his first time in such a car. When asked why he doesn't drive himself, our hero replied that he has a driver's license, but it's just a piece of paper. It's more enjoyable for him to drive with Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon remembered that the last time Runker Shin Yubin had taken the young man's phone number. Did they ever call each other? Kim Giku replied that they sometimes text each other on WhatsApp or Viber. Sung-hoon assumed that the rancher still hadn't met the girl. Kim Giku told the driver to shut up immediately. The car stopped near a high-rise building, and the driver said that they had arrived at their destination. Our hero looked at the signboard and said that the guilds had indeed merged. It was an amalgamation of the Morning Star and Child. In the break room, the young man said that they wanted to talk to Kim Giku themselves. However, it turned out that the rancher had come here simply because he had very little free time lately due to the merger. Kim Giku noticed that there were now 2 guild leaders. He asked where the leader Kim Dong-hai was. The young man replied that he had gone to a meeting. Now there are many different meetings and negotiations going on. Kim Giku inquired about the issues that came up that were mentioned to him on the phone. The interlocutor hesitated a little. He didn't know if he could ask for such a thing. Determined, the young man asked if Kim Giku could lend them his skeletons a few times. The guy explained that now they had a lot of new members in the guild, and they didn't have enough people to explain everything. In addition, many people were still afraid of monsters, and they could be used for training. Kim Giku replied that it was fine with him. Kim Giku remarked that this was his responsibility. The fact that the guild had shrunk a lot, and he hadn't thanked properly for his help in the battle with the Iron Guild. Kim Giku added that he benefits from this guild getting bigger. They are allies, after all. Brunhart was indignant. They were spoken of as if they were tools of some kind. Lu remarked that they had originally been tools. 10 days passed, the 39th floor of the tower. Our hero was destroying monsters. Lu was absorbing their blood. The resistance to the mental attack was increasing. At the place where our hero fought, a large number of crystals would later appear. Players were surprised. This ranker destroyed monsters with a single hit. Looking after our hero, everyone envied his achievements. Looking through the information window, Kim Giku saw that Ella's level had increased. Ella was now a master of the sacred sword. Kim Giku thought that Ella could also improve after the 100th level. It would be better to do it after the 40th level. Lu wondered, didn't the master want to hide his true face? After all, that's why he wore that ugly mask. Kim Giku replied that he had changed his mind now. The Iron Guild and Lee Seon-ho already know who he is anyway. And with him in their sights, there's no reason to hide anymore. Kim Giku walked to the huge doors leading to the 40th floor and said that he was starting the exam there. Our hero had the same feeling of uneasiness as he had before the 30th floor. Kim Giku turned to Elle. Perhaps he could improve her as well when he passed this floor. Elle thanked her host for his concern. Kim Giku swung the doors open and entered the floor. The aide showed the guild head Yu Seok-woo the information from the smartphone. The news talked about a wound earlier in the Yoksum area. Yu Seok-woo realized it was about Kim Giku. What is he doing here? The president of the association said that this guy decided to reveal his identity. Dae-shik said that when you have power, you want to show it to everyone. But this guy, on the other hand, had been patient for too long. The president said he hasn't known the young man as long as he has known his son. But he doesn't think this guy is the kind of person who wants power for his own gratification. Oh, Daegu assumed that this guy wanted to show something to his colleagues who were following suit. Kim Giku walked into the 5th examination hall, wearing activated Oberon gloves on his hands. Lu was also prepared for battle. The condition was fulfilled. Elle was also on full alert. The crystal on the young man's chest sparkled with renewed vigor. Bei felt the urge to rush into battle. The system announced that a special exam was about to begin. Kim Giku stood silently for a while, looking around. However, nothing was happening. Lu noticed that it was just a white space. It was even kind of unpleasant. Brunhart was also ready for a special exam. He took the form of armor. Hart said that he can open gates, so he might be useful to the host in that as well. Kim Giku said that there was a good chance that this exam would be L-related. Undead wouldn't be suitable here. Lu said that's not a bad decision. Kim Giku asked how L was doing. Did she feel anything after they came in here? Kim Giku saw shadows, a huge number of them. They were moving in his direction. The boy raised his head and saw the swords flying at him. It was like rain. Kim Giku smiled. He had seen such a primitive attack many times before. He wouldn't be intimidated by it. The swords stabbed into the ground, all of them missing their target. Our hero realized that they were not aimed at him. It was reminiscent of that situation with Lu, who controlled magic swords. There must be L's body nearby controlling those swords. Lu told the host that this is a different matter here. It is necessary to prepare for battle. Many flying objects appeared in the sky. They were approaching our hero. Kim Giku wondered, is it really angels? Lu confirmed that they were angels. Our hero guessed that if there were demons, there must also be angels. However, this was different from what Kim Giku had imagined. Did they really have to be like this? Angels were more like monsters. Lu said he didn't know why they had that look either, but either way, it was going to be a battle with the angels. Jichul held a sword in his hand. It was the fallen sword. The old man said that he seemed to be starting to understand something. The blacksmith thought that there was a limit to this, as he had little life force left. I would like to see the sacred sword one more time. Jichul was surprised. Nine began to tremble in his hand. Was the sword afraid of something? The creature's face shattered under the pressure of his opponent's brush. The King of Angels acted decisively and cold-bloodedly, putting his sentence into action. Su-young lowered her hand. The last monster fell to the ground. There were motionless bodies lying around the woman. Su-jung told Baal that she was done. Now we have to read his memories. The Demon King wondered. What had happened? Where was Baal looking so intently? Baal said the tower was shaking. A young man with a sword in his hand said, "Awake." Kim Giku showed up. Why are angels like that? Are they strong at all? Lu replied that from the looks of them, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. However, dealing with them as monsters would not be easy. Ella joined in that opinion. Kim Giku thought that since he got here, Ella had become completely silent. The guy thought perhaps Elle had become like this from the moment she didn't want to answer questions. Kim Giku said that it would be a heated battle, and waving his swords, rushed to attack those strange angels. B neutralized the winged creatures one by one. Fighting off the angels, our hero said that these flying things were getting to him. Brunhart remarked that it would be nice if they had wings too. Lu told the master that it was time to use that new power. The young man said he needed time to summon it. Would he really be able to use it? Lu said, absolutely. Although he has progressed, but if you compare it to the period when he was at his peak, Kim Giku looks pretty good. Kim Giku said that among the new skills were absorption, spirit connection, amplification, and summoning. Where to start? Our hero added that he had to deal with those angels first. Kim Giku told B to go back immediately. He got too carried away. Brunhart reflected the accumulated damage. The angels scattered in different directions. Lu said that the host should activate the summoning to begin with. That would be enough for now. Invocation is an opportunity to give form to the absorbed ego and summon it. The sword in Kim Gikyu's hands glowed even brighter. A huge stream of energy began to emanate from Lu's sword. This was extremely unexpected for Kim Gikyu. A four-armed giant monster appeared and began to catch the angels and crush them with its hands. Crusette was extremely aggressive. One of the angels approached his opponent and pierced his chest with his sword. However, the blow had no effect. The opponent snapped the angel's neck. Crusette continued to catch the angels one by one. Kim Gikyu wondered, is it really Jae Minseok and Rhodes? Did Lu summon the ego that he himself had absorbed? Kim Gikyu said that in that case, they couldn't stay away and activated his acceleration skill. Kim Gikyu and his assistants pounced on the birds with redoubled vigor. After a while, the angel's attack was repulsed. There were many swords lying on the battlefield. Our hero said that the bodies of the angels had turned back into swords. Were they really originally sacred swords? Lu explained that it was a little different. It wasn't that they became sacred swords, but that the swords themselves turned into angels. Kim Gikyu turned to Elle and said that it would be good to talk. She knows the master of the sacred sword better. I would like to hear about him and the angels. Ella said they were Prinsdam's angels, lower-level angels who were abandoned because they were useless. They are the guardians of the Prinsdam, the abode of angels. Kim Gikyu wondered, so this is the same Prinsdam here? Ella replied that it isn't. This place is just a grave. She added that she was deeply grateful for the opportunity to finally find peace. Elle added that she was now beginning to remember them and her responsibilities. Ella's sword in the young man's hand suddenly glowed. The boy wondered what was happening to Elle. Elle n'a pas répondu. Kim Gikyu asked where she was now. An angel looked down at the hero from the sky. Kim Gikyu looked up and saw the angel woman. The boy wondered, how had he not guessed before? Ever since he came here, Elle had never once called him master. Kim Gikyu asked the angel woman, is she Elle? The man holding the swords in his hand was surprised. Would the swords really welcome her? Though it could be understood. For their queen has awakened. Kim Gikyu thought that he could serve God alone. Our hero asked the angel again, is she Elle? Brunhart noticed that she looked different than usual. Kim Gikyu asked the angel what kind of exam they could talk about. She should go downstairs first, and then they would talk. Lu said we had to get out of here right away. What other negotiations did he decide to make? There was an explosion, and Kim Gikyu flew off to the side. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. The huge flame left after the explosion separated the hero from the angel. Kim Gikyu didn't understand why things were happening the way they were. Elle said that all angels have duties. She is no exception. Her duty is to destroy. A huge sword appeared in the angel's hand, with which the woman threatened the hero. Kim Gikyu was still holding Lu's sword, which he used to defend himself with as best he could while fending off the angel's attacks. Lu said that Ella had turned out to be a traitor. He supposed a day like this might come. Kim Gikyu felt a very powerful, sinister aura. Such a thing is possible if one remembers the betrayal of a subordinate in the past. Ella raised her sword high above her head, and a bright beam of light appeared above the angel. Lu said for the master to use the doom skill. He was ready to tear Elle to shreds. Kim Gikyu told Lu to calm down. Lu had gotten very agitated, and now Kim Gikyu himself couldn't come to his senses. Kim Gikyu saw no way to approach the angel. She attacked from the air without ceasing. Lu said she was fighting as befits a traitor. Kim Gikyu decided to call on Crusette in that case. Crusette immediately appeared and attacked Elle. However, the angel was able to cope with this onslaught. Kim Gikyu was amazed at how Elle handled Crusette with one powerful punch. Lu said that their strengths were in direct contrast. He was too inferior. Lu added that those angels were still okay, but this level of divine power he couldn't handle. Brunhart asked if the doom skill wouldn't be of any use. Lu replied that death is a completely different power. It would even work on Elle. Kim Gikyu shouted for Ella to come to her senses. Didn't she recognize him? The protagonist kept calling out to Elle, hoping she would recognize him and calm down. Lu wondered why the master would not come to his senses. Lu wondered if the host was really hoping Ella would really come to her senses if he just started shouting her name. Kim Gikyu asked what Lu thought he should do in that case. Lu replied that it must be destroyed. The master knows that there is no other way. Or did Kim Gikyu forget that his opponent possesses a sacred sword? Don't tell me he can suppress it without destroying it. Lu added, if the master dies, they'll all be finished. Kim Gikyu made up his mind. He activated speed, acceleration, elemental darkness, communication, and strength. As he approached the angel, our hero swung his sword and prepared to strike a devastating blow. The boy, in a fit of rage, shouted loudly. Ella stared intently at Kim Gikyu without averting her gaze. The angel pierced Kim Giku with her holy sword without flinching. Old man Jichul, clutching his chest, cried out loudly in pain. The blacksmith sank to his knees and began to breathe heavily. It was hard for him to even move. Jichul sensed the disruption of the connection. Had things really gotten to this point? Jichul plopped down on the floor, the old sword lying beside him. The angel pulled her holy sword from the protagonist's chest, and blood spurted in streams. Our hero's body began to fall chaotically to the ground. Kim Giku, without letting go of Lu's sword from his hands, fell down and remained lying motionless. Brunhart and Lu called out to the owner. However, there was no response. The female angel continued to float in the air. The blood of our hero ended up on the face of the female angel. Ella's face changed, and her eyes were no longer so cold and indifferent. Elle shouted, "Master!" and rushed down to our hero. Brunhart said that Master can't die. Ella fearfully repeated the same word, Master. Lu gave the angel a rude look. Why was she making that face now? Yule held onto her chest and felt that the connection might break. Kim Giku thought it was dark all around. Is he already in the other world? What happened to everyone? Did they all die just like Lu said? All because of him. If our hero had known, he would have met his family for the last time. They must be worried right now. Hopefully Dae Shik will take care of them. Will Sujong be okay? She declared him the heir and he died. That could cause problems. He didn't even have time to thank her for the elixir. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he really wanted to help Yu Seok-woo, Pil Sung, and Do-hee in some way. There's still the Iron Guild, who he didn't get revenge on, and Lee Seon-ho, who will probably become his enemy. Marquise of Discord Andras, and the demon that sealed L. There were still so many dangers that could threaten his family. He thought it was only worth it to heal his mom, but he still had so much left to do. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he shouldn't disappear from this world. Kim Gi-kyu saw many monsters in front of him. What is this? Dragons and creatures our hero saw for the first time in his life filled the sky. There were many huge warriors everywhere. Also in front of our hero's eyes were angels confronting monsters. Kim Gi-kyu also turned his attention to the place where he was sitting. What kind of throne is this? It was all too much like reality. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if he was really dead. He heard Lu's voice telling him to come back. Kim Gi-kyu opened his eyes abruptly and looked forward fearfully. The cortisol level in his blood was off the charts. A girl near our hero said cheerfully that the master had awakened. Kim Gi-kyu lifted himself up and looked around. The boy wondered. What was this place? Our hero thought, is this really paradise? The girl answered that not yet. This was the examination floor. Kim Gi-kyu thought that was what he knew. He couldn't have gone to heaven after all. It would be different if it was hell. He wondered why he was still alive. Could it be Kallion's ability that LA had absorbed? Kallion could block a dangerous attack once. He is able to absorb all lower-ranked holy swords. Kim Gi-kyu said he survived because of L, although he almost died because he fought with her. The young men decided to take a little walk around Sunny Glade. L asked her master why he didn't slash her. After all, she is a traitor who dared to raise a sword against him. Kim Gi-kyu said that L was not acting of her own free will. He realized that right away. The girl said that even if it wasn't her will, Kim Gi-kyu added that she had foreseen the situation. It would have been better if Ella had told him about it beforehand. Elle admitted that she wanted to stop the master, wanted to suggest that he give up the 40th floor exam and just live with what he had. However, it was impossible to stop him. The master must climb the tower after all. Kim Gi-kyu told the girl that she shouldn't blame herself so much since everything was resolved well. The guy asked where the other egos were. Elle replied that this is a separate space, and the other egos are somewhere else. Kim Gi-kyu asked if Ella's memory had returned. The girl replied that she was almost back, but still vague for now. Ella said she was created to follow his will. Serving her new master made her confused. This time she decided to serve Kim Gi-kyu and cleared her mind of doubts. That was probably why her memories were hazy. The girl noticed that she had one clear memory: sacred swords. They were angels who had sacrificed their bodies and minds to become tools in his hands. Elle ajouta que la première était elle, donc elle est la maîtresse de l'épée sacrée. The others were created by her will. The girl apologized to her host and said it was time. Ella thanked the young man for giving her a second life and appreciating her. She thanked him for always being there for her. Elle noticed that her host was much better than she thought. She'd like to talk more, but it's worth ending here. Neither she nor Lu, who has lived a long life, can determine how awesome the host is. The girl said that the master must remove all those who prevent him from climbing the tower and create obstacles in his way. Whether it was an angel or a demon, he should smash everyone, ordinary people, rulers, and keep going forward. El added that Kim Giku should become the master of the tower. Only a true master can do that. Kim Giku grabbed his chest and screamed loudly in pain, then started coughing continuously. Brunhart said that the host woke up. Lu added that the host was too slow. Kim Giku apologized to Lu and Brunhart for making them worry. Our hero noticed a rusty sword sticking out of the ground nearby. It was El's sword. The clan leader said that everyone had done well. The girls said goodbye to the leader after the training. The girls wondered, isn't the clan head going home? After all, this is the way to the portal. The head replied that she was waiting for someone. The girls asked about the food with interest. Is it really a man? The head blushed with embarrassment and said that it was not like that. After looking at the correspondence with our hero, the clan leader thought that he might not come out of the tower today, but it was worth waiting a bit, just in case. The girls saw the man walking by and were surprised. It was the first time they had seen him in person. Lee Seon-ho walked past the girls from the women's guild. Kim Giku, kneeling down, continued to stare at Ella's aged sword. The system reports that the hero has passed the exam. He receives a reward, the L badge. Kim Giku grabbed his chest and felt the connection cut off. Our hero was furious and very upset. Lu and Brunhart tried their best to calm him down. Lu told the master to pull herself together. She was a traitor anyway. Kim Giku told Lu to shut up immediately. Kim Giku apologized. He shouldn't be mad at Lu. He just needs to be quiet for a while. The base of the 40th floor of the tower. A portal formed in the middle of the roadway. Kim Giku came out of the portal. It was obvious from his movements that he was very upset. Lu warned the host to be careful. There's a barrier here, but there wasn't a soul in the base. Kim Giku said he came just in case. Lee Seon-ho, who was standing next to him, said that it was all for nothing. Lee Sung-ho said that judging from Kim Giku's appearance, the master of the sacred sword is already broken. Kim Giku was angry again and clutched Lu's sword tightly in his hands. Lee Seong-ho asked the young man to calm down. He had no intention of causing harm as he had promised. He just wanted to check. Lee Sung-ho said as he made sure to see his opponent's disgrace. How could it be possible to not save just some sword? Brunhart and Lu advised the host to calm down and start breathing deeply. Kim Giku couldn't help himself and lunged forward with his sword. Lee Seon-ho reacted in time and calmly stopped the blade with 2 fingers. Lee Seong-ho snapped his fingers, and Kim Giku flew backwards along with his sword. He recalled that he had pledged not to touch this man for a year. Lee Seon-ho explained that he didn't change the conditions because Kim Giku poses no threat to him. Lee Seon-ho was surprised. Her master and in such a state? This pathetic sight is impossible to look at anymore. Lee Seon-ho remarked that the tower doesn't do anything meaningless. That was all he could say. He turned around and walked away, taking his time. The guild leader didn't even realize that she had waited for Kim Giku until the evening. She stood in the pouring rain for most of the time. The girl thought that Kim Giku probably wouldn't be able to pass the exam in a day. It was late. Time for dinner. The guild leader's attention was drawn to the pandemonium. People were looking at the player with apprehension. He might be in trouble. Shouldn't we call the police? Kim Giku was standing in the rain. His shirt was covered in blood. Is that ranger really hurt? We should report it to the association. The guild leader shook the crowd and ran up to our hero. She asked anxiously what had happened to him. Kim Giku saw Yubin in front of him and exhaustedly lowered his head onto her chest. He felt heavy in his head. Our hero came to his senses and opened his eyes. What happened to him after leaving the tower? He seemed to have met someone. Yes, it was Yubin. However, at this moment, Sung-hoon stood in front of him. He greeted the rancher and happily said that the young man had woken up. Brunhart also stated that the host was awake. Kim Giku asked Sung-hoon what kind of place this was. He replied that it was his home. Sung-hoon decided to explain everything at once. Mr. Kim Giku would have asked anyway. He fell right into the arms of guild head Shin Yu-bin on the road. Sung-hoon added that he had been following Kim Giku, so he found him quickly. The association's doctors provided assistance, after which he brought the hero here. Sung-hoon said he folded his clothes and gloves in the hallway. Kim Giku thanked him for his help and wondered, had he really fallen into his arms? Sung-hoon explained why he was following Rancor. VIP is going the hard way. The association can't stay away. He added that Shin Yu-bin has been around the whole time and only recently left. It wouldn't be a bad idea to contact her and thank her. Sung-hoon wondered what Kim Giku was going to do since it was late at night. Should he make tea? Or is he hungry? Kim Giku asked Sung-hoon, isn't he curious about what happened? Why doesn't he ask questions? Sung-hoon replied that the rancher would tell him himself when he wanted to. No matter what happened, it would take time to put his thoughts in order. Don't let it get in the way. Kim Giku noticed that Sung-hoon's apartment was quite spacious. Does he live alone? Sung-hoon confirmed that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Kim Giku asked if he lived here alone. Sung-hoon said that his mother is in the hospital. The usual story. Sick mother, poor family. He added that after a hard life, he was lucky to become a player. He was able to earn money, but it would no longer help cure the disease. Kim Giku said it sounds like his story. Kim Giku thought that when Sung-hoon had escorted him to the Haryanda Labyrinth and then met him, he also had the elixir. What could Sung-hoon be feeling at that moment? Kim Giku walked over to the balcony and said that he would go out for some air for a while. Kim Giku thought that when his mother was in critical condition, he thought he was the most miserable person in the world. He was not himself, as if all the troubles of the world had fallen on him. It's the same now. Seok Woo, Pil Sung, Dong Hai. In the battle with the Iron Guild, he lost many comrades. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he hadn't grown a bit since then. Brunhart said that he was starting to worry about the host. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had sorted out his thoughts a bit. Kim Gi-kyu remembered Ella's words, telling Master to go up the tower. The protagonist said that he would never get used to losing, which meant that he had to become stronger so that he wouldn't lose anyone else. It was the only way. Kim Gi-kyu said that he has something he wants to ask Lu. Lu stated that he could not give an answer, he had to keep his mouth shut. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if Lu was still thinking about it. After all, he had already apologized. Lu said that if apologizing was the solution, why would there be a law? Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu if they had a way to get L back. Lu said. Finally the host decided to ask. The master of the demonic sword Lu, the master of the sacred sword L. The fact that our hero became the owner of two opposite egos is not a mere coincidence. The most important thing is that their characters are completely symmetrical. For passing the exam on the 30th floor as a reward, the protagonist received Lu's flesh as a reward, which he then used for his progress. On the 40th floor, our hero received an L tag. Maybe these are also items for progress? Lee Seong-ho said then that the tower does not do anything meaningless. When our hero thought about those words, L's death on the exam for the sake of progress seemed contradictory. Blacksmith Jishul, holding L's old sword, said that it was possible. Kim Gi-kyu was very happy when he heard such words from his grandfather. The old man said that he had seen the sacred sword many times with the help of Nine. The appearance could be easily repaired. The old man remarked that it would only be the outer form. Her personality even he couldn't bring back. Kim Gi-kyu looked dejected and said that it was already his concern. Kim Gi-kyu asked how Grandpa was feeling. The guy was referring to the time when the connection was broken for a moment. The old man said he had an interesting experience, although he would not want to experience it again. Ji-chul inquired if he could work in the Ranker's Gate. The magic content there is quite concentrated. It might come in handy during the mending process. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he didn't see a problem with it and opened the gate. The protagonist said to Hart to take care of the grandfather. It is necessary to create comfortable conditions for him. The guy explained that if the old man needed something, he should tell the skeletons about it. Hart replied that everything would be fulfilled. Kim Gi-kyu wished Grandpa good luck and added to be careful. Jishul immediately showed leadership skills and set tasks for the skeletons. The protagonist asked Lu what he should do now. Lu noted that Elle died because she lost her primary source. Even with Kalian's defense skill, the host was in a grave condition. For the sake of saving the master, Elle had sacrificed her life. Lu reasonably concluded that one must revive this original source. The source of the sacred sword is life, the force opposite to death, its original source. To revitalize the L, the master must learn to control the power of life. In other words, the master must manage both life and doom at the same time. Lu added that it wouldn't be easy anyway. Such a thing is theoretically possible. Although, even theoretically, such a thing is almost impossible. In this case, the master needs to almost approach the level of a deity. Lu wondered if the master was ready to become the last dog. First, we need to check the host's bowl. Kim Gi-kyu must concentrate and observe. The protagonist assumed the lotus posture and, closing his eyes, concentrated. You need to block out all external information and feel what is inside. Heartbeat, blood flow, contraction and relaxation, magical power following from the heart to the head and limbs, connection with the ego. It is necessary to concentrate and observe yourself, and do it with your eyes closed. Kim Gi-kyu watched himself so intensely that his breathing became interrupted. The young man got on all fours and tried to regain his breath. Brunhart carefully inquired if the master was okay. Lu asked, "What did the master see?" The protagonist replied that he saw a boundless void. Lu reminded him that he had asked to see a little. Not even 3 weeks later, the owner was able to see the entire contents of the bowl. He's a monster. Lu added that he anticipated it would take about 2 months, but the host is moving forward quickly. It is impossible for a human being to measure this emptiness, and the mere thought of it makes one breathless and dizzy. Kim Giku asked, "Is this really what this bowl should look like?" Lu suggested that the host think again about his peculiarity. Kim Giku replied that he himself knew he was different. Lu stated that's not the case. The host doesn't know why he can't upgrade at all. Why do those with power take such an interest in him? How did he manage to take possession of a gate that no one had ever owned? Lu says he won't say more or he risks being penalized. He doesn't want to be banned. When the time comes, the host will find out for himself. Lu said that enough resting, it was necessary to continue. Even if the master manages to revive her, it's better not to put it off for too long. Kim Giku agreed. The sooner they did it, the better. Lu said it was now the host's job to find the life force in his bowl. Elle sacrificed her life force to save Kim Giku. That's why the young man must still have that power. We need to find her. Lu clarified that it is not necessary to look at the whole content as it was before, but only the individual part. We need to find those who are hiding in this void. Kim Giku closed his eyes and began to scan the void. The first thing he identified was doom. Lu said, "That's right, Master Ego." Kim Giku replied that Lu had scared him. Lu praised his master for the find. It would be easier for him now. We should try to find the others as well. In the void, a huge demonic eye looked at our hero. Kim Giku turned his head in different directions and said that he seemed to have discovered something else in the distance. Our hero thought, "Is it really Brunhart?" The creature waved his arms and said that it was really him, Brunhart. The protagonist thought it was unusual. So the ego can exist in this form. The young man saw something in the distance that looked like a wolf, most likely bee. The two formless creatures could have been Hermes and Oberon. Kim Giku thought, where could Grandpa be? Turning around, the young man saw the image of a huge blacksmith working a hammer on an anvil. Kim Giku extended his hand, but Lu told his host not to touch him. It's a connection to the present. No one knows where this behavior might lead. Is the owner sure he can handle the consequences? Continuing to look around, the young man said that he couldn't see the life forces. So how to find them in this vast space? Lu said to make the master feel the power of life. When he revived this old man with Nain's help, he was already indirectly controlling life. It is necessary to remember those sensations. For better progress, our hero even closed his eyes. Now the young man began to grasp the inner structure of the bowl a bit. There were 2 zones in this place. The Doom Zone, where Lu is, and the Ego Zone, where other egos are piled up. Kim Giku said what he found, and the guy moved in the right direction. Lu was delighted that the host was quick. It wasn't even surprising now. The Doom Zone and the Ego Zone are where they form an equilateral triangle. Kim Giku approached the glowing golden ball and realized that this was life. Kim Giku said he sees just a small bead. What should he do next? Lu asked if the host was ready. Kim Giku replied, "Ready for what?" Lu said that the master must touch this bead. However, he himself doesn't know what will happen after that. Just in case, it's better to be prepared for everything. Kim Giku said that he should do it anyway, and began to approach the glowing bead. Kim Giku touched the bead, and it flashed with a bright light. The light illuminated the entire abyss. Kim Giku opened his eyes, which were bloodshot, and gasped, holding his throat. Brunhart and Lu showed concern. Lu said for the master to pull himself together, concentrate, but don't relax. Otherwise he might die. Kim Giku felt as if his insides were twisted. It must have been the toll of the life force he had touched. Blood came out of our hero's mouth. Lu kept telling him to hold on with all his might. Pain gripped his whole body. Kim Giku grabbed his sword and raised his hand above him. Brunhart was startled. What is the master doing? Lu wondered. What's going on? Our hero thrust his sword into his leg, blood rushing in different directions. Kim Giku calmed down a bit. Lu said that the master was very stubborn, although it seemed to have helped to come to his senses. Lu said that the structure of the bowl needed to be changed. The bleeding Kim Giku wondered what Lu was talking about. Lu explained that these life forces were now facing his doom. They are 2 forces that cannot be mixed like water and oil, even worse. But there is no escape from the pain. The host has to put a wall between them. Kim Giku asked how to do this. We have to build an order. First death, then the ego zone and life, otherwise the master will not endure. Kim Giku coughed up blood again and fell face down. Brunhart shouted that master couldn't die. Our hero lifted his head and thought he needed to focus. Lu told the host to stay out of it for now. They had already begun to move, and indeed the egos in the abyss began to move. Lu and Brunhart told the master to wake up. The young man opened his eyes. Our hero was surprised. Had he really fainted? What happened? Lu replied that the master himself would understand when he saw it. We must look at the bowl. Kim Giku looked into the abyss and saw the movements. B and Oberton were pushing back doom. Brunhard and Hermes were pushing life in the opposite direction. The middle was supported by Grandpa. The level of fusion was raised. The player experienced life. Lu said that the host was lucky. Not only did the egos themselves intervene, but the elixir left over from the last time also helped. Thanks to it, the master's cup didn't collapse. Lu added as the bowl grew even wider. Our hero realized why all his wounds had healed. The power of the elixir had certainly helped. Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu what should be done next. Lu replied that the master should now practice controlling it. After all, he has managed Doom, so he will understand how to do it right away. Lu remarked that it wouldn't be easy for even the host anyway. Lu said that master was in a hurry, at least wait until he finished speaking. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was praise. Brunhard said that the host is a genius. Now our hero must properly learn how to control this power, at least as much as Doom. Lu noticed that life and Doom were separated, so what he was thinking about didn't happen. Kim Gi-kyu asked what Lu was thinking about. Lu didn't answer, but he noticed that it was time to train. The old man hadn't fixed the sword yet, so there was plenty of time. Kim Gi-kyu noticed that Ji-chul had warned him that it would take a long time. Ji-chul also regretted not being able to look at the entire sacred sword. Lu noticed that this was the purpose of the master's training. A huge number of old swords began to move through our hero's private gate. They were the same ancient sacred swords that were on the 40th floor of the tower. Lu confirmed that it was them. While the host was unconscious, the skeletons were ordered to collect them. Lu said that in this training session, the master should use the power of life to revive all these sword remains. Our hero's mother inquired if her help was really not needed. Daeshik replied that it was okay. He just wanted to thank her for her hospitality. The man told the hostess to sit down on the couch and rest. He would organize everything himself. Daeshik said there's no reason to worry. He's confident in his culinary skills, quickly preparing a delicious meal. Daeshik wondered if Kim Gi-kyu was back from the basement yet, right? He hadn't seen him much lately. The woman confessed that her son hadn't come up from the basement for a month. I wonder what he eats there. Daeshik expressed his confidence that the guy was doing a great job. He's not the kind of guy who doesn't know how to take care of himself. The department head told himself that he must not let his guard down. There would be no more chances like this. This is a good time to win Sujung's attention. He's done so much for Kim Gi-kyu for this day. Daeshik even took cooking lessons from a player with perfect taste. It's time for his finest hour. The man began to tool around the kitchen with professional skill. The food under Daeshik's knife took the perfect shape for cooking. After a while, the perfect soup was ready and standing on the stove. Daeshik tasted his culinary masterpiece and decided it was just awful. The man puzzled over where he could have gone wrong. It must be corrected immediately. Daeshik and the landlady became alarmed. What are those sounds? Sujung said it seemed to be coming from the basement. Daeshik said for the mistress to stay put, he would check it out himself. Just in case, the man took his manly fist out of his pocket. When Daeshik entered the basement, he saw that the room was completely covered in smoke. What is Kim Gi-kyu doing here? Kim Gi-kyu told the commander not to come any closer. The three angels displayed their magical swords and pointed them at the man who had entered the basement. The angels asked the father's permission to destroy this man. Revitalizing the sacred sword wasn't that easy. The sword in our hero's hands crumbled into small pieces. The young man said, "It happened again." Lu warned the master that it wasn't easy at all. Managing Doom and life are similar, but master is too lean to one side. Even for him, it won't be easy. Kim Gi-kyu said, if Lu can't help, it's best to keep quiet. Kim Gi-kyu took one sword after another, but nothing came out. Brunhard said for master to hold on. It had been a long time. There were over 30 broken swords. Kim Gi-kyu began to concentrate on the inner core. The guy felt some change, his concentration increasing. Once again, however, nothing came of it. Lu said that the host was moving in the right direction. In human terms, it is comparable to the brain or the heart. The task of the host is to make the blood circulate. After assessing with a glance, our hero decided that there were no more than 80 swords left. Kim Gi-kyu insinuated to himself that he could do it. He must surely pull it off. With 3 swords left in the end, the protagonist didn't give up hope. Lu wondered what the host would do now. It probably makes sense to get some rest. Perhaps the problem is the mental state. Kim Gi-kyu said that he will try again. Now there is just some feeling. If you start to rest, you can miss it. While in the process, our hero said he was getting somewhere. Lu told him to keep going and keep going. Lu said for the host not to put too much pressure on him. Kim Gi-kyu replied that it worked itself out. The life force was being absorbed at a tremendous speed. At this rate, it might not work again. Lu said that there is nothing to be done in this case. Now the master has internalized the feeling. It is better to leave this matter. Kim Gi-kyu reached for the other swords. Lu wondered what he was doing. Kim Gi-kyu thought, if he can't do it with one, then it would be better to distribute to 3 swords at once. Daeshik wondered, then the young man passed out. And when he came to, there were 3 angels standing next to him. The angels knelt silently with their heads down. Lu said the master was good. He was told to animate the sword and he created angels. Kim Gi-kyu apologized to Daeshik for the angels threatening him. He didn't even have time to stop them. Daeshik replied that it's not worth apologizing. He doesn't even pay attention to such things. Besides, they weren't even a threat to him. The angels shouted that this man is too dangerous. He must be destroyed. They're waiting for father's orders. Kim Gi-kyu said for the angels to be quiet and calm down. There's no need to flap their wings. Daeshik said with surprise, life, sword, angels. What a mess this guy's made of things. Kim Gi-kyu asked to keep it a secret, especially from the president of the association. Lu recognized that this old man knows too much. It is better to hide this power from him for now. Daeshik promised not to tell him, because they weren't in a relationship where they could talk about everything. Daeshik noticed that he had something to say to the young man. Kim Gi-kyu opened the portal and told the angels to sit there for now. The angels tried to object, but the young man said it stressed him out that they were sitting there like statues. And don't call him father. One of the angels asked, won't the father give them names? Lu said it's time. It's time to give these feathered creatures names. Kim Gi-kyu came up with the names Hamiel, Kamael, and Anael. The angels were pleased and thanked father. Kim Gi-kyu said he was happy too if the chicks liked it. Lu said it's funny, a man who gives angels specifically names. Kim Gi-kyu asked Daeshik what he wanted to talk about. The supervisor said he wanted to share information. There's information about the Carbon Guild. The young man wants to know what's going on, right? Daeshik admitted that little progress has been made. There are almost no traces, though the guild is doing whatever they want. It's not like they're limited to this country. We should look for more traces of their actions outside the state. That's why help from the associations of other countries is needed. The Demon King is already working there. Daeshik added that, unlike an unfit specimen like him, her influence was paving the way everywhere. Kim Gi-kyu laughed. Who dares to call a hippopotamus like that? Daeshik replied that it was the Demon King. Kim Gi-kyu asked if it's true that Daeshik has been climbing the tower again lately. The department head said that he couldn't sit idly by while Kim Gi-kyu kept getting involved in cases that the management didn't know about. Daeshik thought that he had been sitting in the office from the beginning for the sake of keeping an eye on Kim Gi-kyu, who couldn't raise his level, but now there was no need for that. Daeshik added that it had nothing to do with the young man. The gate had been more active lately. Even a few special gates appeared. Our hero was interested in this information. Kim Gi-kyu asked his older comrade if there were any guilds that had already entered the special gate. If there weren't any, he would like to take them over. Daeshik said that it would probably work out. No one wants to enter the special gate after all. Daeshik waved his hand and said he had to go. Kim Gi-kyu wished him a pleasant time with his mom. Kim Gi-kyu thought that among Brunhart's abilities, there was a gate absorption skill. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the environment inside the gate might change as well. Maybe there would even be changes in the formation of monsters. It just seemed to our hero that inside the gate somehow everything is dull. It is necessary to change everything completely there. The angels, once inside the gate, screamed that their father had sent them to destroy all the undead. We must purge these disgusting fake bodies. Hart was indignant. How dare these angels set foot on the Grandmaster's territory? We'll have to cut off those ugly wings and tear down those hypocritical faces. Kim Gi-kyu reached inside his gate and saw the fierce fighting. Many questions popped up in his mind. What was going on here? Kim Gi-kyu looked at those in front of him with a grim face. Hart and the 3 angels were kneeling with their heads down to the ground. Kim Gi-kyu turned to Hamiel. Angel said as he listened to his father. Our hero also turned to Hart as well. Kim Gi-kyu, standing next to the headless horseman, said he was waiting for a detailed explanation. Hamiel, excusing himself, said that there were low creatures in his father's territory, so he wanted to remove them. The bad aura of this gate was also because of them. Hart said there were intruders on the host's property. He was going to exterminate them. A cluster of gnats breeds filth. Lu laughed. How could the master let this happen? After all, it was clear to everyone that undead with the power of death were the exact opposite of angels. The fault lies with the master who didn't foresee this. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Lu knew about this and didn't even warn him. Kim Giku said for everyone to get off their knees. The protagonist issued his first official order: do not fight. Kim Giku stated that the undead and angels were members of his family. Hamiel tried to object. How could the foul undead coexist with them? Kim Giku said that he is not asking them to be friends, but they are co-workers. There is no need to talk about each other like that. Our hero replied to the angels that the undead used to be his subordinates, meaning they are higher in level. They are old servants. The angels cried, but said they could not cross their father. Hamiel said that this is all very shameful and embarrassing. However, they can't disobey an order. Heart wondered. Why is the angel crying? Kim Giku asked that Heart stop adding oil to the fire. Kim Giku heard Ji-chul's voice and remembered that Grandpa was also now an ego. The old man thought, is this telepathy? The old man said there was some noise outside the gate. Did something happen? Kim Giku replied that it was nothing special, just some disobedient subordinates. Ji-chul asked for the boy to come to him. He would finally be able to do something. The old man added that he fixed the sword. El's sword glistened and shimmered in our hero's hand like new. Lu recognized that the old man had done a good job. Brunhart said that the sword was even more beautiful. The blacksmith said that thanks to the scraps the young man brought, he was able to figure out how to repair this sword. He was even pleased with his own work. Kim Giku thanked Grandpa and added that he wanted to do something for the old man as a token of his gratitude. Ji-chul reminded the guy that he was grateful to him with his life, and only now was he able to repay the favor. He'd done all he could with that sword, and the rest was up to Kim Giku. Our hero, looking at the sword, thought that maybe he should start right away. It was better to start right away, while he still had the sensation. Lu said it's not bad, but we have to prepare ourselves first. This gate with dark magic is not really suitable for life control. It only enhances the host's senses. It would be better to choose a familiar place where the young man could concentrate. We should go back to the basement. Kim Giku agreed. Kim Giku suggested that the old man go together. Ji-chul replied that he didn't mind. He too wanted to see the sword have life in it again. Lu said that was a good choice. Together with the old man, it would be possible to take action right away if El has a problem. Lu advised to take the angels too, just in case they could help with life management. Ji-chul and the three angels positioned themselves in the basement waiting for the trial to begin. Kim Giku told the angels that if he had any problems, they should act. Kim Giku pointed to the ring and told the angels to follow Lu's instructions. Lu's character is nightmarish, but he can be trusted. Angel told her father that there was an ominous aura coming from Lu. They can't listen to something like that. Kim Giku said that we'll have to be patient. They should think they're doing it all for their father. The old man laughed and turned away. He told the young man to ignore him. It wasn't because of the nickname Father. Brunhart said it looked very solid. He wanted to call the Master Father too. Our hero was beyond angry. Kim Giku said that titles must now be determined. The word Father is now forbidden. The angels immediately asked Father, how is this possible? The angels were outraged, for their father had created them. How could they call him anything else? It is very cruel to them. Kim Giku grabbed his head again. I had to think of a way to keep those birds quiet. Lu said that these angels are new beings who have no memory of the past. In other words, they are creations of the Master. Kim Giku said for the angels to call him Master, and the others call him that too. The angels said that they obey their father. Having solved this difficult question, the protagonist moved on to the main thing. He drew his sword. A special gate is a gate where the level is constantly changing or a new structure appears. These gates were also heavily guarded. They were beyond the ordinary. None of the players want to come in here because of the danger and instability. Kim Giku thought that for him, this gate was just fodder for Brunhart. That's what Brunhart said. He wants to devour this gate sooner rather than later. Looking at the angels, our hero thought that they were great at aerial combat. Most people avoided fighting in the air. However, our hero didn't pay much attention to it. He had the ability to turn his body to darkness. Also, our hero had the skill of fusing elements. Lu said that the master was now much better at using skills than before. Lu added, one shouldn't forget that it was all due to his progress and new skill of fusing elements. Kim Giku said that he was tired of unnecessary talk. A master can't chill while his subordinates are fighting. Kim Giku thrust his sword forward and rushed forward to attack, destroying the feathered raptors. Every blow with the protagonist's sword reached its target. Our hero was fierce and ruthless. After the battle, there were many crystals scattered around the young man, which he'd gotten after destroying the monsters. Kim Giku noticed that he was missing Ella's sword that he always clutched in his left hand. Lu told his master that it was time to get used to it. Kim Giku heard the master being told that she had brought the gatekeeper's equipment. The guy turned around and saw the angel girl in front of him. Kim Giku said, "Welcome back, Elle." Elle's resurrection, which our hero attempted 2 months ago, ended successfully, which came as a surprise to him. Elle inquired of her master, "How did that work out?" Ella revived in the sword. The sword began to glow so intensely that it was even blinding in his eyes. Lu was also extremely surprised. The flesh-gaining skill was activated. Our hero didn't think that Elle could acquire flesh as well. Elle could still take the form of a sword, but if she also gained flesh, our hero wanted to make her more free. Kim Giku asked how Elle felt in the body. Had she gotten used to it yet? Elle replied that she couldn't maintain that state for very long yet. Brunhart said that Elle was very beautiful. Lu inquired, "What does Brunhart like about this traitorous girl?" Kim Giku said for Lu to stop harassing her. Kim Giku said that the flesh maintenance time and her youthful appearance suggest that it's still worth working on. Kim Giku thought that one soul who had become an ego was Huang Che-il. Just like in Lu's case, it can't be used just like that. If we restore the fragments of Chaelmont and King Evil Eye, as it was with Grandpa, it turns out that the guy himself can control life. But there was still one element missing. Kim Giku thought he could get it too if he hunted. The real problem is the sacred sword. Kim Giku couldn't afford to sacrifice the angels. Lu said that if the angels knew what was going on in the master's head, they would cry. Kim Giku thought that now the only thing left to do was to find a player who had 100 swords. Hart and the angels kneeled before the great host and said they had accomplished the task. Kim Giku thanked them and asked what about the crystals. Hart replied that they are collected by skeletons. If the master opens the gate, all the crystals can be put there. Kim Giku opened the gate and told the assistants to help the skeletons in collecting the crystals. He was sorry to waste time. Kim Giku looked at Brunhart and said that we should still absorb the gate. While our hero was bringing Elle back to life, an unusual gate appeared in the country. The protagonist would like to absorb all of them, but 2 of them showed signs of breaking, so they had to give in to the other guild. Given past experience, when there was a big commotion during the gate communication setup, this time our hero mopped up without witnesses, using his mercenary credentials. In this way, the takeover was successfully accomplished without any problems. However, the takeover did not end there. As with the undead, it was necessary to raise the level of control by destroying monsters. Hart and the angels were doing their best to eradicate the monster's presence in the gate. Kim Giku called on all helpers who could contribute to this righteous cause. Everything was going according to the script. The protagonist's job was control. He did nothing else. Kim Giku looked at the information window. Had he really succeeded? The controlled area was now much more spacious. Ella said it was even more picturesque. Lu admitted that he liked it better before. Kim Giku said that he wasn't interested in Lu's preferences at all. Our hero thought he had one more thing left to do. A deputy superintendent should be appointed. Candidate number 1 is the angel Hamiel. He was the first to be named, so he was considered the eldest among the angels. Hamiel wanted to be entrusted with this task. He would dedicate his life to it and do as his master ordered. Candidate number 2 is Durahan. With the development of the gate, his intelligence increased and he began to speak. Durahan said that he would do whatever his great master ordered. There was a third candidate. A huge bird circled over our hero. Kim Giku raised his head up and saw the feathered raptor descend to the ground beside him. The Griffin King is the new guardian of the absorbed gate. The bird didn't have any charisma, it was a communication problem. If the griffin flapped its wings, the gate could turn into bird droppings. So we have to choose between the first 2. Hart sat silently watching the scene. Hart thought, whoever became the deputy would be beneath him, the manager. Durakan was already his subordinate, so it couldn't be better. And if an angel became his deputy, it would look good, too. Hart figured he would benefit from either option. Angel said not to get too upset, as it would be the master's choice. Angel said Hart's been made deputy. That's good too. Lich Hart has been demoted to deputy manager. Huang Jichul became the gate manager. The old man told our hero that the boy could trust him. The grandfather noticed that he had always had an interest in construction and management. Iron Shield read a report that a special gate had appeared in Korea. He couldn't even believe it. Could it really be possible to create a gate wherever he wanted? The guild leader's interlocutor, Las, said that there was an understanding between the 2. Iron Shield thought, it didn't matter who this man was. The important thing was that he could help now. He was willing to make a pact with the devil himself for revenge. Las told the Ironclad that it was too early to be surprised. Las collapsed in his chair and said that so far this was just an appetizer to the main course. The interlocutor said the fun part starts now. Events taking place inside the gate. The installation of the temporary tent was in full swing. Giku was supervising the undead. The protagonist and grandfather were studying a holographic map of the gate. Giku was very surprised when he found out that there were even cards like this. The old man smiled. He too had only learned about it when he became the manager. The old man said that the changes in the basic environment inside the gate were such as the young man already knew. The environment of the new gate connected with the environment of the existing gate. Speaking of features, 3 mines appeared at the edges of the gate. There are crystals and rare metals in these mines. The old man added that if the young man was no longer interested in money, then this was a real good fortune for him. Now, he would be able to create at no cost, and he would have free labor in the form of undead. Giku noticed that too much space was being wasted in this gate. The guy noticed that aside from the pyramids, this space is not used in any way. The old man said that there was something terrible going on inside the pyramid, so we would have to do it too. Giku said that Rogers would actually do it all. The old man remarked that it would be a good idea to build a proper stronghold rather than this tent. Giku added that a prison and a hunting field should be made. Our hero continued to marvel at the old man's large-scale projects. Grandpa asked what Giku plans to do with his enemies. He's not talking about introducing a constitution or punishment for the bad guys. But he can't destroy them every time. It is necessary to punish and re-educate them. Unlike Rogers, who has lost his power, it is impossible to control everyone. That's why we need a place to incarcerate them. There are rumors in the world about a prison for particularly dangerous players called Gehenna. It is said to be the nightmare prison itself, and it is located inside the Eternal Gate. Giku thought that it was quite possible that it was just a rumor. But what hunting field was the old man talking about? Giku noticed that the advantage of this gate was that the monsters here appeared for free. Of course, they could be used as soldiers, but that way they wouldn't use their full potential. The old man added that they could make this field available for familiar players to hunt there and get rent for it. In this way, they would achieve 2 goals. The old man said that he didn't propose to solve it right now. He just wanted to gradually put the place in order. Hart sat silently aside and became an unwilling listener to this conversation. The gate became stronger, and with it, so did the monsters. Different kinds of skeletons appeared. Our hero noticed that even the Durahans were outnumbered. Giku asked which one was the real Durahan. Brunhart replied that they are exactly the same. Lu remarked that they don't have any personality. One of the headless men said he was in charge. Giku said that we should give this Durahan a name and thought about it. Lu said that the owner must have thought of the name a long time ago. Giku said that this Durahan he would call Hal. Durahan Hal thanked his master. His head appeared. The hero formed a bond with the demon knight of doom. An order of knights was formed. The knight kneeled and said that he would serve his master faithfully. Giku thought that this time he had also created a demon. Lu wondered, what had the master done? Giku replied that he didn't know. Lu said it won't work that way. We need to find out what happened. Master must use the demon eye. With the eye of the demon, the protagonist could see the entity. Ella and Brunhart told the master that there was blood. Our hero was frightened. Why did his nose bleed? Giku began to sway, and he felt dizzy. Lu wondered if he was doing it again. If you poked him with your finger, he would fall down immediately. The angels ran up to the host and told him to wake up. Lu told the master not to joke like that. Everyone became worried because the master should not be killed. Lu said that they were making a big fuss for nothing. Angel offered to move his host to safety. The demon said that no one was going to listen to some angel. We'd have to agree with him this time. Hal said that it was necessary to help the host immediately. Mistakes would not be tolerated. Angel picked up his master and carried him to safety. Hal and the Durahans galloped after him. Lu thought, you never see anything in your life. Giku opened his eyes and asked where he was. The angel replied that it was a temporary tent. Giku looked at the angel and wondered if it was Ella. The young man couldn't move. Lu said it's not surprising since the owner had been unconscious for a week. Giku said that Lu was a joker. He scared him. Giku looked at the sword sticking out and wondered, could Lu really stand? Lu said it wasn't difficult. It was just that there was no occasion before. Giku wondered, had he really been lying there for a week? What had happened to him? Lu said it was simply explained. The balance between life and death had been upset. Does the host remember the life source that burst last time? A fragment of it was still inside. When Master activated the demon eye, a part of the life source collided with the power of death. Giku felt as if a bomb had exploded inside him. Lu noticed that this was exactly what happened in practice. Lu added that the owner was now able to find a balance. Giku looked around and wondered what was going on. There was a huge number of all kinds of undead around his bed. Lu said that while the master was unconscious, these creatures guarded him without even moving. Hal was glad when he saw that the master had woken up. Hart said he had ordered the undead to guard the master as well. It was the deputy manager's responsibility. The angels were also doing their duty, praying as hard as they could for their master's speedy recovery. Kim Giku wondered, where did this bed come from? Instead of a mattress, the bed had griffin feathers. Kim Giku wondered what had happened here while he was lying down. Lu said there are 3 main points. The first was that Doom and Life were activated in the host body. The second point is that the master lay unconscious for a week, and during that time the 2 forces within him found a balance. The third point is that this is all the result of the fuss his subordinates have made. Kim Gi-kyu thanked him for his concern and said that everyone should disperse first. It's hard for him to draw when everyone is crowding in here. Lu wondered what that meant. Kim Gi-kyu said that he understood briefly, but could Lu explain it in more detail? Lu said he had nothing to add. Lu remarked that when it came to features, he was a little concerned about the location of some of the fragments. Lu remarked that the host had better see for himself. He should activate the demon eye. Kim Gi-kyu activated the demon eye and said that he didn't see anything unusual. Lu said it's because the master can't see his face. We should ask El to show his face through the sword, Kim Gi-kyu asked as El showed the sword. Kim Gi-kyu looked at his reflection carefully and noticed the change. The boy realized that one eye had turned gray. Changing the color of the demon eye is not a serious problem, but neither Lu nor El know anything about it. So our hero decided to observe. Kim Gi-kyu inquired what did Rogers want to talk about. Rogers was almost on the ground begging for a chance to get back at Iron Shield. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Hart had done as planned. All the anger he has in him is now directed against Iron Shield. Kim Gi-kyu wondered what Rogers could do for them. Rogers replied that he needed to raise his level again. Rogers noticed that he had gotten stronger once. The second time would be easier. He'll even be stronger than before. Kim Gi-kyu said that Rogers can't get stronger. Even if he hunts, his strength won't come back to him. Rogers won't be able to level up anymore. Rogers' bowl was broken. It's amazing how he hasn't died yet. Rogers said he knows about all the dirty deeds Iron Shield has done. He can make a confession. He has information that could very well help bring down Iron Shield. Kim Gi-kyu that there is a benefit to it after all. Our hero asked how can he trust him. Kim Gi-kyu added that he would give Rogers one last chance. Could he accomplish anything? Rogers said that he would obey any order. However, in the same instant, he lost his head. The cannibalism skill was activated. Lu told the master that he should have used this skill right away. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that it was important to arouse anger in him. Even when he would obey his orders as an ego, he would be more useful if he had his own purpose. Kim Gi-kyu added that the most important thing right now is not that. Hal said their job is to serve the great master. They are always happy to guard him. The angels said wherever the master goes, they will always be there. They want to accompany the master. Kim Gi-kyu said that he wasn't going to walk with them outside the gate as well. Hal remarked, if they can't guard the great master, then their existence has no purpose. Angel said he was of the same opinion. They were willing to lay down their lives to protect the master. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the 2 teams were competing to see who could get him the most. Lu wondered, doesn't the master enjoy it? These certainly wouldn't betray him. Wanting to change the minds of these helpers, our hero said if they are so worried, then they don't trust El and Lu. The guy added that he was already being guarded by El and Lu. Didn't anyone here believe in their power? Hal began to make excuses. He didn't know who Lu really was, but for some reason, he was afraid of him. The angels said that wasn't what they meant. They knew who El was, but they were afraid to face her. Kim Gi-kyu went out into the courtyard and saw snow falling. Bronhardt said that something white was falling from the sky. Ella noticed that winter had come. Our hero thought he'd been stuck in the basement for a week more lately. It felt like the seasons were changing at a snap. Kim Gi-kyu thought that it was quite cold outside. We should go back inside the house soon. The sister said she hadn't seen Gi-kyu in a long time. B suddenly became somehow restless. It turns out the brother went outside. Elle said hello and said she hadn't seen B in a while. He's quite the doggy now. Yu Jung told her brother to show up more often. The young man explained that he had important things to do. Jae Jung said that Gi-kyu came out just at the right number. The boy asked, what number is the sister talking about? The girl wondered. Isn't that why he came out? Yu Jung added that it's Christmas Day. Sister asked if her brother had a girl he could go out with tonight. Kim Gi-kyu asked, how is the sister's situation in this regard? Yu Jung stated that she is still a high school student. The most important thing for her is studying. Kim Gi-kyu said that Christmas should be celebrated as a family. My sister grabbed her head, because only loners say that. Yu Jung said she was going out with her friends. Mom has plans too. A guy can go out with someone too. Isn't there any girl you know? Kim Giku replied that there is a girl, and she even texted him. The sister wondered, is there really any? Yu Young said it was very surprising to her. She thought her brother only responded to text messages with a yes or no. Kim Giku told his sister to go about her business, and he would handle his own business. The sister thought it might be Soo-jung's girlfriend. The guy couldn't even remember the last time he celebrated Christmas. Our hero was already on the doorstep when his sister asked indignantly, is his brother really going to go like this? Yu Jung ordered him to follow her. At the Christmas tree, our hero showed up in a different outfit. Kim Gi-kyu glanced at his watch, thinking that he shouldn't have been late. Shin Yu-bin called out to our hero, is it really him? The girl said they haven't seen each other for a long time. Kim Gi-kyu looked at Yu-bin and thought she was very pretty. Lu warned that the host's face was flushed. Elle assumed it was because of the weather. The guy says that after he passed out in front of the association building, this is the first time they've seen each other. He thanks her for her help that day. Yu-bin asked, Kim Gi-kyu seemed to want to buy gifts for his relatives? Then it's worth going to the mall first. Yu-bin said that she is grateful for this meeting, because she knows how busy Ranker is. Lu told Elle that this girl is not an easy girl, you have to be cautious. Brunhart replied that this girl seemed good to her. Elle said that one should keep a low profile. Once in the mall, the young man was surprised. He didn't know there was such a place. Yu-bin said that this is a VIP area. It can be used not only by special customers but also by ranchers. Kim Gi-kyu thought that after his mom drank the elixir, she started using items, although normally those who weren't players couldn't do that. As an exception, there were items that ordinary people could use. The boy looked at the pendant and thought that if he gave one to his mother, it would act as a protective talisman. Kim Gi-kyu said that it's hard to acquire even at auctions. Yu-bin agreed, so the price is not small. Kim Gi-kyu stated that he doesn't care about the price because he asked for advice on what to give. Therefore, he is grateful to the girl. The guy admitted that it was hard for him to make a choice. He didn't think his sister would like high protection clothing. Lu remarked that trends are very important now. Yu-bin pointed at the display case and said that she would recommend this one. There was a very well-known brand called Horsen on display. They only produce a few pieces a year, but recently the number has increased dramatically. Kim Gi-kyu took a closer look and thought that it looked a little worse in quality than those items, but the price was much lower. Our hero experienced a familiar feeling. Lu said that the host was right. Brunhart stated that she turns out to know. Lu noticed it was all that old man's wares. Kim Gi-kyu previously even wondered where Grandpa got the money from if he stopped making guns. It turns out that he has a part-time job. Yu-bin asked if Kim Gi-kyu had already picked something out. Kim Gi-kyu said that Yu-bin helped him a lot and thanked her. Our hero offered to treat the girl to dinner. The dinner turned out to be exquisite and delicious. Yu-bin noticed that the place was quite nice and asked if Kim Gi-kyu came here often. Kim Gi-kyu replied that it was his first time here and that he had been recommended to him by an acquaintance. After tasting the food, the young man decided he should bring his sister and mom here next time. After the plates were emptied, Yu-bin asked her companion what his hobbies were. Kim Gi-kyu was a little embarrassed and said that he didn't even know, never thought about it. The girl asked what the guy's favorite movie was. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he hasn't watched a movie in a long time. When asked about his favorite song, he answered about the same. He hasn't listened to it in a long time. Kim Gi-kyu stated that he feels quite uncomfortable. He gives boring answers to all the questions. Yu-bin, embarrassed, said that she had the impression that the young man had no personal time of his own at all. The girl was embarrassed by her words, blushed, and said that the wine must have gone to her head. She should mind her own business. Lu said that this girl is very meticulous, although of course it can't be said that the owner lives like a normal person. Lu agreed that the host has no time of his own, or more specifically, no life of his own. What does the master do for his own sake? Everything is just a release of energy. Getting strong is for the safety of the family. Lu wondered, did the master ever do anything for himself? Kim Gi-kyu realized what Lu was saying. In those times when he had to take care of his mother and sister alone, he must have had some desires, something he wanted to do. However, the guy had to forget about it. It was the only way he could survive. At some point, the protagonist meets the ego. After that, the guy found real strength. He was able to get out of poverty. The shrinking hero seemed to have solved a lot of problems. But what he once gave up does not come back so easily. Elle s'est excusée auprès de son hôte. Elle n'y a même pas pensé. Lu said there was nothing to apologize for. People have a lot of problems. Yu-bin asked that Kim Gi-kyu forget her words. It's just that he used to talk about himself a little bit before. She herself doesn't understand how she got that out of her. Kim Gi-kyu thanked the girl for her concern. The young man suggested that his companion go to the movies if she had some free time. Suddenly there were loud noises outside and someone called for help. The car lost control and crashed into a tree. The protagonist thought it was a gate, and an unusual one at that. A special gate has opened in the heart of the city. Many gawkers appeared around the gate. Not far away stood our hero with his companion. Passers-by were outraged. Why is this happening on Christmas Day? Where are the authorities looking? The appearance of a gate in the center of the city is not that rare, but so far there have been no cases of people fainting because of it. The good thing is that the association is nearby and they reacted quickly and arrived. There were a lot of players nearby and they were able to help in an emergency. The officer in charge thanked all the players who had helped. He said that the management will draw a lottery to see who gets a chance to clear the gate. The responsible employee asked all those who wanted to participate in the raffle to come closer. Our hero asked, "Rankers don't have to be present in person. They automatically become participants of the raffle, right?" Our hero looked at his watch and thought that his relatives might already be worried. The girl, because of her gloves, did not notice that her companion had a rather old watch on his hand. This watch didn't look like an object. Could it be a valuable object? The guy said he'd like to finish tonight. Yubing noticed that it was time for her to go back as well. Yubin said that she had one question. At that moment, someone called out to our hero. Sung-hoon came up to the young people in some strange attire. He wished them a Merry Christmas. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why Sung-hoon was dressed like that since it was his day off. Sung-hoon replied that he didn't have time to change his clothes because of an emergency call. Sung-hoon said that he had dealt with the situation and would be going home soon. Kim Gi-kyu asked what the clothes were. Sung-hoon whispered to the young man that it's not bad to have a date on a day like this. Kim Gi-kyu replied that it wasn't a date, but a business negotiation. Yubin wondered, wasn't this the same person who was entrusted to lead the ranker battle? She had seen him when Kim Gi-kyu had lost consciousness. Yubin asked if the guy would go straight home. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he had to go back to the store first to get the shopping he left behind. And he was also thinking of buying a small cake. Yubin said she could recommend a good place. The girl decided to ask about the watch next time. Sung-hoon rushed after the young people. Sung-hoon caught up with the hero and asked why rancher Kim Gi-kyu had his phone turned off. Kim Gi-kyu replied that his battery was dead, but what happened? Sung-hoon said that the result of the gate-level evaluation came out. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if it was S-rank. Sung-hoon reported that evaluation is not possible. No ranking can be determined. The sister could not believe her eyes. Is the master really giving her a horseshoe? Kim Gi-kyu wondered. What was the strange way Yujin spoke? Did the excitement paralyze her speech organ? Mother said it's very expensive. Daeshik also gave her a gift from that brand, so it's embarrassing. We should invite Daeshik to dinner. He should like it. A gate whose rank cannot be determined means it is above S rank. There are few such cases, but every time such gates have taken the lives of many players. In addition, this is a special gate. Its level of danger is not even worth talking about. The magical power that originally radiated from them was different from the other gates, but then the hero didn't feel anything different. Lu said he had some guesses, but needed to take another look to be sure. He would consult with Ella, and the host could enjoy the evening in the meantime. Ella suggested spending it with his family. Kim Gi-kyu thanked him for his concern. If you're going to rest, you should rest. Could something really happen in one day? It was reported on television that in this country alone, 5 special gates have been discovered, the level of which cannot be determined. The whole world is shocked by this fact. Governments and associations in various countries have declared an emergency. The local association is investigating the reasons for the occurrence of so many special gates in this particular country. Kim Gi-kyu quickly gathered himself and said he would be back soon. After contacting his assistant, he told Mr. Sung-hoon to come right away. Sung-hoon says he was just about to call. He's already standing in front of the house. Sung-hoon asked the rancher if he was going to the Gangnam area. Kim Gi-kyu confirmed that he had something to check out. Kim Gi-kyu drove up to the special gate that had recently appeared. The perimeter guards were already posted. The hero looked around and thought that no special features had been revealed. Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu if he knew anything about it. Lu replied that all his guesses from yesterday were correct. Kim Gi-kyu asked Sung-hoon where else unidentified gates had appeared. It was necessary to check them all. Sung-hoon reported that the president of the association had summoned Ranker to his office. We should head there. Kim Gi-kyu said that what he wants to do is important. He definitely needs to check it out. One of those present said that the waiting was getting tiresome. The 11th mercenary was keeping everyone waiting. Is he not coming? Sung-hoon warned rancher Kim Gi-kyu that a step to the left or right could crush him. He knows that, right? Kim Giku wondered, is it really a mystery? Lu suggested that it is about predestination. Brunhart said it was complicated. Sung Hoon said it's about him. After all, they were called in this morning, but they're only coming now. Definitely the president will be scolded. Kim Giku replied that he had already called the chairman and made arrangements. He understood that it was related to the special gate. Sung Hoon said it's not the same. Rankers can't understand the problems of an office worker. The driver tried to calm down and said it was a joke. As he said, the rancher was called in as a mercenary. Sung Hoon asks if this is the first time Kim Gi-kyu will meet the other mercenaries. No one promises that all of them will welcome the young man. If Mr. Kim Gi-kyu is afraid of being recognized, he can wear a mask. Kim Gi-kyu announced that he has decided not to hide anymore. He no longer needs a mask. Sung Hoon said that he brought his mask with him just in case. Kim Gi-kyu reiterated that he really didn't need it. The hero stood in front of the doors to the conference room, sensing several sources of powerful magic. This was definitely where the mercenaries had gathered. Kim Gi-kyu swung the doors open and walked inside. The president of the association, Oh Dae-gu, was sitting at the head of a huge table. On either side of him were the mercenaries. The protagonist looked around at those present. He knew some of them by sight. The president of the association invited the young man to sit down on an empty seat. Yu Seok-woo said that Kim Gi-kyu was very late. The character replied that he had things to do. An audience member asked Kim Gi-kyu, "What is his codename?" The hero wondered, who was this boy? He asked a question he didn't want to answer the first time he met him. Kim Gi-kyu said it was a secret. Lu said that he felt a strong aura. The young man assumed that Kim Gi-kyu had some funny name too. The hero thought, if this guy at this age already has such strength, it could very well be the topic of the headlines. He didn't know that there were so many strong players. Kim Do-hyun, the leader of the one-man guild of the top 10 strongest guilds, said, "Here they have met the 11th mercenary." Kim Gi-kyu assumed that this person was also a mercenary. By the way, Kim Do-hyun said that Kim Gi-kyu is the 11th person. If we exclude the chairman and Dae-shik, that leaves 7 people. Even if Soo-jung is included, there are 3 empty seats. The president of the association said that the matter was urgent. It was time to start the meeting. The reason why everyone had gathered was the appearance of numerous special gates. There are 20 in the whole world and 5 in this country. It's impossible to determine the level. The appearance of a single S-rank gate is already considered a natural disaster, and now the situation is extremely critical. Kim Do-hyun said that if the president gathered everyone for the sake of discussing the gate sweep, wouldn't it be better to talk to the 10 strongest guilds? Mercenaries are loners. There's a big difference between one player and an entire guild. Lu was surprised. He was a member of the top 10 strongest guilds. If he was a member of a guild and a mercenary at the same time, then why was he being smart? Kim Gi-kyu suggested that he might have a monetization problem. Such strong guilds are a single entity. They don't want to share profits with other mercenaries. L assumed that he was the kind of person who even in such a situation thinks of his own profit. Lu remarked that it was better than being hypocritical like some people. Ella replied that she wasn't hiding anything. Brunhart suggested that they live amicably. Kim Gi-kyu called them to order. Yu Seok-woo said that this was not the situation to separate mercenaries and guild members. If they were all gathered here, then the situation was really critical. The young mercenary said that the grandfather chairman wouldn't just call out. We should listen to him to the end first. Oh Dae-gu said that leader Kim Do-hyun's statement is quite appropriate. If it comes to the cleanup, the guilds would be worth talking to first. The chairman added that this was a very different case. He was not sure that other leaders were prepared to send their entire staff to face unknown dangers. The president of the association reiterated again, this has never happened before. And if players get hurt in the sweep, it would be better not to start at all. The president added that what they needed right now was not a gate sweep team, but a recon unit that could get back in. The president was asked, does he mean that if something goes wrong, it would be more profitable to sacrifice the mercenaries as a minority? Oh Dae-gu says that the meaning behind his words is completely different. He was just suggesting a plan that would most likely succeed. He never forced the mercenaries to do anything. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if it was the twins. Lu said that except for the chairman grandpa and Dae-shik, they were the strongest of all the people present. The young guy said that's what a mercenary job is. If there is appropriate remuneration, he has no claims. Kim Do-hyun said that in that case he has no reason to say no either. Yu Seok-woo said that he's in on it too. Kim Gi-kyu thought that there were only 5 gates. 3 people volunteered, needing 2 more people. Our hero also raised his hand and said that he was participating in this operation. The twins raised their hands and said they agreed too. Kim Do-hyun thought that there were no more empty seats left. Kim Gi-kyu looked at the masked man. He had absolutely no intention of participating in this event. The president stated that a minimal amount had been collected. He will give details to everyone later. The head asked if anyone had any suggestions. Our hero stated that he had something to say about the gate. When the gate at Kanam opened, he was there. This afternoon he checked the other gates as well. The guy added that with his powers, which he doesn't want to talk about, he had checked those gates. Kim Gi-kyu stated that everything sounds like it has to do with the devil. Everyone present was horrified. What does the devil have to do with it? The reaction of the mercenaries seemed strange to our hero. Do they know about the devil too? The president told everyone that he vouched for this man's abilities. Dae-shik also spoke in favor of our hero. Kim Do-hyun inquired if this gate had something to do with the devil. Kim Gi-kyu said that was the case. All 5 gates that appeared in one night, and possibly all 20 gates around the world. All these gates are the devil's realm. The mercenaries were shocked by such a bold statement. The gate represents a realm of some sort. More specifically, it's an abandoned area. Lu at that moment told his master that this was the devil's kingdom. Lu added that it was completely different from a normal gate. A special gate with an undetermined level appeared in the country. These lands are not completely abandoned. It's a place ruled by demons far more powerful than normal gatekeepers. After the meeting was over and everyone began to disperse, our hero thought it had gone on for a very long time. Brunhard admitted that she was bored. Elle remarqua que l'information que le hôte avait fournie était très importante. Lu stated that there was not much progress in the discussions. 5 gates, 5 mercenaries. As decided in advance, 1 gate for each mercenary. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if the others could handle it alone. This is the devil's domain, not just any gate. Ella said that everything would be fine. Lu asked the host why he was inattentive at the meeting. Had he listened well to the chairman? The head said it's better for one normal player to hit and leave than for a lot of wimps to swirl and hustle. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why Dae-shik stopped him when he wanted to raise his hand. Dae-shik replied that he meant to tell them about it after the meeting, but he just forgot. Dae-shik said that the day after tomorrow he should come to the association by 9 o'clock in the morning. Then he would explain everything. He added that it was necessary to take his things with him. He would be spending the night outside the house. On his way out of the boss's office, our hero met with Yu Seok-woo. Seok-woo said he was delayed, leaving a feeling of reticence. Seok-woo noticed that this assignment was different from the usual one, somehow uneasy in his heart. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if the head of the guild could walk around like that before an important matter. Seok-woo replied that no one dared tell him to do that. Kim Gi-kyu remembered that he had promised to treat Sung-hoon to dinner. The 3 of them went to a restaurant and had a threesome. Yu Seok-woo suggested that they all have a drink. Kim Gi-kyu tells Sung-hoon that he won't have any free time starting tomorrow, so he's giving back today in the form of a treat. Sung-hoon noticed that this was the first time he was meeting guild head Yu Seok-woo in such an environment. Kim Gi-kyu recalled that his interlocutors had met before when there was a showdown with the Iron Guild. Sung-hoon admitted that he often had to meet with the rankers for work. Sung-hoon suggested a drink to start. Maybe it would dilute the awkward situation a bit. Kim Gi-kyu said it was really good. Do anchors drink something like that every day? Seok-woo replied that it wasn't exactly like that. Sung-hoon said he had a question for the rankers. Sung-hoon wondered how the two met. It looked like they had been friends for years. Lu remarked that he hadn't heard that story either. Ella said it was before he met them. Seok-woo replied that he gave the Gaia tutorial. Sung-hoon asked how Kim Gi-kyu had performed then. Seok-woo said that this guy was always gloomy and frowned his eyebrows. Kim Gi-kyu wondered when he had ever frowned. Sung-hoon inquired about Seok-woo's rancor. After all, wasn't he already famous back then? Kim Gi-kyu stated that Yu Seok-woo was very nasty back then. He recalled that period of time when he was studying. At that time, Kim Gi-kyu still couldn't raise his level. At some point, Seok-woo said that the training period was coming to an end. Seok-woo then added that as of tomorrow he will no longer be able to train player Kim Gi-kyu. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Seok-woo had changed. He remembered that look. He looked at him like he was a rising star. But later, Seok-woo stopped seeing the point of investing time and effort. A whole month passed in this manner. Kim Gi-kyu hunted goblins to exhaustion. The guy barely eked out an existence by selling a few crystals. Yu Seok-woo would sometimes come to the player, check on his condition, and leave. Kim Gi-kyu said he felt very uncomfortable in those moments. Curiosity, pity, a sense of superiority. Either option was unpleasant. Seok-woo would have been better off not paying attention to him at all. Kim Gi-kyu told Dae-shik that he seemed to be very busy lately. Dae-shik replied that he had a lot of work to do. Dae-shik asked, does Kim Gi-kyu have any difficulties? If he can help in any way, then let the guy apply. Kim Gi-kyu said that the boss has already done a lot for him and he can't demand even more. Kim Gi-kyu wanted to talk about the decision he made. Our hero remarked that he didn't have anything special going on. He just wanted to quit his job as a player. Sung-hoon asked, what happened next? Did Kim Gi-kyu quit the job? Lu wondered what the boss was talking about. When the party was over and Dae-shik left, he was alone. He thought that once he had made a firm decision, all regret was gone. Kim Gi-kyu walked back to the house and thought that he would have to find a new job the next day. Our hero walked into the house and saw his sister offering orange juice to rancher Yoo Seok-woo. Kim Gi-kyu and Yoo Seok-woo looked at each other. Our hero didn't understand what was going on. What is Seok-woo doing here? Yoo-jin asked her brother why he didn't tell her that his friend was a celebrity. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he is not a celebrity but a player, and he is not his friend. Yoo Seok-woo waved his finger at the owner of the house and offered to talk outside. Kim Gi-kyu says that the rancher's visit is a complete surprise to him. Seok-woo realizes that it's not very convenient, right? Seok-woo apologized and explained that he hadn't been able to get through for a long time. Kim Gi-kyu looked at his smartphone and realized that it had turned off again for some reason. He asked the rancher what the occasion was. Kim Gi-kyu immediately warned the interviewer that he had decided to quit his job as a player. Yoo Seok-woo reached into his bag and asked Kim Gi-kyu to take a look at it. Runker was holding a dissertation on the relationship between time to level up and skill advancement, as well as materials from an interview of a Thai player who took 1 week to level up. Seok-woo wanted to talk about some more documents, but our hero interrupted him. Kim Gi-kyu asked what all this was about. Seok-woo said he couldn't comfort with words, so he found some materials that could help first. He expressed his hope that the interlocutor would not give up. Kim Do-hyun genuinely wondered, why is Yoo Seok-woo doing all this? Ranker replied, if he said it was out of good intentions, Kim Gi-kyu would still not believe him. Seok-woo added that it's just a bare calculation. He wants to make a capable person with unknown potential his ally. Seok-woo said that the profession of gambling in their society was now considered commonplace. But 18 years ago, it was a completely unknown field. If there have been no precedents so far, then such a case has infinite possibilities. They call it a singularity. Kim Gi-kyu agonized for 5 years for nothing. Seok-woo remarked that everything turned out well in the end, just as he had predicted. Kim Gi-kyu said that even broken clocks sometimes show the exact time. Sung-hoon noticed that these people did something that wasn't easy. After all, they didn't know each other at all back then. On first impression, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The excitement of being a player. And also, sometimes his face was somber. They never once talked about serious things. But it wasn't hard to guess the reasons why. By the same clothes he wore each time, or by the obsession to find as many crystals as possible. He didn't use potions. But it was still understandable, even if he didn't talk about it himself. When you add to that the fact that he couldn't level up, it's not even clear what could have touched him. These thoughts came to mind, and if there are always failures in life for no reason, it would be nice to have someone around to cheer you up. Also, for no reason. Seok-woo added, it's because he's just very kind. Kim Gi-kyu can't say anything back, right? Kim Gi-kyu said that he remembered it all, and would definitely pay back the favor someday. Our hero promised to be sure to save the guild leader's life next time. It's been 2 days. Incheon International Airport. A lot of reporters wanted to interview director Dae-shik. Had any decision been made on the gate issue? Some people talked about the end of the world. What is the association's opinion on this? Journalists were also interested in which players attended the meeting. Were there any new rankers there? The man said that the upcoming General Association meeting was scheduled to discuss the gate situation. Now the best players and guilds are conducting their own investigation. The plan is to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible. All citizens are asked to remain calm. Dae-shik said, standing next to him is a new ranker that was recently announced. Its codename is Morning Star. In the association's opinion, he comes closest to the status of top rucker. The reporters asked Mr. Morning Star if he had any unique skills. What guild is he a member of and what is his level? Our hero had a new image. Guy couldn't understand how it happened. Brunhart said that the host was very popular. Kim Gi-kyu remembered that Dae-shik had warned him that he would have to spend the night away from home. However, he didn't say that they were going to the United States. What's a general association meeting? You could have used the portal. Why take an airplane? Dae-shik said that it's the execution that matters. Kim Gi-kyu said that he no longer intends to hide his strength. Kim Giku didn't think that the manager would suddenly decide to formally introduce him as a reporter. Now, I can see why he was suddenly taken to the barbershop and told to change into a suit. Ella and Brunhart said that the suit suited the host very well. Lu said that Daeshik wants to announce to everyone in advance that Kim Giku is a member of the association. It's probably the president's idea. Kim Giku remarked that it would have been better if he had been warned in advance. Los Angeles, American Association Hotel. After a long flight, our hero decided to have a little rest. A very strong aura was concentrated in the hotel. Probably all the world's strongest players come to this place. Kim Giku decided to summon Ella and communicate with her directly. Angel Girl Elle appeared and said that she was listening to the master. Kim Giku said that he didn't call Ella over to give her a task. If Elle got a body, he wanted her to feel comfortable. Brunhart said she wanted a body too. Lu said his body turned into a sword. Kim Giku stated that these wings are too prominent and asked if there is any way to remove them. Elle made her wings invisible. Kim Giku was surprised. Could they really be removed? Kim Giku asked Elle if there was any way to replace her clothes with something not flashy. Elle replied that it wasn't difficult, and she had knight's armor on her body. Ella said that the armor protects well, but it is an additional limitation for mobility, so she puts it on only when necessary. The special agents providing security still continued to monitor the perimeter around the gate. The monster inhabiting the gate was a huge mantis-like insect. Yu Seok-woo, using his unique abilities, encased all the monsters in ice crystals. Runker Yu Seok-woo said that sneaking is not for him after all, although on the other hand, it's only the result that matters. Ranker, acting as a mercenary, went to the cliff and said that this place was most suspicious. The young man pondered whether he should go down there right away, but there was an unusual aura emanating from downstairs, and too much magic had already been expended. Seok-woo decided that it was necessary to leave the gate and report on the current situation. Some threads began to rise from the abyss in large quantities. Ranker realized he was attacked by a spiderweb. How could this be? Yu Seok-woo took out his knives and cut through all the cobwebs that were trying to bind him. Seok-woo thought, as tired as he was, he couldn't be captured by such tricks. However, the web attack continued. The mercenary was wrapped in cobwebs and was as if in a cocoon, losing his knives in the process. As he fell into the abyss, the young man thought that he had to report this danger to the association by any means necessary. Sung-hoon was waiting in the hallway to scare Ranker Kim Giku. For the sake of that, he had specifically used the portal to get here. He was wearing an invisibility necklace on his chest. Riding up the elevator, our hero experienced a familiar feeling. He's here. Sung-hoon smiled, raised his hands and said it was a surprise. Kim Giku, accompanied by a girl, caught the eye of Sung-hoon. Our hero wondered what Sung-hoon was doing here. The young people went down to the bar to talk. After the explanation, Sung-hoon realized that this girl was the one with the ego. Sung-hoon couldn't believe that she was able to take on a human form. However, she didn't look like an ordinary person, but she didn't look like a player either. Sung-hoon added that he couldn't even feel the magic power. Kim Giku was surprised because Ella has magic power and she had already used it. Could it be that other people can't feel it? Kim Giku suggested that the cause might be in the system. Sung-hoon inquired, "Has Kim Giku felt it yet?" This place is just a lawn with monsters. You don't even have to watch with the demon's eye. Everyone in attendance is a power player who can be counted on their fingers. Lu said that you shouldn't activate the demon eye, or else the host would be recognized immediately. Sung-hoon remarked that it was rare to get such a chance to see so many strong players in one place. There are quite a few famous faces gathered here, who are known even in countries far from this sphere. Here, for example, is a Middle Eastern ranker, codename the Oil King. He was an oil tycoon even before he became a player. The Japanese Shisanu was also present. Brunhart and Lu wanted to get the host's attention, but he said he felt the same way. Kim Giku and Sung-hoon looked at the man. Sung-hoon said that he didn't even know whether the ranchers or the higher ranchers were gathered here. Kim Giku looked at the person who entered. There was an unusual flow of magical power coming from him. This guy was quite strong, probably the next one after Sujong. Many of the people present clutched their chests. They could not endure this aura. Sung-hoon also clutched his chest and began to breathe heavily. Elle was outraged. How dare this man threaten her master? Elle was furious. Lu assumed she was pretty pissed off. Brunhart hadn't expected Elle could be like that. You could tell from Elle's appearance that she was terribly agitated and worried about something. The man cried out, "Why is the sacred virgin together with one from whom the spirit of an unclean demon emanates?" The stranger was alarmed. Our hero also eyed him warily. Kim Giku wondered if Elle was also a holy maiden. Elle said that she didn't understand what the man was saying. Kim Gi-kyu definitely sensed something coming from this man, but he couldn't understand what kind of nonsense he was saying. A priest who appeared nearby told Michael to stop. Michael immediately knelt down and greeted His Holiness the Pope. The high-ranking priest swept his gaze over everyone present. Lu said, "If this priest is the Pope, then he is some kind of religious leader." Lu noticed that for a clergyman, this man was well worth his title. Kim Gi-kyu thought that this old man was so strong that he could handle everyone here. Daeshik entered the room and asked what was going on. Daeshik asked in surprise, "So Kim Gi-kyu met Sung-hoon?" Our hero nodded affirmatively. Kim Gi-kyu also asked in surprise, "Why did Daeshik appear with the Pope?" Daeshik remarked that since he came as a representative from Korea, he needed to communicate with representatives from other countries. The priest repeated his question, "What is going on here?" The priest said he was waiting to hear back from Michael. Michael, without rising from his knees, pointed his finger at our hero and indignantly wanted to say something to him. However, the priest interrupted him and said that he had warned Michael to be quiet. How dare he point his finger at visitors from other countries? Michael continued to be indignant. Can't His Holiness sense it himself? The aura of a demon emanates from this man. The priest said to let Michael think about his behavior until the meeting is over. He would not accept any objections. Our hero also could not understand what was going on here. He asked Elle for an explanation. The girl sat silently in the chair and watched what was happening. She tried to remember the information about Michael. Elle leaned over and rested her head on the table. Kim Gi-kyu, Lu, and Brunhart asked at the same time, "What's going on with Elle?" After a while, Daeshik asked our hero, "Is this girl's name Elle? Is she going to be all right?" Kim Gi-kyu took Elle in his arms. He didn't realize what had suddenly happened. Lu said Elle looks like her master. He can faint all of a sudden too. Our hero remarked that this was no time for jokes. Lu said for the master to calm down. It was just the memories working on her. Lu added that she also has a lot of forgotten memories, just like him. He doesn't know the details, but the meeting with Michael was something of a jolt for her. Lu noticed that Michael didn't look like an ordinary person. He had the aura of an angel emanating from him. Kim Gi-kyu asked Daeshik who Michael really is. Daeshik replied that he didn't know that himself. He had only heard that it was the strongest player raised by the Vatican. Daeshik added that he himself didn't think a man from the Vatican could have such a terrible character. A coworker said he had to go, needed to be at a meeting tomorrow. Daeshik advised our hero to also go to bed early. At the general meeting he should also attend. The head of the department warned the rancher not to make various jokes at the meeting tomorrow. The next day came. Iron Shield and Kim Gi-kyu came face to face. The American wondered, how did this guy manage to become so strong in such a short time? Daeshik told our hero to wait a bit while he went to the conference room. Kim Gi-kyu asked, "Doesn't he have to go there?" Daeshik wondered, does Kim Gi-kyu want to go in there together? Does he really want to make a contract with him and become an association boy? Our hero replied that he doesn't want that. What's an association boy anyway? Kim Gi-kyu added that he doesn't understand why he was brought here at all. He doesn't do anything here. Daeshik said it was a kind of rite of passage. It's customary for the association representatives to come with an escort. The association leaders are mostly strong rankers now. It wasn't like that before. This condition helps to maintain the balance of power so that it does not tilt to either side, as well as maintain competitiveness. Those present at the meetings are well-known players in their respective countries, so Kim Gi-kyu must not do anything stupid. Our hero was surprised. Had he ever been incorrect? Lu wondered. Didn't the owner arrange something like this? Kim Gi-kyu once again said that he was a very good citizen, and he had a positive character reference from his place of employment with him. Kim Gi-kyu remembered his behavior, how he interacted with the angels, how he behaved while wearing the mask, and thought that sometimes he wasn't good after all. Kim Gi-kyu walked into the waiting room and saw many people. All present silently appreciated the new person. Our hero thought that all these people were the best players in their countries. The protagonist is approached by a man with a long beard and told that a very unusual young man has appeared. Does this guy have any skill? Or is he just strong? Bearden added that it's been a long time since he's met someone who can't be read. The man introduced himself. He is Tao Chen from China, codename Myeomgon. Our hero also introduced himself and gave his codename. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the famous Chinese ranker was now in front of him. The protagonist was approached by another man and introduced himself as a ranker from Japan, Susanoo. He recalled that he was also in the bar yesterday and saw this guy. The next time, Ranker said he was called the Oil King. They saw each other yesterday, but he did not have time to introduce himself. Kim Gi-kyu made countless handshakes. All of these ranchers had a friendly attitude. Kim Gi-kyu heard a question addressed to him. Where is the sacred maiden? The young man turned around and saw Michael in front of him. Our hero thought that maybe this Michael had something to do with Elle's past. Lou and Brunhart said that Elle hadn't woken up yet. Michael apologized to the young man about what had happened the day before. The boy added that he did not consider himself guilty, but it was his dad's order. Kim Giku didn't listen to the man and turned around and walked out. Michael was indignant because he hadn't finished speaking yet. Here was the very encounter of our hero with the Iron Shield. Everyone present felt the incredible auras that emanated from these people. Those present wondered, what kind of power is this? It means that yesterday this person did not show everything he was capable of. Iron Shield wondered how Kim Gi-kyu was able to become so strong in such a short period of time. Our hero replied that he missed Iron Shield very much and was sorry for what had happened to Rogers. Kim Gi-kyu looked down and ironically said that his opponent's legs were starting to look cooler. Iron Shield didn't hide his anger and displeasure. The doors swung open and someone asked, "Is there a Morning Star from Korea here?" The man added that the Morning Star was wanted by the chairman and should be taken to his office immediately. Iron Shield said that this guy was just lucky. Our hero looked coldly into his opponent's eyes. Kim Gi-kyu, following him into the office, thought, why might the chairman need him? Kim Gi-kyu felt someone's gaze on him. Someone was scanning our hero very carefully. The protagonist looked around and saw a hooded man escorting an ironclad. Lou said he realized who it was. It seemed to be using an object, so it was spotted late. Lou added that it was a demon. But what is a demon doing together with an iron shield? The protagonist found himself in a room where not just one chairman was present, but the heads of all the associations. Kim Gi-kyu stood in the middle of the room under the scrutiny of everyone present. He felt as if he had done something wrong. Brunhart said that these people scare her. Lou remarked that they were in leadership positions for a reason. A demon and a man with a gun in his hand are the same thing. Kim Gi-kyu thought that there were both strong players and not so strong players. However, one thing is clear. The representatives of the association must be handled with caution. Among those present was one of the top 5 top rankers and the chairman of the International Association, the Blood Emperor. The chairman asked Morningstar if he knew why he had been summoned here. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he should be careful, answering clearly so that there would be no misunderstanding. The young man said that he knew that. There was silence in the room. Oh Dae-shik grabbed his head. Lou wondered if the master was really watching his expressions. The chairman said they called the young man in because they had heard that he knew some special details about the case. Kim Gi-kyu replied that, as everyone here knows, he was at the site of the special gate and also personally checked the 5 that appeared in his country. Our hero added that as a result of this research, he has learned some interesting facts. However, these are still only his assumptions. It is possible that the gate could have appeared by someone's malicious intent. Lou said that both the timing and the location make it look very strange. There's a good chance Andras did this. If he's doing this alone, he must have help. The chairman of the European Council, Zeus, said that the young man was talking nonsense, suggesting that the gate could be purposefully controlled. There is no one who can do that. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he was just such a person. However, he said aloud, how can one say that? After all, those present don't know about the abilities of all the players. The people present don't even know about his ability, even though he is standing right here. The chairman told Zeus to sit back down. There was some meaning in the young man's words. The Blood Emperor asked if Kim Gi-kyu had any reason to say that. The guy replied that the basis was his unique ability, which he can't talk about here. And there's one more correction. He didn't say the perpetrator was human. It's entirely possible it's a demon. Looking at the people present, our hero thought that there was less excitement than he had anticipated. Lou noticed that the world leaders probably already knew about the demons. At the very least, Oh Dae-shik had already explained it to them. Kim Gi-kyu thought that it wasn't just that. Blood Emperor, chairman of the General Assembly and representative of the United States. He brought an iron shield with him. There was no way that such a strong player couldn't guess that the iron shield brought the demon. They allow his presence here and keep quiet about it. After the meeting, Oh Dae-shik said that the young man was quite emotional, which wasn't like him at all. Is it because of the iron shield? Kim Gi-kyu remarked that there was one point he could not understand. Dae-shik asked if it was related to the demon that the iron shield had brought. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if Dae-shik knew about it too. Dae-shik said that not all demons are enemies. The Demon King also carries a demon everywhere he goes. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was a true statement. Dae-shik said he'd heard it himself recently, but honestly, they're pretty pathetic creatures. They were originally in Hell, but after the Tower and Hell merged, they lost their power. There are those who joined the ruler and survived, but most were left abandoned. they were either imprisoned or punished. It is said that this is why the gates came into existence. Daeshik noticed that there were many who sided with the humans. The leaders of various countries allow the demons to be present and even allocate land for them to build on. From what we heard, our hero felt sick, and he lost consciousness again. When the protagonist opened his eyes, he saw Elle in front of him. The girl was overjoyed when she saw the protagonist awake. Brunhart said that she had seen this scene once before. Lu noticed that the master and the servant were both weaklings. Kim Giku inquired when Ella woke up. The girl apologized for causing trouble for her master. Kim Giku says Elle will tell about the fainting later. Lu says she needs time to gather her thoughts. Lu thanks again for caring. Kim Giku thought, if he was going into such a state because of some information, maybe he was the one who could be attacked. Players below the 50th floor have no choice but to take such blows. Someone will say that there is a dungeon in the tower, and Kim Giku could be deactivated from such an attack. Brunhart said that Master is a genius. Elle stated that she would explain everything to the Master now. 3 conditions are necessary for punishment. The first is that the listener must be interested in the information. The second is that the listener must have an appropriate ability with which to extract such information. Third, the speaker should have no desire to strike. If even one of these conditions is not met, no punishment will follow. Lu suggested that the host has thoughts about the tower. Kim Gi-kyu said that it's quite complicated. Looking at his watch, our hero assumed that today's meeting had already begun. The guy got out of bed and said he was already fine, plus he had some things to do. Kim Gi-kyu told his interlocutor that he also met Iron Shield upon arriving here. It would be a pity to just leave. Seeing how far away New York was from here, the guy wondered if there was a portal to travel across the country. Kim Gi-kyu announced that he was heading to the Iron Guild. When Brunhart absorbed the gate and progressed, our hero had one new ability. He could open multiple gate entrances and lock onto them. So far, his limit is 2 entrances. To put it simply, all you have to do is open a gate in your country, and you can travel from home to the United States and back at any time. He thought that a portal with a gate function was the best of Yu Suk Woo. Kim Gi-kyu said that he had found the place where he would set up the gate. That place would be the Iron Guild's dungeon. Lu recognized that it was a good idea. So, the young man needs to get into the Iron Guild building. Our hero came to some public restroom. The guy said that to infiltrate one of the world's strongest guilds simply cannot be. In addition, he still does not have the skill of stealth. And there are no security cameras in the restroom. Kim Gi-kyu took off his shirt and said, "It would be a shame if the master could not do what the servant could do." Bai had the element of water after all. Elemental water turns the body into water. Elemental fusion allows you to use skills by merging with the spirit of the element. The protagonist turned his entire body into water and entered the building through the sewers. Lu said, he always knew the host could do it someday, but he didn't think his abilities had grown that much. Lu noticed that there was less and less human left in the host. Element water, fire, darkness. A skill that transforms the body into an element with a specific attribute. Spirit unification allows you to use skills by merging with elemental spirits. Transforming the body into another state causes a huge resistance inside the body, but thanks to the fusion of the 2 skills, our hero managed to do it. The man made of water made it to dry land. Lu said that the master made it in one piece. Kim Gi-kyu, turning back into a human again, said that the Iron Guild building was above him. That was accurate, as he followed his senses. Lu inquired, "Is the master going to set up a gate here? If something went wrong, they could be used as a backup." Kim Gi-kyu activated the opening of the gate. Using the system's fine-tuning, the protagonist set up a gate at this location. Ji-shul walked out of the gate and realized that he was in the basement of the Iron Guild in the United States. The guy apologized to the old man Zato for summoning him so suddenly. Smith said he's even better. He'll get to see the country. Although it's a pity that acquaintance with the USA starts with the sewer. It stinks a lot here. Ji-chul inquired. So it turns out he should just hide those gates. The guy confirmed. He controls the magical powers that flow out of the gate. But even in the sewers, someone could accidentally enter. The old man said that Paimon's legacy was lost, so it would be difficult to make an item that could withstand such a thing. Ji-chul agreed to take it on. If it doesn't work out, he'll call Min Su, and they'll solve the problem together. The old man said the young man could rest assured he would keep his hobby a secret. Lu told the master that the skill is unlocked. Kim Gi-kyu stated that it was a misunderstanding. Our hero returned the same way, through the sewers and the public restroom. The young man dressed again and walked out of the place as if nothing had happened. Leaving this building, our hero met Michael, who incredulously inquired where this guy had been. Just in case, the protagonist drew both of his swords. Kim Giku wondered why he hadn't sensed Michael approaching. After all, this guy was so close to him. How long had he been following him? Kim Giku wondered if Michael had seen exactly what he was doing. Michael asked his opponent, "What's with the guy's eyes full of a sinister aura? Is he really going to pounce with his swords? Acting like a puppet of the devil." Michael said for this guy to calm down, he's not going to fight. Kim Giku asked, did Michael follow him? From when? Michael said he wasn't following. He just had business in the Iron Guild, like this guy. Kim Giku thought that Michael had seen everything. Lu noticed that the witness would have to be removed. Michael reiterated that he didn't come here to fight. He just felt the young man's energy heading towards the Iron Guild. What exactly the boy was doing there, he doesn't know. Michael added that, judging by his opponent's reaction, he had done something there. There was a strange energy rising from the basement for a reason. Lu noticed that Michael definitely didn't know anything. We'll have to hear what he has to say next. Michael said that the Iron Guild was connected to the Vatican, so he had business in the guild. Kim Giku wondered if it was because of the sacred sword. Michael replied that the young man seemed to know everything. Michael got angry and said some kid calling himself a chaperone and showing up with a demon. Lu said that he felt an ominous aura. Kim Giku wondered, why is Michael acting like this? Or is it natural for the Vatican to hate demons? Kim Giku recalled Daeshik's words, saying that there were also those who were on the side of the humans. Kim Giku said that a player like Michael should know that there are demons that help people. Michael was angry. How could this guy say such things in his presence? He knows that the Vatican has fallen because of demons. Michael added that he thought this guy was a little different, despite the demon scent. But it wasn't worth it to even talk to someone with ties to those things. Michael's wings appeared behind his back, and he was determined. Our hero realized that he was an angel. Kim Giku thought that this guy had been hiding his strength the whole time. Is he really even stronger than Sujong? Daeshik couldn't get through for a long time. The caller was temporarily unavailable. Where did that Kim Giku go? They have to go home right away. Our hero had no choice, and he entered into a confrontation with Michael. The battle was fierce and fierce. Kim Giku recalled that Michael had said he had no intention of fighting. Why did he make so much noise in such an open place? What was he up to? Michael told the rancher to calm down. This place contains the Vatican's treasure, the Holy Grail, guarded by a barrier. Therefore, no one would be able to interfere with their battle. Brunhart deflected the accumulated damage. Michael said this guy doesn't even have wings, though if he were to fly, he still couldn't control his body properly. Kim Giku activated the gate opening again and summoned Hal. Kim Giku warned his opponent that he had gotten it all wrong. It was about what he said about the demon. Our hero developed great speed and rushed towards this angel. Michael said he knows there is no evil spirit in this guy, but he would like to fight him once. Our hero experienced the opponent's attack. It was simple, but quite strong. Lu said that's really weird. This guy is definitely not set up for a real attack. Lu added that Michael isn't going to fight to the last man. It feels like he's testing the host. El asked the host for permission to speak to this angel. El stepped off the sword and became a girl again. Michael saw El and called her the Sacred Maiden again. Michael knelt down and saluted the Sacred Maiden. He could feel the aura emanating from the sword. It was her, after all. Kim Giku thought that this guy had fought and immediately calmed down. It was as if he wasn't the one who had just been burning with lust for battle. Kim Giku asked Lu what he knew about some Sacred Maiden. Lu said that they should observe the two angels. El wondered to Michael why he calls her the Holy Maiden. Does he know her? The man said that there was a tremendous divine power emanating from her that was impossible to handle. If she's not a Sacred Maiden, then what is she? Kim Giku realized that it was just Michael's assumption, although he said it with confidence. El wondered if it was just because of that. Michael said that it wasn't just that. His words may seem strange. The man added that when he first saw Ella, he felt an incomprehensible feeling. Brunhart suggested that it could be love at first sight. Lu said that the man was dangerous. Michael took some time to choose the words to properly express what he was feeling. The man said he felt a certain sense of kinship. Elle said it was hard for her to explain, but she felt the same thing. Some kind of kinship with this man. Elle added that she realized it the moment she heard his name. Lu noticed. Kinship with the master of the sacred sword. So he's not just an angel. Kim Giku asked Michael if he was a human or an angel. Michael was surprised at such a question. Of course he was human. Kim Giku asked in surprise, "Then what are those wings? Or is Michael not responsible for his skills?" Our hero warned that this guy better tell the truth in the presence of Elle. They're not so simple that they don't realize the obvious. Michael said he was human and added, "Probably." It was very strange to hear him say that. Lou said it sounds like this guy doesn't know who he is himself. Michael apologized for his behavior, for getting it all wrong and nagging. But he felt like he could get more answers to his questions this way. Elle told the host that she too feels like she's starting to remember things when talking to Michael. Elle added that thanks to this man, she remembered one important thing. She remembered a way to progress right now without the help of the necessary components. Ella's conditions for progress. In addition to Huang Che Il's seed, 3 ego-former souls and 1 sacred sword are needed. Our hero thought that the sacred sword was hard to find, so he was putting off Ella's progress. Could it really be done right now? Kim Q suggested that Michael forget what happened today. They just didn't seem to understand each other. Lou told the host to watch his face. Brunhart noticed that the host was sometimes very scary. Daeshik was indignant. Where was this guy? Why did he come back so late? Kim Giku replied that he was just walking around the city. Sung Hoon wondered, had something happened? Why is there so much shouting here? Daeshik said, already confused. The scouting parties that went into those 20 gates around the world are out of contact. The expression on our hero's face changed. He had already forgotten what he wanted to check. Kim Giku said that in that case they should return to Korea soon. By the way, they can use the portal. Daeshik informed him that they weren't the only ones who were going back. There were special rules for traveling between countries, and they were much more complicated than the young man thought. It will take at least 2 hours. Kim Giku came too late, so their turn has passed. In addition, they have too many gates at home, and dozens of people are sent there for backup. Kim Giku told his colleagues that they needed to get there as soon as possible. Daeshik replied that he didn't see a way to do that. Kim Giku said that there was a way. After the young men had crossed the gate, Daeshik said with surprise that the gate could now be used to travel through space. Kim Giku noted that it was only a few places. Daeshik asked what was inside the gate. Our hero replied, "There are griffins in the sky and an army of undead on the ground. In terms of strength, it's comparable to an average guild." Kim Giku said they had an urgent matter, so they moved. But there shouldn't be a problem afterward, right? He was referring to the formalities. Daeshik said Sung Hoon will handle the formalities. That's his job. Lou remarked that he was a terrible boss. Daeshik said that the cleanup should be done right tomorrow, but he probably wouldn't be able to go himself. He might have to go to another gate to keep the balance. Daeshik added that the young man would go to Gangnam Station. He could rest today. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. What tomorrow are we talking about? It's a very urgent situation right now. Daeshik said that if they entered the gate without any preparation, they would only suffer casualties. It's times like this when you have to be sober. The chief said he had another piece of advice that the young man should be sure to heed. Daeshik advised our hero to spend tonight with his family. No one knows what might happen tomorrow. This is a really dangerous case. The department head turned around and said he had to go. He needed to get his affairs in order too. Daeshik thought to stop by and say hello to Sujin. The perimeter around the gate was cordoned off by the military and civilians were withdrawn to safety. Military equipment was also brought in adequate quantities. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Che Chan-young, revealed the plan of action. Their guild, as the strongest and most powerful guild, would go in first. It was necessary to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Next is the Kane Guild, then the Gypsophile Guild. 2 helpers from the association will come in after them. Our hero decides that this plan is pretty well thought out, but this way they'll only waste time. If Seok Woo, who has the ability to create portals, didn't come out of there, it means there's a danger inside that prevented him from doing so. Seok Woo may be in great danger right now, between life and death, but don't think the worst. The head of the guild, Che Chan-young, approached our hero. The boy was surprised. Why was he being tested? Che Chan-young expressed his hope that Kim Gi-kyu would not get in their way. Kim Gi-kyu asked what the matter was. Elle said that it was a rude person. Sung Hoon said, "There's no need to take offense. This guild leader is a bit rude, but he's not a bad person. Kim Gi-kyu just doesn't have a good reputation amongst the ranchers lately." Kim Gi-kyu said that good people are always attacked by others. You have to get used to that. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was all Daeshik's fault. The association sees him almost as a high ranker. The guild leader said that the first team would go in on his orders. The second team would go in 20 minutes. Kim Gi-kyu thought that this plan was the best solution for a safe operation. But at this rate, they might not be able to save Seok Woo in time. Our hero made the decision to act alone. In order to implement this plan, it is necessary to get the support of the second team. It is good that our hero knows the deputy head of the guild, Kane. This happened during the showdown with the Iron Guild. In the Hypsophile Guild, the leader is Yubin. Kim Gi-kyu noted that the girl looked at him. 20 minutes had passed. It was time for the next group to move out. The players, armor clinking, went inside the gate. The second group hid inside. The players who went inside were surprised. What had happened here? There were many bodies of dead players and monsters around. Lu said for the master to be cautious. This gate is really dangerous. This is the territory of a Baal-level great demon. A demon of this level is not to be trifled with, especially if he is on his own turf. Baal said he was the first of the 72 with power. Lu said that this gate would be different from all the gates the young man had passed before. However, they do not quite live up to their name. The connection with this world is not fully established, but because of this, you should not relax. The deputy guild leader said it was terrible. They must have been attacked as soon as they entered here. The deputy guild leader, Kane, said that it was good that the Blue Dragon Guild came in first. There didn't seem to be any more monsters in the area. Sung Hoon pointed at the Blue Dragon Guild's flag sticking out of the ground. It looked like they were heading that way. A suggestion was made to go in the opposite direction. The woman asked our hero, "Is he the guy Yubin was talking about?" The woman added that Yubin can't stand men. However, she had told a lot about this guy. Yubin shouted for her grandmother not to say too much. Yubin, making excuses, told our hero that it wasn't what he thought it was. Grandma just likes jokes. Yubin clarified that her grandmother is a counselor in the Gypsophile Guild. She has been helping her a lot since a long time ago. The grandmother and our hero said hello and introduced themselves to each other. Kim Gi-kyu said that he would like to continue the conversation, but it seems like this is not the time to do so. The players noticed that the monsters were getting closer. There were indeed a huge number of all sorts of monsters approaching across the sky and land. The deputy guild leader said for everyone to prepare for battle. The tanks should move to the front lines. The tanks, displaying their shields, took a defensive stance. The monsters rushed at the players with a furious scream, attacking from the air and from the ground. The archers have been ordered to attack the flying monsters. The third team is to cover the archers. It is necessary to fight anyone who breaks through the front ranks. You can't relax. There's no telling how many more monsters will arrive. Kim Gi-kyu tells his partner Sung Hoon that they are also going into battle. It was very hard for the players, because the monsters turned out to be very strong. The front end was quickly giving up ground. The players realized that at this rate they would not hold their ground and would be forced to retreat. At one point, the monsters decided to attack at the same time. Kim Gi-kyu climbed up the steep cliff to assess the scale of the opponent's attack. There was no end in sight for these monsters. The problem was not only the strength of the monsters, but also the number of monsters. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the number of casualties among the players would begin to rise. Elle drew her master's attention to the fact that a very powerful aura had appeared. Who could it belong to? Ahead, on the line of contact between the warring parties, there was a powerful explosion followed by a bright flash. Ella told the master that it was a divine power. Michael appeared at the player's side and said he had come to the rescue. Judging by the expression on the protagonist's face, he was definitely up to something. Our hero decided that he could use Michael in order to achieve victory over the enemy. Lu said that there would be no objection from his side this time. Guild Deputy Commander Kane saw an angel in the sky and wondered, who was it? Michael was pushing a powerful energy charge in the form of a glowing sphere in front of him. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was an auxiliary sent by the Vatican. His character was not very agreeable, but his abilities were not bad. The squad leader wondered, did the Vatican really have such a player? The protagonist told the deputy head that he would henceforth operate separately from the squad. Sung Hoon shouted to our hero that it was too dangerous. Yubin also said that monsters are very dangerous, and acting alone has bad consequences. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if his colleagues were going to fight monsters every time to get ahead. He would rather act alone, so they would find the trail faster. The deputy guild leader thanked our hero for worrying about the guild leader, but said that it would be too dangerous to go in alone. Runker Kim Gi-kyu knows that the guild leader came here alone, and then disappeared. Kim Gi-kyu said that he wasn't going alone. He could take that angel with him and pointed at Michael. Michael began to look around. He had some sort of bad feeling. Yubin said she's going too. She'll volunteer. Yubin said that the two of them will still be dangerous. She knows that Kim Gi-kyu and that man with wings are pretty strong, but she can't just let them go. Kim Gi-kyu objected. After all, Yubin should be leading her guild. Kim Gi-kyu activated the skill Acceleration and thrust his swords forward and rushed through the monsters. The skill Elemental Fire was activated, which turned the body into fire. Unification of Spirits allowed you to use the skills by merging with elemental spirits. Using all these skills, our hero left behind a scorched field and a deep trench. The protagonist absorbed the Chimera's blood, his health stats increased, and the Chimera's soul was absorbed. Lu noticed that the host had another power after progressing. Now the status window could be checked. Kim Giku was surprised that he could get an ego now even without cannibalism. With such a skill, one could not worry about ego to progress. LA congratulated the master. Lu wondered, why is LA congratulating master since he acquired this skill? Michael descended to the ground and approached our hero. He inquired why the two of them had to act together. He was very uncomfortable, feeling as if Kim Giku had lured him away. Kim Giku said that Michael himself is following him, because he himself is excited about it. That's why he came. Michael explained that he had followed the young man because he thought he could accomplish his goal that way. His first goal is to destroy the demons, enemies of the Vatican. His second goal is to find out who he really is. Michael says that they need to move forward, because they have to save Kim's friend Giku. Kim Giku wondered, was Michael really willing to just leave when there were so many crystals here? If you don't collect crystals, you can quickly run out of money, Michael wondered. Hadn't Kim Giku said that this was an urgent matter? There was no time to collect the crystals now. Kim Giku said that he would do it quickly. Kim Giku opened his gate to put the crystals in it. Michael saw our hero's gate, which he used for personal use, and wondered who the rancher really was. The undead emerged from the gate. Lu said they could not hide them for now, because they would be needed when the battle began. It would be better if Michael saw it now. Michael was surprised. Not only did this ranker have both demonic and divine powers, but he also possessed a gate, and he had the undead at his command. Kim Giku and Michael stood at the edge of a huge bottomless pit. They decided they were in the right place. Seeing the scattered crystals everywhere, our hero realized that they were traces of a battle. Most likely Yu Seok-woo was downstairs. Michael said, "You can't see the bottom. Is Kim Giku really going to go down there? He doesn't even have wings." Kim Giku stated that if need be, he too could fly. However, it will not be necessary. Kim Giku assumed that they would be able to jump into this abyss without any problems. It most likely leads to another space. Lu confirmed that there was some sort of portal set up downstairs, a second-generation magical device, and added that the host turned out to have excellent instincts. Michael wondered, do ranchers really feel that kind of thing too? Kim Giku left an inscription in front of the abyss so that others would understand what could be done. The guy said that if Michael couldn't feel it, then neither could anyone else. We should at least leave a note. Our hero wrote that it is possible to jump down, as the abyss is connected with another space. The young men jumped into the abyss, and our hero decided to figure out what kind of demon was sitting below. The system has reported that players have entered the land of Bodis. The host's right to occupy the land has been confirmed. The player is given the authority to declare war. Kim Giku asked the satellite if it had heard any system alerts. You have entered demon territory. The master of the lands perceives you as an invader. Something like that. Didn't the system say that? Lu said that the host and Michael got around here in different ways. Our hero agreed. Kim Giku thought that it was possible that he was the master of the gate, since he could control it. It was probably the right to take the master's place. Lu recalled what the system said about this being Bodis territory. Our hero wondered if Lu knew the demon. Lu said that this demon didn't have any special abilities. It had risen to its rank through fighting power. Kim Giku thought that in that case, this demon was strong enough. Michael suggested moving further inland. Kim Giku said he would go first, and Michael would close the column and control what was left behind. Kim Giku stopped and grabbed his head. It felt like his head was going to split open. Ella was concerned and asked how his host was feeling. Lu said it was only natural in this situation. Here the aura is close to death. In the host, the harmony between life and death hangs in the balance. The balance is broken because one side is outweighed. Michael noticed that the rancher's one eye had taken on a different color. Lu said it was the eye of the demon. Kim Giku explained to Michael that they were colored lenses. Michael took offense. Why do they take me for a simpleton? Jae Chan Young of the Blue Dragon Guild expressed his gratitude to the players for agreeing to cooperate. Top ranker Tao Chen said he was just giving back, as Korea has helped China many times in similar cases. Tao Chen said that the situation looked quite serious. The gate appeared to be high level. Tao Chen had heard that the team had been split into two, but wasn't it better to move together? Jae Chan Young said he didn't want to fight with extra baggage behind him. Jae Chan Young announced to the players that they would be moving out in 10 minutes. During that time, all equipment must be checked. Jae Chan Young said that he can't share the credit with some boys from the association. He has enough of his own men to mop up. Michael asked his companion, "Isn't that the eye of the demon?" Our hero said that his companion was mistaken. They were colored lenses. Michael said that the more he gets to know this guy, the more he doesn't understand him. Kim Giku said, "If you get to know even more, it will be worse for you. Michael wondered if they were even moving in the right direction. Why is Kim Giku moving forward so confidently? Our hero replied that he was going in the direction where the demonic aura was most felt. Their target is the gatekeeper. Michael noticed that he too was quite sensitive to demons, but his companion's perception skills simply surprised him. It was impossible not to recognize that. The guy added that he could feel Yu Seok-woo's aura ahead. Kim Giku used the acceleration skill and ran far ahead, leaving Michael behind him. Michael rushed after him and shouted for the rancher to wait for him. Michael stopped when he saw that Kim Giku was standing like a stumbling block. What's wrong? Ahead of them was a huge array of cocoons that hung in the air, clinging to the web. Michael said with surprise that there's a whole city of cocoons here. Kim Giku said that one of the cocoons contains Yu Seok-woo. The protagonist warned Lu and El that he was launching an operation to rescue the guild leader. Lu yelled for the master to stop. Lu said we should wait a bit. There's a lair of bodies inside. There's a demon base there, all sorts of barriers and traps. Even the master will have a hard time staying alive. Kim Giku wondered what he should do. It's not like he can just stand there. Lu wondered, did the host forget the system alert? The notification that the player gets the right to declare war? Our hero has declared war on this territory. The system has recorded this call. The system reported that the players were moving to the battlefield. Michael didn't understand what was happening. The system reported that the winner of this battle would get everything. Che Chanyong and Tao Chen stopped in front of the abyss. The deputy guild leader, Song Hoon, Yu Bing also came to this place. Both teams had met more quickly than expected. Now we had to decide what to do next? Che Chanyong wondered. Where did Ranker Kim Giku go? Has he already died? The players saw the inscription on the ground left by our hero. Everyone realized that Kim Giku had jumped into the abyss on his own. Jae Chan-young said that guy did it his way again. He doesn't like that Kim Giku. Ta Chen wondered, was this really the Morning Star ranker? The one that was called a burden to everyone? Che Chan-yan added that this guy is always doing as he pleases. The Chinese man thought that this guy didn't seem like that to him. Che Chan-young said that he can't trust this Kim Giku. Would anyone dare to jump down on their own to check the veracity of this inscription? Yu Bing tried to object, however. Her grandmother told the girl to take her time. It was not the time to fight with each other now. The system has informed all players that a turf war has been declared. Players moved to the battlefield. Everyone present began to look around anxiously. It meant that a rival was about to appear, so we had to be vigilant and cautious. Che Chan-young thought it might be Kim Giku's pranks again. What should they do now? Tao Chen said that he had once heard this expression before. If you believe the words of the demon who helps China, it's a way to establish who's boss among the demons and quickly become stronger. Che Chan-young wondered, if this was a demon relationship, then why were the players here? Tao Chen suggested that there might be a demon among them. Kim Giku said that the turf war is separate in a place like this. Lu noticed that during the battle the whole circle is usually blown to pieces, and this is a way to minimize losses. Our hero, along with Michael, managed to get out of the abyss. Everyone present was surprised to see these players. Looking at Michael, they assumed that even help from the Vatican had arrived. Che Chan-young said he felt a strong aura. Now it's clear who helped this rancher act alone. Che Chan-young said that he would ask the young man later for his willful behavior. The Blue Dragon Guild will take the front line. The rest should stay out of the way and cover the back. Kim Giku said that Blue Dragon won't be able to do it on its own. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the ground, and insect monsters began to crawl out of them. The whole area, no matter where you looked, was dotted with these monsters. The players were surprised. Do they really have to deal with all of them? These monsters are at least 100. There are already at least 3 commanders. Jae Chan-young admitted that they can't defeat those monsters. Kim Giku said that Blue Dragon was in his way and asked them to step aside. Our hero activated the opening of the gate. All players watching this action were extremely surprised. Yu Bing asked in surprise, where did the gate come from? The deputy head of the Cane Guild said that he knew that. Grandmother didn't say anything, but was also surprised. Flying monsters appeared in the sky above the players. Hal emerged from the gate, accompanied by his army of undead. After Hal, Hart emerged from the gate. He was, as always, calm and unperturbed. It was just that you couldn't read any emotion on his skull. Hart lifted himself above the troops and looked around the field of activity. Che Chan-young couldn't believe his eyes. A female angel with huge wings and a sacred sword in her hand was also ready to resist the advancing monsters. Che Chan-young looked at the protagonist and thought that he didn't like this guy from the beginning. Kim Giku was different from everyone else. He became a ranker through his acquaintances, and with the help of an unofficial ranker battle. Plus, this guy is being openly promoted by the association without even hiding his intentions. Che Chanyeon now realized why Kim Giku had previously been walking around in a mask. Che Chanyeong sensed a strong magical power from the skeletons. How many of them are there? There was also a Knight of Doom among them, emitting demon energy. Could it be that he was the reason why the battle for the territory had started? This sight alone was already shocking. The squad leader realized that this lich wasn't simple. There were also countless griffins in the sky and a king to guide them. Che Chanyeong had never heard of such a summoner before. Tao Chen said that he simply had no words. Wasn't this beyond the realm of possibility? 3 of his angels also appeared before our hero. Kim Giku asked Hamiel about readiness. Hamiel reported that all the angels were fully operational and manned. Michael wondered, does this man also control angels? Who is he really? Hamiel approached Ella. Kim Giku silently watched the scene. The female angel told him to move forward. Ella remembered one important detail. A way to progress right now without having all the right components. The skeletons engaged in battle with the insect monsters. They wielded spears and swords skillfully. Che Chanyeong once again stated that they couldn't lose. After all, the Blue Dragon Guild wasn't here for decoration. The commander called his guild to the attack and, raising his sword upwards, set an example for everyone. In the midst of the attack, Che Chanyeong agreed with the idea that Kim Giku wasn't being showy. But there's a limit to his strength. Magic isn't infinite either. Or does this guy want to take all the credit for himself? The Holy Maiden. Elle rose above the fighting men. She told her not to let anyone disturb her. Michael told the Sacred Maiden that he would not be entangled under her feet or between her wings. Elle told Michael not to call her Sacred Maiden. She has a name given to her by her master. Elle. She's just doing his bidding. Elle added if Michael wants to help, he can do so. Elle, with her holy sword in her hand, rushed to attack the monsters. The monsters made the right decision and went into retreat. Their commanders said that they would not be able to cope with the opposing force. Players watched as the angel pursued the retreating monsters. Che Chanyeong and Tao Chen couldn't believe that this man was controlling both an angel and a demon. Che Chanyeong fell in love with Elle and immediately called her a goddess. Ella and Michael furiously crushed all the monsters that came within range of their strong skills. Using their unique abilities, Elle and Michael sent energy charges into the enemy camp, causing explosions. Hart said he wasn't going to adjust to them anyway, but he had no intention of just watching the monsters flee. The monster commander was attacked by Elle's explosive energy and lost a limb. It happened due to inattention. Elle thought it might not work a second time. Elle went through progress very quickly, so her strength was also running out quickly. Tao Chen said that it had been a long time since he had the feeling that if he interfered, he would only interfere. Che Chanyeong continued to stare with loving eyes. Players have noticed that monsters have started to change the way they move. The insect monsters spread their wings and prepared for a new wave of attack. Che Chanyeong looked at the newly approaching monsters and said that there were still many of them. Tao Chen and the other players put their weapons forward and prepared to repel the attack. Hart prepared his undead army for battle and said that the players were weak for missing so many monsters. Michael said that when the monsters act apart, you can't smash them all at once. Elle was furious with those bugs. How dare they get close to their master? Angel, swinging her sword, was furiously destroying these monsters, chopping them apart. Michael assumed Elle was more than a little pissed off. Elle continued to destroy the monsters, but realized that she had less and less strength left. The monsters sensed this and intensified their attack. The players also clashed and began to repel the new wave of attacking monsters. Yubing said that something was wrong here. These monsters weren't even responding to their attacks. Tao Chen said that it was necessary to cover Morning Star. The monsters were targeting this particular rancor. Tao Chen realized that he was wrong to think that the battle with the monsters was a turf war. It's a war with the leader who leads them. If too many monsters are summoned, you should attack the one who summons them. Elemental fire began to turn the body into flames. Combining spirits allowed one to use skills by merging with elemental spirits. Kim Giku looked up. There were many crystals falling from the sky. Lu wondered why the master didn't use the death skill. He's only wasting Elle's strength. Kim Giku said it was enough. Besides, insects burn well in fire. The skill of death is his secret trump card, and he should use it when he really needs it. Lu praised the host and said he did well in this case. Kim Giku noticed that Elle was starting to lose strength and activated the acceleration skill. Kim Giku rushed towards the monster commanders. Che Chanyeong thought that this rancher was a summoner who could also fight himself. Isn't that against the rules? The Blue Dragon Guild leader urged his warriors to attack the monsters. He was afraid they might be called cowards. The deputy head of the Cane Guild said that they needed to join this attack as well. In a dark cave, a huge monster appeared through the cobwebs. Botus, the master of the territory, had awakened. Gangnam Station, temporary tent for the waiting group. It had been 10 hours since the squad had gone inside. Kim Dong-hae and Pil Sung recognize that waiting is a struggle with time. They don't know when the breakup will happen, especially it's a special gate. Kim Dong-hae said that Pil Seong's relatives are inside the gate, and they're just waiting for a situation to happen. We have to hope that nothing bad happened to the attack squad. Pil Sung added that Kim Giku is also involved in the sweep. He has always shown an amazing side. Our hero summoned Crusette, who immediately began his combat assignments. At this time, the griffins were attacking the insect monsters. Che Chun-young saw Crusette fighting the monster commander and thought that this rancher had summoned another assistant. The bearded Chinese man said that they have no time for admiration. You just have to consider that Kim Gi-kyu is an extraordinary person. Che Chun-young didn't think that something even more amazing could happen. At this moment, our hero independently engaged in a battle with the monster commander. Using his unique abilities, the protagonist decided to tie up his opponent. Next, our hero activated elemental fire, and the monster's head burst into flames. Kim Gi-kyu lowered himself to the ground and continued to watch the monster burn to death. The young man said that it was just as Lu wanted it to be. Tao Chen, Che Chun-young, and Yu Bin watched in amazement at the display of immense power that our hero used against the terrifying monster. The thread reported that the player destroyed the head of Bodis's squad, Manteos. The player turned Manteos into an ego. The monster was irrevocably cleaved in two, with no possibility of recovery. Kim Gi-kyu wondered to himself, was he really that strong? Our hero clutched his chest. He felt his body failing him. Lu and Brunhart got worried. Lu said that it was because of the magical aura of this place. The power of the skill Doom is enhanced by the aura, but because of the imbalance, it is tilted to one side. Lu warned that caution was necessary. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that he should have been warned in advance. Lu informed his master that it was coming. The system alerted. Ruler Botis had awakened. Our hero and his entire army felt a powerful hostile aura. The ground beneath my feet began to crack. It didn't bode well. What was really happening? Jae Chan-young assumed that something was approaching again. But how much longer would the earth crack? A powerful explosion occurred in the epicenter of events. The shockwave swept everyone who was nearby in different directions. Many players started calling for help. Kim Gi-kyu didn't understand what was happening. The elemental darkness was transforming the body into something else. To get a better look at everything, the hero rose above the battlefield. He saw Bodis's cocoon rising from the ground. Lu confirmed that the master had understood everything correctly. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, was Bodis really that huge? Lu was amazed too. He knew that Bodis was big, but not to this extent. Maybe it's the high speed of rotation that makes it seem so. If it explodes, the whole thing will blow up. Lu said that if you imagine for a moment that there's no other way to win. Elle informed her master that she had almost no strength left. She could no longer fight. Elle s'est excusée pour ne pas être en mesure de l'aider de quelque manière que ce soit. Kim Gi-kyu argued that, on the contrary, she had been very helpful. Kim Gi-kyu opened the portal and told the angels to go to rest. They must have been very tired. The angels thanked him. Strange sounds came from the cocoon. Kim Gi-kyu logically assumed that something disturbing was going on inside. And at that moment, a long spike appeared. The hero decided to destroy it with his demonic sword. However, the spike proved to be too strong and would not collapse. Kim Gi-kyu circled around the spike, but couldn't deal with it. The cocoon continued to grow. Once again, numerous spikes erupted from the cocoon. They pierced everything in their path. The griffins and insect monsters were also hit. Cocoon attacked even his allies. Kim Gi-kyu realized, this cocoon was destroying everyone indiscriminately. The hero asked Hart if everything was all right. He replied that he was proceeding according to plan. Hart added that as long as he was here, among the undead, his strength did not wane. Lu said that it was only possible because of the demonic aura. They can last, but there is still a limit. Lu admitted, the situation is unfavorable. Kim Ki-kyu noted that time is short. The griffins soared higher into the sky. Now the cocoon's spikes couldn't reach them. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the problem was the squad of players. Right now, they were all in protective spheres. Michael used his unique abilities to create a personal sacred zone for each player. The hero wondered, what kind of crazy magic power is this? Lu said that in this way Michael was almost equal to his master. Kim Gi-kyu used the skill Doom, but even with it, it was only able to make a small gap in the cocoon. It was solid and huge. Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu if he could try to blow it up. Lu replied that in that case, the whole place could go to pieces, and then a boss of the same magnitude would wake up. Lu wondered, had the host thought about what would happen if everyone inside the gate died? In the event of a rift, there would be a mature individual of Botus walking around the center of the city. Ella and Brunhart noticed that the host's nose was bleeding again. Lu warned if he continued to use Doom, he could die. Kim Giku realized. Because of his oversight, he had missed the attack. The spike had caught him. Everything clouded over in the hero's eyes. How could he have allowed such a blow? He thought, if the Doom can't be used anymore, we need to find another way. What to do? The cocoon could withstand even the demonic aura-enhanced Doom. A normal skill wouldn't even leave a scratch. Elle, despite her strength, had run out of power. Michael had a limit too. And on top of that, there are still 2 enemy commanders left. Losing consciousness, the hero recalled Lu's words. What happens if everyone inside the gate dies? If the rift occurs, there will be a mature individual of Botus walking around the center of the city. Assuming there was no other way, then we should use Lu and stab ourselves. Ella and Brunhart tried to stop the master, but he did what he intended. The protagonist forcefully stabbed himself with Lu's sword. A connection to the sword's ego was established. Michael, still holding his shields, could feel his mana rapidly drying up. He noticed too late that the monster commanders were approaching him. However, the monsters paid no attention to him and rushed past. Michael couldn't understand what had happened. It was as if the monsters were afraid of something. On one of the cocoon's spikes sat the protagonist. Kim Giku was surprised. Some scoundrel without special status had made a mess here without his permission. The monster should kneel down and bow his head before him. Kim Giku said that the King of Hell is back. Michael wondered, what kind of look did this prankster have, and where did he get such power from? Chae Chan-young watched the events unfold passionately and thought that something wrong was going on. Was it really Kim Giku? The Blue Dragon Guild commander was frightened and suppressed by such an aura. He couldn't even move. Everyone present realized that all the energy of this place was gathering in one point. But who is the initiator of this action? Hart wondered if his power was being taken from him. But then he wouldn't be able to support the warriors. The deputy head of the Kane Guild said that ranker Kim Giku was in his style as always. The bearded Chinese man couldn't believe what he had seen with his own eyes. How is this possible? However, it was not the Morning Star ranker that was collecting energy. It was the cocoon's pranks. The cocoon was sucking in all the energy of this space. Tank noticed his shield was missing. This is just hooliganism of some sort, he said. All of the players were exhausted and falling over. Tao Chen looked around and asked if everyone was alive. All the players saw the appearance of a monster they couldn't even imagine in their fantasies. Tao Chen realized that he was wrong. There was no longer a question of victory or defeat here. The very existence of the boss suppresses the strength of the participants. If only 5 minutes pass, they will all pass out. If the battle between this monster and Morning Star starts, then most of the players will die. Kim Giku noticed that Michael's shield was cracked. It must have been hit hard as well. Chae Chan-young thought that they still managed to prevent this monster from being completely released. After that, meeting the end wasn't so bad. After a while, all the players really started to feel bad. Chae Chan-young thought that just the pressure of the wind alone was already making it hard. Is it really going to end like this? Kim Giku with demonic eyes said that Botus wasn't the same as he used to be. Kim Giku found himself inside a protective sphere against a blood-red sky. The next moment, from the excessive pressure, the sphere burst and the monster was decapitated. The players watching this realized that Morning Star had done something. Tao Chen thought that this demon was aiming at the monster, and he just closed his eyes for a moment because of the strong wind. However, in that short period of time, half of the giant had disappeared. Why does Kim Giku only have one wing? His aerodynamic ability is impaired. Kim Giku himself was surprised at what just happened. Our hero said that Botus was a good thinker. The protagonist, in the guise of a demon, grabbed a monster comparable to himself in size and squeezed it by the throat, pinning it to the ground. Kim Giku wondered, did this rascal really want to distract him with a strong attack and hide? Botus said that no one told him that the opponent was here. He himself was deceived. He will now explain everything and tell everything. Kim Giku remarked that it doesn't matter anymore. There are many ways to get the information you need. Our hero remarked that in such a shriveled state, Botus would not be able to satiate him. Botus shook his head, begging not to be destroyed. Botus asked Lucifer for forgiveness. Kim Giku told Botus to shut up. That name has long been forgotten. The skill cannibalism was activated. Eating of his own species took place. The transformation of Botus into an ego was successful. The player won the battle for the territory. Kim Giku decided to see why he had come here after all. Our hero broke through Botus's body and made his way inside. The players were wondering what was going on inside. Kim Giku pulled his comrade out of Botus's body. Yu Suk Woo lay at Kim Gikyu's feet and showed no signs of life. He was unconscious. All of our hero's helpers approached him and knelt down to greet their diminutive master. Kim Gikyu wondered, why are they calling him Small Master? Is it really Heart's shenanigans? Do they think he can't destroy them because they are inside the gate of the vessel of life? Heart says that this man has lost his mind. He wants the great host's body returned to them. All of the numerous subordinates were near their master. Kim Gikyu was angered by Heart's behavior. L told Lu to return the host's body. The angels demanded that the demon return the body, and Brunhart asked Lu to come to his senses. Lu said he knew it. This is exactly what would happen. He was getting tired of all of them. Kim Gikyu's body began to emit huge streams of outgoing energy. Everyone in the vicinity fell to the ground under the influence of this energy. Kim Gikyu, looking around, couldn't understand what was really going on. Why did all those things rise up against him? I mean, he could destroy them all. Our hero wondered who he was. What is he now? Kim Gikyu found himself lying on the ground, his body returning to its previous state. The first to approach the host was L. The Blue Dragon Guild commander expressed his displeasure. Jae Chan-young said what everyone saw. It's not human. We should destroy it while we have the chance. L looked at this rancher with sword in hand and aggression in her gaze. Michael immediately rushed to L's defense. He inquired, what's going on here? Jae Chan-young says that this is their chance while Kim Gikyu is unconscious. Sung-hoon and Yubin were indignant. How could the guild leader say such a thing? The deputy guild leader Kane had his commander on his shoulders and was also angered by Jae Chan-young's words. Jae Chan-young asked, didn't anyone see that this man attacked those he himself had summoned? It was too dangerous to let him live. Tao Chen thought that thanks to the Morning Star, they were all still alive. This was an undeniable fact. However, there is no denying the words that it is too dangerous to leave him alive. LA said that these players don't even know who they are alive thanks to. They are ungrateful people. Elle apologized to her master for her arbitrary behavior, but she is going to root out these ungrateful people. Elle was determined, and by the look in her eyes, everyone present realized that the angel wasn't kidding. Elle started spewing out lightning bolts aimed at everyone present. Jae Chan-young was surprised. What was that aura? Hart and Hal thought she was crazy. Tao Chen thought that there was light energy emanating from this aura, but what kind of malice was it? Yubing's grandmother came forward and asked Miss L to calm down. Grandmother approached Ella, and the angel pointed her sword at her. Elle told the woman that she was not going to fight anyone who was not her enemy. But if this woman approaches her master, she can expect no more mercy. The woman asked if Elle would agree to such a thing, for her master might soon be dead. Elle stated that it wasn't true. The woman replied that they might find out soon, but when they did, it would be too late. Kim Gikyu found himself in the dark and couldn't understand what this place was. Our hero had a familiar feeling. Lu wondered if his master had thought of the afterlife. Where did such thoughts come from? Kim Gikyu heard a voice and inquired, is it Lu? Lu said that there is not much time left, and he is getting to the main point. Lu stated that he was going to forget everything he remembered today. Lu added that he wasn't sure if he could endure that awful emptiness again. Kim Gikyu wondered what this was about. Lu's voice became quieter and soon disappeared altogether. Kim Gikyu shouted that he couldn't hear anything and asked Lu to speak again. Lu said that without his master, he feels very hungry. Kim Gikyu opened his eyes. Brunhart heaved a sigh of relief and said that they were very worried. Grandma looked at the rancher and said, finally he's awake. Kim Gikyu lifted himself up, looked at the woman and asked, is she a counselor from the Yubin family? Kim Gikyu asked the woman, was she the one who saved him? The counselor replied that she had not done anything special. Grandmother added that it was all thanks to his servant and Michael standing nearby. The boy looked at Michael and thought, even considering that the battle was already over, there was still much less magical power. What had happened while he was unconscious? Grandma said it's not over yet. When the rancher gets out of here, he should come to her. The woman thought, is it really true that this guy is the son of Kronos? Michael said that he put some of the grail he had in the rancor. Kim Gikyu wondered, did his body really contain a shard of the cup? Lu said, judging from the conversations, it's not really like that. It could be power or something else. Brunhart said Michael's hands were empty. He put in some energy. Kim Gikyu inquired, is this what is called the Vatican's treasure? Earlier, Michael had told our hero not to be afraid. This place is protected by the Holy Grail, the Vatican's treasure. Michael said that there was no need for the young man to make such a face. It was just a part of the Grail that would soon recover. He wouldn't have much trouble. Grandmother had told Elle earlier that if she wanted to save her master, she had to learn how to control her power. Without it, many souls had already died during the battle. If Elle kept spending it madly, she wouldn't even be able to save anyone she could. The counselor said Ella should believe her. Elle agreed and asked what she had to do. Grandmother inquired. Ella has the ability to turn into a sword, right? She has to do that first. The woman expressed her hope that Ella would get it right. She would stick this sword into her master's body. The old woman told Elle not to be afraid. No new wounds would have to be made. Next, the grandmother turned to Michael. She said she didn't know what kind of relationship he had with Kim Giku. The woman asked, could Michael use what is in his possession? Michael wondered how this old woman could have known about the Grail, and that he had it in his possession. Who is this woman really? Kim Giku replied that he didn't know that himself. It was the first time he had seen her. He had only heard that she was a counselor in the Gypsophile Guild. Michael said he didn't know anything about the identity of the rancher either. Michael added that he was the only one so far who could accept the Grail, but Ranker endured the fragment and accepted it, and did even better. Kim Giku remembered the Demon King asking him how he managed to summon the Demon Eye. After all, it is the symbol of a demon. Kim Giku had replied that he didn't know. Sung Hoon said that the cocoon is considered part of the boss, so now they will be able to get into the bounty room. The players were happy about this outcome. They had survived and would even be able to get a reward. Kim Giku thought he missed his mom. Kim Giku thought that he would have to be the last one out of here, would have to absorb the gate. Lu said there was nothing he could do about it. Brunhart stated that she wanted to absorb them as soon as possible. Kim Giku asked if Lu really didn't remember anything. Lu replied that he had taken some measures, but he would tell you about it later. Lu reminded him that Elle had expended too much life energy. However, her strength would recover on its own. Guild head Che Chan-young walked up to Ranker Kim Giku. Che Chan-young and the other players bowed their heads and thanked our hero for his invaluable help in killing the monsters, because he had objectively saved their lives. Che Chan-young expressed his gratitude from the entire Blue Dragon Guild. Brunhart said to Master not to believe him. Those players wanted to destroy him. Lu remarked that immoral people could be beaten. Kim Giku said that there was no need to bow to him like that, since he had just cleaned the gate. Kim Giku walked over to the bowed head of Che Chan-young and said that they would treat it as if nothing had happened. The system said the players were moving to the bounty room. Brunhart wondered why the host took pity on them. Kim Giku said that he wasn't vindictive. Brunhart shouldn't be influenced by Lu. Lu remarked that he didn't say anything at all. Kim Giku said that he didn't want to stay in debt, especially since he wouldn't be able to stand up to them in such a state. There are some higher rankers among them. Lu remarked that magic power was not needed for swearing. Under a makeshift tent near the gate, the players continued to remain waiting for their companions to return. Suddenly the gate activated, and it was clear that someone was about to emerge from it. The squad returned and reported that the gate had been cleared, and the city was welcoming its heroes. One of the players said that a lot of injured people had arrived. First aid should be administered, and they should be taken to the hospital. Those present rejoiced when they saw that Yu Seok-woo had also returned, albeit in an unconscious state. After a hard day, our hero was relieved to take a shower. He needed water procedures now. Kim Giku thought that he ended up never being able to ask why the monster didn't destroy Seok-woo and why he was kidnapped in the first place. Lu said that it was okay to ask in person. He had become an ego. Lu explained that while the master was unconscious, he had absorbed that monster. Kim Giku asked if the expression absorbed is in the figurative sense. Lu replied that it was in the literal sense. Brunhart noticed that he ate with great appetite. Yu Young thought that it was impossible not to guess that B was no ordinary puppy. My brother takes it with him every time he leaves for work, but when he returns, he often forgets and goes out of his way to fetch it. It might be the summoner of the other players. Yu Jin wouldn't want her brother to take him to dangerous places, but if it's going to guarantee her brother's safety even a little bit, she can't speak out against it. Yu Jin decided that she's going to tell her brother everything today. She's angry that he's been hiding the truth from her all this time. That's no way to treat a relative. Yujin burst into her brother's room with the urge to throw a small tantrum, but she saw Giku sleeping in his clothes on the bed. He must be tired. After a while, the phone rang. Secretary Sung Hoon was on the line. Sung Hoon talked about having dinner with Yubin. Our hero said he would wash his face and went out. Kim Giku looked at his watch and thought it was evening, 6 o'clock. He had come back at 10 in the morning, so he had slept for about 8 hours. Lu said that the master had slept for over 30 hours. Kim Giku was offended that no one woke him up. Lu remarked that rest is important too. Brunhart added that a host needs to rest sometimes. Lu said that Yujin stopped by from time to time to check if her brother was still alive. Dinner was a threesome in a cozy setting. Kim Ki-kyu asked where Deputy Chief Chaebom Jun was. It would be a good idea to invite him to have dinner together. Sung-hoon said that this player was currently busy with important matters. There are a lot of casualties in the Kane Guild. Kim Gi-kyu asked Yubin how things were going in her guild. The guild leader replied that they had no casualties. Sung-hoon recognized that they had made quick work of it and cleared the gate. There was no telling when the other gates would be cleared. Sung-hoon explained that so far only the gate in Gangnam district has been cleared. Yubin wondered, isn't Kim Gi-kyu going to enter the gate again? Sung-hoon remarked that even a rancher like Kim Gi-kyu should rest. Our hero remarked that he hadn't said anything yet. Lu said that it was impossible to bat in a condition like the Masters. Our hero asked how Yu Seok-woo was feeling. Sung-hoon replied that ranker Seok-woo still hasn't woken up. No external injuries, but it's unclear why he hasn't regained consciousness yet. It is known what the demon did to him in that gate. He is now under the strict care of the association and is recovering his strength. Lu wondered why the host was sad again. He didn't know what the demon had done to him. Then he should ask about it. Jo Chol was glad that the young man had come and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The old man said that this dungeon is connected to the Heavenly Island. I'm even curious how big it is. Kim Gi-kyu suggested that it wouldn't be easy for Grandpa to keep an eye on him. Ji Chol remarked that he would, on the contrary, feel good. He would feel important. Ji Chol says he's leaving for now. The manager can't be out of his seat for long. The old man said Rogers made a pyramid. Kim Gi-kyu asked what he was building. Lu said that Ji Chul is a crazy old man. Like Lu said, there's still some of Botus's flesh in there. Lu noticed that in a turf war, the winner gets everything that belonged to his rival. Kim Gi-kyu decided to invoke Botus's ego after all. The protagonist chose the ego of Botus. The monster appeared and said that the servant Botis welcomed his king. Brunhart noted that he had become human-like. Lu noticed that the head hadn't changed at all. Kim Gi-kyu told Botus that he was happy to meet him and added that there was business for him. Botus stated that he was awaiting orders from his king. Kim Gi-kyu activated his gauntlet and said that we should start by beating up Botus a bit. Kim Gi-kyu explained that Botus owed something to a buddy. Our hero said to Botus not to be afraid, he will hit lightly. After a light blow, Botus found himself lying in a hole. Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu, is he satisfied now? Controlling power is not easy. Lu remarked that he couldn't be allowed to die. Kim Gi-kyu inquired, is Botus now ready to tell everything? Botus said he was willing to follow all orders from the beginning. Our hero wondered what Andras's goal was. What were they going to do when they opened the gate? Botus wondered. Did the host really know that Andras had done all this? He added that he had made an offer to the demons. Botus said he suggested they kidnap the bodies of players and attack Earth. Lu said he was cheating. No matter how much time passed, Andras couldn't do that. Botus said that it wasn't just empty words. Andras's powers alone couldn't do such a thing. However, if you think about it, creating multiple gates sounds absurd too. Botus noticed that Andras had managed to conjure up something similar with Paimon's legacy. Kim Gi-kyu recalled old man Ji Chol's words when he too spoke of Paimon's legacy. Lu told the host that there's more than just a body-snatching issue here. When the demon takes possession of the player's body, those who were previously unable to manifest their powers on Earth will now be able to do so. Kim Gi-kyu suggested that this plan would succeed. But still, there is a demon king or strong players like Lee Seon-ho on Earth. Our hero added that even he was able to defeat Botus. The probability of a successful outcome is not that high. Botus replied that his king was right, but it was because he was simply unlucky. Even with a small probability of success, the case was worth the risk. Especially according to Andras, there is already a helper among the people. This helper is in a country called the USA. The old man bragged to our hero about the tower he had built. Ji Chol noticed that the first floor will display foreign cars, and he plans to place Kim Gi-kyu's office on the second floor. He is ready to fulfill the wishes for the interior. Kim Gi-kyu asked, from a technical point of view, is it possible to build such a thing? He has worked on a construction site several times, and it seems to him that the construction method itself is very different from the usual method. Notice that he and Min-soo will definitely make it. There's also the power of magic and unlimited labor. There's nothing to worry about. If you keep this up, you can connect the tower to that heavenly island. Lu noticed that this old man was calmly talking about such absurd things. Ji Chul asked what Kim Gi-kyu wanted to talk to him about. Andras's sidekick is in America, and demons are kidnapping players to attack Earth. However, the worry here is not the attack itself, but the fact that they are lurking in the human world. There are only a few players like Jong Chul-cho who have been cut off in each country. If the demons use their power and strength for their own purposes, there will be consequences. Kim Gi-kyu decides that he needs to find these traitors and demons who are lurking among the humans. But he's not a detective. They need information now. They need to find out what Andras is up to. Kim Giku told the old man that it was time to wake up his son, Hwang Chae-il. Kim Giku was serious, and the old man realized that the young man was not joking. Trump said he couldn't disobey Kim Giku's orders anyway. The old man added that if Kim Giku wants it, then it will happen. Kim Giku said that he doesn't consider himself Grandpa's master. The guy added that it was more important to him what Grandpa thought about it. The old man said he needed a little more time. In his basement, our hero sat in the lotus posture in front of the activated gate. Lu told the master to contemplate his soul. When he was reborn in the master's body, his bowl was completely destroyed. It seems that that old woman was somehow able to glue her back together with her life force. But that was only the first aid. Lu added that the host bowl has a very unusual content. Even he can't say what kind of impact it might have. Lu said for the master to concentrate. After all, he had been through this before, and there was nothing difficult. The host needs to feel all that is within him and contemplate. Contemplating within himself, the protagonist saw a huge demonic eye. Kim Giku opened his eyes and thought in surprise, "What was that?" Lu was also amazed at what he saw. Lu said that he had been tricked. His personality that was reborn in the host body immediately merged with the host bowl, becoming a fragment that had to be destroyed. Lu said that in other words, his personality that controlled the host's body could suddenly manifest, regardless of the host's will. Kim Giku was frightened, for it was that wild person who had consumed Botus alive. Lu remarked that it wasn't worth talking about. Kim Giku said that he started to feel nauseous. Lu didn't understand what was going on at all. It was necessary to find that old woman as soon as possible. The protagonist remembered the words of the woman who had told the guy to find her when he got out of there. Lu noticed that you have to do what the master can do first. We need to wake Elle up and do some fine-tuning of the balance. It's a temporary remedy, but it will be more reliable. Kim Giku wondered, how on earth can he wake Elle up? It's not like he can beat her up like Lu. Lu reminded him that Elle didn't have enough life force, so now she was just sleeping. Lu suggested that the master give her a revitalization. It would be a good idea to start the progress. Kim Giku thought that Lu's absorption had given him a lot of souls that had turned into egos. The guy thought it would be best to use Manteos' ego, Chelamont's ego, and Evil Eye King's fragment. Lu recognized the stronger the ego, the more strength Ella would have. Like the egos the master had summoned for his progress. Though on the other hand, Elle wouldn't be able to use a summoning skill like the master's. Kim Giku remarked that they would see that when the progress was over. Kim Giku remembered that he had broken all the swords last time. Now they wouldn't fit anymore. Lu said it's not a problem, we need to go see that old man. Kim Giku thought it might be inappropriate after talking about his son. Lu wondered if Master had another way. The old man said that he still had the fragments of the sacred sword of 9, and what Kim Giku had collected last time. Some of it he had already used to restore Elle, but that would be enough too. Smith said he foresaw that this could happen and did some things beforehand, but it's just a shell for now. Jichul told Hart to bring it over. Hart appeared with a box and asked, "Did the blacksmith call for him?" Hart added that he was always on standby. Kim Giku thought that the old man had completely tamed him. Hart had a new sword in the box. The old man remarked that all that was left was to breathe life into him. Brunhart rejoiced and said her father did well. Lu recalled that the master had done this once before. After all, hadn't he revived a completely destroyed sacred sword? Kim Ki-kyu expressed his hope that he would not become an angel like Hamiel afterward. Brunhart remarked that it was time to revive Elle. Lu reminded her that she wasn't dead. The process of connecting the Chelamont fragment and the ego part was started. Similarly, the process of connecting the King's Sinister Eye fragment and the ego part was triggered. Now Kim Gi-kyu had to trigger progress with the help of Minatus's ego, Chelamont's ego, and King Evil Eye's ego. Kim Gi-kyu tightly clutched the freshly prepared sword in his hand. The process was set in motion. The sword glowed, and the entire room lit up with a bright light. The sword turned to Elle. Angel knelt down in front of his master. Ella greeted her master. Kim Gi-kyu asked the angel, "This is Elle, isn't it?" Our hero thought something was different here than it was before. He has a lot of questions. Why, for example, does she still have one pair of wings? Didn't she regain her former strength after her progress? Ella said she didn't really need wings unless she needed to use her full power, but just in case, she put one pair outside. Kim Gi-kyu said if Ella is more comfortable like that, then let him stay after all. Kim Gi-kyu asked what happened to Elle's hair. Why did it become like that? Ella replied that she didn't know it herself. Lu wondered. Didn't the master understand? The hair blended together. Matthias's ego, which the master used to progress Ella, mixed with Ella's. The result was an angel with the strength of a demon. Now it's a creature that never existed until now. Lu reminded him that he'd warned him. This was just going to be a crazy situation, and suggested that they give the host a duel with L. Lu remarked that if his hunch was correct, something interesting was going to happen. Kim Giku asked what Lu was up to again. Lu said that this time he wanted to check not only L, but also the host. Lu wondered, had the master forgotten about his power? He has the skill of connection. The master can adopt some of the skills associated with his ego, right? Does Kim Giku remember who he has been connecting with lately? Kim Giku remembered that it was Bodis. Lu said that Master had a special power that allowed Bodis to rank 72nd. What if Master could use that power too? Elle took a feather out of her wing and turned it into a sword. She gave this sword to the Master and said that with it, the Master could fight as usual. Kim Giku wondered, had Elle really managed to copy the sword? Kim Giku assumed, if it was possible to copy the sword, then can it be copied in unlimited quantities? Elle said it's not like that, it's similar to her incarnation. With the power of the core ego, only one copy can be made, so that it does not harm the core body. There is a slight time limit, but the sword fully possesses the same power as before. Although after progressing, this power will be even greater. Kim Giku wondered, is this really possible? Lu replied that it was hard to check, considering that the strength had almost doubled. But it was thanks to the connection with the Master. Elle expressed hope that she and her host would hit it off. Kim Giku with sword Lu and Elle with sword Elle entered the confrontation in order to practice and test their strength. Kim Giku said Elle was doing well, he didn't think she was good at close-range fighting. Elle said that she learned all this from her master. She's kind of embarrassed, because there's still a lot to learn. Brunhart said she wants to fight too. Lu notes that she doesn't even have a body, so she'd better keep her mouth shut. Kim Giku asked Lu what he was talking about. About Botis's special power? Lu noticed that everything was going the way they thought it would. Lu told the host to pay attention to Elle. She seemed to be picking up on something. Elle told her master that she would fight at full strength from now on. Kim Giku was surprised. He sensed a demonic power from his opponent. There was an energy emanating from Elle that was similar to Lu's. Would Elle's character be ruined like Lu's now? Kim Giku had heard that Elle had developed demonic power, but didn't think an angel could control it. Lu asked, what was the host surprised about? That's not what he was talking about yet. There was indeed a huge amount of demonic energy emanating from Elle. Kim Giku wondered, how could Elle do that to her master? Brunhart suggested that Elle had gotten infected from Lu. Elle said that it was all because of the master. Even if she used all her strength, it wouldn't affect the master in any way. Elle moved in close enough to her opponent. Kim Giku knocked her sword out of her opponent's hands with a deft sword movement. The sword flew backwards. Elle s'est agenouillée et a dit qu'elle savait que son maître la repousserait. Mais elle ne pensait pas que cela serait si parfait. Kim Giku thought that just now her level wasn't about simply anticipating actions or sharpening her eyesight. It's more like Elle foresaw the future. Lu congratulated the host. That's the power of Bodis. This power is called Vision of the Future. Lu said that there are various limitations, but with this skill, you can see the future. Kim Giku wondered, why then did Bodis lose to him if he had such an amazing skill? Lu reiterated that there were limitations. It's impossible to see everything that will happen. And in front of a huge force that can't be resisted, such a skill is useless. Kim Giku told Elle to come back. Kim Giku said that he would like to check everything here, of course. But it was time for him to go to sleep or else day and night would change. Especially since he hasn't fully recovered yet. Kim Giku looked at the clock and saw that it had stopped. Brunhart noticed that even a clock like that tells the correct time twice a day. Kim Giku noticed that it was his father's watch, which he had kept since he was a child. But it had never broken or stopped until now. Lu wondered, so it's an object? But he doesn't feel any aura from them. Elle said it was weird that nothing was radiating. That clock just stopped, but the player's gut told our hero that something unexpected was happening. Kim Giku asked the secretary, is Daeshik back yet? Sung-hoon replied that he was already in the association. Ranker will meet him, right? He's ready to come over in 10 minutes. Kim Giku replied that he will definitely go, is already packing and will be out soon. Kim Giku looked at the department head and asked what happened to his eye. Daeshik opened his whole eye and said that he had just dozed off. Daeshik said he scratched his eye a little. Kim Giku wondered, what kind of joke is this? Our hero wondered what really happened. Hadn't Daeshik used the potion and gotten the cure? Daeshik replied that he had done everything he could, but nothing helped. The wound was small, but some extraneous force was preventing healing. Even Ranker Choi Myung-il had a hand in it. This is the head of the Saints Guild. It's ranked in the top 10. Kim Giku knew that this was a healer who was recognized all over the world. Daeshik said that he was lucky after all. The Phoenix Guild that was with him couldn't be called a guild now. Daeshik said that when they entered the gate, even Hyojin was already surrounded by monsters and fighting from his last strength. Daeshik said that Kim Giku knows him. It's the same person who was wearing the school uniform at the assembly. The department head said that they split up. Some of the guys evacuated Jang Hyojin outside, while the rest continued to fight. I think it was in the territory of Kimeriesa. Our hero asked if Lu knew this demon. Lu said that like Bodis, this demon specializes in battles. Although he is only at the 66th rank, he has a low status. Daeshik said it was the first time he had been in a gate like that. It was a real war. He defeated the boss, looked around, and he was the only one left standing. Lu assumed he wasn't as powerful as Bodis, but he wasn't simple either. He still has power. Lu assumed that Daeshik had barely survived. Our hero thought Daeshik was acting calm, but losing an eye is a great tragedy for a player. He couldn't care less. If even the best healer had given up, the only thing left was the elixir. He wondered if he would be able to obtain one again, since even Lee Seong-ho himself had failed. Elle told the host that she would try to heal him. Daeshik looked at Ella in surprise. Kim Giku also didn't expect the girl to take such an initiative. Daeshik wondered, wasn't she just a little girl? Kim Giku said it was hard to explain it now. Kim Giku inquired if Elle could really heal. Elle apologized for interfering. Daeshik wondered if his eye could be healed. Elle touched Daeshik's head and began to recite the spell. After a while, the bandage was no longer necessary, and even the scar on his face was gone. Daeshik could see as he had before. Daeshik couldn't believe that he had regained sight in both eyes. Kim Giku said that the commander's wound was not the only thing that had disappeared. Kim Giku suggested that Daeshik's face had gotten younger. Brunhart noted that his skin had become smooth. Lu wondered why a man would have smooth skin. Daeshik looked at his reflection and saw that the wound that couldn't be healed had healed. His body had indeed become younger. Our hero thought it was similar to the effects of the elixir his mom drank. Elle stated that she had something to tell her master about Daeshik. During the healing, she saw his bowl. Inside that bowl, something is sleeping. Kim Gi-kyu remembered the conversation with Botis, who talked about the proposal to take over the player's body and conquer the entire land. Could Daeshik really be that player? The president of the association was told that there were strange rumors at Gangnam Station, where the gate was cleared last time. They say they saw a huge monster and an angel. Daegu asked Sung-hoon in this regard if he was doing well as a probation officer. The president said he wondered what Kim Gi-kyu did inside that gate. Looking at his friend, our hero wondered, is there really a demon inside him? I didn't want to believe it. Brunhart said it couldn't be. Elle told the host that that wasn't the case. Lu told the host that it wasn't a demon at all. If the demon had taken over his body, he would have behaved more naturally. There would have been no need to pretend like he'd hurt his eye, and he wouldn't have let Elle approach him so easily. Ella said correctly. What she felt was not the aura of a demon. Elle recognized that demons had become very cunning, and this might actually be a trap. Daeshik asked why Kim Gi-kyu was looking so serious. Our hero replied that he had some thoughts in his head. Kim Gi-kyu told his boss that it was time for him to leave. There was unfinished business. Kim Gi-kyu explained that he'd just stopped by to make sure Daeshik was okay. Kim Gi-kyu asked Ella what kind of creature was inside Daeshik. Ella asked her host if he had any feelings of unease from his friend. After all, Daeshik has a lot of strength and experience, and a fairly high position in the association. All the strong players she had met knew demons and the secrets of the tower, but Daeshik surprisingly knows nothing. Elle noticed that her touch wasn't just for the sake of healing Daeshik, but also to find out where that feeling of inadequacy came from. There's some huge secret inside this man. This information really puzzled our hero. What could he not know? Brunhart wondered, is it impossible to recognize this entity? Kim Gi-kyu thought that when Elle treated him, the effect was similar to that of an elixir. Could it be that Elle's power had the same properties? Lu told the master that this was different. Daeshik had been able to heal because of what appeared to be a demonic force inside him. Ella can control both divine and demonic power. Elle said that was right. Daeshik became younger because she energized the fading life source. Lu said that Choi Myung-gil is just a human being. But right now, he is not even a match for Elle, who is in the prime of her life. Her healing power is originally different from human strength. Lu warned that the host shouldn't expect Elle to act like this all the time. It was just that this case was special. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, did Lu really see something strange in this? Our hero wondered why Lu was always missing the end of the story. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that either way, Elle is doing great. Guy recalled what Ella had said about life source energy. Our hero remembered Sung-hoon's words, sick mother. Poor family with one breadwinner. He was lucky to become a player. But even with money, the disease can no longer be cured. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if Sung-hoon's mom could be cured of her illness in the same way. Sung-hoon reported to the president of the association that ranker Kim Gi-kyu was behaving amazingly inside the gate. If it wasn't for him, there would have been many more casualties. Sung-hoon added that he didn't notice anything special about the behavior of ranker Kim Gi-kyu. Oh Dae-gu said that he thinks Kim Gi-kyu should be careful, which is why he gave Sung-hoon the task of keeping an eye on him. The president said that he was able to personally get information about Kim Gi-kyu. If Sung-hoon claims that nothing happened, who can he believe? How dare Sung-hoon lie when he looks him in the eye? Oh Dae-gu told Sung-hoon to become Kim Gi-kyu's assistant and be at his side. The president added that this is being done to ensure that the ranker stays on the side of the people. Elle was in the hospital having a therapy session with Sung-hoon's mother. The young people stood at a distance. The therapy session was successful and the woman woke up. Her health began to improve. A doctor appeared in the room to check the results of the treatment. Sung-hoon sincerely thanked his friend for being so helpful. Sung-hoon said that he didn't even know how to repay the debt to rancher Kim Gi-kyu. Our hero replied that he didn't do it for the reward. Sung-hoon stated that he was now willing to sacrifice his life for Kim Gi-kyu. The protagonist replied that there was no need for that. Lu suggested making him an ego. Brunhart wondered if they would get a co-worker. Sung-hoon said they had to go, and they had to change clothes first. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, where were they going? Sung-hoon stated that they should be at the funeral of the gate rupture victims at Gangnam Station. Photographs of all the victims were displayed, as is customary in such cases for all to see. Chae Bom-jun, Deputy Guild Kane, met our hero, and expressed his appreciation for attending the event. Kim Gi-kyu expressed his condolences. Chae Bom-young suggested that the young people walk to the Wall of Sorrow. Our hero was approached by the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Chae Chan-young. Kim Gi-kyu bowed to the guild leader and offered his condolences. Our hero said he was very sorry this happened. We can't allow any more victims to appear. Ranker expressed confidence that the guild leader would make the right decision. Brunhart turned to the host. Elle interrupted and said she had something to say as well, though she realized she was letting herself go unnecessary. Kim Gi-kyu said to Elle to speak up and not to be shy. Ella had heard that when she was unconscious, the owner seemed to threaten the players not to say anything unnecessary. Elle added that the host turned out to be very wise. Fears and terror pass with time, so such foolish people should be reminded often. Kim Gi-kyu admitted that this is exactly what he wanted, but he finds it strange that Elle is analyzing his behavior. Elle noticed that the time and place were not quite appropriate. Kim Gi-kyu understood what she meant. Lu wondered, had the owner only now realized it? Lu wondered what thoughts flashed through his master's mind. Did he feel pity now? Lu wondered if the host's condolences were sincere. Does Kim Gi-kyu really think he understands people's grief? Our hero told Lu to shut up immediately. Lu said there was no need to pretend now. The protagonist was angry with Lu and told him to shut up immediately. He felt bad enough as it is. The voice said it wasn't Lu. His seal has already been opened. The hands on the wristwatch began to spin at an incredible speed. Kim Gi-kyu asked in surprise, "What does it mean that the seal is open?" Our hero grabbed his chest and knelt down. Sung-hoon asked in consternation, "What happened to ranker Kim Gi-kyu?" The protagonist felt like he had a momentary connection with everyone here. Kim Gi-kyu saw that Shin Yu-bin was also present here. The head of the guild also saw our hero. The girl came over and asked what was wrong. "What is the young man in pain?" Kim Gi-kyu got to his feet and said he was fine. It was just a temporary blur. Our hero asked the girl how the counselor was doing. Yu-bin said that her grandmother told her to tell her that she wanted to meet Kim Gi-kyu soon. Yu-bin immediately warned that she didn't know the details of the upcoming meeting. Grandma said to tell you that seal is dangerous. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised to see this woman in front of him. Yu-bin confirmed that it was Counselor Lim Hai-suk. However, there was a much younger woman in front of our hero. The counselor asked why the young man came so late. She said to find him. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised by the woman's appearance. The counselor realized what the matter was. Lim Hai-suk stated that she had put on makeup. Kim Gi-kyu said that she wasn't like that anyway. The woman smiled and said that it was her ability, however she didn't want to go into details. Yu-bin said that she would bring delicious tea. The counselor told the girl that she would like a tea that takes a long time to brew, about 1 hour. Shin Yu-bin realized that there was an important conversation to be had. Lim Hai-suk got up from her seat and said that she would start right away. Kim Gi-kyu was startled. What would she start right away? The counselor reached forward and said that she wanted to see what condition the young man was in. The woman told the guy not to be afraid, she definitely wouldn't eat him. Lim Hai-suk closed her eyes and thought that she could feel the darkness. even though she had felt it before. There was no end to this darkness in sight. Could this be his inner world? The woman sank deeper and deeper. At one point, the counselor opened her eyes and screamed loudly. Lim Suk fearfully asked our hero who he was. Lu wondered, "What's the matter?" Elle was indignant. How dare she point her finger at her master? The counselor announced that the seal was broken. At the gate, it was slightly ajar. Is there really no way? The woman took our hero's hand and told him to follow her. It was urgent. Kim Giku understood absolutely nothing. Kim Giku demanded a detailed explanation from the woman. Lu said that the woman in front of them was a reckless old woman. Elle suggested that the host deal with her. Lim Suk said that she doesn't have time for explanations right now. Something needs to be done about his chaos. After a while, the young man woke up on the couch. He didn't understand anything. Lu, Elle, and Brunhart said with one voice, "At last the master is awake." Kim Giku wondered. Had he really lost consciousness again? The woman inquired. Had he come to his senses? In front of our hero was the aged counselor again. The grandmother said she had figured it out, but it was a temporary measure. Lim Suk told the young man not to think about it. It was just that she was a little tired. Kim Giku asked the woman what kind of seal she was talking about and what other chaos was there. The counselor apologized, but she can't say anything right now. There's a restriction on the tower. Lim Suk said she was talking about punishment. She too only recognized it when she looked at the young man. He hadn't passed the 50th floor yet, right? The woman couldn't even believe that this guy was so strong. Kim Giku continued to be more and more surprised. Lim Suk said she doesn't want to just let him go. She wants to talk to him some more. For example, they can talk about his father. Our hero has almost no memories of his father. All he remembers is his father hugging him when he was very small. Dad's hands were big, his arms were warm in his embrace. The man looked at the child as viciously as if he were trying to destroy her with his gaze. Lim Suk said, "Codename Cronus. The first mercenary and the one who proposed the mercenary system." The counselor said his father's name was Kim Se-jin. Kim Giku wondered if the counselor knew his father personally. Lim Suk said that the young man asks uncomfortable questions. Sounds like a guy afraid to hear stories about his father. The woman added that she could understand the young man, but still could not tell him everything. Nor will she answer his questions. The counselor suggested that the young man come again when he got above the 50th floor. Then she would tell him the rest. Lim Suk told the young man to say hello to his mother. She wasn't at her best in the hospital last time, so she didn't get a proper hello with her. Kim Giku remembered that old lady with the IV drip who approached him and his mother in the hallway. That old woman told the young man to be careful not to lose himself. The collision of several auras is dangerous. Of course, our hero couldn't know that grandmother in the hospital and was Lim Suk. Lu agreed that it would be strange if the host recognized her. Her appearance and energy are very different. Lu reminded him that back then, the master couldn't detect people by aura yet. Elle asked how the host was feeling. Kim Giku replied that he was feeling a certain calmness right now. Lu noticed that it was as if another seal had appeared in place of the one that had been removed, and he doesn't know how that could have happened. Lu noticed that the most important thing was not what the old woman said, but what was sealed in the host. Kim Giku stated that he has assumptions. Lu stated that they should be the most correct ones. Lu said that after the old woman's words, he had a hunch. It was quite possible that this seal had been inside the host from the beginning. In the gate, it had only cracked. Elle added that Lu's coming was only the occasion for the seal to awaken, and that it had probably existed before that. Kim Giku noticed that he could feel Lu's energy and Ella's energy at the same time. The boy thought the old woman was still talking about chaos. We need to do something about the chaos inside the young man as soon as possible. Brunhart asked if her master could feel her energy. She had only recently appeared, and had nothing to do with the seal. The car stopped, and Sung-hoon said that they had arrived at their destination. Sung-hoon said to Mr. Ranker to go up on his own. He'll park the car for now. Sung-hoon and Kim Gi-kyu stood in the medical room in front of Yu Seok-woo's bed, who was still unconscious. Our hero wondered, was there really no change after leaving the gate? Sung-hoon said that the condition had neither worsened nor improved. The doctors from the association said that the cause was unknown. Kim Gi-kyu knew the reason why. Botus suggested taking over the player's body and attacking the ground. Lu offered to take a look at his soul. If a person could heal him, that person could be the master. Min Sung-hoon reminded that all CCTV cameras are turned off for the time being. The chair facilitated, but it is not possible to keep them off for a long time. Kim Gi-kyu decided to act in such a case and activated his unique abilities. Our hero grabbed someone's invisible body by the neck and started squeezing it. Kim Giku threw Invisible Man to the floor and continued to strangle him. Sung-hoon was extremely surprised by this behavior of the ranker. The Invisible Man began to appear, and our hero told him they hadn't seen each other in a while. Kim Gi-kyu asked paparazzi player Ko Hyun-chul what he wanted here. Someone who had something to do with the Iron Guild's case, former high ranker, current paparazzi player Ko Jung-chul. At the time, our hero didn't quite understand it yet, but now he knew for sure. This paparazzi player has the Eye of the Demon. Kim Gi-kyu asked Go Hyun-chul what was the purpose of him sneaking in here. Also, our hero wondered where the paparazzi got the demon's eye from. Is he really a demon? Also asked what the paparazzi are linking to Andras? What was he going to do to Seok-woo? Kim Gi-kyu continued to stifle his opponent and demanded answers to the questions posed. Ko Hyun-chul stopped resisting and spread his arms to the sides, and remained motionless on the floor. El noticed that players could also pass out if pressure was put on their throats. Lu said it was a good idea to let them speak first before asking. Sung-hoon thought that the floor had been shattered again. Kim Gi-kyu didn't think this guy would pass out so quickly. He's a former top ranker. Kim Gi-kyu pondered what to do now. Should I give him a potion and wake him up? He was still alive after all? Lu suggested sticking him in the gate to begin with. Even if he wanted to write something, let him do it after they checked Yu Seok-woo's condition. Lu reminded him that there are servants in the gate who will watch over this man if necessary. There is also Bodis. Though he is weak, he is a former great demon. Also, there's a gaffer in the gate. If he decides to put someone in custody, no one gets away from him. Kim Gi-kyu agreed and decided to send the paparazzi to his domain. Kim Gi-kyu walked over to the unconscious guild leader lying under the oxygen mask. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the gate didn't take Seok-woo's body away from him, but was close to the goal. If he still hadn't woken up, it was probably because of that. There was demonic energy left in his bowl, along with part of Paimon's legacy. Kim Gi-kyu used his abilities to look at Seok-woo's bowl. It was very different from his own bowl. Brunhart said that snow is here. Lu agreed that he's different. Ella said the host is special. Bodis said there's demonic energy inside the bowl. Maybe we should check it out. Lu said we should be careful. Watching other people's bowls is not easy. One mistake and minds can get mixed up. Kim Gi-kyu thought that inside his personal bowl there were no shapes or areas. Here, however, there was something concrete. Lu reminded him that it's the host that's weird, and this is a regular bowl. Lu inquired if the host had found it. The young man gave an affirmative answer. The demonic energy of Botis and the legacy of Botis. Is this fire really Paimon's legacy? Lu told the host to follow through. We need to destroy the demonic energy and take Paimon's legacy. Ella added that at the same time, the life force must be used to repair the damaged parts of the bowl. Kim Gi-kyu is connected to demons and the undead, so he'll be able to control demonic energy. But he's never done it before. However, how to handle Paimon's legacy, our hero cannot understand. At the same time as this life force, the damaged parts of the bowl must be repaired. The boy thought that looking at other people's bowls was not easy. One mistake and minds could get mixed up. Just examining Yu Seok-woo's bowl is already hard. Will it be possible to do everything that needs to be done? Ella said that she will help Master. Kim Gi-kyu didn't understand what he had to do, or even where to start. Lu suggested splitting the duties. Elle can control demonic and life energy. She is as unique a being as the Master. Lu added that the host should just focus. Elle would take care of the rest. Kim Gi-kyu says he's asking Elle for a favor. Jo Chul said that without Paimon's legacy, there's no way to make flesh for Lu. The blacksmith looked at the stone image of the young man. It was the work of his hands. Kim Gi-kyu continued to stand beside the motionless body of guild head Yu Seok-woo, who was in a hospital bed under an oxygen mask. In the same pose, our hero continued to stand in front of the demonic fire. A magical feather from an angel's wing was lowered over the patient's bed. Kim Gi-kyu caught the feather and realized it was Elle's feather. Energy was coming from it, just like Paimon's legacy. Ella said that the Master had succeeded. He cleansed the bowl of the demonic aura, restored it, and took the legacy. Kim Gi-kyu summoned Heart and gave him the feather to give to his grandfather. He'll understand when he sees it. Heart accepted the quill and said he would fulfill everything as the Master said. Yu Seok-woo opened his eyes and looked at Kim Gi-kyu in surprise. The guild leader didn't understand what was going on. Our hero told the young man not to get up, for he had just woken up. Sung-hoon stared at the chamber in astonishment and couldn't believe that the guild leader had actually woken up. Sung-hoon contacted the right person on his cell phone and told them to send a healer and a doctor to the ICU immediately. Sometime later, during a visit to a convalescent, our hero brought Sok-yu a guest. The patient said he couldn't eat anything because of the examination. Kim Giku said that in that case, he would eat all the goodies himself. After the food was finished, Seok Woo asked if it was good. Kim Giku said he liked it and said he would bring it again next time. Kim Giku asked the guild leader how everything went, what happened inside the gate. Kim Giku recognized that the boss was quite strong, but Seok Woo could have opened the portal and gotten out. Seok Woo said that when he was grabbed by the boss, his unique abilities didn't work. A unique ability is not just a skill or magic, but something that characterizes the player. Our hero thought, if the unique abilities didn't work, it means the player has lost all his skills. Kim Gi-kyu asked if Seok Woo was okay now. The guild leader replied that he was feeling fine. Seok Woo added that it was the first time he had felt something like this. Some energy had taken over his body, and he couldn't do anything about it. Even if it was temporary, he had lost all of his abilities as a player. This had never happened before. Even Rogers, whose strength was taken away by Nain, had a skill cooldown and could no longer level up due to the broken bowl. Did Paimon's legacy really have that much power? All of this was still unclear, but our hero knew exactly what he had to do. Kim Gi-kyu has decided that he needs to beat up Bodis. Of course, it won't make a difference, but he'll beat Bodis anyway. Lu said that Master had a great idea. Kim Gi-kyu said goodbye to his friend and said that they would see each other soon. The protagonist said that the further it goes, the more incomprehensible it gets. Elle remarqua qu'elle n'était d'aucune aide ici. Kim Gi-kyu suggested that Ji-chul might know something. But if important information is to be obtained, there is one issue that must be resolved. This punishment the young man had been putting off until now due to circumstances, but it could not be delayed any longer. Kim Gi-kyu decided to go up to the tower right now. 49th floor. The players were discussing the new ranker the association was talking about. His name was Morning Star. Turns out that rancher hasn't made it to the 50th floor yet. Maybe he's not a rancher at all, and that's just an exaggeration. This guy is either blowing dust in his eyes or he is a natural genius. The player said he heard this from a buddy who monitors portals. However, the Morning Star is said to have gone from the 41st floor to the 48th floor the day before. Rumor has it that Morning Star summons not only beasts, but also undead, griffins, and angels. It leaves no monsters or crystals along the way. A colleague told Igor that Morning Star had just somehow gotten strong beasts. That's pure luck. Suddenly, the whole place shook. Could there have been an earthquake in the tower? The players became alarmed and looked around. The gatekeeper, Zombie Drake, appeared on the horizon. He was, as always in such cases, scary and horrible. Players wondered, didn't the Warhammer Guild go hunting for the Guardian? Maybe they had missed him? The squad leader told Ho Yoon Seok not to stand like a halt and to launch the flare faster. The signal flare was fired. The commander thought his squad had gone too far. Would the rescue team be able to get there in time? The commander figured it would take at least half an hour, in which time everyone could be dead. The squad leader decided that he would rather be the bait and distract the monster on himself. He rushed to attack the beast. However, suddenly at this moment, a ranker appeared and immediately attacked this monster. The monster received injuries incompatible with life and was destroyed mercilessly. When the monster's body fell to the ground, everyone saw that their savior was ranker Kim Gi-kyu, Morning Star. However, the monster's body began to undergo an inexplicable transformation. The wounds began to heal. A dark demonic energy appeared around the huge monster, and it came to life again. Brunhart stated that this guardian enemy was proving to be very strong. Our hero had heard before that this guardian had a high regeneration ability. Kim Gi-kyu noted that even B's skill that had previously worked on the Rotos didn't work on this monster. Our hero realized that in front of him was not a simple guardian, but one like the guardian of the 4th floor, Ferres. At that time, he was a phenomenon that had not been seen before, but then there were still similar cases. Kim Gi-kyu has learned that there are mutations among the guards. They show some unusual abilities, or their skills are enhanced. Now that the demons have activated their forces, it's clearly no accident. They're definitely up to something. The monster rose up on its hind legs again and roared loudly while releasing a huge amount of demonic energy. Lu suggested that the host apply the skill Doom and move on. Kim Gi-kyu said that it was just right for him. He had something he wanted to check. With Lu's sword, the skill Doom was activated. With L's sword, the life skill was activated. The protagonist crossed his swords over his head, and the two, connected, began to emit vast amounts of opposing energy. The system reported that the player had mastered the Chaos skill and could use it in the future. Players saw that after Morning Star's battle with the monster, a huge pit was left behind. Ji-chul expressed surprise. He didn't think that Kim Giku would be able to find the Paimon legacy so quickly. It definitely brings the completion of Lu's flesh closer. Brunhart stated that she wanted a body too. Kim Giku looked at the shell and said that it was really amazing. He had just described the appearance, but the old man had done it exactly right. Jichul said it was the influence of the connection. The hands did it themselves, and that's how it turned out. The blacksmith warned that even with Paimon's legacy right now, it wouldn't be possible to complete it. He would be able to make something similar with the components he'd collected, but a center of gravity was needed to hold Lu's ego in place. Jichul explained that the flesh of a supreme demon of at least the 72nd level or a part of a great demon above that level was needed. Kim Giku immediately asked where to get it. Lu assumed that it wouldn't be a problem for the master since he had many battles to fight with demons. El assured that the host could find it quickly. Our hero inquired about the status of Ko Hyun Chul. The old man replied that Bodis was watching him closely, so he was under proper control. Jichul added that this guy still hasn't talked, but he has no doubt that Bodis will be able to get him to talk and make him answer all the questions. The old man smiled and added that he would go for anything. Lu said it bothered him. El wondered what he was going to do. The old man said that finally Kim Giku is leaving. At least he can work in peace now. Jichul warned the young man to be careful. The examination of the 50th floor is one huge gate. They are different from anything that has been there so far. The old man added that the stronger the player, the harder the exam. It will definitely not be easy for Kim Giku. Jichul clarified that he wasn't saying this to make the young man afraid. This floor is also the one that brings out the special players. Kim Giku will surely learn a lot. The protagonist stood in front of a huge gate leading to the 50th floor. Kim Giku said that he was now ready to go and check out what was inside. What is so special about the 50th floor? The system reported that the player had stepped onto the test floor. Las, studying the smartphone, said that it has amazing technology inside. In a wild world without magic, such a development of civilization is amazing. There is not even a need for tracking. All the information can be emphasized here. Iron Shield remarked that he was uncomfortable hearing Las call this world wild. Las clarified that it was a compliment. Iron Shield asked what his words about surveillance and information meant, and if it had anything to do with their plans. Las clarified that he was talking about Kim Giku. This guy is the biggest variable in their plan. Las added that they should get started slowly before that rancher comes out of the 50th floor. Las looked at the young people, a young man and a young woman sitting next to him, and said that Ha-Sung-Soo was also from South Korea. He was an inexperienced player at the time, but now he's grown so much that he's being called the most important variable in the plan. Ha-Sung-Soo said that the upcoming meeting would be interesting. His companion agreed with him. Once the Demon Queen told our hero that he doesn't have the right to listen to certain information yet. He would get that right when he reached the 50th floor. The old guild councilwoman had also warned the young man that he needed to get to the 50th floor. Blacksmith Jichul said that the 50th floor trial was one big obstacle. It would be very different from all the previous trials. On the testing floor, our hero has much to see and learn. The system reported. It measures a player's qualities and potential, reads his history, predicts the future, and analyzes his actions. The player is assigned a challenge consisting of 3 stages. The player can choose the order himself. The protagonist received 3 cards: black, gold, and gray. He assumed that the black card was related to Lu. The gold card was probably related to El. Lu said the last card was the host. These are the changes that have taken place with the host and the secrets hidden in him. It will definitely be a trial related to him. Kim Giku said that if there is no information, there is no point in thinking for a long time. El said that the host could handle any challenge. Kim Giku was the first to choose the black card. The system has reported that the test is beginning. The purpose of the test is to verify doom. The protagonist coughed up blood and clutched his chest. Something was wrong with his body. It seemed to be tearing apart. The protagonist coughed up blood and clutched his chest. Something was wrong with his body. Lu said that this was the moment he was betrayed. Our hero thought, is this really Lu's body? Lu confirmed, this is his body. Kim Giku remembered that in another trial he had Ele's body. This seems abnormal. It was one of the wastes of hell, a space created from memories stored in the tower and personal experiences. The player needs to reach the goal. Kim Giku wondered, what was the goal in question? Does he really have to experience death? It's a test. It's unlikely that he'll have to die for real. Our hero thought, he wouldn't really disappear if he died here, would he? Although, on the other hand, Lu's death of flesh does not concern him. The young man was getting worse. He wondered if it was too much to die without any explanation. Lu said that the master would think about it later. We can't delay now. They are coming. From behind the horizon, a huge number of monsters actually appeared, moving towards the hero. Kim Giku thought it would be an unexpected start to the battle. But he didn't have any equipment. There was no communication with El or Brunhart. Only a voice from Lu that couldn't be turned into a weapon. What to do? Lu wondered. Why was the master stomping around? After all, he was now in his body. Had he forgotten about his power? Lu was the master of all demonic swords. Our hero realized that he was now not Kim Giku, but Lu, and realized how to use that power. Kim Giku noted to himself that it was very convenient, but not too pleasant, to be Lu. Demonic swords appeared in his hands. Lu wondered, what was wrong with his body? The monsters were getting closer. A huge monster stood out among them. It shouted that the king had already spent a lot of energy. This was their chance. It ordered all the monsters to go on the offensive. Lu said that the shouty and huge one was Belphegor. Lu added that this is one of the 6 kings of hell. He is stronger than the one on the 72nd floor. Lu noted that although he looks smaller than Botus, he is no match for him. Kim Giku speculated that Belphegor is some sort of gang leader. Kim Giku thought that he should first make his way to Belphegor through the smaller monsters. After a brief but fierce battle, our hero cleared the way and dealt a devastating blow to Belphegor. The Infernal King, however, held his ground and stayed on his feet. The hero didn't realize what was happening. Lu said for the master to memorize the sensations. Lu added that this is true doom management. One day, a stranger appeared on the edge of hell. Hell was already full of demons, so it wasn't unusual for another one to appear. That's what he thought, until the stranger started eating his kin and climbed to the top of hell. The name of this stranger was Lucifer. There was a powerful explosion, followed by a bright flash. The king of hell was gone. The hero looked up and realized that the huge Belphegor had soared into the air. The king of hell swung around and prepared to deliver his infernal blow, attacking from on high. The protagonist asked Lu, "Is his name really Lucifer?" Lu replied that it was a long-forgotten name. He is Lu now. Our hero in the body of Lucifer began to deliver crushing blows to Belphegor, skillfully wielding demonic swords. Belphegor was furious. His opponent was able to break through the shield bestowed by them. The hero tells Belphegor that he has a message from Lu. Lu told him to tell him that on the day he returned to hell, everyone connected to Belphegor would die. He added that he would devour his entire race. Belphegor could not understand what was happening, for Lucifer was covered in wounds. But the further the battle went on, the stronger the enemy became. Each attack only made him stronger. Lu said that the master was beginning to get used to it. He must not forget this feeling. The character said he now understood what it meant to experience doom. It wasn't literal. The purpose of the trial is to learn how to control the doom in Lu's body. Lu noticed that the master was thinking straight. It seems to be thanks to his body. Belphegor looked up and saw his opponent spreading his wings above him. There was a huge demon sword in front of him, pointed directly at him. The big man thought he was bluffing, but the sword came down on Belphegor, and there was a massive explosion. Thanks to his shield, Belphegor was able to fend off the attack and avoid the blast. The king of hell remained unharmed. He laughed loudly. Belphegor asked with a sneer, "Was this really all Lucifer could do? He didn't even leave a scratch. How can he be called Lord of Hell?" The protagonist didn't understand what was wrong. Even such an attack had no result. Are all 6 kings so strong? Lu reminded his master that he was also the ruler. We must not forget that. Kim Giku recalled the chairman's words that those who created the tower and its masters were once rulers. Lu said that they feed Belphegor his strength. Sure, he's strong, but he didn't originally have those powers. The hero realized that he needed to destroy this source of power. Lu confirmed and added that it didn't require any special skill, just the power of doom. The protagonist recognized that his current opponent was really tough, and even with the power of rulers. At first he didn't think it would take a whole week to break through the shield. But in the end, he had achieved his goal. Belphegor was driven into the ground, with only his head sticking out. The big man begged for mercy. Lu clarified that Belphegor was the weakest of the 6 kings. Lu added that this one is even weaker than the original, probably because it's not real. Lu's strength was greater than Belphegor's, but he did not give up without a fight. Several times he came within a hair's breadth of death, but deftly dodged. At one point he even put up unexpected resistance. If Belphegor fought in his true body, it would be impossible to defeat him. Lu told his host not to make meaningless assumptions. It was better to get this over with as soon as possible. Rival told Belphegor that Lu told him to pass on something last. Lu asked to say that he was uncomfortable with the encounter, and hoped they would not see each other again. The protagonist struck his opponent's head with his demonic sword. Belphegor cried out in horror. "If you are not Lucifer, then what are you?" There was no response, and the monster was destroyed. The system reported that the player had passed the exam and was moving on to another location. The stealth mission, destroying Belphegor, has been completed. As a reward, the player received the Mace of Belphegor. The hero realized that his changed hand was not a skill, but a weapon. Brunhard and Elle were very happy to have their host back safe and sound. Kim Giku asked Lu why the mace was so small compared to the one he saw. Lu replied that there was nothing wrong with that. For a great demon, the size of the flesh was not that important. Lu said it's not just a weapon, and you can't call it an object. He explained that he had created him from the flesh of the devil. Lu asked the host if he had heard of the 7 sins. Kim Giku asked if he had heard of the 7 sins. He only knew what the average person knew. Lu replied that in that case the master would understand things more quickly. These are the 7 sources of sin to which people are exposed: envy, pride, greed, gluttony, anger, fornication, and sloth. There are 7 kings in hell, each of whom embodies one of these sins. Belphegor is the king of laziness. Kim Giku was surprised, as there were only 6 kings. Lu told him not to interrupt and to listen. He continued. Before becoming the Lord of Hell, he had been destroying other demons, rapidly accumulating power. At one point, he became stronger than all 7 kings, but still decided to challenge them, which was pure madness. Eventually, he challenged the most powerful of them all, the devil, the king of wrath, to battle. Elle noted that it was such a high-profile event that it was talked about even in heaven. Lu said he won and became the first one in hell. He divided the flesh of the devil into 6 pieces, forged weapons from them, and gave them to the 6 kings to serve him faithfully. Lu admitted that he was now in such a state. Kim Giku asked in bewilderment, "Did Lu really eat his own and make weapons out of flesh?" He looked at the mace and clarified, "So this is the devil's flesh. Could it be used to restore Lu's body?" Kim Giku remembered the blacksmith saying that recovery required demon flesh of at least rank 72. Lu replied that even in the tower, you can't clone flesh. It's probably fake. After a while, Lu suddenly said that there was no such thing. Kim Giku asked what was wrong. Lu declared confidently, "This is the real flesh of the devil." It was the same mace he had once given to Belphegor. Kim Giku was stunned because Lu had just said that it was impossible to clone it. Lu speculated. Either Belphegor was dead, or he had gotten a more powerful weapon and threw it away. Kim Giku wondered, was Belphegor alive? Hadn't Lu destroyed him then? Lu recalled that he had been betrayed and imprisoned, but he couldn't lose to Belphegor. He emphasized, the master had fought Belphegor for a week, and he himself had defeated him in less than 24 hours. Kim Giku wondered, why didn't Lu finish him off then? Lu explained. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the ruler appeared. Suddenly, he hesitated. Kim Giku became alarmed. What had happened? Lu said he remembered. The moment he was sealed, one of the archangels did it, and he had the same face as Michael. The old man was astonished. He hadn't expected Kim Giku to obtain this item so quickly. The undead was holding Belphegor's mace. Trump said he will prepare properly for Kim Giku's return, and added that they will meet after the test. Kim Giku wondered, is Michael really an archangel from heaven? Lu admitted that he couldn't dismiss the possibility that Michael and that archangel were somehow connected. He added that he sensed in Michael the power of an angel. Kim Giku turned to Ella. Does she have any information on this? She had met Michael and had even fainted. Ella replied that she tried to remember but couldn't. It was as if there were gaping holes in her memory. Lu noted that this was odd. Heaven and hell had been at war for centuries. He just had to know all the heavenly rulers. But there were gaps in his own memory too. The protagonist suggested that perhaps the next test would provide answers. He pulled out a gold card. The system has announced, the test is starting. The test location is determined based on L data. Elle was on her knees, trying to establish a connection with the Almighty. At that moment, Kim Giku appeared behind her. He called out softly to the girl. The protagonist attempted to contact Elle, Lu, and Brunhard, but all channels were completely severed. Kim Giku realized this was different from Lu's ordeal. This happened on both the 30th and 40th floors. On the 30th, Lu himself showed up, and on the 40th, Ella returned to her former appearance. Kim Giku walked closer and called out to Elle again. He tried to touch her shoulder, but his hand went through her body. He didn't realize what was happening. The hero pondered, perhaps we shouldn't interfere, better just to observe. The purpose of the trial is to experience doom. But unlike in Lu's case, there was no indication here. Suddenly, the creaking of a door was heard. Kim Giku turned around. Behind him stood an unfamiliar man. Lu said it was Raphael, one of the 7 angels, and the strongest of them all. Kim Giku asked Lu if it worked out to connect with him. The voice replied that it wasn't Lu speaking. It was a memory that came up in his mind when he was in Lu's body. However, the sensations were a little different. At that moment, Lu said they had blended together, but now it was as if only memories remained. The girl asked Raphael what had happened. The man replied that he had come because he was worried about her. She was not happy with the result of the meeting, was she? The girl said she would be lying if she said she was happy with the result. However, it was the decision of everyone present. Raphael said she shouldn't take all the responsibility. The girl declared that she must answer for everything. She is, after all, the head of all the angels. If she only gives instructions, she has no right to be called head. She has a duty to protect them. Kim Giku couldn't understand what was going on and why El had become the head of the angels. El said not to worry, it's all his will. Suddenly, Michael appeared in the room. Michael asked why she said, his will? After all, he is long gone. Everyone knows this. When the tower was completed, God was no longer alive. Kim Giku wondered, why did he call the girl Michael? And what God are they talking about? What the hell is going on here? The girl called the man Gabriel. Kim Giku wondered again if the man he knew as Michael was actually Gabriel. El in this reality is Michael. Gabriel said it was time to stop talking. They had to go. They would sacrifice Michael and destroy the tower. It's time to start the ceremony. Gabriel told everyone to bow. In front of our hero was a staircase leading to the sky. At the top, at the end of the ladder, there were people. Kim Giku realized that the location had changed. But what was the location? Behind the protagonist's back, there was a multitude of people kneeling. They greeted the higher angels. Our hero looked back and thought that all these people were angels. Michael turned to the angels and told them that today would bring them a big change. The girl added, along with the misfortune that happened to the deity, they are now faced with a choice. Michael added that it won't be long before the place is demolished. After that, they will have to bring order to this chaos. Otherwise, the balance in the world that Father has created will be disturbed and everything will come to an end. Mikhail found herself in the center of the circle. She was surrounded by the other higher angels, who pointed their magic swords at her. Michael said it was time for the ceremony to begin. Kim Giku couldn't stop wondering. What kind of ceremony was this? What end was being talked about? What was going on? The young man understood one thing. Now they wanted to sacrifice Michael and destroy the tower. The protagonist looked at El, who stood obediently and motionless in the center of the circle, eyes downcast. Kim Giku didn't know what was going on here, but he felt that he shouldn't let it happen. Something had to be done. However, the young man noticed that he couldn't take a single step. The guy thought it was just a test, a simple pass that the tower replayed. Our hero didn't want to see El die again. Kim Giku ordered his arms and legs to move. Lu wondered if the host was treating them too differently. The system said the player's will has the power to influence. Communication was restored. Brunhart greeted the host. The protagonist's body was unlocked, and he ran up the stairs at the same moment. Gabriel and the higher angels were surprised. What was going on? Who dared to get in here? Kim Giku exposed Lu's sword and covered El with his body. It was clear from his appearance that he was determined. The system has reported that the player has interfered with the story. The covert mission begins. New York, Iron Guild. Speaker said they are taking stock. It is necessary to meet again in South Korea. James Rohan, the guild's deputy, is appointed head of the branch. The speaker asked Mr. Rohan if there were any objections. There were no objections. The moderator announced that the meeting was concluded. Iron Shield thought, these demons are definitely up to something. But it's even better this way. If the interests coincide, they will be able to use each other. This time, it is necessary to put down roots in Korea and deal with the Demon King. A colleague said that not even a month since James became deputy head, and he had already managed to get himself in trouble with the boss. Is James really going to be sent to head a branch in such a tiny country? That's tantamount to a demotion. A colleague suggested that we meet in the evening in a quiet atmosphere and discuss the situation over a glass of alcohol. James replied that he had things to do, and they would have a drink next time. Colleagues wondered, what is going on with this man? How can one refuse free booze? He used to love only alcohol and blood. Iron Shield told his deputy that he had 2 responsibilities this time. The first was to settle down in Korea. Secondly, we need to kidnap the relatives of Morning Star Kim Giku. Gabriel shouted, who dared to interfere with the sacred ceremony? The higher angels flew up into the sky and began circling above El and Kim Giku. El looked at our hero and wondered who he was. Kim Giku replied that he was her master. Doesn't El recognize him? Lu warned that the host shouldn't say such things. The girl became indignant. How dare this man call himself her master? He has no right to call himself God before her, the head of the angels. The other higher angels floating in the sky also became indescribably furious. Our hero felt an ominous aura around him, emanating from each of them. Lu called his master a bad word. How could he call himself the master of an angel? It was like equating himself with a deity. For angels, it is blasphemy and a desecration of the sacred essence. Brunhart said that she would protect the master. Our hero remembered Gabriel's words about God being dead. However, these words mean that God actually existed. The angel girl couldn't understand what was going on. Why did he call her by a strange name? He must be punished immediately for desecrating Father's name. However, Michiel caught herself thinking that she didn't feel like fighting with this man. Gabriel, looking up, said that this man had interfered with the ceremony and called himself God. He could not forgive that sin. Gabriel was also armed with a magic sword. The angel came down and, waving his sword, approached our hero. Michael yelled for Gabriel to stop. While Michael was distracting Gabriel, Kim Giku disappeared. Gabriel thought that this was no ordinary person. But how dare he interfere with the ceremony? And where did he go? Gabriel thought Michael was acting strange somehow. Our hero appeared in the sky above Gabriel, waving demonic wings and with horns on his head. It was the image of Lu. Gabriel felt the demonic energy, for it was the power of doom. However, what is the Lord of Hell doing here? Our hero couldn't understand what was going on either. Why did he start having Lu's powers? Brunhart said that Lu had reappeared with his split personality. Lu told the host to calm down. He wasn't doing anything. Lu added that apparently the effects of the first trial remained. In this trial, he would also be able to show his strength a little. Kim Giku thought that he wouldn't have been able to dodge or repel Gabriel's attack on his own. Gabriel is the one who struck Lu when he was powerless. Lu added that it wasn't just Gabriel. All of these angels had the same power as Belphegor, if not higher. If El also joins them, even the master won't be able to handle them. Lu noticed that the challenge might have ended if the master had just watched from afar. And now he had raised the difficulty level himself. Kim Giku expressed regret that he had acted too impulsively. Lu added that El wouldn't die. Gabriel asked why Michael was inactive. Gabriel added that the Lord of Hell had appeared. Why isn't their leader doing anything about it? Elle felt as if she had forgotten something very important. The girl was experiencing some kind of incomprehensible sensation. Gabriel kept questioning why she wasn't doing anything at such an important moment. The head of the angels, Gabriel, has ordered all angels to get out of here. The Lord of Hell will fight the leaders of the angels. After a long battle with all the angels, Kim Giku said he felt fine. The opponent's blows weren't as hard as he thought they would be. The higher angels were surprised. Even after such an attack, this demon was not harmed in the slightest. This is indeed the real Lord of Hell. Gabriel told his opponent that he would have to stop anyway. The ceremony had already begun. Gabriel told his opponent that he had to stop anyway. The ceremony had already begun. Kim Giku shouted loudly, and using the acceleration skill, jumped to the top of the tower in the same instant. Kim Giku attacked Gabriel with his demonic sword. Michael continued to stand with the sword in his chest. Gabriel, at a safe distance, said that they didn't have the goal of defeating the Lord of Hell from the beginning. The only one able to stand up to him is Michael. Gabriel said Michael's condition is a little strange, but that's okay. Kim Giku, using his unique abilities, tried to revive Michael. Gabriel was surprised. How could the Lord of Hell have the power of life? He controls life and death at the same time. And this can only be done by one being. One of the higher angels called the Lord of Hell his father. Gabriel didn't understand what was happening, but the situation was extremely dangerous. However, the ceremony could not be stopped. Gabriel wondered, why had everyone stopped? After all, they knew what had happened to Father. We can't give in to the schemes of the Lord of Hell. We must deal with him and complete the ceremony. One of the higher angels told Gabriel that only a deity can control life and death at the same time. And Gabriel knows it. Gabriel thought that their adversary was definitely connected to Father in some way. There was no doubt about it. He realized that he wasn't the only one in a state of confusion right now. However, the ceremony still needed to be completed. Gabriel sped toward Michaela. Kim Giku, looking at Gabriel approaching, said that he hadn't finished healing the girl yet. Elle opened her eyes and thought, why is this man able to control life and death at the same time? Why does she feel like she missed him? Elle looked at our hero and told her host that she was back. Kim Giku extended his hand to the girl and said he was glad to have her back. Brunhart also greeted Elle. Lu noticed that this time it was too complicated. Gabriel wondered, what had happened to the sword? After all, the sacred sword ceremony had not yet been completed. Kim Giku apologizes to Elle for addressing her right away, but he's going to have to strike out. He turned the girl into the sacred sword and prepared to do battle with the approaching Gabriel. Gabriel felt a crushing foreboding. He'd have to dodge the blow. The demonic gaze of the Lord of Hell did not bode well for Gabriel. Gabriel was wounded in the shoulder. He wondered, what kind of attack was that? Her strength far exceeded the level of the head. He thought, if he'd hesitated for a second, he'd be considered dead by now. But why would Michael listen to him? Gabriel realized that El's obedience was the reason the Hell Lord had mastered the situation. He asked the angels if they sensed the ominous aura emanating from the Lord of Hell. This is the very force of chaos they always hated so much. He asked angrily, will the angels continue to call him Father, showing disrespect? They should raise their swords and bring the head of the heathen to the Father. However, the higher angels knelt down and greeted the Father. Lu looked up at the top of the mountain and said that the angels had summoned him. Kim Giku, holding his swords, realized that something was glowing behind his back. Brunhart noticed that it was the master himself who was glowing. Lu said with surprise that it was probably the effect of the ordeal as well. Simply put, it is the result of the host's power and LA's power nearing perfection coming into contact. The nimbus over the host's head is a symbol of deity. The host became a being close to God. The angels welcomed the return of the host, a being close to God. Brunhart asked, does this mean that the host is now God? Kim Gi-kyu asked Ella. If angels serve God, then she must know more than Lu. What is really going on? Elle said she didn't understand anything herself, no matter how special the host was. But the god's halo belonged to only one being. Lu noticed that the being known as God has many mysteries. There is more unknown about him than known. Kim Gi-kyu asked what role the halo plays. Lu replied that it shines very brightly. Kim Gi-kyu grudgingly said that wasn't what he wanted to hear. Lu added that the halo also wards off evil forces. Gabriel kept saying it couldn't be. God was dead. Kim Gi-kyu and the higher angels saw that Gabriel's wings were not white, but gray. Lu said for the master to look closely. The gray wings are the symbol of a fallen angel. One of the higher angels declared that Gabriel was a traitor. He had betrayed Michael and the father. Gabriel grinned. The brothers and sisters before him were foolish. How long would they trust in a God who only observed? Brothers and sisters will never understand why God died, and they will never understand why he helped create the tower. One of the angels asked, is Gabriel complicit in the father's death? Gabriel's wings began to burn, and he said, the era of God is over. The God who only watched is no more. He who has power must rule and take care of the rest. It is time for brothers and sisters. Gabriel added that they will be writing history from here on out. Our hero attacked Gabriel with his swords and destroyed him. In his defense, the young man said that Gabriel was responsible for Ella's death. Brunhart added that he was an evil creature. Lu noticed that Elle was still alive. Elle thanked the host. The system reported that the player passed Elle's test. The player prevented Gabriel's betrayal in the hidden mission. The system reported that the player had received Elle's data and Elle's physical body. The system reported that the player had received Gabriel's holy grail. Kim Gi-kyu took the award in his hands and said it looked shiny. The young man looked at this goblet, and it seemed like his own. Lu said it was because the host had a fragment of the Holy Grail in it. Michael had previously told our hero that the fragment of the Holy Grail he had in his possession had been given to the ranker. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Michael was the person with Gabriel's face, but using the old name L. It can't be a coincidence. We need to meet him as soon as the tests are over. Lu agreed that Michael had secrets. Perhaps those secrets were closely related. Lu told the host that it was time to talk. Lu noticed that both he and Elle had recovered a lot of memories. Perhaps they could answer most of the host's questions. Lu said he had answers if the host was interested in the tower and hell. Elle will be able to answer about God and the Holy Sword. Elle and Lu stated that they could reveal the master's secret of chaos. One day a tower suddenly appeared and God died. Lu added that he does not know the causes and consequences. However, unheard of events are happening one after another. It is not difficult to guess that there is a connection between them. Elle ajouta que le monde a changé beaucoup depuis que son père a disparu. Though his father said he didn't interfere in worldly affairs, his very existence supported a lot of things. However, due to his absence, the monsters of the underworld were let loose. They were beings from a place lower than hell, God's forgotten brethren. Lu added that these were the true masters of hell. They are called the monsters of the underworld because hell was built in the place where they were sealed. Kim Gi-kyu marveled at the fact that he listened to such stories without penalty. Was it because it was the 50th floor? Lu said it's probably because the host already knows about it. By merging with Lu's body, the host absorbed his memories. He just didn't remember it right away. Lu noticed that Raphael is one of the 7 existing heavenly rulers in heaven. Ella said that she didn't merge with her host, but because they bonded more strongly than ever before, perhaps her memories flowed into her host as well. Kim Giku realized that Elle and Lu weren't telling him something new. They were revealing information he already knew. Lu noticed that the host, unlike a normal person, was much faster at thinking. Lu added that it was a consequence of the influence of merging with someone smart like him. Kim Giku was surprised. Hadn't he been told as a child that bragging was unseemly? Brunhart said she too feels like forgotten memories are coming back. Lu told Brunhart to stay out of adult conversations. Elle said she wanted to talk about the ritual. The story is not about a host event, but about real events. This is about the ritual of the Holy Sword. Many angels became holy swords to seal the monsters of the underworld again. Elle ajouta que sa fonction de chef des anges était de réprimer les plus forts d'entre eux. Ella said that chaos is the monster of the underworld. Kim Giku wondered, was what Ella had sealed in their first meeting really chaos? But this time, the system called it a demon. Elle said the system of law, it was definitely a demon. Ella said she couldn't seal the chaos. Lu said he didn't understand the last part. The power of chaos is comparable to a divine power. Could it really be impossible to seal it even with the power of the head of the heaven realm? Elle agreed, it couldn't be done by her alone. Ella said that not only her, but many angels had become holy swords, but all their power was concentrated in her. That was their plan to suppress the chaos. Kim Giku wondered, was all the power concentrated in one angel, Elle? Lu recalled that he had said earlier that the power of unification did not belong to the master. Lu noticed that not everyone can utilize the power of unification. Due to various restrictions, few can take advantage of it. But it is also impossible. However, there is no force as special as the unification of the host. Unification is the concentration of power not intended for a particular body. Lu said that he had never before seen or heard of a being controlling such immense power without any restraints. Lu suggested that Elle continue the story. It felt like they had stopped halfway through something important. Elle continued. When they started the ritual, everything seemed to go smoothly, and she became the first holy sword. But then the power that should have been centered in her dissipated for some reason. It was then that Gabriel betrayed them. Because of this, holy swords stronger than Elle, the true master, appeared in the world. Lu told the master that Songhu's sword is a holy sword. However, they are now much stronger than Elle. After that, the heavenly kingdom changed completely. Gabriel, who had absorbed most of Elle's scattered power, began to rule the heavens, and the other archangels had no choice but to obey his rules. Except for one archangel, Raphael. Raphael took Ella, who had turned into a holy sword, and descended into hell to somehow seal the chaos again. Kim Giku asked Elle what kind of relationship she had with Raphael. The young man explained his question. It seemed to him that Raphael had been unusually emotional during the test, so he was worried that there was a romantic relationship between them. Elle said that the master was wrong. Raphael, along with the other archangels, was her co-worker and comrade. She had never even experienced anything resembling affection until recently. Kim Giku apologized for asking such strange questions. Brunhart noticed that she felt like something interesting was about to happen. Ella noticed that she had lost most of her power during Gabriel's betrayal, but still kept herself alive. Elle added that Raphael and she had joined forces to seal the chaos. The chance of success was tending towards 0. But perhaps it was divine intervention. The chaos seal was still intact. Raphael then stuck it, in the shape of a sword, into the center of the seal. The seal was almost successfully completed. Kim Giku inquired, almost, or should it have been completed? Ella admitted that the seal failed in the end. After that, Gabriel reappeared. Gabriel, with a sinister smile on his face, was holding a sword, black as pitch. It was Lu. Lu admitted that he had assumed that he could be used after being sealed, but hearing it directly made him even more disgusted. After that, there was a clash. The seal broken by Gabriel led to the worst possible outcome. Eventually, the broken seal wreaked havoc. The seal of chaos had been broken. Ella said that Gabriel had really lost his mind. Does by releasing chaos, he intend to destroy the world? Gabriel asked, wouldn't she like that? Gabriel added that he released the chaos on purpose. He has noticed that there are many more secrets in the world than she realizes. She and Raphael know nothing. Gabriel threw his demonic sword at Lu with all his might. The sword pierced Raphael's chest. Gabriel said it was the master of hell, a parting gift to Raphael. Raphael was losing consciousness and began to slump down. Gabriel said goodbye to him. Ella's holy sword shone in his hand. Raphael was falling into the abyss, and Gabriel was striving upward. At some point, Gabriel stopped and looked around. Gabriel, overcoming the pain with the help of Elle's sword, managed to catch up to Gabriel and grabbed him by the throat and said he would take him with him. Gabriel couldn't understand where this power was coming from. Did Raphael really get his life source from Michael? Gabriel said that even if that part, Raphael wouldn't be able to handle that power. Raphael stated that it would be enough for him to take Gabriel with him. Raphael added that things wouldn't go according to Gabriel's plan. Ella stated to the host that that was all she remembered from the story. Kim Giku asked what happened next with the chaos and the demon that Ella was sealing. Ella replied that she didn't know much about it either, but she had a hunch. Suddenly, our hero heard the voice of old man Giku. He called out to the young man. Grandpa said there was a big problem. There may have been a big problem on the young man's part. The old man remarked that at this rate, Kim Giku wouldn't be able to leave this place. Jichul noticed that Kim Giku had walked in there about a week ago, and it had already been 2 weeks outside. Time flows differently inside and outside, and that difference is increasing. The old man told the young man to finish his test quickly because something terrible might happen. Kim Giku told the old man that he received an interesting item. Would he please take a look at it? Jichul replied that he was willing to do so at any time. Kim Giku wanted to open the gate but noticed that it was unstable. Lu explained that it was, just as the old man had said, due to the distortion of the time axis. Better hurry up. The old man looked at the object and immediately determined that it was a fragment of the Holy Grail. The blacksmith never thought he would hold something like this in his hands. He promised to look into it. Jichul said that he wanted to tell the young man something. The Iron Guild's recent actions are quite suspicious. There are rumors that they want to reopen a branch in Korea. Kim Giku expressed doubts that they would be the first to apply. Kim Giku decided to start the final trial. The system teleported the player to the trial location. The system said that from now on, the player would see what he was most interested in. Kim Giku wondered, was the system really talking to him? The system said that the tower can't affect this place. This is the only place where it can talk to the player. Kim Giku asked what the system was. The system responded that the player would soon find out about everything. The elf asked excitedly, how could a mere creature go against his father? Did anyone really expect him to believe that it was God's wish? They can only follow his will. Kim Giku didn't realize where he was. He saw various creatures arranged in a circle. All these creatures were not human. Who were they? The system said they were the rulers of the world. Hell was the first place God created. Then he created the heavens where the angels lived. After that, he created many kingdoms. These creatures were the first creatures God created in each world. That is why they are the rulers. Even though they have received a tiny fraction of God's power, they lord over their worlds like gods. In the beginning, all worlds were separated, and there was no chance of them running into each other. But after that day, many things changed. It was the day that chaos emerged. The day the seal of the underworld weakened. All dimensions recognized its power. Although the chaos was suppressed by God and sealed in the underworld, its brief appearance left a huge effect. The harmonious balance was disturbed, and passages between the different dimensions appeared. Although it wasn't a trouble in itself, the main problem was that everyone felt the awakening of chaos. Though they ruled like gods, they were in fact ordinary creatures who realized the fact that with the full awakening of chaos, all living things would disappear. The meeting took place because of the anxiety they were experiencing. One of the rulers said, if the end of the world is God's wish, they just need to follow it. Isn't that their responsibility? The other ruler disagreed. Does a colleague really want them to sit back and watch the world they created crumble? Is this really the duty he speaks of? The third ruler asked what they should do in that case. Is there a plan? One of the leaders suggested calming down. Didn't we gather to make a plan? It's only natural that we're all too agitated here. The ruler said he had some thoughts. Kim Giku looked at the ruler and recognized him as his father. Kim Giku remembered himself as a child when he was in his father's arms. Our hero remembered the look in his father's eyes that remained in his memory for a lifetime. The ruler said he had an idea that would help prevent the end of the world. Another ruler declared that the words of a corrupt man are worthless. He had heard that the head of the men had been deposed from the throne, and an ungrateful wretch had taken his place. Someone among the rulers told Anu to watch his words. This is an important meeting to discuss the direction of the world. Personal emotions will not be tolerated right now. The human ruler said that the order of things is wrong. The man introduced himself. He called himself Kronos, the head of the human world. Kim Giku wondered, was his father really a ruler? And even the head of the human world? Our hero allowed that this man simply resembled his father. Ruler Anu wondered what was the ingenious plan of the vicious man who had destroyed his own father. The colleague again urged Anu to observe formality. Anu wondered, am I wrong about something? They know the truth, don't they? Kronos has no right to be at this meeting. Someone else deserves to be the head of the human world. Kronos said that Anu was right. It would be right for that man to become the head of the human world. But his wish is that Kronos should become the head of the world of men. Kronos added that peace representative status cannot simply be obtained if the applicant meets the criteria or age. Everyone present felt a monstrous power emanating from Kronos. Who is this man? Anu thought that this man became a leader not because of luck. Kronos asked those present if they could continue. Kronos continued that the plan he came up with was a way to prevent the end of the world. This way is to create a tower. Kronos played a holographic image of the tower at the center of the circle. Someone in attendance said it was not a tower, but rather a spear. Kronos agreed, it's a huge spear capable of piercing chaos through. Anu asked, does Kronos really think they can handle chaos just because it's big? That doesn't sound like a serious plan. Kronos said it's not just a huge spear. The tower is connected to all existing worlds. And the power of God, scattered throughout these worlds, they are united into one whole. The tower will remain a judgment containing the united power. Kronos added that by using this power, they would pierce the chaos. Giku thought that they call it a tower, but no one knows what it really is. The tower is monitored all over the world, and no physical force can be applied to it. The reason they call it a tower is because the voice of the system told them so when they entered. Giku thought that the real essence of the tower was a spear that should pierce through the chaos. Anu laughed. Does Kronos really think something like that can handle chaos? Only God can subdue chaos. One of the leaders agreed with Anu. Even if they combined the power of the worlds, it would only be a fraction of Father's power. Wouldn't that be too little to deal with the chaos? Kronos said they were right, but if that were the case, he wouldn't even talk about the plan. Kronos added that he was using the power of God. Giku, listening to this conversation, wondered, what is Father even talking about? Kronos said they would pierce the chaos with the tower first, and then use the tower containing the power of chaos to pierce God. Kronos stated that they would destroy chaos with the power of God, and then destroy God with the power of chaos. They will create a new world with their own hands. Giku thought, uniting all worlds, gathering power, piercing through chaos, and using all that power to destroy God. Is that really the reason for creating the tower? The system said that Kronos' plan was to create a tower and destroy God and chaos. While everyone seemed to agree, the problem was the multitasking nature of the plan. Though the plan was foolhardy, it was hard to escape the gaze of the angels, God's messengers. The system noticed that Kronos had managed to find a way. That way was Gabriel. Kronos poached Gabriel, who was always displeased with God's commands. The rulers set about building the tower, each getting his own piece of work. Giku watched from the side as the tower was being made. The work was going on without stopping for a second. After making the tower, everyone decided to move there. Kronos asked Gabriel if everything was going according to plan. Gabriel replied that the plan was being executed flawlessly. No one understood anything. Gabriel added that they had to be careful with her. They would be finished if she figured it out. Gabriel added that Michael is indeed outstanding even among the angels. Michael can be said to be the incarnation of God. Gabriel said not to worry, he had countermeasures against her. Gabriel inquired about Kronos' plan to gather the power of chaos. Kronos showed his interlocutor a girl in an egg-shaped shell. Gabriel wondered, is it really Gaia? Kronos stepped closer and put his hand on the protective barrier. He said he would become God. Kronos added that he will rule the world when he gets the powers of God and chaos, and asked Gaia to wait a little longer. The system reported that the player had finished reviewing the records. Giku sincerely didn't understand what was going on. The system said that it was Gaia, not Kronos, who was to be the head of the humans. However, she gave the position to Kronos instead. Giku wondered, was this woman really meant to be the head of the people? Anu had earlier wondered if there was anyone else who deserved to be the head of the humans. In return for giving the place to Kronos, Gaia took it upon herself to gather the power of chaos and redirect it into the tower. She, who was worshipped as the goddess of the earth, was the second creature close to God, after Michael. Therefore, she could control the power of chaos, even if only a fraction of it. Giku began to watch the tape again, the third part. In front of our hero was a huge tower, shining in all its beauty and power. The rulers increased the power and affected the object as hard as they could. The shell Gaia was in absorbed the energy, and continued to remain unharmed. Gaia was like an intermediary between the rulers and the tower. The energy flowed through her. Giku didn't understand anything. What kind of energy was this? The system said that it was a tower with the mana of all worlds. With the tower connected to all worlds, the rulers were able to gain the ability to control mana. Using Gaia as a medium, they poured everything into the tower. Giku thought, What will happen to the world then? The system noticed that the world and the tower were already starting to merge together. As rulers governing the united world, they will rule as the true god. The tower began to glow and sparkle. The rulers said they only had one chance. We must end it with one blow. God must show himself. Kronos announced that they had successfully gathered the power of chaos. Kronos stated for all the rulers to pull themselves together and not let this chance go to waste. If they fail, it will be the end for them all. Everyone understood the responsibility of what was happening, and continued to channel their energy into Gaia. High above, where the tower ends, a surge of energy became visible. The rulers assumed that they had succeeded, and God had died. The exhausted representatives of the different worlds collapsed on the ground at the foot of the tower, believing that they had succeeded. Cunning Kronos approached Gaia and told her that she had done a good job. Kronos declared himself to be God. However, it seemed to those present that things did not go according to plan. Anu anxiously asked, "What was that? Is there more to it?" Kronos wondered, "What is that sound? Where did the chaos come from here?" Kronos shouted for Gaia to subdue the chaos immediately. Gabriel inquired about the status of their plan. Kronos replied that he would take care of the chaos, and Gabriel should continue as they planned. Anu anxiously asked what was going on. After all, this is different from the plan. What is chaos doing here? Suddenly, however, Anu was attacked. Anu's bloody body fell to the ground at Gabriel's feet. Giku continued to watch as Gabriel approached the frightened rulers with sword in hand. The system said that Kronos and Gabriel wanted to take the power of God for themselves. They had no intention of sharing that power with the other rulers. Therefore, they decided to destroy everyone. The rulers used all their power as they poured it into the tower. All that was left for the exhausted rulers was death at the hands of Gabriel. All but one of them died. One of the rulers said that he knew this would happen. The ruler shouted with fury for Kronos to appear and do so. Kronos wondered, why does Yggdrasil have any more strength left? Gabriel wondered, is anyone still alive? Gabriel saw the ruler and asked how he managed to survive. A huge monster Satan appeared over Yggdrasil. Giku knew that Satan was the king of wrath. The system said that in the eyes of the world, he died when he lost to Lucifer. Yet his soul survived. Yggdrasil, who expected Kronos' betrayal, was able to survive because of his contract with Satan. This is how the final battle began. On one side were Yggdrasil and Satan, on the other side were Gabriel and Kronos. Sinister tentacles began to appear around Yggdrasil from beneath the earth, and demonic energy appeared in the air. Yggdrasil told Kronos that he was honored to fight such an opponent. Kronos replied that he felt no sincerity in those words. Gabriel, wanting to lend support to his comrade in arms, shouted his name loudly. However, Satan appeared behind Gabriel's back and asked where he was looking. After all, he, Satan, is his adversary. Satan said that in hell, the fallen angel did a lot of interesting things, a plan to turn the new master into a mere tool. Satan said that Gabriel was more like demons by his actions than the demons themselves. Gabriel told his opponent not to compare him to those scoundrels. Gabriel added that Satan had no idea what noble goals he was pursuing. The fallen angel added that Satan, with his small power, would be the victim of their plans. Satan wondered, has Gabriel been hiding his power all this time? In the process of collision, a thick fog rose, because of which our hero could not see anything. Giku thought, is Satan so easy to defeat? Even if he lost his power because of the previous defeat, he was still the ruler of hell. When the fog cleared, Giku saw Satan leaning over Kronos' bloody body. Yggdrasil raised his head and looked at Kronos' tool that was held captive by the tentacles. It was a scythe of time and space. Satan reminded that he really only had a small amount of power left, but he could easily gain an advantage in a battle between two rulers of equal strength. Gabriel said he didn't do all this to listen to bullshit. There's a good reason why he worked with Kronos. Gabriel looked at Kronos' bloody body and thought that Gaia could only be controlled by him. Suddenly, everything around him trembled. The merger began. The creator's power was activated. Giku watched with bated breath. A familiar voice announced that the system was complete, and Gaia opened her eyes. The system reported that a collection of materials was taking place. The bloody bodies of the rulers began to rise up. Satan and Yggdrasil didn't understand what was happening. Why were their bodies rising too? The same thing was happening to Gabriel. The gathering of the scythe of time and space was taking place. Gaia, with tears in her eyes, told Kronos that she was sorry. Giku thought again that things were very confusing. Who wrote such a script? The creation of the tower, the death of God, the betrayal of Kronos, and the counterattack of Yggdrasil and Satan. What role does Gaia play in all this? Giku asked the system. She's Gaia, right? The system replied that the player had guessed. Kim Giku asked the next question. What's going on? Didn't the system promise that he would find the answers to his questions in the last test? The guy explained that not only did he not find the answers, but he got even more questions. The system explained that this was because the test was not over yet. The system noticed that this was the last test. This is not a virtual place created from data. If the player dies here, he dies for real. Our hero saw himself standing in front of him. The system said that the player would not be able to use his ego power. The system asked that the player in this test defeat himself. Kim Giku was surprised and asked how he could defeat himself. How is this even possible? The system said that the opponent is the side of him that the player is hiding. If the player loses to him, the seal on him is loosened. The battle naturally began. Kim Giku was exactly the same in strength and agility as his opponent and had the same skills. Our hero thought his opponent was fast, judging by the attack. Also, the opponent had adequate strength, and his punches were adequately similar. Kim Giku continued to battle with himself. It was like fighting with a shadow. His opponent repeated all the movements and anticipated all the tricks. The blows came one after another. There was no winner or loser here. At some point, our hero realized that his connection to the ego had been severed. Kim Giku didn't understand how he could dodge his opponent's attacks. This fight was different from the time he spent with his ego. All this time, unknowingly, Kim Giku had been getting stronger. The opponent asked, "Does all of this seem familiar to Kim Giku? Why would he be happy or sad about such small things?" The opponent said that Kim Giku still doesn't know what kind of power he has. The opponent spread his demonic wing, and a demonic sword appeared in his hand. Kim Giku realized that he was facing doom. The opponent attacked Kim Giku, but our hero was able to effectively dodge and jump away. Even with this demonic enhancement, the opponent could not defeat our hero. Kim Giku remembered Gaia saying that it was him. Our hero thought, so what the opponent can do, he can do. However, the opponent said that Kim Giku didn't even know how to control his strength. At one point, Kim Giku was almost in a desperate situation. His opponent had a magic sword to his chest. The opponent approached our hero from behind and repeated that Kim Giku doesn't even know how to control his strength. Kim Giku also possessed demonic power, but he didn't understand how to use it rationally. Our hero thought his opponent was right. He can't use the power as he wants. Although during the first trial, he got used to using Doom. The reason for such a huge difference is the absence of Lu. Kim Giku thought that the ever-growing power of Doom was now becoming a disadvantage. It was becoming harder and harder to control. Kim Giku remembered the Demon King saying that the young man's special powers were in balance, and he couldn't get rid of one of them. As the battle continued, our hero decided to use opposing forces at the same time. The opponent was surprised. Did Kim Giku really think that by using the power of life for balance, he would be able to control his powers? The opponent had a second wing, a divine wing, and prepared for another attack. His opponent flapped his wings and said enough games. He was going to completely devour his opponent. Kim Giku said that in that case, he would use it too. Our hero had the power of life and the power of death in his hands. However, the opponent was impenetrable. The young man was losing in both overall strength and power management skills. At this rate, it would definitely be lost. It was necessary to find another way to fight. Lu said that it couldn't even be considered a crisis. Kim Giku wondered, had there really been a connection with Lu? But it was more like what happened at L's trial. Lu's memories came back to his mind. Lu had said it before. In the face of immense power, there was no point in using trivial tricks. That doesn't mean the techniques are useless. Has the owner forgotten? Kim Giku thought that if he was losing by sheer strength, he would do anything to overcome it even if he might die. Kim Giku noticed that the chaos between them was thickening. Using the right approach and rational thinking, our hero created a sword of chaos with the help of chaos and the forces of life and death, and stabbed his opponent through. The opponent asked in surprise, "What did Kim Giku do?" Kim Giku replied that it was the sword of chaos, and added that the name suited him. The opponent said he really lost this time. The system reported that the player has passed the test, the seal has been strengthened, and the player has received the sword of chaos. The final test is complete. The system said that the winner can ask the loser any questions. The loser must answer sincerely. The opponent said that Kim Giku can ask anything he wants since he can't ignore this woman. Kim Giku asked his opponent who he was. The opponent said that was a cheesy question. Didn't Kim Giku hear earlier that this is who he is? The opponent pondered how they should address each other. The opponent said Lupitor is the most appropriate name for this ego. Kim Giku asked his opponent if he knew who was in front of him. The opponent was surprised. Even after getting Lucifer and Michael's memories, Kim Giku still didn't understand anything. Lupitor said, "You are me and I am you." In this answer, they do not have separate bodies. There is no need to try to separate them. Kim Giku must realize this in order to gain his true power. However, there is nothing more to add. The cause and effect relationship will not allow it. It's hard to explain, but you can think of it as something akin to a tower fine. Lupitor said he couldn't tell everything. Better think hard about the next question. Kim Giku inquired, "Is Kronos really his father?" Our hero knew his father was one of the pioneers, but that's all. The boy didn't know his father was a ruler and was so close to another woman. The opponent said that Kronos is indeed his father, but that too is difficult to explain. Lupitor said causality doesn't want him to continue. They should stop there. The opponent remarked that all the questions that are there now, the guy will find the answer in the near future. They will see each other again soon. The system reported that the player had passed the test and would be moved to the rewards room. Kim Giku noticed that communication had been restored and everyone was connected to him. Brunhart noticed that the host's hair color had changed. Kim Giku thought it was because of the influence of chaos. Lu said they got longer, a bad sign. It means that the time axis is deviating from normal. You should have learned physics in high school. Brunhart noticed that when they entered the gate, all communications were cut off. Kim Giku said they had to hurry. They had to get out of here soon. Lu said he didn't think they needed to hurry. Time is stopped in this place. It would be more correct to say that time is stopped outside. Elle explained that no matter how much time the host spent here, not a second would pass outside. She felt the same way Lu did. Elle added that it was the tower's doing. Kim Giku wondered, did Gaia really do this? He actually wanted to stop and verify the information he had received. Lu said that in that case it's to their advantage. You can listen to what the host found out. Elle said after the story that it was a bit strange. The relationship between hell and heaven had always been bad, though it was strange that a major war had started without any signs. However, it was possible for someone like Gabriel to take advantage of the situation to make such a thing happen. Had he started the war to distract Elle? Kim Giku suggested that we break things down in order. First, Lu defeated Satan and became the ruler of hell. Next, the rulers arranged a meeting to deal with the chaos. The rulers then proceeded to build the tower. Kronos and Gabriel betrayed the rulers. Because of this, war broke out between hell and heaven. Kim Giku said that when their plan failed, something related to fusion and creation happened. Lu continued. After that, what the master saw happened. Lu added that it was sealed and Elle turned into a sacred sword. However, there are a lot of missed events in between, like how Satan stayed alive, or what happened to the dead rulers. And why didn't Chaos die? Kim Giku added that he was interested in the question, why was Chaos sealed within him? Who are Lupitor and Kronos, really? A man appeared in the room and said he would tell his son about it. Kim Giku saw his father standing in front of him. Lu saw Kronos, and immediately began to exude a huge amount of demonic energy. Lu said it was the perpetrator who sealed it. Kim Giku couldn't do anything. Lu continued to spew demonic energy. Lu shouted that he would finish Kronos off, tearing and eating his soul. Kim Giku thought that this was the first time Lu controlled Doom. But what to do? Kim Giku couldn't control Lu at the moment. Ellie said for Lu to calm down. Elle remarqua que maintenant n'était pas le moment. Elle devait se ressaisir et revenir à ses sens. Kim Giku noticed that Lu began to gradually calm down. He said that Elle was right. Lu began to regret that he had behaved so rashly. Though he realizes that this isn't Kronos' real body, it seems to have a lot more anger in it than he realized. Brunhart said it was scary. Kim Giku breathed deeply to calm down too. Kim Giku asked, where did Kronos come from? After all, his father died in an accident. Is Kronos really his father? Kronos said it would be a long story, and suggested moving to another location. At the snap of a finger, they found themselves in the sunny glade, in the middle of which was a table with viands set for 2 people. Kim Giku wondered, what was this place? Kronos offered to sit down and said that he would explain everything now. Kim Giku repeated the question, what is this place? After all, they were just in the awards room. Is it somewhere on the 50th floor? Kronos replied that the place is under his control, and it's not an awards room, so you can rest easy. Kronos told his son that he was literally God in this place. Kronos snapped his fingers again, and a huge amount of crystals appeared around the table. Elle said that she could feel the energy of the real mana. Lu stated that it was just unbelievable. Kronos told his son to treat himself, for he was glad to meet him again. Kim Giku says he needs some explanations before he calls this man a father. He looks like a father, but where is the proof that it's not a trick? The man inquired what his son wanted to ask him. Kim Giku repeated, because his father died when he was in a car accident. After that, my mother fell ill with an incurable disease. Even in her hospital bed, she missed her husband. Kronos says the young man is lying. He's trying to get him out. Wasn't his mother cured with an elixir obtained by her son? Kim Giku realized that Kronos knew that as well. The young man asked, "In that case, what was this man doing while they suffered for decades?" The boy added that now he understood everything. It's not his father. And even if it is, he doesn't want to recognize him. Tears came to our hero's eyes, and he covered his face with his hands. His mind was full of anger and sadness. He had a lot of emotions accumulated. Kim Gi-kyu thought it was all Lupiter's emotions. The system reported that illegal access has been detected. A lockdown is initiated. Kronos said he was caught faster than he thought. The man got up from the table and said he had to go. Kronos grabbed our hero by the arm and said he had something he needed to return. "We need to get the scythe of time and space back." At that, Kronos looked at his watch. Kronos retrieved his scythe and continued to hold the young man by the wrist. At the same instant, Lu's huge demonic sword appeared above Kronos, with Ed and Bai standing beside him. Kronos said that this guy turned out to have several loyal subjects. El told Kronos to move away from the host immediately. Lu asked, "Does Kronos really think they can't do any damage since it's not a real body?" Kronos reminded us that he is essentially God in this place. The man snapped his fingers again and they were in a different place, with our hero's assistants not around. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, where did his ego go? Kronos tells the guy to calm down. He just separated them for a while. Soon Gaia intervenes and brings Kim Gi-kyu back to the awards room. Kim Gi-kyu asked how Kronos was related to Gaia. What happened to her after Kronos' plan failed? What became of the world? And what was wrong with his watch? Kronos said that Gaia had used the power of God and chaos to recreate the world. She wanted it to return to its original state. Gaia reversed the linked dimensions. Gaia reversed the dead rulers. Even chaos had returned to its original state. The only thing that had changed was the tower, and the world Gaia had created again. Kronos said that the dimension Kim Gi-kyu lives in is Earth, a world where God was gone and the dimensions were destroyed. All of this happened because of his arrogance and obsession with Gaia. Kronos said that only Kim Gi-kyu would be able to fix it. Kronos added that his father, who married Lee Soo-jin and gave the boy and his sister life, is not him. The man added that he could say with certainty that Kronos loved the young man. Kronos said goodbye and disappeared. Kim Gi-kyu shouted after him that he still had questions. The system says the illegal intrusion is over. Time and space had been restored. The young man was back in the reward room. Kim Gi-kyu thought, what did Kronos mean when he said those last words? He's his father, but he said he wasn't. What's wrong with the clock? It's a gift my father left me, a scythe of Kronos, time and space. Communication was restored, and the aides apologized for not being able to protect the host. Kim Gi-kyu said that nothing had happened to him, and there was nothing they could do. Kim Gi-kyu said he wanted to get this test over with quickly. Lu said that the master was holding an orichalcum box. Ella noticed that it was a rare material. It was called the Essence of Dimension. Our hero had heard of it before. A reward box, ranked higher than even the diamond reward box that contained the elixir. It had never been received before. Kim Gi-kyu thought, what kind of reward could this be? The protagonist opened the box and the system reported that the life force was increased. Vessel remodeling was in progress. Death force increased. Vessel remodeling is in progress. The control of the chaos force had become more stable. The realignment of the vessels was being carried out. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the realignment was 3 times, but when he took the elixir, it was only once. The system reported that Lee and Ella's information had been updated. They now know more than they did before. The player's ego became stronger. The player's ego became special. The capabilities of the player's ego have expanded. The protagonist stood beside a glowing box. All of his assistants had evolved. After a while, a new armor appeared on our hero. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. Is it really a full-body armor? The system reported that this was the last award. The system reported that the player must climb the tower and conquer it. If the player conquers the tower, he will be able to contact Babylon. 51st floor, Kim Gi-kyu came out of the gate. Babylon. The tower spoken of in the Bible could touch the heavens. Kim Gi-kyu assumed that this was the tower he was in right now. If he climbed the tower, would he be able to contact him? Kim Gi-kyu closed his eyes, but he couldn't visualize anything. Lu said, that's ridiculous. Our hero was approached by a stranger and asked if he was the ranker Kim Gi-kyu. His appearance and clothes were slightly different from what he had been told. Our hero confirmed his identity. The man introduced himself and said his name was Lee Minwoo and he was from the gate control headquarters. Chief Ode Shik asked him to escort the cranker to him as soon as he arrived. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, did something really happen? The messenger said that while the rancher was taking the test, The Korean Players Association had broken up. Kim Giku inquired where they were going now. The young man said that they are going to meet the mediator. It is difficult for him to explain everything, but now they can use the portal in peace. Our hero was approached by Giku using the comms, and told that he had returned after scouting the current situation. The old man said it was true. In the 3 months that the young man had been taking the test, the association had fallen apart. Giku added that Kim Giku and Minsu's family are missing. Kim Giku motioned for his companion to stop. Our hero said he wanted to test his intentions, so he played along a bit, but he couldn't waste any more time. The young man wondered, what was this about? Why did the rancher suddenly start acting like this? Kim Giku said that this guy has a strong bloodlust. Did he really think it would be unnoticeable? The young man said that the rancher is really much better than what they say about him. Not for nothing did they put so much effort into preparation. Suddenly, a huge number of armed players appeared around the young men. The young man said it's nothing personal. They just want a reward for Kim Giku. The guy said that Kim Giku is a particularly wanted fugitive. The reward for Kim Giku's capture has been announced, and it can't be ignored. Kim Giku has shown up. Is he really a highly wanted fugitive? The mercenary said that Kim Giku was probably tired after taking the tests. Why doesn't he just give up and let them capture him quietly? They know he has high-ranking abilities. However, their preparation is perfect, and the rancher can't beat them, so you don't want to make things difficult for everyone. In a moment, our hero was in his new armor, and with swords in his hands. He said he was curious to see what these mercenaries would get. The battle in this part of the city was bloody and brutal. At one point, our hero grabbed the mercenary by the face and said he had a lot of questions. Kim Giku opened the gate and threw a mercenary inside. The people present were frightened. It turns out that the rumors were true. But considering the level of attacks, this rancher must be tired by now. We should continue the attack. Kim Giku said he wants to end it with one punch. Lu and Ella said they were ready. The protagonist defeated the opponents and restored justice. Lu said he loved how great and new everything was now. But didn't the host push himself too hard? You don't have to push yourself that hard. Kim Giku said his main task now is to get down from the tower. Lu said that more enemies might come. Did the master think of that? Kim Giku said that there was no need to worry. He recognized this energy. Sung Hoon and other players were in front of our hero. Sung Hoon immediately reported that the Ranker family members were safe. They were placed in a safe place because they thought they might be in danger. Minsu followed them as well. Kim Giku calmed down a bit and asked for Sung Hoon to tell him what happened here. Sung Hoon said that after Kim Giku went to the 50th floor, 20 abnormal gates appeared around the world. They were all cleaned up around the same time. In the end, the association got the remains and relics of the demons. Now people are waiting for the player industry to develop further. There was indeed advancement as the demons' techniques were amazingly advanced. However, that was where the problems began. There was a medium. A medium is a demon that controls the bodies of the players. To make matters worse, the demon even stole their memories and took over their minds. Nothing can be done to save them now. Kim Giku recalled Bodis's words that there was a proposal to occupy the players' bodies and invade the land. Had what he had said really happened? Kim Giku wondered. Did the association break up because of this? Sung Hoon said that it wasn't. More specifically, they decided to disband voluntarily. It's a little hard to explain now. The remains and relics that the association received at the gate were incredible. But none of these things appeared in the gates of the country. Noticing that the association had repeatedly warned about the dangers of relics and remains, people became suspicious. Sung Hoon said that the association may have taken all the relics and remains. Lu noted that the fact that there were only 5 gates and the association was at a disadvantage was very reminiscent of Andras's scheme. Since the association was in such a disadvantageous position, the only solution was to dissolve it. This is how the association's downfall looked from the outside. The association chairman and Dae Shik had foreseen this outcome. Sung Hoon added that due to the severing of ties with the association, they can now act freely. He told us about the Grigori, the personal troops under the chairman's command. These fighters had previously helped our hero in a battle with the Korean branch of the Iron Guild. Kim Giku wondered, was the Gregory squad really created for the survival of mankind? The young man confirmed the rumors that Kim Giku could indeed control the gate. But what is this gate? Where did the gate get all this stuff? There are griffins, undead, and strange buildings. Jichul appeared in front of the guy. The old man said that he seemed to be the one Kim Giku was talking about. The old man, reasoning aloud, pondered whether to tie this man up to begin with. The young man wondered, who was that strange old man in the gate? Was he really an ally of Kim Giku? He decided to attack a supposed ally and take him hostage. To do so, He attacked the old man. Giku knocked out his attacker with one punch. The old man thought he was a very energetic kid. The young man could not understand what had happened. The old man didn't look so strong at all. Giku saw the man take out a syringe of liquid and stabbed it into his leg. The old man felt a powerful demonic energy emanating from his opponent. But how could a person possess demonic power? The boy laughed. He had become the possessor of such power that he felt invincible. As long as she was with him, taking out one old man would be no problem. However, the old man was not alone. Next to him appeared angels, Hart, Griffin, and Hal. The balance of power changed dramatically. The undead were immune to demonic energy, and the angels could easily neutralize her. The frightened young man began to beg for mercy. Sung-hoon offered the hero to come down, but admitted that their situation was complicated. The association's rights to the portals had been temporarily confiscated. He added that ranker Kim Giku is now a wanted man. His situation is not so different from that of Gregory. Kim Giku asked again what had happened in his absence. He asked, "The main problem is that he is not allowed to leave the tower?" Sung-hoon confirmed that. Kim Giku said that he had some way to do it. He was referring to a gate that he could control and dispose of. With their help, Kim Giku, Sung-hoon, and Gregory moved to the right place. These people had heard of such a thing, but couldn't believe that the gate actually belonged to a person. Sung-hoon asked what kind of building was it? A tower? A pyramid? Kim Giku refused to answer. Lu wondered why the host didn't want to admit that it was the Tower of Giku. The old man again asked the hero to approach him. An aggressive young man was tied to an old tree with ropes. The demonic energy still surrounded him. Ella said she could feel faint traces of it. The old man showed the syringe with the leftover liquid and said it was all because of him. Something in the man changed when he injected it into his leg. Sung-hoon said that it was an enhancement potion. Giku wondered if Sung-hoon knew about it. Sung-hoon explained that this potion gave tremendous strength immediately after use. In essence, it is similar to a buff potion. However, the effects are much more severe. A person can go crazy or experience other serious side effects. Sung-hoon stated that it was forbidden to use such a potion. But since the association overseeing it was dissolved, it became impossible to stop its spread. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the demons were up to something again. If a potion filled with demonic energy is being distributed, we must find its maker. Sung-hoon reported that they had information about his background. The Iron Guild and the Caravan Guild, which were founded in Korea, formed an alliance. They are now producing and selling this potion. More specifically, they took advantage of the absence of the association to rule Korea. The hero had heard that the Iron Guild had returned to their homeland. But did the Caravan, which had been hiding all this time, also come out of the shadows? He thought that there was nothing worse than the situation where these guilds were running Korea. Lu reminded the host that there was a demon associated with Iron Shield at the association's international meeting. Lu added that that demon was probably Andras. Kim Gi-kyu suspected that Andras and Iron Shield were targeting Korea specifically. Perhaps Iron Shield is out for revenge, but why is Andras cooperating with him? Could the reason be the Demon King and the head of the angels? Sung-hoon said that the rancher might have already guessed it. These two guilds were involved in the dissolution of the association. Their plan was to weaken Chairman Oh Dae-goo's influence. After all the intrigue, Oh Dae-goo voluntarily dissolved the association to gather Gregory. He wanted to ruin the plans of those who were trying to bring him down. Sung-hoon didn't understand why they were so fixated on destroying the association. But when their plan failed, they turned to violence. The battle between Gregory and the two guilds began. Kim Gi-kyu wondered what happened next. The combined strength of the opponents was quite impressive. Despite unfavorable forecasts, the first half of the fight was equal. Gregory turned out to be much stronger than he was thought to be. Sung-hoon says that reinforcements have arrived in the form of Kane and rancher Yu Seok-woo. The Hypsophile Guild and Counselor Lim Hai-suk also came to the rescue. Angela Guild head Lin Seong-ho also supports the association president. The Demon King also arrived to assist. Kim Gi-kyu said it's a real crazy lineup. Are they really trying to take over the world? How did they even manage to become a unified team? Sung-hoon replied that they were all in a situation where they could no longer just sit still. However, when the battle was almost over, two new players appeared. The only thing known about them was their names, Ha-seong-soo and Ha-rim. The protagonist felt as if he had heard those names before. Lu recalled the gate the host had entered for the first time and where he had met Elle. Kim Gi-kyu recalled the stable gate, the Talon dungeon. Our hero recalled that meeting in a cafe with a young man who introduced himself as the group's leader, Han Sung-hoo. In the dungeon with him was a companion, Ha-rim. They were the same young people. Lu said that girl was really impressive. Maybe they were having a hard time. Sung Hoon said they lost. The 4 people who came as reinforcements, Ode Shik, and even the president of the association. All of these people lost to one person, Han Sung-hoo. Resilient Gate, Talon Underground Prison. There were no unique gates back then, and these were the first ones our hero entered. This was the place where Kim Giku first met L. There was also a meeting with the members of that team, Han Sung-hoo and Ha Rim. Our hero knew that Ha Rim was very strong. Although he didn't know anything about her, her strength was simply amazing. According to Lu, she was on the same level as Sujun. However, the head of the team was Han Sung-hoo. Was he really so strong that he could overcome so many strong players by himself? Jichul said it was hard to believe. The Demon King and Lin Sung-ho. I couldn't believe that anyone was capable of stopping them. Kim Gi-kyu thought that even Counselor Hai Suk was brought in on this operation. Sung-hoon says that's not all. Ranker Kim Gi-kyu must know something about Han Sung-soo. After the battle, Han Sung-soo's appearance resembled that of Kim Gi-kyu during the Turf War. Then our hero was in the guise of the King of Hell. Han Sung-soo had defeated the 6 strongest people. It was very lucky that none of them were captured or destroyed. Sung-hoon said that they didn't know their exact location, but everyone managed to escape safely. The Demon King protected Kim Gi-kyu's family members. Kim Gi-kyu was relieved to know that his family was safe. The Demon King said to tell them that Kim Gi-kyu would find a solution. He told them to stay in the base on the 50th floor and wait for Kim Gi-kyu to finish the test and come out. Sung-hoon admitted that they were all tired because they didn't see any hope. Sung-hoon and the Gregory squad were very happy to see Kim Gi-kyu return. Kim Gi-kyu himself wondered, why were their eyes shining so brightly? What could he even do? Kim Gi-kyu didn't understand what had just happened. Why did Sujin say something like that? Lu stated that it was the leader's fate. Kim Gi-kyu said that since he was a wanted man, he would do his best within his gate. He asked Sung-hoon to help gather outside information. Sung-hoon stated that they were just about to deal with what was going on outside. They also need to find the missing Gregory members. Kim Gi-kyu asked the angels to help Sung-hoon as they would help him. If anything happened, report immediately. He added that Sung-hoon might find himself in dangerous situations. The angels can communicate with him telepathically even when he will be inside the gate. Kim Gi-kyu asked the angels to hide their wings so they wouldn't stand out too much. The angels agreed. He also suggested that the angels wear his clothes, or his sister's clothes, so as not to stand out. Jichul informed the hero that Lu's shell was ready. Lu stated that it looked more dangerous than expected. Jichul added that although all the materials are found, he can't use them perfectly. Smith said he only inherited Paimon's techniques but is not his descendant. Kim Gi-kyu suggested that they wouldn't be able to complete this piece until Min-soo returned. The old man said that Paimon had more than one descendant. The blacksmith added that it was time to wake his useless son. Kim Gi-kyu wondered if Grandpa was going to wake up Chae-il. Lu remarked that it was a great idea. Lu said to wait until he gets the body. After that, he would eliminate all the traitors. Elle lui rappela qu'ils étaient en train de lutter pour leur maître, et pas pour se prendre en conséquence. Lu wondered, didn't Elle want the same thing? Elle replied that she didn't. Brunhart said she wants a body of her own too. She noticed that Elle already had a body, Lu would soon have one, and she wanted that too. Lu told Brunhart not to be greedy. She is a child who has never had a body before. 10,000 years old is too young to have a body. Brunhart said Lu is always teasing her and he's only nice to Ella. The system reported that the connection to Brunhart's ego had been extended. Brunhart's hidden ability was unlocked. A girl appeared in front of Kim Gi-kyu and Ji-chul. The system reported that Brunhart had obtained the materialization skill. Kim Gi-kyu and the old man looked at the little girl who appeared in front of them with interest. Brunhart said happily that she finally had a body and hugged her master. Kim Gi-kyu wondered how that had happened. Brunhart said she didn't know. She just tried it and it worked. Lu said it was an effect of evolution. As their bond had grown stronger, her latent abilities had awakened. Elle expressed her congratulations. Ji-chul said it was unbelievable. Brunhart called the blacksmith daddy. The old man said that Brunhart turned out very beautiful. The old man took the young man to the workshop and showed him the finished body of Hwang Chae-il. The only thing he had in common with his real body was his face. Elle supposed there might be a reason for that. Brunhart said he looked like a monster. Kim Gi-kyu asked if the blacksmith had done it in advance. The old man replied that he had started work as soon as he received the order from Kim Gi-kyu. Ji-chul noticed that he had enough materials. After Min-soo manufactured the body, there was more than half of the resources left. Ji-chul added that this form is a punishment for him. Gramps added that he hasn't forgiven his son yet. Kim Gi-kyu walked up to this body and appropriated Hwang Chae-il's ego. As you progress towards becoming an ego master, a hidden ability was unlocked. The appropriation skill changed to the infusion skill. The system reported that the ego infusion process was beginning. It takes time to achieve the best results. The blacksmith said with surprise that Kim Giku had succeeded. Our hero didn't understand how the infusion process was different from appropriation. Lu said that he didn't see much difference yet either. Kim Giku suggested that we observe for the time being. Kim Giku thought, did that mean it would take longer for Lu's body to recover? Brunhart smiled and said that Lu was last in line to receive a body. Brunhart added that it was all because he acted arrogant, overbearing, and built himself up to be a badass. El tells Lu that it's definitely karma. Kim Giku said he couldn't believe it. Are they really measuring up to this? Our hero told the old man that there's nothing he can do now. He has to meet Go Hyun-chul first. The old man realized who he was talking about. It was the young guy Kim Giku had caught. Jichul says he's in the basement right now, with Botus watching him. Kim Giku recalled that the old man had promised to train that guy to answer all the questions. Had he succeeded in doing so? Jihul replied that not really, but he should become obedient now. Ko Hyun-chul, with a shovel in his hands, performed the task assigned to him. Player Ko Hyun-chul thought it was ridiculous that he was told to dig a river in such a place. Kim Gi-kyu went down to the basement and brought fast food, so the paparazzi player could have a snack and some respite. Elle remarqua que l'hôte n'avait pas besoin de montrer de la miséricorde à son ennemi. At some point, Hyun-chul grabbed his throat and started coughing. Kim Gi-kyu realized that the guy had choked on his food. What should we do now? Young used the Heimlich hold and hit his opponent with a fist punch to the chest. Hyun-chul spit out the food stuck in his throat and plopped down on the ground. The paparazzi got up from the ground and asked in surprise, "Does Kim Gi-kyu not know how to administer first aid?" Kim Gi-kyu said that he knows and can only do it right. Brunhart, as always, said the host is amazing. Kim Gi-kyu said that in any case, the paparazzi player should already start talking. Kim Gi-kyu asked, when he went to the association's treatment room, why did Hyun-chul follow him? Hyun-chul replied that it was a coincidence. He didn't go there because of Kim Gi-kyu, but because of Yu Seok-woo. Kim Gi-kyu asked what Hyun-chul wanted to do to Seok-woo while he was unconscious. Hyun-chul stated that there was another misunderstanding between them. He didn't want to harm the guild head. The paparazzi added that he just wanted to know who he was. Kim Gi-kyu thought he had heard that somewhere before. Once upon a time, Michael said he wanted to know who he was. Michael, who has the power of an angel. Hyun-chul, who has the eye of a demon. Maybe they have something in common? The paparazzi said he needs to talk about his past first. Hyun-chul said he grew up as an orphan, without a home or parents. The narrator stated that he had no memory of his childhood at all. Not just vague memories. He doesn't remember anything at all. It was as if he had begun to exist at a certain point, and from that moment on, he had the eye of a demon. However, he didn't know what it was at the time. Hyun-chul continued. After he became a player, he climbed to the 50th floor and realized the ability he had. Hyun-chul added that afterward, he began his search for the truth. Who are his parents and who is he himself? Paparazzi added that this is why he found himself in a highly sought-after position as a high-level ranker and decided to become a player journalist. It is the best job for gathering information. Hyun-chul stated that that was when he knew he was created. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, what does that mean? Project Atom. It was handled by the Caravan Guild, a project to create the strongest weapons. Kim Gi-kyu thought that this must be the Atom from the Bible. El observed that Atom was the very first creature God created. Lu remarked, although information about him has been passed down from generation to generation as legend, there is no concrete proof. He was known to be closer to God than El. Kim Gi-kyu asked, if so, then did Project Atom serve the purpose of calling Atom into our world? Hyun-chul said it's just a symbolic name, to show how strong the weapon will be. Lu stated that sounds childish. They should have called the project God. Elle remarqua que Lu était en train de commettre un blasphème. Lu said that he was a demon, and he didn't care. Kim Gi-kyu asked how did Hyun-chul know about Project Atom. The paparazzi said it was difficult, but in the end, because he had lived in an orphanage as a child. He started searching from there and found out who had left him there. He had a hunch, and it really turned out to be the Caravan Guild. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Hyun-chul's rough estimate of the search had taken several decades. Had the Caravan Guild infiltrated that long ago? Hyun-chul added that he was interested in the results of Project Atom and the failed sample that was abandoned like himself. Kim Gi-kyu thought that Yu Seok-woo was also created. In the past, Yu Seok-woo had mentioned in passing that he was adopted, but his relationship with his family wasn't good. Therefore, he considered the Kane Guild as his real family. Kim Gi-kyu thought, does Seok-woo know about his secret? I wonder if he's keeping it a secret, or if he didn't know it either. We need to learn more about Project Atom. Kim Gi-kyu asked, If they wanted to create the strongest weapon, what did they actually do? Hyun-chul replied that he didn't know either. The Caravan Guild is an intelligence guild, so there wasn't much that could be learned in a few years. Kim Gi-kyu stood up and said it was time for them to go and ask someone who knew more. Our hero added that he knew someone who was involved. The system reported that Hwang Chae-il's ego had awakened. Brunhart shouted loudly in displeasure. The host asked what was the matter. Brunhart said that if the man had awakened, it meant that Lu's body was also ready. She hadn't teased him enough yet. He would have to answer for it. Lu reprimanded Brunhart. Elle lui rappela que c'était karma. Chae-il's body was engulfed in flames. Hwang Chae-il ducked to the ground and greeted his master. Kim Gi-kyu said to Jae-il to raise his head. He's Min-su's father, right? There are some questions for him. The old man headed for the exit and said that Kim Gi-kyu could talk to him first. He would be next, but he would take a break for now. Brunhart approached at a sufficient distance from Chae-il. Kim Gi-kyu thought, "What is she doing?" Brunhart looked intently into the man's eyes and said, smiling, that he was a junior. When asked by our hero, Chae-il replied that he knew about Project Atom because he was a key figure in the project. This is a project to create the strongest weapon. The most important task is to create a vessel for the greatest power. In the human world, the only ones who succeeded were Paimon's direct descendants, he and Min-su. Chae-il added that he was sorry because he was unaware of many details. Chae-il said that he was just Andras's toy. He was brainwashed and just followed orders, so he didn't know about the project's top secret. Chae-il added that he knows more now. The ultimate goals of Project Atom were Satan and Lucifer, the encapsulation of their powers in a completed vessel. Lu was angry. How long were these scoundrels going to spin him around like a puppet? Kim Gi-kyu asked if he had heard the names Han Sung-soo and H-Rim. Kim Gi-kyu said it's the strongest weapon. If his assumption is correct, those two are involved in this project. Chae-il replied that he wasn't sure. If he is asked about the outcome of the project, he naturally does not know those names. However, our hero thought that those two might be a successful product of Project Atom. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why they are so strong. Ella was in agreement with that. From what she had heard, these two were too strong. Lu said that it was reasonable to think so, but we should not forget about other possibilities. Kim Gi-kyu said that a physical body was created for Lucifer that Chae-il was talking about. Since he came back to life, it may help Lucifer to be resurrected in that body as well. Chae-il said that he was curious about the energy he was giving off. Could it be that the voice he heard was Lucifer's voice? Chae-il thanked his master for resurrecting him. Chae-il added that, as for the request, he can fulfill it right now. Chae-il began to do all sorts of manipulations with his tentacles. He said that he could affect the gate right now in this way, and he found out about it when he came back to life. Now he was able to do not only what he had done when he was alive, but also higher level things. Lu assumed that the appropriation skill made him stronger. The old man gained the guardian ability and lost some of the ones available when he was alive. However, he had unique abilities and gained a skill like ego. Chae-il said that in that case, he would finish this now and deal with the vessel for Lucifer. The system reported that Lu had been moved. Jae-chul and Kim Gi-kyu watched with interest. Brunhart flew closer. Lucifer's body came to life. The old man and Kim Gi-kyu thought it had worked. Kim Gi-kyu asked how Lu was feeling. Lu said that he had finally recovered his body. Lu walked over to his master without further ado and landed a right hook to the jaw. Kim Gi-kyu fell on his back. Jurenhart and the blacksmith looked at their master with fright. Elle screamed at what Lu was doing. Lu told the chicken to shut up. It was none of her business. Lu, smiling and clenching his fist, said he had wanted to punch him in the jaw for a very long time. Kim Gi-kyu got to his feet, assumed a fighting stance and said that he was happy about that too. There are roughly 3 levels in the gate. The first is the Sky Island, where the Griffins live. They are ruled by a Griffin King. The second is an undead base on Earth. It's run by a lich. And the last level is the Land of Mantis, ruled by Bodis. The third level is the underground level. Chae-il thought that at a rough count, there were about 1,000 mantis, but it looked like they were still in columns underground. Once they hatch, they would be a force to be reckoned with. There are egos that call Kim Gi-kyu their master. They are Lu and El. What Chae-il didn't expect was the incarnations of Lucifer and Michael. Chae-il didn't think that a human could possess this kind of strength. Even the Caravan Guild would have a hard time dealing with him. After a fierce battle, our hero said it felt great to punch Lu with his own fist. Lu wondered why Kim Gi-kyu was saying this after getting punched in the face a few times. Lu got back into the fray and tried to pummel his opponent as hard as he could. Our hero didn't lag behind. Jichul said that at this rate, Gi-kyu's tower would soon collapse. The old man ordered the undead to defend the tower. It might collapse due to the wave of power of the fighting men. Hart stated that he will now put up a barrier. Chae-il says that it won't be enough, because they're talking about a battle between Lucifer and the host. In the worst-case scenario, not only the tower, but the gate itself would collapse. The only option was to isolate the place. The battlefield was isolated at that hour. Lu said it's like that octopus guy's ability. He's got pretty good intuition. Lu added that they no longer had to worry about the gate being destroyed, which meant he no longer had to hold back. Kim Giku said those were his words and rushed towards his opponent. The opponents simultaneously struck each other in the face with their fists. El wanted to give her master passive help, but he said he was fine. He will solve the problem with Lu on his own. Lu added that this bird's interference would offend both him and the host. Our hero thought this was strange, yet for some reason he was backing away. Kim Gi-kyu certainly knew that Lu was quite strong, even though he wasn't as strong as his best days. Thanks to the infusion skill, he was able to restore his power. Our hero thought that at this moment, his bond with Lu is not broken. Lu's strength is also his strength, plus he has the strength of other egos. It turns out that he must be much stronger than Lu. Lu said he was ready to tell why he was stronger. Lu said that the master became strong too fast. He never experienced a crisis too strong for him. In other words, the master does not know how to use his power properly. Kim Gi-kyu remembered how he had been surprised earlier that he didn't understand how to use his power. That was exactly what Lupitor had said. Kim Gi-kyu remarked, when it comes to the line between life and death, he has experienced several such cases. Lu said that he had experienced hundreds of such situations. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist saw that the opponent was gone. Lu appeared in the sky, soaring on wings. He told the host to use all his power, with his life on the line and the intention to destroy him. Lu said that in just one day he would make the master twice as strong. Kim Gi-kyu activated Batis's foresight ability. It was the first time since sparring with El that this ability was activated. Our hero determined that right now Lu was about to swing his sword. However, this was a ruse. The real attack would be done with the left hand where doom was concentrated. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he would stop the sword with his life, and respond to death with death. Lu said that the master was thinking too much. Those who think about whether to study technique or strategy, all those who thought too much, he had long ago absorbed. Kim Gi-kyu said he remembered differently. Lu's memories that are now in his head said that the techniques are not useless. Lu replied that the master only half understood. Lu added that he was able to become so strong because he absorbed the fighting techniques of everyone he eventually defeated. Kim Gi-kyu asked if the opponent's body could replicate them. Lu said the body will remember everything if the opponent fights, as if his life is worth it. Lu added that they have a long time ahead of them, and the host should attack as if he is fighting for his life. Kim Gi-kyu opened his eyes and found himself lying in bed. Ella and Brunhart were glad to see their host awake. Kim Gi-kyu, as always in such cases, asked what had happened. Ella explained that by the end of the sparring session with Lu, the master had no strength left, so he was escorted to Gi-kyu's tower and she helped with the healing. Elle said they helped the host cut his hair while he was unconscious. Kim Gi-kyu thanked them for the courtesy. His hair was really bothering him. Lu said that finally the host was awake and called him a wuss. Kim Gi-kyu saw the boy in front of him as Lu. Lu was indignant. Is there a problem with my appearance? Elle said that it was all because of sparring as Lu used too much strength. Although his body was unstable, the result was expected. Brunhart said that little Lu was a real cutie now. Lu yelled for her to get lost before he swatted her with a fly swatter. Brunhart said that now she and Lu looked alike. Lu started waving his arms and shooing Brunhart away from him. Jichul was left alone with Chae-il. There was silence in the room. After a while, the old man inquired if his son had nothing to say. Chae-il replied that he has no right to say anything. He can't say anything. The blacksmith wondered if his son blamed him. After all, he was the one who made his son like this. Chae-il replied that if his father hadn't, he would have just died. He thanked him for the chance to redeem himself. Jae-il told his father that he was sorry. Ji-chul that he should apologize to Min-su and remember his sins for the rest of his life. 1 month had passed. Kim Gi-kyu gathered all the egos in front of him and said that they were beginning to discuss a plan to attack the Caravan Guild. A report on the activities of the organization Gregory was prepared. The author of the report was Sung-hoon. Before the presentation, he said he would report on what information they received from outside. Kim Gi-kyu looked at the projector and thought that modern technology was gradually beginning to be used. Mr. Huang is incredibly talented. Sung-hoon said that the Caravan Guild was currently surrounding ranker Kim Gi-kyu's house with teams of 5 rankers each. Sung-hoon showed on the slide where they are located. Although there are a lot of them in the surrounding area, there is no one within a 500-meter radius of the house. Kim Giku thought that no enemies could be found closer than half a kilometer. This is the defense radius he set when Che-il was reborn as a guardian. Is it really a coincidence? One of the ranchers asked if they couldn't just storm in. The interlocutor replied that they were all dead. Anyone who came within a certain distance of the house was killed. The last message they got was about some old man and the undead. It was unclear what was going on there. The interlocutor said that one should be careful not to get too close, even by accident. No one knows what might happen otherwise. Suddenly, blood spatters appeared in the cabin. The passengers screamed in fear. What was that? Was it an ambush? The squad leader called everyone to arms. The next moment, however, all of the car's interior windows were splattered with blood from the inside. The car had stopped, and blood was pouring out of the interior onto the pavement. A man with a bloody knife was standing by the car. He said that nowadays anyone can join the ranchers. The man held a burnt feather in his hand and said it was demonic energy. Kim Giku's subordinates were right. A magic circle used in hell. Lu said that it was more correct to note that the demons were located in certain places, so the effect was like a magic circle. You need demonic energy to activate it. Lu assumed that the potion that turned the ranker's mana into demonic energy, it was definitely a necessity for the magic circle. Kim Giku asked what this magic circle does. Lu replied that he didn't know that. Andras turned out to be much stronger than they had anticipated. It would be better to assume that anything can happen. Lu added that he had a guess as to the activation condition. Lu noticed that it was probably Kim Giku's mana that was activating this circle. It was a good thing that Kim Giku hadn't left the house for the past few months. Since Master was inside, Baal's barrier hid his mana. As soon as the Master left the house, the magic circle would notice his mana. Lu added that if that happened, they would be caught in a magic circle with no way to prepare. Lu said that they must destroy the people forming the magic circle and stop the magic circle from being fueled by mana. But even that doesn't mean that the magic circle will become useless, though a lot of time will definitely be gained. Sung Hoon said that they could look into it. They grouped up with individual members of the Grigori. They were the ones who knew the most information about the rankers. In addition, they had checked the blind spots and could ambush them. Ranker said he'd go too. If an ambush was needed, his skills would come in handy. Elle gathered feathers from her wings and told her master to give it to them. It was quite possible that after their deaths, the demonic energy they would release would flow into the magic circle. The divine power of the feathers will prevent this from happening. Ranker, who had received the feathers earlier, near the car said that his work was done for now. It was pretty simple. Kim Giku should make the next move. Kim Giku gathered his assistants and said that they were starting. The huge magic circle in the center of which our hero's house was located glowed with demonic energy. The head of the branch knocked on the supervisor's office and asked if he could come in. The study was like a cave. At the back of the cave, a man sat on a stone pedestal beside a spear with his back to the entrance. The branch manager said he came to make a report. They caught the target's mana, Kim Giku. The barrier has been activated. The guild leader asked if there was anything else. The branch head said that all the people channeling demonic energy had been destroyed. They were attacked at the same time, so there was no opportunity to react properly. There is a suspicion that Grigori is behind all this. The guild leader, without turning his head, asked, "Is this their suspicion?" The head threw a spear at a subordinate without turning around, and the spear piercing his head destroyed the branch head. The next moment, the spear returned to the guild leader's hand. The head rose to his feet and said that the branch head turned out to be a talentless leader. Andras has absolutely no understanding of people. The guild leader suggested that this hunt would be interesting. It was Do-hyun Players Association mercenary guild leader, Kim Do-hyun. Kim Giku, accompanied by his aides, walked outside his house and looked around in surprise. Brunhart said that everything around him had become strange. Lu said that Andras has the ability to create a gate. It's hard to believe, but it's a fact. Lu added that he didn't expect them to be Earth-like inside. This place is definitely in demon territory. However, that doesn't negate what they need to do. Lu told the host that it was necessary to begin. Kim Giku sensed the energy of the players approaching. They were most likely from the Caravan Guild. There was a very faint energy felt on the other side of the territory. They were civilians, ordinary people. Kim Giku said to let Ella and the other angels protect ordinary people. Hard and Grigori should straighten out the Caravan Guild. Kim Giku asked the old man to use the Guardian's ability to support Heart. Everyone was given clear instructions and set about accomplishing their tasks. Kim Giku said that he and Lu would go together to the place where the strongest magic power is felt. Our hero asked Lu, "Is this demon territory yet?" Lu confirmed that this is probably one of the 72 seats of power. Kim Giku asked when the territorial war would start. Lu replied that he did not know. It had never happened before. Our heroes were blocked by a huge sea of red-hot lava. Lu said that he could feel the energy of the territory owner from below. Kim Giku said that in that case, they should go there. Our hero said it was time to test out a new ability he'd gotten, the element of magma. Lu asked the host why the element of magma is better than fire. Kim Giku replied that magma burns fire. Lu shouldn't think about it. Breathing in more air, our hero dived into the magma. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel and knew where he had to go. The protagonist had a great sense of the territory. It was probably due to passing the 50th floor. Lu noticed that the protagonist's energy detection had improved. Lu reported to the master. Something was approaching. It was a huge demonic creature. As it approached, the creature immediately decided to attack our hero. Kim Giku was surprised when he saw this giant. Are there really monsters here too? Kim Giku was trapped. The monster had our hero in its fist. Lu said it was a golem of magma, an instrument of hell that could become very powerful if the conditions coincided. Kim Giku thought that this golem was on par with the commander. Lu stated that he's just a little brat. Brunhart said he looks much weaker than the host. Our hero wondered if his discovery of energy was strange. Kim Giku said that this golem would make a great target for his experiment. The summoning of Crusette, an elemental of magma, was activated. Crusette summoned fire to himself and engaged the magma golem in combat. Kim Giku shifted into the role of an observer. Kim Giku noted that the assimilation skill had recently increased. Not only had his connections become stronger, but even his skills had begun to merge. Lu said he had some advice for the master. Does he know the difference between his own and a summoned monster? Kim Giku was surprised, since they have almost everything different. Brunhart remarked that it would be faster to find something similar. Lu remarked that the important thing is that the concept of death does not apply to summoned monsters. It would take longer, but the master could summon them again. Lu added that Crusette would be able to use the temperature capable of igniting magma, setting his own body on fire. In that case, there may be a joint destruction, but Crusette will not perish forever. Kim Giku gave the appropriate instructions to Crusette, and everything turned out just as Lu had predicted. The two monsters were burned. The golem of magma and Crusette disintegrated into small shards, and a glowing ball of light formed in its place. Kim Giku took the orb in his hand. It didn't look like a crystal. Lu said that it was a golem core. The master had gotten a good item. Lu noticed that Old Man Huang would like this item. Kim Giku opened the gate to communicate with the old man. Huang Ji-chul was surprised to see magma coming out of the gate. What's going on in there? Kim Giku was too late to realize that he had forgotten that he was in the magma. Kim Giku immediately closed the gate again and apologized to the old man. Ji-hul said to Kim Giku to open the gate again. The young man was surprised. The old man said that magma with such pure demonic energy would make an excellent material. He needs more of this kind of magma. Kim Giku said that he was in the magma right now. The old man said that in that case there was no time to lose. He would do something about entering the gate now. The old man set the magma in motion, and it filled the area the paparazzi were preparing for the riverbed. It's a good thing he got Hyunchul to dig a channel in his time. Ji-chul said he originally wanted to fill the channel with water and put a yacht in, but now he has been unspeakably lucky. Rankers wondered, how much longer were they going to do this? Would a top-level runner really pass through here? The squad leader replied that he didn't know that. He was just following orders. Suddenly, the squad saw that the lava level had dropped. But how could this be possible? I mean, it's lava. How high can it go? What's really going on? One of the players was standing right on the edge of the cliff. At some point, a wave of magma appeared above him. The wave engulfed this player, and he sank in that fiery element. The players were scared. What's going on? Is it really an ambush? A fiery human body emerged from the magma and headed towards the rankers. When the magma fell, everyone saw that the player in front of them was Kim Giku. Our hero stood on the edge of the magma. The ranchers looked at him fearfully. No one dared to come closer. Lu and Brunhart assessed the rankers with a glance and concluded that there were no worthy opponents here. Lu noticed that if you use area attacks like Doom or Chaos, there could be a collapse. Lu said it didn't matter, since that was what the host specialized in at the beginning. It was time to check it out. Kim Giku activated Acceleration and Acceleration. Next, Acceleration was activated. Our hero attacked the opponents. Everything was so fast that none of the rankers even had time to move. Only after Kim Giku stopped did all the opponents fall to the ground. Kim Giku said that when accelerating and attacking, the recoil is still strong, much stronger than when he used the skill for the first time. Lu suggested that it would be very difficult to use this skill more often. It's totally different from acceleration and acceleration. More of a right than a skill. It seemed as if time had stopped rather than his body speeding up. Perhaps it was due to the master's lineage. Lu wondered what the master would do with these people. Is there any reason why the master didn't destroy them? Kim Giku replied that the old man needs good working hands. The undead transported the ranchers through the portal and brought them to the feet of the old men. The old man said that he could improve the gate faster with these players. Lu asked the host, "Don't they go in circles for a while?" Kim Giku agreed. "The path is like a labyrinth, so there is no point in following logic." Brunhart asked why in that case. Wouldn't they just break down the walls and go through? Lu said the cave might collapse. Suddenly, under the impact of the shockwave, our hero flew far back and fell to the ground. Kim Giku rose to his feet and clutched his chest. Is this really an ambush? Lu stated that he now knows who is the master of these lands. This creature's attacks can't even catch the host's senses. It's that infamous hunter from hell, ranked 64th, Figyung Juarez. It was Juarez, the silent spear. A demon wielding an elusive spear is a strong opponent despite rank. Kim Giku asked if Brunhart was okay. Is she not injured? Brunhart replied that she was fine. The monster said he didn't hit with all his might, or the man wouldn't have blocked the blow. Juarez wondered if the man knew him. Apparently he was the man Andras was looking for. Lu stated, "It turns out that the reward is not only from the Iron Guild." But how much does he know? Kim Giku saw the head of the guild, Kim Do-hyun, sitting on a dais in the cave. Kim Do-hyun said it was time to hunt and threw his spear at our hero. Kim Giku used Lu's demonic sword to repel the attack. Kim Giku blocked this attack. Brunhart said, as expected from the host, the spear returned to the head of the guild. Kim Do-hyun said that the opponent has impeccable sword technique. That means he can repel attacks even he can't see. Kim Giku fought off another attack of the same kind. Lu said it's time to stop. The host can't go on any longer. He will eventually get tired first. This is the opponent's plan. Lu added that the host would be caught afterward. Kim Giku said that he was not used to giving up, and continued to repel attacks with his spear. Kim Giku thought that if one used Doom or Chaos, this place would collapse. However, if you try to dodge with acceleration or acceleration, there's a risk of misaligning the movement, and then even Brunhart won't be able to stand. So there's only one way out. You need to use the skill Bodis's Anticipation. Our hero asked Lu why the foresight never once activated, even if it wasn't perfect. Lu said Juarez's spear is special. It's not about visibility or stealth. The very existence of the spear is erased. In the end, only the result remains, without the length of the process. That's why even the higher ranks avoid fighting with it. Kim Giku said that his strength is close to that of kings. Lu confirmed and added that the power close to the king's strength should be countered by the king's strength. Lu reminded us that super acceleration is a force close to stopping time. It can be assumed that Chronos influenced this. Anticipation is also a time-related force. Super acceleration and foresight are the forces that control time. Kim Giku thought that he had only used foresight once, but he remembered the sensation. Kim Giku decided to remember feelings and anticipate the future. Kim Giku was able to dodge effectively, and the spear flew past. Brunhart said that the host was evasive. Kim Giku remarked that this is not evasion. He simply tilted his body as the spear touched his forehead. Lu said that with the master's reflexes it's possible, but it is very exhausting. Kim Giku said that he seems to have found a clue. Lu said that in that case he would give advice. Juarez said the opponent has begun to notice the spear. How's he doing that? Juarez said he had a curious prey in front of him. This man deserves to be finished off personally. Kim Giku wondered why the attacks had stopped. Could the opponent be tired too? However, an opponent with a spear in his hand appeared behind our hero's back and said that this guy was now completely defenseless. Juarez smiled and thought that this was the best state of prey right now. Juarez swung his spear and approached his opponent. He wanted to hear the sound of his bones breaking. However, at the very last moment, our hero dodged and grabbed Juarez's spear with his hand. Kim Giku held a demonic sword in his other hand. Kim Giku said he caught that spear. Juarez wondered, how is that possible? Lu wondered, had Master really learned to anticipate his attacks? Master learns quickly. Lu remarked that using all the power now would be a bad decision. Juarez is not a warrior, but a hunter. A smart hunter senses when to advance and when to retreat. If the prey is too troublesome, he will simply stop hunting. If such a thing happens, the fight will be over. Lu said the host should create a special situation and look like appetizing prey. After our hero blocked the spear, he grabbed Juarez by the throat. Lu told Juarez that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He hadn't changed at all. Juarez wondered what the man's connection to Lucifer was. Why does he have violet eyes? Kim Giku said that you shouldn't compare him to Lucifer. It's too harsh. Kim Giku thought he saw the same face in front of him as Kim Do-hyun, the guild leader he met with the mercenaries. Lu said that what they feared had happened. Brunhart suggested that his body had been possessed. Kim Giku stated that there was no time to feel sorry for him. He will know everything after turning his body into an ego. Kim Giku heard someone approaching and turned around. There was a man with a syringe in his hand. It was the director of the guild branch that Kim Do-hyun was in charge of. Kim Giku inquired who he was. Lu noticed that this guy wasn't on their side. Kim Do-hyun asked in surprise, "How did he survive?" He was killed by his spear, after all. Kim Giku assumed that this person was from the Caravan Guild. Our hero saw the deputy guild leader's enhancement potion in his hand. The man stuck a syringe in his leg and injected the potion into himself. The guild branch chief had become possessed of a huge amount of demonic energy. The man prepared to attack our hero and rushed to the attack. Kim Giku prepared to repel this attack. Lu and Brunhart called out to the host. Kim Giku tossed Juarez far aside and prepared to meet his deputy. Juarez felt an unpleasant aura permeate his body. But how could a man with demonic eyes have the strength of an angel? Kim Giku thrust his spear forward and impaled Kim Do-hyun's aide. Kim Giku wondered, why was the opponent so weak? However, our hero sensed a new creature at his back, looked back and saw the same man stabbing his hand through Juarez's body. Kim Giku thought that these two were not associates and didn't look friendly. Our hero looked at the spear and saw that the one who was mounted on that spear had disappeared. The man who pierced his boss said that this demon had underestimated him. The man said he had a unique ability, though you couldn't tell from his appearance. The unique ability was the doppelganger skill. He could summon a clone that had a power identical to the original. Kim Giku looked at Juarez's bloody body. After all, he wanted to turn him into an ego and question him about many things. Kim Giku inquired how this man dared to steal the loot. Lu stated that there was something wrong with that person. That person began to absorb Juarez's demonic energy. Kim Giku thought that he was absorbing Juarez's power. He was devastating him. Lu said that this was clearly not some simple skill, but the power of absorption. Lu stated that they have the same strength. Even Baal's cat statue has the power to devour like Lu's. Compared to Lu, her power has obvious limits and significant side effects. She is able to devour and absorb other demons. Kim Giku asked Lu if Baal also has the power of absorption. Is this power really that widespread? Lu said it's not that uncommon. Lu noticed that this man's strength seemed like something special. The villain tried to attack our hero by swinging his hand full of demonic energy. The energy spread throughout the room, creating an explosion effect in the confined space. Kim Giku thought to himself there wasn't the slightest trace of presence left. Could it really be Juarez's power? Lu said that this power was to devour the essence of the enemy, and it definitely resembled his power. Brunhart said the man was bad. Lu told the host that he was applying his power rather clumsily, still not knowing how to use Juarez's power to its fullest. Lu commented that if left to its own devices, it would become a problem. Lu said that the host should use acceleration. Lu added that once would be enough. Kim Giku agreed. However, you can't give your opponent a chance to react. You have to pierce him with one punch. It was done, and the protagonist stabbed his opponent through with his sword. It happened lightning fast. The opponent did not even have time to blink an eye. Kim Giku stood beside the body of the destroyed villain. Our hero thought, is this time too weak? However, the destroyed villain began to turn into smoke and disappeared. Kim Giku thought, is this also a unique skill? Looking around, Kim Giku couldn't figure out where he had gone. Our hero felt nothing. Lu said he let his guard down. The opponent is getting used to the force faster than expected. Kim Giku assumed that the opponent had run away. The man actually running away thought that this rancher had completely lost his mind. He's not ready to fight this guy face to face. The man thought he had destroyed Juarez by taking him by surprise, and there was no way he would fight someone who had defeated him in direct combat. The man believed he had made a strategic retreat. However, suddenly our hero appeared in front of him and said that he didn't understand anything else. Why not tear the place to pieces? Lu wondered. After all the training with him, would the host not use anything radiated? Lu added that he liked it. Rancor, acting with his spear, also destroyed enemies with courage and determination. Sung-hoon inquired, how many casualties have there been so far? The player reported that already 12 people are slightly wounded. 3 are seriously wounded and need further treatment. Sung-hoon reported that everyone survived. There were no fatalities. Sung-hoon raised his hands up and declared that it was a victory. All the mercenaries had been eliminated and there were no casualties. El said that it seemed they had won. Ella asked the angels how they were doing. The deputy said the civilians had been evacuated. With L's strength, they cleared out all the demonic energy. The other angels reported that they were also doing fine. Ella said they are now beginning to treat the battle casualties. Elle felt her master approaching. The man didn't understand what this Kim Giku was doing. If they came face to face, he definitely wouldn't survive. We should escape before the dust settles. However, there was no escape. Lu's demonic sword stabbed into his back and pierced through his body. Kim Giku inquired, "Is this the main body?" Lu said that they weren't wrong this time. Kim Giku pulled the sword out of the criminal's body, and blood gushed from the wound in different directions. The cannibalism skill was activated. The system reported that Demon Juarez's ego was being formed. The manifestation of Juarez's demon ego was successful. Kim Giku wondered, why Juarez's ego? Lu replied that he had been swallowed up. Lu said that there was no way the branch head could absorb Juarez. The difference in strength is very great. If the master didn't destroy him, he would soon go insane. Lu said that he wondered how this man got a power like the one he possessed. This man wasn't able to use it properly, so it wasn't his ability. Lu added that getting it is not easy. Kim Giku asked Lu, "What's the matter?" "I don't understand anything." Lu suddenly opened his mouth and vomited. Kim Giku asked, "What's going on? Is Lu okay?" After taking a little breath, Lu said that he understood everything. What this potion is made of. The system reported that Lu's ego had absorbed the damaged Lucifer fragment. The damaged fragment of Lucifer is the ingredient for the first potion. Our hero again didn't understand what was going on here. Kim Giku put Lu on his shoulder. The guy decided to talk to Elle about it. At the moment, Lu's breathing was fine, and the connection was intact. The system reported that the player won the duel against the demon Juarez. The beginning of the unofficial battle for the territory is confirmed. The situation is being analyzed. The system has announced that the unofficial turf battle has become official. The winner will be rewarded. In our hero's hand was a strange orb. Its aura was the same as Paimon's legacy. Kim Giku thought, "Is this also created by Andras?" Jishul considered the strange object in his hands. The old man's eyes were surprised. Jishul asked where Kim Giku got such a thing. Kim Giku confessed that he had destroyed the demon and received the reward. The old man said that this item was very valuable. Jishul added that now they can create their own gate near Kim Giku's house. There were no more enemies on the perimeter, so Song-hoon and Gregory decided to return. They returned to Giku Tower. Elle, looking at Lu lying in bed, said that his condition wasn't too bad, but it couldn't be called good either. It seems that the reason for the loss of consciousness is due to the absorption of the damaged fragment. Ella said she needed to examine him again to find out more. Kim Giku thought that there was only one thing he could do to find out the whole truth. The only thing left to do was to pursue the Caravan Guild in Andras, Nameless Barrier Core. Kim Giku held this crystal in his hand and scrutinized it. Kim Giku thought, is this really the core of the very thing he received as a reward? Jishul said that this was one of Lord Paimon's legacies, the core of the spatial barrier. The old man added that it is just a copy. Kim Giku asked how to use it. How will the core help open the gate? The old man replied that he had to bind it. He had given it the same properties as his ego. As soon as Kim Giku binds it, he will know how to use it. Kim Giku gathered everyone around him. Sung-hoon and Gregory were also here. Kim Giku said that this is a rare occasion. Something funny is about to happen. Gregory's staff hoped it would be a long time. They didn't want to go back to work. Kim Giku activated the base call. The system reported that a base call for space formation was in progress. The crystal glowed and rose up. The base was marked. A range calculation is taking place. The gate opened. The gate was opened in the sky above the settlement. Everyone present appreciated with a glance the scale of what was happening. The gate was very huge. Kim Giku said that all the buildings are returning to their original state. However, the buildings weren't just coming back. They were also blending in. The original landscape merged with the territory of Juarez, surrounding our hero's gate. Demonic and divine energy was descending from the gate. LA said that the auras of doom and life were seeping out. Our hero had no idea that there was so much power of death and life in the gate. Inside this gate, the power stood still. But once it received a push and came into motion, it began to have an impact. Those present felt all the strength leave the body. Ella said that the host becomes stronger, and others become weaker at this time. The birth of a perfect fortress takes place. The energy spread around Giku Tower. Everyone watched with admiration and awe. The system demanded the name of the base. Kim Giku remembered Project Atom, the plan to create the ultimate weapon. Kim Giku thought that the strongest being, the perfect weapon, would be born right here. Eden. Eden Base has been summoned. A television announcer announced that a huge gate had appeared over the capital. The unprecedented phenomena increased the anxiety of citizens. Meanwhile, the gate center is located at the residence of Kim Giku, a wanted criminal with the highest priority. The Iron Guild is investigating this relationship. The Demon King said, as expected from her apprentice. This guy has been very spectacular in announcing that he survived. Sujin said to Baal to tell everyone, their hope has returned. Our hero was informed that Lu has woken up. He should come to the Tower of Giku as soon as possible. After waking up, little Lu tasted the drink and said that this strawberry milk was pretty good. Lu noticed that he only needed food to fill his stomach. He had never been interested in fine dining, but it seemed that enjoying food wasn't a bad hobby. Kim Giku asked Lu, is his body normal? Lu replied that he wasn't fine. It was bad. Contaminated fragments of his body, still circling inside. Ji-chul said he discussed it with that guy. There are 3 ways to restore Lu's condition. The first is to gather the devil's body. Right now, Lu's body is made up of his body. To eliminate the pollution, the best way would be to strengthen this body. However, it will take quite a bit of time. It is not something you can get at will. The second way is to leave the current body and temporarily seal Lu. Lu stated that he is against it. The situation is quite dangerous now. Did the people present think the host could manage without his power? Kim Giku asked, what is the third option? The old man said it was possible to transfer the infection to someone else. In that case, the target would be Kim Giku. However, there's no guarantee the guy can handle it. The strange voice said that someone was in a difficult situation, but he can help. Our hero recognized that voice. It was Lupiter. The ranker called himself he was Kim Dong-hai, the guild leader of the Morning Star Child Guild. The other ranker called himself Kim Sung-pil. He is also the head of this guild. Che Chanyong said hello to the rankers and said that he was the head of the Giant Gate reconnaissance team in the north of the Han River. He is also the head of the Blue Dragon Guild. Pil Sung heard that the person in front of them was rude and arrogant. Kim Dong-hai thought that this guy was more polite than he thought of him. Dong-ha heard that the head of the exploration team had personally chosen their guild to participate in the exploration. Is there any special reason for this? Chanyan revealed that from now on, one should only respond with gestures. It is said that the Morning Star Child Guild is close to the top priority fugitive Kim Giku. Is that true? He expressed his belief that this gate was the work of Kim Giku. This guy has unusual abilities, including controlling the gate, which is a well-known fact. It's clear that the power he wields is extremely dangerous. But he doesn't think that Kim Giku is as bad a criminal as he's made out to be. The Caravan and the Iron Guild have declared Kim Giku an enemy of humanity. But what seems much more suspicious is that they came to power during the absence of the association. Chanyan added that he was willing to take the risk. He's betting everything on the chance that Kim Giku didn't betray humanity. Are the guild heads willing to join him? A man in civilian clothes approached the ranchers, looking for Chanyang. The man said that he came to personally check out the situation as the commander of the operation. It was the head of the Korean branch of the Iron Guild, James Rohan. Han Young thought to himself, before he came to Korea, he was the deputy head of the Iron Guild. As much as the association has fallen, the fact that a guild that isn't even in the top 10 has taken over the leadership is very humiliating. James Rohan asked, what are they discussing here? Han Young said they were discussing the operation since the start is tomorrow. James Rowan agreed that there was still much to discuss. In any case, it's impossible to find out about the area inside the gate from the outside. Is there any other way than just going in? James Rohan said that the Iron Guild's battle group would also participate in the operation. Han Young wondered. Already tomorrow they are starting the operation. Why is he only finding out about it now? Rohan asked, is that really a problem? The more people the better. Or will there be a problem if they interfere? Chanyan assumed that the branch head suspected something. He shouldn't know anything. Rohan turned around and said that he was looking forward to tomorrow, and now it was time for him to leave. Rohan thought that the Blue Dragon and Morning Star Child guilds were still hostile towards them. It wouldn't be surprising if they might betray them at some point. Rohan said everything is going according to plan. Lupiter assumed someone was in trouble. Lupiter offered our hero a solution to these problems. Brunhart asked the owner, what's the matter? Kim Giku the old man also asked what was going on. Our hero thought, why did Lupiter reappear so suddenly? Although according to the system his seal had been strengthened. Had it really been broken? Lupiter explained, he just woke up because of what was happening. It's all Lucifer's fault and his corrupted shards. Lupiter added that chaos was involved. Lupiter said, Kim Giku may not be able to do anything, but it's easy for him. Kim Giku inquired what Lupiter wanted in return. Our hero expressed doubts that Lupiter really wanted to help out of the goodness of his heart. Lupiter smiled and said that Kim Giku is pretty smart. Lupiter said there is chaos inside Lucifer's shards, just like him. Lu said he wanted to get the gist of this conversation. Lupitor continued that if he absorbed him, he would gain more power and be able to influence him. Kim Giku said that he agreed to this help. Lupitor remarked that it was a smart decision. Kim Giku said that he was ready to begin. Lu looked at him and asked what he was up to. Our hero said he would explain everything later. It would be over soon. The people in the city continued to watch the energy rushing outward from the gate. Han Young said that it was time for them to go in. It was reported to the master that a squad of scouts had just entered the gate. The man with our hero's appearance thanked Rohan for a job well done. It was reported to the guild leader that a total of 3 scouting teams had been sent out. The Blue Dragon Guild under the command of Chanyeon, the Morning Star Child Guild under the command of Pil Sung and Dong Hae, and also the Korean branch of the Iron Guild. Chanyeong said that this place is inside the barrier. Our hero told Old Man Ji Chul to isolate the place. The scouting parties couldn't figure out what was wrong. Why was the ground shaking? Reconnaissance units began to speculate that they might have been ambushed. Mantis appeared in front of the scouts and said that he was one of the 72 demons. His name is Bodis. Flying monsters appeared above the squads. An undead appeared among the players and attacked them. A rancher from the Iron Guild branch entered the battle with the undead. Ranker assumed from the start that something was wrong here. His body felt surprisingly heavy, and the skeletons were strangely strong. What was wrong with this place? Kim Gi-kyu thought that the battle had already begun. Kim Gi-kyu asked the intelligence units who they were, who was trying to harm his family. Chanyeon saw Bodis and thought that this energy was familiar to him, even though he looked different now. Definitely the same gate boss. Bodis recognized that they had met before, and wished he could be gentler with them. But you can't let uninvited guests do whatever they want. Bodis said he'll put his best foot forward right away. The squad leader shouted for everyone to get ready to fight. Bodis transformed, just like last time, into a huge indestructible monster. The branch commander shouted that he was authorizing the Iron Guild to use the potion. Kim Gi-kyu asked the scout squad who wanted to sell his family. A month earlier, Rogers greeted the host. Kim Gi-kyu replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Our hero asked if he was used to his new body. Roger said that he was used to it, and it was all thanks to his master's kindness. Kim Gi-kyu inquired, "Is there really a traitor among them?" Rogers replied that this happened when the host was put on the wanted list. He had been ordered to kidnap members of the host's family, and the task had to be accomplished immediately. Rogers said the original plan was for him to protect this family, but he soon realized something wasn't right. The Caravan Guild intervened. Rogers said he relayed the information to those helping the host. They were able to prevent the worst consequences. However, the problem was that the place that was supposed to be a secretly guarded secret association had somehow become known to the guild. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. Had one of his men passed on the information? Rogers confirmed this assumption. To be more specific, the traitor is in the Morning Star Child Guild. One of the players fell on his knees in front of our hero and said he was sorry. The young man said that he was the one who betrayed Kim Gi-kyu's family members. A few more players knelt down and said they were sorry. Brunhart stated that traitors deserve nothing less than annihilation, so Lu said. Kim Gi-kyu inquired as to why they did this. The protagonist wanted to know the reason for what had happened. Did the Caravan Guild do something to them? The traitors raised their heads, and some energy currents pierced their bodies. Bleeding, the traitors fell to the ground face down. Brunhart said she didn't want them to actually die. Han Young said that they started talking when they saw the torture of their families. The guild leader's demonic eyes lit up and he asked, "Where did Lucifer go?" The squad leader looked at this monster and said that he would not be able to defeat such a monstrous force. How long has this fight been going on? A few hours or a few minutes? In this short time, all of the guild members had already been defeated, all because of his poor decision. He thought Kim Gi-kyu would accept them, but that was too hasty a decision. Was he even here? El said that Bodis should stop. The squad leader saw El in front of him and thought it was a goddess. El noticed that the master had ordered them subdued, not destroyed. Bodis had already done enough. Bodis told the angel to be quiet. Even though he was weaker now, he wasn't inclined to bow down in front of her. El said it wasn't her order, but the master's. Bodis commanded the mantises to stop fighting and leave. El told the squad leader that she had a question. Are they really the host's enemies? Chanyeon replied that they were not enemies. They came to surrender, and didn't want to become Kim Gi-kyu's enemies. Chanyeon asked for an opportunity to meet Kim Gi-kyu. Many glowing feathers appeared around El and Chanyeon. Feathers lay down on the dead players and their bodies began to glow. The squad leader turned around and looked at this strange phenomenon. The light from the players lying on the ground was rising upwards. The next moment, the players came to life and rose up. The healing skill was applied. One of the players began to emit demonic energy and grabbed his chest. The squad leader didn't understand what was happening. He didn't see it often, but it was definitely demon energy. Namyong couldn't believe that there were so many demonic energy possessors hiding among them. Elle a exprimé sa confiance que le leader de l'équipe comprenait la situation. These people are puppets who have given their bodies to demons. What will the commander do with them? Namyong ordered all the remaining men of the Blue Dragon Guild to raise their weapons. They must put the traitors to rest with their own hands. The Iron Guild branch member thought that it didn't make sense. Even though he had used the potion, his body still hadn't recovered. Lu, watching from above, said it took longer than he thought it would. We should go down and take care of it ourselves. Lu added that it's only now getting more interesting. Those who injected the potion have already lost their minds. They swing their weapons on instinct alone. However, those who fought with Hal retained their minds. Lu thought, what's the difference? Did it really depend on strength alone? The old man would definitely like it if he brought this player to him. Lu shouted for the old man to put up barriers and gather all the troops. The 7th Hell Lord Leviathan is here. The guild commander asked Kim Giku's thoughts. Why did these people betray him? Of course, the torture of family and friends quickly loosened their tongues. Dong Hai asked, where is Lucifer? Kim Giku activated hyper-acceleration and immediately found himself in another place, near the injured players. Our hero, using his unique abilities, revived them and told them to gather. From now on, he won't be able to protect them. The protagonist prepared for a confrontation with the guild leader and his men. Suddenly there was an explosion, and from the shockwave our hero flew far back. Elle looked in the direction of the explosion and saw huge jets of water. Che-il thought that at this rate, Eden would be wiped out. He could only isolate the southern region. The southern region was under a powerful protective dome. Kim Giku looked up and saw that the water had stopped. The protagonist asked the old man what was going on. Jishul said that the entire area had become a solid plain. The others will join him soon. The Iron Guild was destroyed. The old man added that, as expected, a few demons had already moved into the Blue Dragon Guild. But they had already been taken care of. The huge dragon with demonic eyes said hello, and said that he and Lucifer hadn't seen each other in a long time. Leviathan wondered how their great lord had gotten so weak. He could take him in his arms now. Lu stated that will never happen. Leviathan didn't suspect it yet, but our hero approached him from behind, swinging his magical swords. Kim Giku activated the skill Doom. Kim Giku severed the Leviathan's head with a demonic sword strike. However, the head of the huge demon, even though it was cut off, attacked the opponent, spewing a stream of fire at him. Ella told the master to dodge. Kim Giku was surprised. What was going on? Ella wondered if the host was okay. Brunhart asked in surprise, why does the head move separately from the body? Lu told his host to use caution. In this state, Leviathan is virtually indestructible. Kim Giku was not going to give up and decided to continue the confrontation. However, he told Lu to warn him in advance in such cases. Kim Giku told the old man to gather the survivors in one place and build a wall around them. Jishul said for Hart to set up a barrier immediately. People must not get hurt. The barrier was in place and all survivors were well protected. People were surprised. Why did the monsters become protective of them? However, some of the monsters rushed towards the huge dragon. What kind of battle is there? Leviathan roared for his rival to return Lucifer to him. The battle continued, and our hero continued to circle over the demon, delivering pinpoint strikes, trying to hit the most vulnerable spots. Kim Giku brought chaos to the rescue while using his unique swords. Leviathan took the form least vulnerable to the enemy. Kim Giku wondered, what's going on? Even chaos doesn't work in this case. Lu reminded him that this Leviathan was nearly indestructible. However, something struck him as odd. Leviathan was using almost all the power it had during Lucifer's heyday. Despite this, no man can withstand its power. In addition, Kim Dong-hae was not an ordinary ranker. Putting these facts together reveals a gap. Kim Giku once again went one-on-one against Leviathan. Kim Giku saw a hooded man approaching Leviathan. Our hero recognized him. It was Ha Seo. Brunhart said she had never seen him before. Leviathan tells Ha Seo to stay out of it. It's his fight. Ha Seo said that they went through a lot to get that vessel. Does Leviathan really want to ruin it all? There will be many more opportunities. Leviathan said he would destroy Lucifer's host and get him. Ha Seo kicked the disobedient Leviathan with his foot. Leviathan slumped to the ground and gave no sign of life. The dragon turned into a man. The man lay on the ground and could not get up. Ranker ran up to him and, hefting him on his shoulders, carried him to safety. Ha Seo said that he will still meet up with rancher Kim Giku. But the time hasn't come yet. Kim Giku wondered if he had knocked out Leviathan with one punch. Lu said that Sung-hoon's words were true. If he's so strong, no wonder the others, and even Daeshik, lost to him. Lu didn't understand why Ha Seong-seo was avoiding fighting the master, but it seemed like the situation had been resolved for now. However, on top of that, more of those players need to be dealt with. Lu added that it is necessary for subordinates to protect them. The rankers had a scuffle amongst themselves. One of them was claiming to be the head of the guild. Chanyeon was puzzled. Were there really still demons left? Kim Gi-kyu watched the scene and didn't understand. What is going on here? What is all this commotion? Lu said it was all Leviathan's influence, for he is the king of jealousy, and increases the feeling of jealousy in others. People are very weak. Lu said to have El expel Leviathan's energy with divine power, she should be able to handle it. At that moment, El also felt a sense of jealousy. Kim Gi-kyu asked her what was wrong. Maybe something hurts? Ella said she was fine, and added that she would try to banish Leviathan's energy. While in bed, Kim Gi-kyu said that Ella healed him and now he can control the life energy. He does not need to rest. Lu said that rest was necessary, because the master was using super acceleration, and had already been expending a lot of energy lately. Lu said the wounded are being treated at a temporary shelter. The only survivor of the Iron Guild is now at Old Man Huang's place, who is leading the interrogation. Lu noticed that the host would be of no use at the moment. Kim Gi-kyu asked Lu what he thought of Leviathan. If he fought the demon to the end, would he be able to defeat it? Lu replied that the odds were evenly split. He doesn't know what method Leviathan used, but his main body transitioned here. Although the transition wasn't fully completed, perhaps because the bowl is Kim Dong-hai. Kim Gi-kyu remarked that evenly matched odds are not good. Lu recalled what he had said when the host had fought Belphegor. He was the weakest of the 7 kings. It was too early for Master to fight someone with the level of a ruler. Lu thought that Leviathan's appearance in itself was already a great challenge. He wouldn't be able to appear so easily anytime soon. Lu said that Master should think about something else. Kim Gi-kyu realized that the conversation was about Ha Seong-seo. Lu added that when he saw him, he seemed very dangerous. However, this was different from not being able to detect a presence. It felt like it was a hallucination rather than reality. Kim Gi-kyu said that they need to climb the tower, if only to learn the truth and become stronger. Lu said he had forgotten. After all, the master had just passed the 50th floor. That he fought on equal footing with Leviathan is just unheard of. Kim Gi-kyu thanked the interlocutors for coming. He asked if they had a good rest. The players thanked ranker Kim Gi-kyu and said that it was all thanks to him. Kim Gi-kyu asked if both guilds wanted to be his allies. Kim Gi-kyu inquired how he could trust them. Ella walked over to Lu, standing off to the side, and wondered what had happened. It wasn't like they were in a relationship to call each other out for nothing. Elle noticed that only the master could give her orders. She was not very pleased with the situation. Lu said he wasn't too happy about calling her out himself. Lu added, Elle knows that her condition is not good right now too, doesn't she? Lu said that Elle was a slave of God who had become human. Lu added that he was not concerned with her thoughts and feelings. Lu said that if Elle interferes with the master, he won't keep quiet. The player apologized to our hero and said he acted too stupidly. Kim Gi-kyu said that he knew they couldn't have done anything differently at that moment. They had already apologized, so there was no need to apologize a second time. Kim Gi-kyu added that he would have done the same thing in a similar situation, but that's not the most important thing. Head Kim Dong-hae's body was taken over by a demon, and other demons infiltrated the Blue Dragon Guild. Kim Gi-kyu added that thanks to Elle, they aren't there, but that doesn't mean they aren't in cahoots with the demons. The player got up from his seat and said that Kim Gi-kyu is right. Their position is the same. They can't be sure that Kim Gi-kyu is completely on the side of the people either. Chanyeon said that they decided to take the risk. The guild leader added that it was a sign of his willingness to trust Kim Gi-kyu. After saying that, Chanyeon hurt his eye. Chanyeon says he knows, it's not proof, but it's a chance for Kim Gi-kyu to believe him. Kim Gi-kyu wondered why Jong Yeon would go to such lengths. After all, he definitely doesn't have warm feelings. Chanyeon said that the strong like Kim Gi-kyu can't understand. But in a war situation, the weak need someone they can hold on to in order to survive. Chanyeon added that it was just an attempt to stay alive. The guild members' lives depended on him. Feelings had no place here. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, was Chanyeon really calling the Blue Dragon Guild weak? If someone heard it, they would laugh. Kim Gi-kyu, using his magical abilities, decided to heal the eye of his interlocutor. After the therapy process, the eye was restored. Chanyeon thought that this guy patched the hole in his body and got his eye back. His level of healing is at least the same as top-ranked healers. Kim Gi-kyu thought that he was still far from Elle's level. Kim Gi-kyu said that he can't fully trust these people yet anyway. He needs some kind of guarantee so that he can trust them. Kim Gi-kyu said that he has a proposal. The gate looked like Eden, but it was still basic. This entrance was originally in the basement, but Kim Gikyu's house was replaced by the Giku Tower. Therefore, the entrance moved to the first floor of the tower. Inside the gate, nothing had changed. Even if they materialized into reality, in fact, only a part of the relief form came out from there. The number of celestial islands has also not changed. The mine remained in the same condition. The land of Botis is also still inside the gate. The old man asked if Kim Gikyu wanted to build a housing complex inside. Kim Gikyu replied that along with the Blue Dragon and Morning Star child guilds, the families of the guild members would live here. El said the host was very gracious, choosing to show generosity even to the families of these invaders. However, only the master can open and close the gate. Even if Eden is in the midst of battle, it will remain the safest place on Earth. Lu asked as Ella spoke as she spoke. Lu said that their master had come up with a cunning plan. If he perishes, the egos that are connected to him will also perish, and the gate will disappear. Lu said that the host had taken the guild members' families hostage. Thanks to Brunhart's evolution, the number of gates that can be secured has grown from 2 to 5. The first gate moved from the basement of the house to the first floor of the Giku Tower. The latter moved to the basement of the Iron Guild. The third gate was located at the base of the Gregory. There are many other places besides this one, Changyun asked in surprise. Is the association really connected to this place? Sung-hoon said that there is a secret passage to the basement of the association. Its location was carefully concealed with a barrier device. The members of the Iron Guild and the caravan had not realized its existence yet. Ji-chul noticed that the barrier was well thought out. With a little more effort, there would be no fear of this passage being found. Kim Gikyu fixed the gate in this place. After that, he said that now you can use it and come here as much as you want. Kim Gikyu said that everyone knows about the defeat of Pil Sung and Chanyong's guild. Suspicion from the enemy cannot be avoided, but they can act freely. We should continue to maintain the fighting position using this place as a base. Our hero added that this place will become a stronghold. Kim Gikyu said to the old man to strengthen that barrier. Sung-hoon should follow up with the caravan guild, along with Ko Hyun-chul. The protagonist put on a mask and said he would go up to the tower. The mask was used to disguise the deceased. It is possible to imitate the face, voice, and even the physique. Tower, 51st floor. As he moved forward, our hero smashed everything in his path. The protagonist's appearance was changed. The guy thought that it was very inconvenient to hunt with ordinary weapons without using skills. Lu said the master's skills are too visible. Others will recognize right away. Kim Gikyu assumed that he would be able to collect the crystals, since there didn't seem to be anyone nearby. El said their host is very humble despite all his wealth. Kim Gikyu said he can't throw it all away. It's points too. Kim Gikyu said that Juarez can already go out. Juarez came out of the gate, bowed, and said he was listening to his master. Juarez had the unique skills of stealth and camouflage. Kim Gikyu asked Juarez if he liked his new spear this time. Juarez said it's a terrible spear. That may sound bold. B said that he himself was not happy that he had to be Juarez. He'd at least put a hole in Juarez's head right now. Our hero would never have thought that the head of the Korean branch of the Caravan Guild, Han Jun-hyuk, would become an ego. Lu said the problem was synchronizing their underdeveloped predatory abilities. It's not the only thing that happens. Juarez and Kim Gikyu waited silently at the gate. Kim Gikyu says he has an assignment for Juarez, Han Jun-hyuk. Juarez did say that the Caravan Guild is trying to catch red players in the tower, right? Juarez said it was true. Some they lure to their side, and those who resist are used as material for potion experiments. More often than not, it's the latter, as they're not easy guys, especially in the absence of consequences. Kim Gikyu said that in that case, we'll have to beat them to the punch. Juarez's task is to unite the red players in the tower. Lu said it was a good plan. We need to stop the caravan from getting the material for their experiments, and at the same time, we need to increase our forces. Hart came up to the master. He said that the girl had come to Eden. The Demon King asked if Baal had sensed that Ha-seong-su had taken action. It was time to return to the country. Baal said it was dangerous. Didn't Su-jin feel Leviathan's appearance? The girl said that's why they should go back. From that moment on, things start to change quickly. The Demon King said they hadn't seen each other in a while, and if she showed up without a gift, he'd be upset. Su-jin had heard that the deputy head of the Iron Guild was in Korea as the head of the branch. The Demon King said they would cut off his head and give it to an apprentice. I'm sure he'll love it. On the 8th, a huge gate appeared in the sky above the capital. The location of the gate was the home of the #1 wanted criminal, Kim Gikyu. There were rumors that Kim Gikyu has the unique ability to create new gates, which looks very suspicious for a simple accident. After the death of all the members of the Iron Guild, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild stated that the exploration group had split up, so it was difficult to judge the details for now. However, There are many strange details in the case. Lu said that that woman had come to Eden. She asked, "Wasn't that the person he expected to see?" The kid smiled and said that they hadn't seen ranker Kim Giku in a long time. Kim Giku was surprised to see Counselor Lim Hai-suk and Min Su in front of him. The old man saw Min Su and was very happy. He also called the woman his sister. The counselor said they haven't seen Ji-chol in a long time. The grandson ran up to his grandfather and they hugged each other tightly. Min Su said that he missed his grandfather. The old man said he missed Min Su too. Kim Giku asked the counselor where his family was. The woman said there was no need to worry. The Demon King had taken care of them. They were alive. Kim Giku said he had a lot of questions for Lim Hai-suk. What happened while he was away? The woman said it wasn't hard for her to answer, but there wasn't much time left. The woman said there seemed to be no point in hiding anymore. Lim Hai-suk said that she has a request for the young man. If he fulfills it, she will answer any of his questions and support him in everything. The counselor asked Kim Giku to save Shin Yubin. The woman added that Yubin was stuck in China. Kim Giku remarked that this was a rather unexpected place. But what does stuck mean? The counselor said that after the war with the Iron Guild and Caravan Alliance, members of the Gypsophiles were unable to leave the area in time, though some were rescued. The woman said that she had already lost her strength in the battle with Ha Sung-soo, so she couldn't save Yubin. Yubing was taken by the Caravan Guild. Afterward, it was difficult to find out that she was in China. It is located in a secret guild branch in Shanghai. The guy said that the most important thing was to decide how to get to China. He is a wanted man, so he can't get on an airplane, and he can't use the portal between countries because of customs restrictions. Lim Hai-suk said that you don't have to worry about that. There's a secret portal in the tower. The woman asked if Kim Giku was really willing to help. After all, this is a rather dangerous case. Kim Giku said that the counselor has already helped him somehow, especially since Yubin is also dear to him. Kim Giku told Hart that he had an assignment. In order to move around without any problems, you need to distract the enemies a bit. You should take undead and griffins and make a little commotion near the Pukan River. We need to do it in a way that doesn't hurt ordinary residents. Lu asked the host if it wasn't better to act for real. Without harming the normal inhabitants, the enemy will immediately guess what's up. If the host decides to trick him, it's worth the effort. Kim Giku said not to worry. He took care of that too. After all, there is Rogers Rohan. In the Iron Guild branch in Korea, the Demon Queen destroyed everyone present and asked the surviving Rohan why he was silent. The woman was surprised. Was it really the head of the branch? She thought it was strange. After all, this was the same one who was the deputy. Why was he giving off the aura of a disciple? Kim Giku said for El to stay in Eden. Gregory is after the Caravan Guild, and angels alone won't be enough. Elle devra intervenir et traquer les démons. Elle expressed regret that she would not be able to be by her master's side, but must obey his order. Kim Giku went with the counselor, having previously put on a mask. Our hero has arrived in Shanghai. Kim Giku and the counselor tried to be inconspicuous and moved leisurely through the city. Brunhart said there are a lot of people here. Lu said it's very noisy here. Lim Hai-suk told the young man to follow her. Their journey would not be a long one. Kim Giku told the counselor that he had one question. He realizes that she wants to save Yubin, but he feels like that's not the only reason. Kim Giku asked Lim Hai-suk what her connection is with Yubin. The counselor said that Yubing was a very precious person to her. When she developed an aversion to everything in the world, the girl became a reason for her to live. The counselor added that they don't have much time right now, and they will talk about it next time. The man asked his companions how things were progressing. The masked man replied that everything was going according to plan and they were approaching the final stage. Some noise was heard ahead, and the three saw a pool of blood around the corner. A huge, shaggy beast with glowing eyes appeared from around the corner. It held a torn man in its teeth. The man wondered, is it really a wolf? Is it really an attack? Before the man knew it, the beast had rushed past. The masked men were no longer around. The man thought that this beast was very fast. He didn't even have time to react. The beast massacred the two guild members in an instant. The man thought that ranker Kim Giku from Korea knew how to summon wolves. At that time, Kim Giku appeared behind him. Kim Giku, wearing an old man's mask, put a demonic sword to the man's throat and asked if he was the person in charge of this branch. The guild representative tried to realize who was standing behind him. Our hero asked the counselor, is it definitely him? Lim Hai-suk said that's right, and thanked the guy for grabbing the man like she asked. Baldy thought that Kim Giku was strong before, but he was even stronger now. Even though he had risen above the 50th floor, he was still growing rapidly. However, this is precisely why its condition is unstable. What has become of the seal? Baldy asked. Was this really the same old woman who had attacked several times before? Hadn't she had enough of it? Namyong Suk asked where the girl he kidnapped was. If the bald man agrees to cooperate, he won't be eliminated. Street. The head of the branch said it won't work. The ceremony has already started. Lu asked in surprise what they were talking about. It was a language he did not understand. Brunhart said it was the first time she had heard such speech too. Namyong Suk rushed away from the dungeon and shouted that she had to hurry, or there would be no turning back. The counselor rushed to Yubing's aid and said that she couldn't be late. Something irreparable could happen to Yubing. Namyong Suk speculated that the Demon King might take away her body. Kim Giku told B to go back. Our hero opened a portal and threw the bald head of the branch in there. Kim Giku caught up with the counselor and asked her what she meant when she said that something irreparable could happen. The woman replied that she was talking about the ceremony. If not interfered with, Yubing would become the bowl for the incarnation of the Demon King. The same thing could happen to the girl as the guild leader Kim Dong-hai, whose body was taken over by Leviathan. Suddenly the counselor stopped, followed by our hero. Namyong Suk listened and asked if Kim Gi-kyu felt the same way. Ahead, the aura of a high-ranked demon could be felt from the darkness. Lu said that this aura comes from the 24th strongest demon, Naberius. Lu added that this demon remained loyal to him until the very end. Lu remembered how it had been. Lucifer had asked, why hadn't Naberius escaped? The odds were already tilted in favor of the traitors. Naberius replied that he has only one lord he serves. He would be with Lucifer until the end. Lucifer wanted to say something, but a bloody cough prevented him from uttering even a word. Naberius tried to calm Lucifer down. He told the Lord to consume it so he would gain strength. Lucifer refused. He would smell of grease and that would be unpalatable. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Lucifer rose to his feet and said that Naberius was worrying for nothing. He transformed and told Naberius to watch carefully what kind of creature his lord was. The demon Naberius appeared in front of our hero and counselor. He had 3 heads. Lu was indignant. What had Andras done? He noticed that Andras had made Naberius stronger, the perfect state of a demon when alive. Except he lost his mind completely in exchange. Naberius attacked our hero. Kim Gi-kyu shouted to the counselor that he would deal with the demon himself. She should take care of Yubin. Namyong Suk agreed that it was for the best, but doubted whether Kim Gi-kyu could handle it alone. Kim Gi-kyu confronts the 3-headed monster and says he can handle it. They don't have time. He suggested that Naberius should be dealt with by Lu himself. The counselor said that in that case, she would leave the demon to Kim Gi-kyu and rushed out to find Yubin. Naberius, flashing his demonic eyes, wanted to rush after the woman. However, our hero activated elemental darkness and decided to bind the demon. Demonic threads entangled Naberius's body and restrained his movements. Kim Gi-kyu asked where Naberius was going. Our hero said that the demon should fight him. The 3-headed monster roared loudly. Lu told the host that he had one request. Now Naberius is like that, but he was once his faithful servant. Lu asked as the master destroyed Naberius quickly, so he wouldn't feel any pain. Kim Gi-kyu promised that he would honor Lu's request. The protagonist activated the super acceleration skill. With great speed, our hero ran past and struck a staggering blow with his demonic sword at the monster. The system reported that the player destroyed a demon of 24th rank Naberius. The skill, Cannibalism, was activated. Ego Lu suppressed the activation of the skill. Lu said it's not a bad ending for the host. After thinking for a while, Lu added that the host still had a lot to learn. Kim Gi-kyu replied that he was trying his best to fulfill the request. His legs hurt because of the speed. Lu asked if the host could fulfill another request. Can he send this monster's body to the abyss? Or else the caravan people will use it for their own purposes again. Lu recognized that this was not an easy request. The host had already expended enough effort, and there wasn't much time left. Kim Gi-kyu was surprised. He thought it was not Lu's style to address in such a tone. Kim Gi-kyu decided to fulfill Lu's request and send the demon into the abyss. However, things didn't go according to plan. Our hero wondered what was going on. The system reported that B's ego had absorbed Naberius. The conditions of evolution are fulfilled. The process of Ego B's evolution begins. Kim Gi-kyu wondered, is B really evolving? Brunhart said the body disappeared. Lu said it was surprising, however, he didn't think B did it on purpose. Could the reason be because he's a worm like that? Kim Gi-kyu said that he was his master. Lu replied that it was true anyway. Kim Gi-kyu felt the appearance of a demonic aura. Lu told the master to hurry up. They seemed to have begun the last stage of the ceremony. Kim Gi-kyu thought that the counselor had failed. Using the skill Acceleration, our hero rushed to the place where the counselor was. He saw how the girl grabbed the woman by the throat and lifted her above the ground. It was hard for the counselor to breathe, and her face was already blue. The girl acted in cold blood. Yubin looked back and looked at Kim Giku, who appeared. She had tears in her eyes and said she couldn't move. There was demonic energy around Yubing, and our hero decided to act. Waving his sword, he approached the women. Kim Giku swung his sword and prepared to strike a decisive blow. The girl dropped the old woman and bounced aside. She said that the man had turned out to be very shrewd. Yubin said that he was worthy of ruling Lucifer. Her eyes were demonic. Kim Giku was supporting Namyong Suk. The woman was unconscious. He calmly looked at his opponent. Before our hero stood Asmodeus, the king of lust. Asmodeus said hello and said she hadn't seen Lucifer in a while. She didn't think he'd become a servant to humans. Wouldn't Lucifer be bothered by that? Asmodeus said he's just the best. She really wants to see his humiliated face. Lu warned Kim Giku not to ask him anything. The counselor sighed heavily and began to give signs of life. Kim Giku asked if the woman was okay. Namyong Suk told the guy to run away. Even he can't beat the king. Our hero lowered the woman to the floor and told the counselor to sit on the sidelines. He still needed to save Yubin. Kim Giku added that her body is not completely lost yet. Most likely everything can still be put back in place. Lu said the problem is time. You need to suppress it as soon as possible. Kim Giku activated the skill acceleration and rushed at Asmodeus with sword in hand. Kim Giku thought that he couldn't use super speed now. He would have enough strength for a few more times. But if he couldn't defeat the Demon King in one blow, there was a risk of being in danger. Our hero knew that he had the combat techniques he had learned from Su Jung and Lu in reserve. The most important thing now was not speed, but anticipation. Asmodeus used his demonic powers in confronting our hero. Lu said, "That's exactly how you should use that power." Using the skill anticipation, our hero found himself with a sword in his hand right next to the girl, and the sword was near her neck. Lu already said that predicting the future doesn't mean omnipotence. It's just being able to see one step ahead. Lu added that this is why the host has lost to him in past fights. Lu noticed that if the master's fighting ability was developed properly, his skills would become excellent. Kim Giku pushed the demon sword to the very throat of the Demon King. Kim Giku activated the elemental water and life skill. Our hero told the girl to let Yubin be patient for a while. Kim Giku added that he would definitely save her. Water filled Yubin's mouth. The girl had anger in her demonic eyes. Our hero has made her weaker with life energy. However, she still resisted. The demonic aura did not leave Yubing's body. Lu said it wasn't surprising. It was only possible because he hadn't been able to fully take the body yet. If more time passes, it will only get stronger. It must be stopped by any means necessary, even extreme measures. Kim Giku thought it would be effective if he used more life energy. But because of Asmodeus and Yubin's synchronization, it might hurt her too. Especially since Doom and Abyss cannot be controlled from the beginning. What to do? Lu assumed that the master really appreciated this aura. Asmodeus broke free from our hero's grasp. The confrontation continued. Lu grabbed his head. He said that the Demon King was just tearing up. Lu said that the host had just missed a unique opportunity. Soon, Asmodeus will regain his strength and strike. He's holding Shin Yubin's body hostage. Now the host will have to fight to the bitter end. The voice said that Kim Giku looks upset. Should we help him? Kim Giku thought as that voice appeared again. Was it really Lupitor again? Lupitor said in surprise that he thought Kim Giku would be pleased with him. Asmodeus looked at his opponent and wondered, why did this man's energy change? Kim Giku, demonic, glaring with his eyes, struck Asmodeus. The old woman was frightened. The seal was completely broken. Had he lost his body? Kim Giku yelled for Lupitor to stop. He also said to detain her. Lu said to hit harder. After a few blows, she would come to her senses. Kim Giku was indignant. What if she dies? Lu said that it's not his problem anymore. Kim Giku said that he would handle it himself. When the smoke cleared, the girl sat on the floor with her head down. She didn't understand what had happened. Why had her opponent's movement completely changed? After all, she wanted to save her strength until she completely got the body. Asmodeus decided she didn't have that choice now. Kim Giku decided to utilize the abyss and proceeded to transform accordingly. The gates were opened, and the way into the abyss was established. Our hero established a connection with Asmodeus, and began to actively influence her. Asmodeus activated an attack that could not be contained. There was an explosion, causing our hero to fly far backwards. Kim Giku wondered what kind of attack this was. Even he couldn't easily prevent it. Lu said it was the flesh of Satan, the weapon he had distributed to the 6 kings. The mace of Belphegor, the fang of Leviathan. This weapon is comparable in power to one of them. Lu added that there was a need to hurry. If she pulled out the weapon created from Satan's flesh, then she had already almost possessed Shin Yubing's body. Kim Giku agreed with this statement. Lupitor said for Lucifer to detain Kim Giku. Lupitor, determined, rushed at Asmodeus. Lupitor delivered a staggering fist strike to her jaw, and the girl flew far back. Lu restrained his master and told him to calm down. It was the best thing they could do right now. Lu said it was Lupitor. He's willing to help to begin with, but if his master's emotions get on his nerves, he won't keep quiet. Lupitor said he knows everything, so he controls his power. However, Lupitor continued to strike the girl's body lying on the ground. The counselor cried and repeated Yubing's name, but she did not do anything else. Kim Giku tried to break free from Lucifer's grip and called Lupitor dirty names. Lupitor calmed down and said they were making a lot of noise. She's a rancher. She won't die from this. Lupitor lifted the girl by her hair and told the queen to show her face. Asmodeus, thank you. Who is he? How could a man have such power? Lupitor told her to be quiet, so he's not human. Lupitor smiled and said that, as they had agreed, it would be his prey. Lupitor told Asmodeus not to be afraid. It wouldn't hurt for long. The Demon King asked, what was he going to do? Lupitor wished himself a pleasant appetite and opened his mouth wide. The system reported that Asmodea, the Queen of Hell, had been destroyed. The player would receive a reward for the achievement. The reward was the flesh of Satan. Lupitor told our hero that he had done everything. Kim Giku approached the girl's body with the intention of breathing life into her. Rancor bent over the girl's body. Brunhart asked if the master was all right. Lu said it looked like Lupitor was overdoing it. He was just using his master's body, which was why he was able to perform such techniques. Lupitor seemed to have used the acceleration skill several times. Kim Giku clutched his chest. He didn't feel well. Lu said that in that case, it was all the master's power. He must remember that his capabilities are far beyond perceptions. Kim Giku looked toward the gate and said that it seems like someone is approaching. He could feel someone else's aura. Chinese rancher Tao Chen and his aides appeared in the room. Tao Chen said that he had been looking for Kim Giku for a long time. Kim Giku rose to his feet and looked at the bearded Chinese man in surprise. What does he want? He doesn't understand Chinese at all. Tao Chen waved his weapon and rushed to attack. However, our hero repulsed the attack and counterattacked, knocking his opponent to the ground. The people present watched as Kim Giku bent over the body of the defeated Tao Chen. Kim Giku wondered, what kind of misunderstanding was going on here? After all, they were old acquaintances. Lu noticed that the master was now in the form of another person.